7 rounds. Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like payload race or paintball. And hey, while this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down positive. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Welcome to the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion and Relegation Tournament on this beautiful April Sunday. We got 6 incredibly important matches for you today to determine which 2 teams in North America and EMEA are going to get promoted to Stage 2. And joining me for all the action, it's my partner in crime, if the crime was Unk status. It's Jake. How's it going?
Guilty as charged, Johnny. I'm doing good. I'm excited to see, what potentially fresh blood we get in OWCS, right? The bottom 2 teams from the last stage of OWCS are going to go up against the top 2 from the FACEIT Master League today, and we're going to be able to see who is going to qualify, who's going to get another shot, potentially competing in that league or get their first chance to play with the big dogs.
Yeah, so much at stake in today's matches. But first, let's recap, of course, what is going on? Like, how did we get to this point? How did we get to the promotion relegation day, which was, and let's take a look at the 2025 season schedule, because of course this is the first stage here. You can see Champions Clash that's going to be coming your way in just a few days, actually. Next week, me and Jake, we're getting ready for that one. But before the Champions Clash today, we're going to determine, of course, who are going to qualify for Stage 2, which comes afterwards, of course. But to get to this point as well, the FACEIT teams, they have qualified up until this point. They've been climbing through all the divisions, Open, Advanced, Expert, all the way to Masters. And the top 2 teams in each Masters region, EMEA and North America, they have qualified for this opportunity, this Grand Sunday, for the chance at actually competing for those OWCS stage spots, of course. So just looking at this, of course, you look at that and you're like, oh, I can compete in Open, I can compete in Advanced, I can qualify for Masters. That's right, you can indeed. This is an open circuit now, Jake, where, anyone watching, they have the opportunity to compete and participate in OWCS.
Anyone can be a champion, Johnny.
Anyone can be a champion.
Even you. Maybe it's too late for you and I, but for the folks at home, the fact that anyone can qualify, ranking up through the FACEIT ladder, climbing that pyramid, eventually joining OWCS is pretty exciting. And I think we have seen in the last couple of years a lot of new players joining the top level of the professional scene, coming to compete with the best. And so as good as the top players are, it's exciting to see, there's always new players climbing the ranks and making it to that level.
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like every single month there's like a new player new team that pops up and makes an impression on us, and they had the opportunity to qualify for OWCS. Now, unfortunately, there were going to be two teams who didn't do that well in Stage 1. That led them to this moment where they have to fight to keep their spot in OWCS Stage 2. Obviously, we had the 6 teams qualify for a playoff bracket where they had the opportunity to compete for spots at Champions Clash, but Vision Esports, Sakura Esports, they did not have a grand time in Stage 1, Jake, and that's led them to this moment where, you know, you gotta compete, you gotta really perform here if you want to keep those spots going to Stage 2.
Yeah, and I think it's easy, though, to take a look at these standings and think, oh, Vision and Sakura, maybe they aren't such strong teams. But, I mean, that's just the level of competition in OWCS. There's a reason that both of these teams are going to be playing today and are still vying to have another shot. So we could very well see the same two teams come back into OWCS. However, Quick Esports, Frosttails Esports are going to try to stop that from happening and get their first shot.
Yeah, I mean, those teams in the upper echelon there, they're so stacked. So many fantastic players on those top 6 teams. So even though Vision Esports 1-6, Sakura 0-7, like, it's really stiff competition. So it'll be really interesting actually to see how wide the gap is between the FACEIT Masters teams and, you know, these bottom teams in OWCS. I don't think there's going to be much of a gap at all. I think it's going to be really close competition. Now, of course, if you want the opportunity to compete like these FACEIT Masters teams are, you should check out FACEIT. Of course, they're, you know, the one-stop shop now for everything competing in Overwatch, whether it's clubs, which they've launched, of course. They got pugs as well, but sign-ups are open for Season 5, which is, they're going to be the equivalent of Stage 2, right? So if you want the opportunity to qualify for Stage 3 of OWCS B, you'd have to start out by competing in FACEIT and climbing up all the way to FACEIT Masters, of course. So go check out FACEIT, follow the link, faceit.com/OWCS, and you can check out all the info required if you want to qualify for OWCS yourself. Now, Jake, there's a lot of matches here today, so we might as well just get busy. We might as well just get into it, because of course there's already been a couple of matches played early on here this morning to determine what our final bracket is going to look like, and we have our first matchup determined.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see what we're looking at coming in today. It's going to be Sakura Esports taking on Frosttails. You know, and I think this will be interesting because Sakura, right, coming out of the OWCS, obviously not having the best result, but still competing here in the promotion relegation, still being a threat. Frosttails, this match, by the way, for the viewers, is not actually going to be enough to qualify you. This is the one that you got to win to have a chance. These two teams are both on the bubble. A loss here eliminates you from contention, though, and so it is win or go home.
Yeah, it's been a double elimination bracket, and both of these teams, they lost their first round matchup, and so now both of these teams are facing an elimination, like you just said, Jake. So Sakura, Frosttails, one of these teams, unfortunately, won't have the opportunity to join us for OWCS Stage 2 when everything's on the line. You know, getting into it, Sakura Esports, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup for them, because even though they've had a tough start and now they're just adding on to their lose streak, but they are still a really impressive roster, I find. Especially last year, I think we saw some of these names in action, and they really made some, you know, good impressions on us. Zoro, for example, China, that's a really formidable damage duo, right? And so, even though they've had a pretty tough start here, Sakura Esports, Jake, I still feel like they're a team you need to respect going into this matchup.
Yeah, you know, they've had some big moments. They played against some of the top dogs in Overwatch, especially European Overwatch, you know, being impressive. So Frosttails, they definitely have their work cut out for them. As you mentioned, China and Zoro, this damage duo, I think is going to be key to watch. I also really enjoy watching Hattori play. I think they're a key factor in the success of the squad overall. And then at the support line, it's going to be Straybor and Protoss. So let's see if they have what it takes, if they can, you know, get their wits about them here for this potential elimination match. If they can survive this, they only need to win one more to actually requalify for the next stage of OWCS.
Yeah, and let's take a look at their opponents. It's Frosttails Esports, who did qualify for the FACEIT Masters Grand Finals through the upper bracket, but they took a loss to Quick Esports in that finals. Very French-inspired team, lots of French players on this roster. And again, some familiar names. If you did follow OWCS last year in 2024, some of these names will be familiar to you, Jake.
Yeah, Kyo and Pak, I think in the damage duo, I'm been pretty impressed by these guys. Crocs as well on tank. You know, I think that whole front line does look like a big threat. I think that's going to be really key in both these teams, right? They're both, I think, really solid in the damage and in the tank line. And so maybe that means a lot of the difference maker effect here is going to come from the supports. So we'll see Kiwi and Gogo, if they have what it takes, they can provide the stability, and especially in this, you know, the modern meta with bans and everything. You know, I think it's so critical that your support players have a ton of flexibility and they can easily really bring out, like, for instance, even your main support, you know, being really good at both Lucio and Brig. Back in the day, their players were a lot more specialized. You know, you saw like, okay, like a player's like much better on Lucio. The team's going to run a bunch of Lucio comps. These days, I feel like that's something that just won't work anymore if you want to compete at the top level. You need to have multiple strategies, multiple different compositions. And I think the support is maybe one of the most pressured roles to have that huge hero pool with all the diverse cast there.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what meta, of course, we're going to see, because there's been some changes since OWCS Stage 1, of course. We've seen both of these teams play different compositions in the FACEIT Masters bracket, but to determine what's even good in the first place, Jake, you gotta, you know, of course, decide on the map. And the map pool has changed up a little bit from the maps you might be familiar with from OWCS Stage 1. You can just take a look here, and, you know, already there's some new additions to the pool. And this is also going to be the map pool we'll see in Champions Clash next week, but Junkertown is in there, Circuit Real, so like really powerful like sniper maps if you wanted to go there, Jake. Which map are you kind of looking forward to see this weekend?
I'm always curious to see New Queen Street on push, because I just think it's particularly unique among the push maps. You know, a lot of long sight lines. We see like double flex support comps, wrecking ball comps be pretty strong. On top of that, I think, you know, Oasis, Lijiang Tower, always favorites. Oasis, for me, I think is a pretty interesting one with like 3 very distinct stages. So a lot of options here for the teams and the way they want to pick. Of course, if we go game 5, all the map types are going to open back up again. And it's just that we won't replay maps we've already played in the series. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all the information you really need to get things going. We got our first matchup lined up for us, Jake. It's going to be Sakura Esports against Frosttails.
Yeah, and opening with the Tracer ban on Lijiang makes a lot of sense. It really suggests that they want to play a more of a rush style here. And Frosttails recognizing that ban, the Juno, one of the key supports at like getting the most out of a rush style. So while Lucio can often do much of the same, it doesn't have the same healing throughput, you know, on top of the speed amp potential. So interested to see how these two teams, what their vision for this match ends up being. Sakura, I think they know Hitori's a strong player. They want to play around her, and so maybe playing these rush comps is going to be particularly comfortable for them throughout the series.
Yeah, maybe getting rid of the Tracer for Pac, for example, who's really good on that hero, but also as well, you know, some research, you know, taking a look at Frosttails, how they played in FACEIT Masters bracket. They preferred the Lucio Kiri quite a bit. We also saw quite a bit of Junker Queen from Crooks, actually. I'd say Hazard was one of the more played tanks as well. And so I feel going into this matchup, Frosttails, they have a pretty good idea of what they want to run here. So already you can see, like, Lucio Kiri, wouldn't be too surprised if both teams run out with this, considering the Juno ban.
Yeah, with the Juno ban, I agree. Lucio Kiri probably going to be dominant. It still gives you that mobility and that, you know, scrappy fighting potential. The fact that Kyo is on the Sojourn, though, I do like this over the Cassidy. I think the Cassidy can get into those close ranges, can be super threatening, but Sojourn, I think, just has a bit better scaling.
Yeah.
Definitely curious to see the Orisa versus Ramattra matchup, though. That's really the meat and potatoes here of the frontline trade.
Yeah, and the Pharah as well, Jake. Seen a lot of Pharah in competitive Overwatch recently, and both China and Pac roll out with it.
Yeah, I think with Tracer ban, Pharah is almost a must pick right here. You could see like an Echo comp, but not if you're not going to run the Brig. The heals are a little bit. Because you can see Kyo, I think, got the map there. Use the slide to deny kill credit. Lucio booked in as well. Could be in real trouble. The formation falling apart here for Frosttails Esports. This is an instant map, or rather mid-fight win for Sakura Esports. Beautiful spam, pressure from China.
Yeah, and now it's on Frosttails Esports to really try to get some decent positioning, take those flanks and get around, wrap around, see if Pac can get some good damage in. Of course, China's going to contest in the sky, but, you know, getting map control here early, Jake, that's going to be really well for Sakura Esports here to play around this, and Frosttails will have to work around it.
Yeah, and Kiwi struggling to pump the heals. The spam pressure is overwhelming from Sakura. They do take a little bit of pressure of their own, though. So going to fall back here to the back of the point. Shield has already been deployed for the Ramattra, but Hitori not taking too much damage, pretty comfortably holding the point. So far, the Orisa is paying off. China peeking over the flank, putting a little bit of pressure on this Kiriko. Supports takes a big spam for Sakura, but it goes right back the other way. Both teams throwing haymakers here.
Yeah, it's a huge javelin, actually, to set back Frosttails Esports. Early Kitsune rush here, Jake.
Kitsune rush over the top. Orisa forcing a ton of cooldowns. Both teams trade Kitsune, so hard to go too much of a push. Kiri in a lot of trouble here, is going to have to fall back. That leaves Hitori all alone, who is going to be focus fire down. And Frosttails Esports keeping the fight a little bit more comfortable for them without the tank. It's going to be pretty hard for Sakura to hold the point. They're going to be sacking onto the point now, looking for a clutch. Zoro finds one. Will that be enough? Seems maybe not quite. Proto finding another, though, makes it possible, but Kyo is going to slam the door. And a little bit of a split fight there from Sakura Esports. Tori full committing on the Orisa. Not much choice in the matter, given the Rush's pop, but Frosttails proving to be more durable, more able to stay the course in that garden.
Yeah, it almost looked a bit awkward, like Sakura Esports wanted to go early with the Kitsune Rush, but then Kiwi dropped their own, and you're like, oh, well, we're trading Kitsune Rushes, now we have to play a bit more careful, but Hitori didn't get the message, caught in the front line, and now Frosttails to control.
Oh, that was pretty close for Kyo. That does leave Ramatra all alone.
Whoa!
China with the double boop off, though. Set up by that push from Hitori, and that should just be another easy fight. China doing the most on far in this map. Key performing. Most of it is with these boop knockoffs. But hey, it gets the job done. Now they're able to hold the choke point. Big ults in tow.
Yeah, we really hope we get to see a replay of that, because now, like you said, like 4 ultimates on either team here. That's a big cap for Sakura, and, you know, getting this position here as well in these poke comps. Overclock.
Kyo gonna open, but immediately shut down by China, who finds just one, forces the Swiss out of Kiwi. Frosttails gonna go for the fight. Pack has Barrage, but the fact that they caught that far before the beat could come down, Frosttails gonna double down with everything here. Right on top of the backline here with the Ramatra. Crocs looking for more, trying to keep that ultimate online. Cassidy running for the hills, but no chance. It's just Orisa and Lucio trying to hold down the point. Should be too difficult. Maybe at least Sakura happy to get potentially like a 99 cap here. But pretty much no way to win this fight. It's cleanup from Frosttails Esports, and the beat just a little bit late.
Here we go. Here's that replay from China that earned them the point. Yeah, I mean, that concussive blast comes out and both Kiwi and Kyo gets knocked down. I really think that next fight came down to China's early barrage there. I'm kind of curious, like, do you think China needed some help there? Maybe tank making some space, sound barrier even? It was quite a wild play to go that early with the barrage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it made sense. They shut down the overclock right away, but maybe a double down with some of the supports. Maybe the Kiri could have saved her and kept her in the fight. Crocs taking a bit of pressure here on the side of the point. And a Kitsune Rush is up first for Sakura Esports if they want to go for it. They are going to rip it as well to high noon, but Pack immediately shuts down both enemy DPS, and this fight's already over. Recommit of the competing Kitsune Rush here. Frosttails, major numbers advantage, and without damage dealers, yeah, no chance for Sakura. Hitori's just immediately out of that fight. Big barrage from Pack, in position with that moving barrage perk, so powerful. I think that's one of the biggest reasons we see Far played more, is that the ult has become drastically stronger and more consistent with the ability to move through. SimTP straight on the point, hold on.
They got positioning now.
Touch. Yeah, and they do have that ult from Hitori. Could look to Terra Surge, the walk up from Frosttails Esports, who have no ultimates to work with.
These turrets are so annoying as well when you walk onto the point here. Crocs already used the Nemesis form. Here he goes. A lot of damage on the Crocs, but they just do stay alive for now.
Sim could go crazy here. She's under a lot of pressure, but she gets that beam online. It's trouble. Crocs low. Sakura looking to clean up round one. Kyo does shut down Hitori, but there's no touch on the point. And a heads-up play from China there to go with the quick Sim play, recognizing that Frosttails didn't have any ultimates, had blown the entire bank. And Terra Surge, while it's not the strongest ultimate, it creates just enough opportunity to get those Sim turrets on point, to cap and put the pressure on Frosttails Esports.
Yeah, it gets really awkward for the Ramatra there, because the Nemesis form is like a bit of a timing there if you want to push in and get some space onto the point, but Crocs activated for a couple of seconds there. Then you get Terra Surged, you have to avoid that, and suddenly, like, it's really hard to vie for any kind of positioning on that point that they deal with the Sim turrets as well. So yeah, brilliant Symmetra pick there to really set back Frosttails Esports, and that Terra Surge, like you said, even though it doesn't deal quite a lot of damage, like, it's really not that good for securing those picks. Just the way it isolated the point there and just prevented Frosttails from taking space was really powerful.
China, boop off.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
That's really nice from Sakura. Sakura actually elect to have Zoro build the TP, which is, you know, typically it is the Pharah player builds the TP, but by TPing out, getting the Pharah there, she's there much more quickly than Frosttails expect. Croc's not ready. I don't think he's holding the correct movement key there, just doesn't expect the conk to come so quickly, and so a nice timing victory for Sakura Esports, gonna get them mid-control. It's a tough walk-up for Frosttails through all this spam. Yeah, I think this should just be a free cap. And that shield perk available for Hitori. The composition really takes on a new tone once Orisa gets that major perk.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here now, just comfortably backing up quite a bit here and allowing Zoro to take the off angle. China's throwing in all this poke damage, like you said, Jake. And now, shield up. Crocs utilize that Nemesis form. Pressure's on for Frosttails here.
Crocs is tanky though, and putting that shield down forces Orisa back. She's out of cooldowns, under a ton of pressure. Needs to get healed up, but can't quite get it. Kyo with the disruptor shot is enough. And just a little bit too much spam pressure. Those Orisa shields not holding up, not with the same durability as that Ramatra. China goes down late to a rail headshot by Kyo. That's a quick retake. That's kind of the dream. I mean, Sakura happy to get that easy mid fight, but now it's their turn to make the retake, and up against Kitsune Rush, it won't be easy.
Yeah, and Frosttails building towards some nice ultimates here as well. Kyo's got that overclock advantage. Kiwi's got a slight Kitsune Rush advantage, but Proto's gonna get that up as well. Now though, Sakura, they have to work these off angles, right? It's so hard to walk this bridge. Nemesis from Crooks early. They want to drop this Kitsune Rush.
Really aggressive moves here. Really surprising. Barrage over the top now from China, but an instant swift step away from Kiwi, who turns and shuts it down. Beautiful from Kiwi. Hattori running low on HP, but hold on. Frosttails may have overstepped the mark here going over the bridge. Kyo trying to hold it down. Has to commit the OC to clean it up, but this should be enough. Looking for more here in the spawn. Wow. I like this confidence. One more connection as well, followed up by Pack. And Frosttails, the aggression pays off. End up trading Kitsune Rush, getting a nice team fight. Kyo's looking for more here.
Looking for more. Taking the angle. Oh my god, and finds Prota! Wow, Kyo's having quite the round here.
Spam from Pack at the same moment. Once again, these DPS from Frosttail coming together, hitting shots at exactly the same moment. That's the synergy you need, finding pickoffs on the walk-up. Bit demoralizing here for Sakura Esports. And another barrage available for Pack. It's going to be difficult to push into this. You do have the sound barrier online, but it's also available to be matched by Gogo.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro has this overclock, but like, what angle do you really have? Pack goes early, barrage, China shut down, traded DPS players, so Jake.
Yeah, the fact that Kyo went down before the beat is huge. Another beat from Sakura much later. Wow. Zoro taking the wide flank with the ends of the OC. It's enough to shut down Kiwi, and now it's a tough position for Frosttails, looking to stall out the point here, maybe look for a clutch, but with Ramatra going down, should just be too much. Lucio coming in for a little delay, cleaned up by Sakura, but that's their last shot. No chance to give up the point anymore. They need to reset, hold this position down. Frosttail, with only the Ramatra ultimate to work with, is not really the best tool for the retake. Meanwhile, Hattori, that Terra Surge, pretty powerful when it comes to having just that one extra tool when you run out of cooldowns to commit full hold around the corners on point.
Yeah, we'll see how this fight develops here, Jake, but this could be a fight. Maybe Protoss forced to use this Kitsune Rush, and Frosttails can go back for number 2 here. Maybe just want to get out this Kitsune Rush in this fight, but already a lot of pressure on Hattori here. Could be an opportunity here for Frosttails. Terra Surge.
Oh, nice. The rail comes in from Zoro, followed up by the spin from Hattori. Quick cleanup here on Frosttails. Need to die quickly, take this reset. Sakura, clean fight, and winning with just the Terra Surge. You feel pretty good about that. However, that's a dry fight for Frosttails. They're not too mad at that. They're setting up for the win condition of the round, which is to win this next and final fight. Kitsune Rushes are matched. I think China on the walk-up, only 20% from ulti. Same for Zoro. This is really critical. If they can get these duelist ultis online before the touch comes through, before you actually get through the chokes, then China could just end this with a barrage.
Yeah, Sakura, they want to drag this one out. Both teams with that Kitsune Rush. It's going to be dropped early from Prota, actually. And Hattori takes out Kiwi.
Barrage available. He's going to rip it onto the Ramatra. He's taking through a lot of it with those punches, but it did a lot of damage there. Very low heals available for Croc. Getting cleaned up. Zoro in position to end this round. Oh. Beautiful shot there onto Kyo. Comes around the corner and gets dapped down. And the Lucio to soon follow. Sakura, 2-0, quick cough victory.
Wow, that was really impressive from Sakura to get that done, and in quite a fashion as well. I mean, getting value from the Terra Surge in both rounders had to be said there as well. The Symmetra swap on Night Market, brilliant, and Zoro with the final overclock there. Some big plays coming out from Sakura Esports there. I mean, plenty of boops as well there. Sakura off to a hot start here, up 1-0.
Yeah, both DPS lineups, I think, really making a lot of big plays, showing impressive moments, really going blow for blow. And Hattori, you know, it's an interesting choice on the Orisa, right? The first round takes such a different tone from the second when that major perk comes online, you know, converting you into more of a slow shield-based comp, but making it work, able to hold down the point in some of these crucial scenarios. Ramatra as well looking decent. And I think what'll be interesting to see, though, especially as now Tracer and Juno, very powerful bans for both teams expended on the first map. Curious to see what Pack does on the Tracer for the rest of the series. And I mean, it seems pretty clear that Sakura's a team that could get a lot of mileage out of Juno based on how they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be interesting to see how the meta kind of develops here, because we did see quite a bit of Pharah, Sojourn-ish compositions in FACEIT Masters, so I think you can look at both of these tank heroes like the Orisa and the Ram, right? And you're thinking, well, they're just kind of like trading out, sustain, just looking to hold their ground and buy time essentially for the damage players to get these picks in, and both teams showing that they're quite confident playing these compositions. Do you feel like Frosttails, you know, do you think maybe they want to shy over to that Tracer still here, or do you think we'll see more of the same going into map 2?
Well, it'll depend a lot on the map pick, right? And map pick is such a powerful tool to have when you go down 1, especially at this point in the series with pretty much the whole map pool aside from control available to you. And so I think there's a big opportunity really for Frosttails to redefine the game a little bit in their favor. I think there'll be a team that maybe wants to play a little bit more highly mobile and thinking, you know, some high-low maps, some you know, maybe even some hybrid instead of Flashpoint, right? Like you could, by picking a hybrid map, you could kind of block Flashpoint, which is probably one of the better brawl maps for a team like Sakura. But you know, the world is your oyster right here for Frosttails Esports. This is a big moment for them to define themselves as, remember, this is an elimination match for these teams, and to go down 1-0 in the elimination match, 2 close rounds, like you're not going to be too mentally boomed from how that first map went, but this is a really important moment to make your mark on the series. To go down 0-2, to be 1 map away from elimination, reverse sweep's always possible, but it's just such a scary spot to be when your whole season has led to this day, Johnny.
Yeah, I think I looked it up before the broadcast as well. The FACEIT Masters teams, they've played 19, like 17, 18, 19 matches, depending on the bracket play, of course. To kind of put yourself in this position where it's a Sunday and you have to win 2 series. Otherwise, that long FACEIT Masters season is just behind you and you didn't really get a lot for it. So it all boils down to today. Massively important series today in the promotion relegation tournament, of course. So taking a look at the map pool here, Jake, I'm kind of taking into account as well that we saw Crocs actually play quite a bit of Junker Queen in FACEIT Masters. Where do you kind of like want to go to make that Junker Queen viable? Are we looking at like an Esperanca pick or something like that?
You know, it's interesting. I think Junker Queen, despite it being really good for Crocs, is potentially a little bit difficult into the Orisa comps. You know, especially with Lucio Kiri available. Like, there's a lot of, you know, responses available against a Queen, where I think Queen is particularly good at punishing some of these dive teams, like an anti-dive brawl comp. I don't know how useful it'll be in this series, just because, you know, in the pure rush mirrors, I think Junker Queen does tend to fall off a little bit, especially with Orisa having that shield perk. It's pretty annoying for Junker Queen, who, you know, hates breaking shields. The spear can cancel your axe. There's a lot of, you know, challenging factors in that matchup that make it a little more difficult to pull out. As far as map that you go to force it, you know, I don't know if there is one, because really in the end you're just going to be playing a rush. If you take it to a rush map where Queen is good, then you're just going to be playing a rush mirror, and I'm not convinced Queen is actually the best choice in those spots.
Yeah, it's a tough tank matchup, but Junker Queen players around the world, they still force it and try to make it work, as evidenced by our ranked games, where there's still a lot of Junker Queen players who do try to make it work. We're still waiting to see our second map in this series, and of course there'll be picks and bans taking place, or not quite the picks, but the bans will be taking place, so curious to see how they will affect the upcoming map. It's going to be Route 66 here from Frosttails. What do you make of that, Jake?
I mean, Route 66 is an interesting map because it really doesn't tell you too much. I think there's like a lot of styles are very viable on this map. An opening Brig ban, maybe this does suggest maybe like a Hazard style, especially with the Torb ban. That to me really does say that Frosttail want to play Hazard. You know, Torb is like one of the better DPS answers to Hazard. This is one of the best Hazard maps. And without the Brig ban is interesting because I think Brig is also not the worst in terms of a support option against Hazard. So actually, I wonder if these teams, this is going to be a Hazard mirror here. We'll get to see the Genji's cross swords, potentially Route 66, such a comfortable map for like a Genji Sojourn style.
Yeah, we've actually seen quite a bit of Hazard, like you pointed out as well. It's been a preferred tank for a lot of these teams, and you play that momentum, of course. Use the jagged wall to try to block off your opponents, and then you kind of go back and forth, right? You trade the jagged walls, you try to look for picks, can contest the high ground if you'd like to as well with that leap. So, and also, of course, it's really useful if you want to use your downpour into an orbital ray. We saw Willis on Quick Esports, who we might see later today in that upper bracket match. Found quite some effectiveness with that Hazard going up against junior compositions, right? So Hazard has been a preferred tank of many of these teams we're seeing here today. And Crocs already selecting it in spawn.
Yeah, pretty standard comp here from Frosttails, the Genji Sojourn Hazard with the Lucio Kiri. You know, you could change up the supports a little bit. You could play like a Juno if you want to, but I do think these are quite strong choices. Lucio Kiri are just very good at self-sustaining, and this is a comp that puts a lot of pressure on the individual skill of the players, you know, for your Lucio Curie to find their own plays, to win their own ones, you know, same for Genji and Soj. And Hazard really is like a very damage-centric tank. I mean, it's all about your ability to make plays, much like the Junker Queen, to make plays, to put pressure on the enemy. Sakura, I think they're waiting to see the defender comp before they commit. I'd be a little bit surprised to see Zen played in this comp, more than a little bit surprised. Maybe just a quick right click out of spawn, see if you can find any cheeky picks.
Yeah, that might match it. Straybor over to the Lucio there as well. Protoss taking on the Juno here. For now, China's going to still play this Pharah, which is going to be a lot of poke around this kind of corner here. Frosttails biding their time here. Going to look for that pick with Crocs leaping in for the initiation.
I do think the Pharah has a lot of potential, but it's a relatively wide open map. Could be hard to cross the distance against a Sojourn, especially with Orisa feeding those rails away to Sojourn. Not much you can do about that as the Orisa. Sakura electing to just focus the card here for now.
Lower damage.
Take that spam pressure and hold on. Hazard super low, getting into now. Bayatori has to jump out, but he cannot escape the pressure. China pouring it on here. On to Kyo, falling back in the sky. Oh, very close on that spam rocket. And the pressure overwhelming. Crocs just getting bullied out, and going down first is pretty brutal on Hazard. At the same time, who do you go on in this comp? Pack is going to go over to the Tracer to add a bit more mobility and aggressive commitment potential. But walking out here on the retake is difficult. Sakura putting a lot of emphasis on the high ground. They know that's where Kyo would love to be to shut down that Pharah.
Yeah. You have to go faster. You have to look for some kind of pick here. Outmaneuver the Soch and Pharah. It's a nice railgun shot onto Zoro, but can't capitalize. Kyo under pressure now while Kiwi goes down.
Man, this is so difficult for Kyo. Like, he hits exactly the shot he needs to hit, and it's just immediately ran on. They don't have the follow-up to clean up the rail, and instantly finished, picked. Now, Crocs just stalling, just trying to waste a bit of time, but Hitori looking so comfortable on this card. She's just immovable. I mean, like, this Orisa strat, even delaying the Lucio there, I like that with a little bit of a body block. Stalling a little bit for time. Go should be, oh no, just got the forward spawn in time. That stall from Pack gets his Lucio back into the fight. But Sakura, very comfortable building up towards all their ultimates. Frosttails so far have found absolutely nothing in this game.
Yeah, Hitori doing a bit of poking here. Should be fine. Fortifying, backing away, trading Terra Surge. Susie used. Gogo goes down to the Terra Surge. But here we get traded out for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's worth it in the end. No. Crocs is low, but if he can get healed up, they can get the reset. Card stoppage is key, though. Tracer on the flank, creating a distraction that Crocs is able to capitalize on. Now Pack on his signature Tracer, able to get a little bit more done. And Hitori overstepped the mark there, losing the tempo on cart. And now the spawn kills come in.
Wow.
Far as well, in trouble. That blockage of the spawn door, critical from Crocs. And Hitori just barely makes it back into spawn. I wonder if Frosttails are going to go for the forward spawn.
It looks like it.
Definitely available for them. Yeah, it's a strong play on this map. One of the original spawn camps. Hold on, wait, the Crocs is in trouble getting bullied off the map. Barrage shut down, though, by Kyo, who's over the top. And in the end, Crocs is just making a ton of space here. He is going to go down in the end, but it takes the full pressure of Sakura Esports.
Recharging.
Rest of the team now trying to break out of this spawn camp. Without Crocs, it should be pretty hard to hold. Gotta be careful now. Getting caught on the exit would be punishing. Crocs still far from the engagement. Sakura have a moment if they want to try to capitalize, but may also be feeling the lack of their own teammates.
Yeah, Frosttails, they really want to play aggressive here. They don't really want to give any room to Zoro and China. China now over to the Tracer. It's going to navigate these off angles and take this Tracer duel against Pack. Pack with some early kind of battling here. Recall. Kitsune Rush used by Kiwi.
Big ulti dump here from Frosttails. 3 ults back to back to back. Support ults come out from Sakura. Kyo, though, does find Zoro in the melee. And now Tracer marked on the flank, forced into a recall. Crocs immediately over, chasing more kills down on the front line. And the Hazard comp is really making its presence felt here on the second point of Route 66, starting to dig in their heels, starting to make a hold happen. Pack hunting, potentially a Tracer behind. Yes, it's going to be China. Bit of a 1v1 here. I think China is pretty happy to take this, but hold on. Not if you get bullied like that by Pack. You need to really hold your own in this kind of an engagement, and Pack is much closer to get help from the squad.
Who's going to come out on top? China. Recall. Both Tracer battling. I mean, Pack could just disengage if they want to, and Proda all the while goes down. There's some frontline battling going on. China 1 HP. Gets the mini. Oh, but goes down to
Pack. Risky was 30 HP. Could have died to a melee there. But nonetheless, Frosttails hold on. And in the meantime, they were able to win the frontline trade. I think proving that, you know, which team needs the Tracer. Hitori is feeling the pressure, is going to hop off the Orisa. I think second punch, just a little bit too much verticality for the Orisa once the snowball's gone. Now let's see what Hidori can make happen here on the Hazard Mirror. Trading now with Crocs. Took a lot of damage,
yeah.
Spike wall, trying to get out, but the pressure is also coming in. Kyo here, ripping the OC, the rest of Sakura taking the reset, but the good trade from Sakura does get that ultimate out. One last shot maybe here for Kyo, see if he can find a connection. Does put some damage onto the Lucio. Crocs is in with the follow-up, and the aggression is just ceaseless here from Frosttails.
Yeah.
They look very solid on this comp. There's a reason they took us to Route 66.
Yeah, really nice momentum play there. Crocs going with the engages, and you can see how Kyo is kind of following up on the momentum as well. Used the overclock there to like help out the Hazard, who's now
really
looking for more picks in spawn. I mean, this is just so aggressive.
And he's going to get out of this too. Yeah, gets away. You know, he stays on low ground, and wow, they're just able to fight it out. I mean, Frosttails is completely willing to take the fight into the spawn of Sakura, who are just reeling. I mean, they can't quite get their feet under them here, Johnny.
No, they can't, and high ground available for Frosttails now. They have a Kitsune Rush here as well. A lot of pressure onto Hitori early. Downpour comes out even, and that's Hitori down. Can't
Cleanse even too late.
Yeah.
Doesn't connect in time. China's going to go over to the Genji, trying to train something, but man, the card is just rolling back this whole time. And I mean, this is really demoralizing, Johnny. For talking about resetting the momentum in the series, this is how you do it. Frosttails cruising towards a nice defense.
But I like the Genji though. You have to get up there. You have to get up there and contest. Here comes the overclock from Zoro. Need to make some space for the team around. Kiwi drops the Kitsune Rush though. So much pressure Sakura's way.
Baits out the spike wall. That is going to create an opportunity now. Crocs is still pretty low. Takes another big rail to the face. Pack does find one, but this could be still an opportunity for Sakura. Crocs knows all he has to do is stay alive. The beat comes in from Gogo. Immediately responded to, but Pack is finding kills elsewhere. Straymore's beat only on 2 players, just not really having the impact in the fight. China does find Kyo, and that could create an opportunity deeper into the fight. Pack is extremely low. Needs to get saved by the Kiriko, who's here in the fight with him, but China looking to get resets, looking to dance there, close range. Pack just barely saves the support. Now over to the cart fight, but the kills are all coming up. Frosttails started to clean things up. Hitori's still healthy, finds one. Lucio, though, going down, and that means no heals, no sustain for Hitori. Needs to find a chance to deploy this ult. Is going to rip it, but where's the damage follow-up? Sure, you've got Tracer, but catching Crocs is a pretty hard target. Hitori does find one. Trades are coming in.
They're alive.
Are close to their spawn. This could be winnable, but it's so difficult, and Crocs does end up slamming the door there with the jagged wall. Frosttails, I mean, that's an insane hold. It's pretty much full hold or you're done for here for Sakura. Possible, but not easy.
Yeah, they looked like they had a lot of momentum up until Hitori used that Terra Surge on the stairs and got traded out, because I mean, Sakura, they rolled out with this kind of like poke composition. They're playing the far out, they're playing the Sojourn, and it kind of forces Frosttails to engage in awkward angles. They take a lot of damage going up when they look for those picks. And then when Hitori went down using that Terra Surge, that just gave up all the space and momentum Sakura had. And suddenly Frosttails, they now have the high ground. They now have garage control. And Sakura, they were forced to swap over, you know, try to mirror for some time there. But I think Frosttails really showed their excellence playing this pretty heavy, engaged, initiation-heavy Hazard composition.
I mean, this is just clearly a really comfortable map for them. The fact that they're able to maneuver themselves into that spawn camp like time and time again, I think really speaks to Frosttails' expertise on the map, that they really understand how to play the spawn camp position, and not just as like a cheeky way to waste time, but they're like willing to take those fights, to commit ultimates, they believe they can win right there in front of the enemy spawn. I mean, that's an incredible amount of confidence, but it pays off, pays huge dividends there in that round. Sakura setting up, they might go for like a spawn hold here. A little bit scary under the pressure of a spawn Widow here, but definitely something you could do. Wanted to buy yourself a couple of fight opportunities here on first point.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams do it. You get the opportunity to contest 3 times this card here, which means a lot of time off the clock. Hitori on this high ground looking for picks. Jagged Wall comes out. You can't let the card get pushed just the tiniest bit though, because then you lose the opportunity to contest 3 times. You're just going to get the 2. Hitori drops low here. Might just back off, but Zoro goes down.
Followed up. Crocs also forcing some of the Genji skills. China unable to really get into the fight, and it's going to be pretty much a full retreat here for Sakura Esports. Trade on Hitori, who's really low. Cannot take that trade. Shouldn't have stayed so long.
This is bad.
Without the Sojourn, there's no way that you can win those damage trades, and that is really bad. Without Hitori, Sakura aren't going to really be able to start this fight until their tank does return, so it is going to be just that one final contest. And those follow-up focus fire shots from Frosttails have been immaculate in this comp. Whether, you know, Kyo just finds like that big rail connection, the rest of the squad is hitting at the same moment on the same target, looking really in sync in this comp.
Yeah, Straybor goes out, Zoro caught by Crux again, and Prota goes down to Pack. This is not the recontest you wanted to see from Sakura. They just go down immediately.
I mean, this is barely a recontest, Johnny. This is the map over. I mean, realistically, Sakura, this is like almost unwinnable for them. The position is so untenable. With this card push, knowing that this is all you have to push, I mean, realistically, we're going to be done in one fight. But even if Sakura have like a miracle clutch and they can, you know, make the hold, and eventually there's just going to be a big ult dump and major ultimate advantage for Frosttails. They're expert on this comp. Oh, and a spike wall there catches China potentially? No, it doesn't really go for the connection. Very scary to come out this high ground.
Dude, look at the aggression.
Yeah, Zoro's just isolated, caught alone. Somebody pushing cart, but Frosttails are winning this fight with just 4 players. Over to the cart though, Isatori trying to stop it, does kill the Lucio, but now the rest of the team can turn back, help clear up this Kiri. Isatori finds 2, but still a bit of a Pyrrhic victory here. It seems like the fight is going against them. Pack gets the cleanup.
Good luck, Straybor.
Lucio here to make a touch. Zoro, here to help. Downpour. Looks like no connection from the downpour. Tracer still stalling point, but very limited resources under pressure from the Lucio. Straybor feels pressure to get into this fight. It would try to hold on. They do find one. Straybor traded out though, so Frosttails still in this fight. Go-Go, 95% to that sound barrier. Will be the final nail in the coffin potentially. Zoro out of blinks, out of resources. There's nothing left to do. Frosttails even the series 1-1.
Really strong Route 66 by them, playing this momentum-heavy hazard composition, and I'm a little worried for Sakura Esports now. They didn't find anything that worked for them on that Route 66. You're thinking maybe Zoro can find a few picks on the Sojourn, maybe China can contest in that Tracer duel, but Pack looked dominant. Kyo found the picks on the Sojourn. That was all Frosttails Esports on Route 66, Jake. That was very one-sided.
Yeah, I definitely think you don't want to be taking that mirror based on what we just saw on Route 66. That's not looking like the most comfortable mirror there for Sakura. And on the flip side, you know, Frosttails look like they really love it. We talked about Crocs on the JQ, and you know, just this like individually mechanically heavy comp. The synergy of this team able to hit the same targets at the same moment is so powerful. You know, I think what did work for Sakura was playing a bit of like a pokier, spammier game, you know, forcing the enemy to come to them and ready to like respond defensively to those plays. I think if they had stuck with that style, maybe they would have had a better chance here in the map. But in the end, I mean, this looks like one that was just so comfortable for Frosttails. Yeah,
it looked really dominant, and they needed that because I think we could have said, you know, the opposite thing on Lijiang Tower, where both teams opted for this kind of like Ramakra, Orisa brawl, and Frosttails were in it on Lijiang Tower, but it felt like Sakura were the better team by far. So this complete turnaround on Route 66 inspires some confidence. Taking a look at the stats, and I mean, that pretty much tells the entire story there. 6.2 KD versus Sakura's 0.9. Sakura will look to bounce back with their own map pick this time around, considering it's loser's pick. Sakura Esports, they do have the opportunity here to really position themselves in a way where they can just rely on their loser's pick to get them across the finish line of this series.
Yeah, you know, I think it'll be tough though with the bans. You know, you never quite get exactly what you're hoping for in terms of your strategic vision for the game. You still have the opportunity to do something like banning out Hitori's Orisa. That seems to be a comfort point for her. And I think it'll be interesting to see for Sakura, like, what do they have in their true comfort zone? Like, what's their best style, their best map? You could look towards something like a Flashpoint, I think, for Suravasa. It is going to be, okay, it is going to be King's Row, which makes sense to me if you wanted to play a bit of a slower style. However, I think the dive style also very viable for Frosttail.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we could see quite a few different things here. Seen quite a lot of Pharah on King's Row in Overwatch 2 here, so that could be a map if you wanted to pull that out, of course. Laying some poke. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting map pick here. When it comes to the tanks, you know, Hazard could be all right there on the first point, maybe if you want to contest the high ground, stuff like that. But do you lean one way or the other when it comes to what we've seen from both of these teams so far?
You know, I think King's Row is a great map because really anything's possible. You know, I think it's one of those maps where different styles can reign as well on different points. You might see some swapping throughout the map depending on the ban pick. But we're going to give the teams a little bit of time for a break here to talk over their strategies to see what they want to do coming into this very open map on King's Row. And we'll be right back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion and Relegation Tournament. I'm Reinforce. I'm here with Jake, and we're currently waiting for the next map between Sakura Esports and Frosttails Esports in our elimination match here in the EMEA region. But before we jump into the next map, Jake, there's been an unlocking, an vaulting of a little nostalgia for you. It's been the Crimson, Owl, and Mega Bundle. If you're still longing for the Overwatch League, well, here's some Overwatch League skins for you. We have the Crimson Mercy, the Crimson Genji. Bundles available now, Jake. Which is your kind of like little favorite here?
I like the Mercy, the Mercy Knight skin.
It is cool.
It's pretty sick. I think it's pretty dope.
Yeah. Also like the spray there. That little, what do you call it? Like the shield? The shield? The, what do you call it?
Yeah, it's the crest, the shield.
The crest, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Unvaulted skins. Available now. Grab it before April 15th, which is just in a couple of days, actually. Goat Brigitte. Oh my god, I just got flashbacks. Sheesh.
The Goat's Brig that kind of does go hard. Wicked Mar is a classic.
It is a classic indeed. Sometimes I do equip the Brig Goat skins, and I'm just like, right. I'm desperately trying to think of like great Brigittes back in Goats. I guess Haxal was a fantastic Brig back then. You really channeled the Haxal Goats.
Bro.
Brigitte. You? Well, would you say that you were one of the best Brigs in 2019?
No, I don't think so, but you know, we were there. I survived.
We were there.
I survived.
You survived. Yes, indeed. Well, if you want to survive, make sure you grab the Crimson Owl bundle now. Let's lock in, Jake, because it's a massively important match here between Sakura Esports and Frosttails Esports. Like I said earlier, this one is with elimination on the table. The loser of this match will not be joining us for OWCS Stage 2. And going into this third map, it's map pick for Sakura Esports, given that they lost Route 66, and we're heading over to Kings Row, Jake.
This will be an interesting one with the Pharah ban. That's been a comfort spot for China so far in the series, but of course unavailable on Kings Row. I think it's a great time to deploy the Pharah ban because I think this hero is particularly strong. First point, second point, you know, opening things up with that heavy spam pressure, forcing the defenders to make aggressive moves. Usually pretty ideal, but not available now. So where will we see China go? Frosttails loading up for potentially more of the same. They were so successful with this hazard. I wouldn't blame them for running it back. Kyo doing a little bit of trolling with his teammates. And Sakura setting up for a ball comp?
Don't believe it.
Or is it a bait?
Don't believe it.
You know what? I want to believe it. A ball actually is kind of okay here. I think it's actually quite doable. I don't know if Sakura have the expertise to run this, but I wouldn't hate like a Ball Tracer Widow kind of a look here.
Show me the Hanzo. Give me your best Stalker impression.
Yeah, Hanzo is good here. Unironically, Hanzo's good here, and I think it's better than Widow.
That's why Stalker plays
especially against Crocs. But it is going to be with the Orisa. I mean, I still think very viable to go Hanzo. They're just going to go for some damage boosted Widow, put some implicit pressure on Frosttails Esports. Sojourn, though, in the end, is going to be the choice. So both teams running relatively stable comps. It's going to be the Orisa versus the Hazard. I think if Tori can play this slow and bait the engages, look to counter Crocs' moves. I do like the matchup here of Orisa against Hazard. It's very much a skill match. Hold on, the burst comes in. Pack just caught slipping there. Didn't expect the Tracer to make the chase. Got one clipped, and now cap pressure comes in. Crocs taking pressure as well. Very difficult cap to contest down the Tracer.
Wow.
I wonder if there even will be. There might be a retake attempt here, though, for Frosttails. They're setting up to go for it. Crocs walking in. Gonna look for something. Still have a few more seconds to work with. Crocs going into the point, but getting spun by Hattori. Pushed around. Jagged wall. Not much impact there. Kyo looking for something on the flank, but got bullied by Hattori. Point hold looking decent for Frosttails, but you gotta find something here on the defense. This position is not tenable in the long term. Rail doesn't get the connection you're looking for, and pushed away on Hazard. Struggling to touch the point. Spear misses, though. Creates an opportunity for Crocs to hold this down, getting Juno pumped, but hold on. The rail headshot from Zoro slams the door on that. And without the tank, Frosttails desperate for a clutch kill. It's just Lucio holding on to the point, but he's not long for this world. Kyo does find the Tracer. I don't know if that will be enough, though. Juno comes in for one more contest. Really risking her life there. Kiwi just barely gets out. Now Hattori pulls the trigger. Gonna go dive in here on this Sojourn, who's living pretty well. Crocs should be able to come here in a moment and bail her out, but too little too late. And Crocs goes over to the Queen.
I've been hyping it up, Jake.
Being a comfort zone pick, and without Kiri in the match, it actually is a pretty nice spot to play Queen, right? Because you don't have that cleanse to worry about. Queen can kind of hard counter the Juno ult. I think this is well selected by Crocs, but it's a very much a difficult matchup into the Orisa. She just shoots you with her gun and presses her skills on you, and it's really hard to play.
Orisa does Orisa things, and you're in a tough spot. Yeah, that being said, though, I mean, we're getting ready for this next fight here already. Overclock used by Zoro. Trying to find some picks here. Support ultimates are coming online here, Jake.
Kiwi pops that orbital ray. Sakura gonna back out, trading both DPS ultimates for that. Zoro in a bit of a tough spot here in the corner, is getting pressure, but Hitori's gonna alleviate some of that. Need to get some heals on this Soj. And the repush could come in soon from Sakura Esports. Support ult advantage in their favor. They're gonna walk through with that orbital ray. No axe connection from Crocs. OC pop by Keo, but the beat protecting and just unable to see the course on cart. Crocs trying to fight it out there. Keo does find the Lucio in the chaos, and another connection on the second support. Hold on, this is possible. Hitori still has a lot of HP to work with. This is far from an easy fight for Sojourn, who's standing her ground. Turn around onto China over the shoulder of the Orisa. Massive pickup from Keo, who's really feeling himself, but hold on. Doesn't want to overstep the mark here. Long spawn for Crocs. But in the end, with both supports behind him, it is going to be a stoppage on the car for Frosttail. So these big connections from Keo really paying dividends.
Yeah, but now the supports are coming back here. Frosttail's going to back up a little bit here, respecting Hitori, of course. Maybe can play this corner if they'd like to. Just sound very available for Frosttail Esports here, but could go aggressive with that. Speedring's out. Could be an opportunity, but not quite taking it. Now it's Hitori actually going for the aggression.
Terra Surge could be really powerful. Pulls in the Lucio, zones away to the rest of the beat push. And so Crocs is in all by himself. Has that Junker Queen ultimate, maybe looking for the connection, but can't quite get it. Gets bursted down. Keo does take down Proto, but hold on, Lucio, I don't know if you want this smoke in the small room. You do not. Hitori running them hands. Now Juno in the sights. Easy cleanup, and Crocs unable to find the ultimate in that fight. Seemed like there was a moment where it could have come down, but just too much pressure there on the Queen. Couldn't find the opportunity. Frosttails, this is going to be a pretty desperate touch, especially against the Orisa, right? She's so strong at bullying somebody like Queen off cart. And a power javelin being charged up there. Keo pushed away.
Oh no,
off the map by the power javelin perk. You got to touch point. Big ulti though, hold on from Crocs. This is potentially winnable, but stunned. Potentially versus getting so much heal off these wounds. But the pressure is overwhelming, and that early pickoff onto the Sojourn with the power javelin is massive. Hitori, I love the selection of the power javelin in the major perk here against the Queen, right? The shield, not so powerful. Queen can just kind of step through that. She's not so worried about it. But the power javelin, the threat to push her away, the threat to, you know, just one hit a Sojourn, push her off the map, I mean, so powerful here on King's Row. And with a bank of ultimates, Sakura on really nice pace to finish this map.
Absolutely. Here comes the overclock as well from Zoro. Pulse bomb doesn't catch anything, but Zoro's dealing so much damage here, and Crocs is just isolated by this Orisa. Just can't get anything going. Orbital Ray used by Kiwi, but like, you have no tank. Keo's trying his hardest with this overclock himself. It's an even trade here, Jake.
Keo in the back here. Juno under pressure now. Should be an easy cleanup. Dancing around well. Sojourn gets one, but double slide, hold on. No, not quite enough. Pack is there for the cleanup. Can Keo get out of this? Is gonna have to just hard fall back to the help of Kiwi. Crocs is back now on the Ramatra.
Yeah, the Ramatra here is actually going to be a decent switch, because I think Keo has been spectacular on the Sojourn. The problem for Frosttails has been they just haven't been able to find Crocs any momentum whatsoever in the tank duel, and when you repeatedly get shot down on the Hazard, the Junker Queen, like, you're just essentially playing 4 versus 5, so maybe the Ramatra can buy enough time here, but it's going to be the Orbital Ray from Proto to get things going for Sakura.
Orbital Ray is massive here. A lot of damage coming down. Gogo's going to rip the beat, but Orbital Ray is sustaining through. Counter beat from Straybor, much later, stronger. Tracer, though, great job by Pack holding onto the cart. China finds one in the front. Jeez, that powered javelin looks freaking scary when it charges up. Now, Ramatra being targeted, but has that Nemesis form. Yeah, no shot for the kill. Trying to connect there on the Juno. Goes a little bit wide. And it's a really nice hold from Frosttails Esports into a withering barrage of ultimates. It's just not enough to really crack open the defense. And Frosttails still held the map position, still in a strong spot. Pack looking for the pulse bomb. Recall used. Oh, and pushed by the power javelin.
No
extremely
recall.
low, no recall. In a lot of trouble, but the follow-up not there. Croc shuts down Straybor, who looks like was going for that Tracer kill. And the Ramatra proving too durable. The assault from Sakura Esports not able to break this defense.
Yeah.
Caught in the corner, forced out as well.
Just 2 minutes here, Jake. Just 2 minutes. This is 1.5 minutes at this point. This is a tough point to really cap out. Power Javelin almost knocks Crocs off. Speedring gets used. Pulse Bomb comes in. Doesn't land anything here, but Frosttails, this Ramatra comp is working for them. Keo's going to build up towards that overclock, and it's really going to be a battle between Zoro and Keo. Who can find these picks?
Yeah, Ana is a big swap here as well. These power javelins so far aren't connected. Big spin though by Hattori. Pulls everyone in extremely low. They're on the Sojourn. Is going to be followed up. It does cost Hattori her life, but Sojourn pumping rails here into Crocs. Needs all the heal in the world to stay alive through this. Ultimate is going to run out. Proto charging up that nano has switched over to the Ana. Could be a game changer. A nade on this Ramatra is just what the doctor ordered. However, Frosttails, they've got that Q OC. Sakura Esports, 50 seconds to build up their ultimates to make some kind of push happen. Frosttails kind of want to delay it. They don't want to necessarily rip these ultis too early into the fight. Pack going down though. That's a big opening. Sakura needed that.
Orbital Ray.
Orbital Ray. OC, both pop, full commitment, down a player. The hiding is miraculous from Sakura, but they're so low all in the corners, and they're getting cleaned up, getting chased down by that Lucio, by that Tracer. Kyo keeps the rest of the back line off of the rest of his squad. Double support ulti for Sakura, though, in this final fight, and it's really just Gogo's beat to hold the fort, to hold this down. China with a pulse bomb could be another difference maker here. Curious to see where this nano goes. Maybe the Sojourn, maybe the Tracer. Wait, oh, Crocs, that's a little too much, no? They do kill Proto, so this could actually pay off. Kiwi extremely low, is getting cleaned up by China. And that's a very aggressive play there from Frosttails. I guess they were trying to maybe dry fight and get that beat out, but it doesn't work. And now Pack's in the spawn. Lucio Ana, you're not gonna be able to win that 2v1 unless you can get a pulse bomb connection here. Saving the recall, taking a lot of attention from the rest of the squad. And staying in left behind. Really well done by Pack. Pulls the attention on himself. Hattori now needs a lot of help. May need this nano just to stay alive. Beat comes in. Nano to Hattori keeps her alive. Proto dies before the beat, though, crucially. Pack doing so much in the spawn. China does get that kill. Is going to have to get back into the fight post-haste, though. Sakura, Frosttails, 4-on-4 in this overtime. Straymore, critical kill onto Kyo, though. That's an opening. Gogo goes down as well. And with Kiwi dropping low, unable to put much support onto Crocs. Crocs, though, ultimate annihilation.
No support
Very tough
now.
to deal with this Ramatra. Spawners are coming in. Sakura falling at the last hurdle. The Crocs ultimate was just a little bit too much. Kyo was so low on HP, but was able to dance away and keep supporting that tank. Really well done by Frosttails to hold on to that.
Yeah, that looked really spooky for a while, because I get the idea from Frosttails. They want to push up, they want to make it really hard for Sakura to get that touch, but they lost track of Zoro, so lining that huge rail in the back of Crocs, that sets them up with some momentum. They keep Straybor and Proto alive to get the support ultimates out before Pack gets that pick in the backline as well. So well played by Sakura Esports, but not quite able to push the payload and cap that third point. Yeah, that annihilation did so much work with both the supports down for Sakura Esports, and now Frosttails Esports. I do have to say, you have to be quite happy for Frosttails Esports, the fact that you held Sakura to 2 points there, because early on in this series, it looked like Crocs had nothing going for them. Maybe this Ramatra is the key pick in this Orisa-Ram duo to try to stabilize a little bit and set up your DPS pairs.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think Hattori takes the power javelin to deal with the queen matchup, which works well. But then you get to that third point and you kind of wish you had the shield to just have a bit more of that like long-term durable trade. Hattori wasn't really able to find many of those power javelin connections as we got deeper into the round, and the Ram shield is blocking a lot of it. So the perk selection committing you to that matchup that Crocs dodges is actually pretty nice timing there. I gotta give credit to Pack though in that final fight. I mean, he did die in the end, but remember, he got that on a kill on the first push. Yeah. He stayed alive for a miraculous amount of time, just wasting so much time and attention from Sakura, and their push on the front line is drastically weaker because Pack is doing that. I mean, he goes down in the end, and it's natural when you're like 1v2, 1v3, but I think he really did his job there on Tracer.
Yeah, I think both Pack and Kyo has been fantastic for Frosttails so far. Crocs rolls out on the hazard once again. Maybe on offense, some better luck in this tank duel, especially if you want to contest this high ground here. Really good at that. Now has the help from the supports as well. Everyone's just rushing Hattori here. And Hattori drops low and gets stuck by the jagged wall.
Orissa's pretty strong here though. Sleep onto that hazard is going to buy time to heal up Hattori, who's holding it down pretty well. Sakura, they've kept the high ground control. Looking for the repush now. Kyo in trouble. Crocs comes to help that trade out. Nade onto Kyo though. Could be trouble for him. Orisa, though, gets burned down even through the fortify.
Oh, the
Crocs
one!
and Kyo are so incredibly low, but they can't get the follow-up kills, and Kyo shuts down China. Oh my god, it was on the edge of a knife there. Zoro would have loved to find one of those kills, but can't quite get the connection. Kyo, with the rest of the support, is going to be an easy cap there for Frosttails. Extremely close one, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, it's a great hazard pick there. You get to control the high ground, you rush in, isolated Hattori, so much damage coming through with that Sojourn as well. Now though, Sakura with some momentum. Zoro on this Ashe. How do you kind of feel like this plays out here in this little duel?
think Ashe is decently powerful, and it's a good map for Ashe in general. I would love to see the Torb swap maybe deeper into the round, just having a little bit a stronger matchup against Hazard in particular. Bob, though, is a pretty potent tool for Hazard, who loves to get in, land on top of you, and doesn't have the best defensive ability, especially once you've used that violent leap.
Yeah, Kiwi with the orbital ray for now. It's going to be a great tool to push through this choke. Keo with the overclock as well, and this is FrostTails Esports gearing up for this push through the choke, trying to land some frags.
Bob zones them off the orbital ray. Hattori comes in to slam the door from behind. Nano as well into Zoro to block that damage target. I actually love the Ana pick here, matching up against the Hazard. I think is great with Kiri banned from this map. You're unable to cleanse those skills. Same for the dynamite. So you hit like a nade dynamite on somebody and maybe like just 99% dead to rights with any kind of follow-up from Lucio or Tracer. FrostTails going high ground. Lucio with the Sojourn OC available. They want to take him all the way through to the flank. I like this move, trying to slip past Sakura. If they're not aware of this, they're going to be caught really flat-footed. An OC flank onto the Ana. I mean, this is the vulnerable backline for Sakura Esports. OC immediately pops. First connection miss. There it goes. Kyo with second and 2 for his troubles. Gets a third. Now Kyo, it's all clean up here. This fight is done before it even began. China pulse bomb Crocs to shut him down. Man, Kyo just lights out right now on the Sojourn. The patience to take that crouch walk flank. Sakura never saw that coming.
Never saw that coming. They took their time, but it worked out brilliantly. Kyo has been lights out so far on this King's Row, playing this Sojourn to a T, and now rolling with this momentum, pushing up. Sakura Esports, they're going to have a sun barrier for the re-engage. We've seen quite a lot of value from this Terra Surge as well, but so many different angles here for FrostTails now. Pag's got this pulse bomb, and like you said, no Kiri on the field, so could maybe look for a pick here. Working the off angle for now.
This flank being guarded though by Pac, who's very aware of the threat that a Tracer flank poses, comes to pressure this duel with the help of the team. They're overloading that flank. Defensive beat from Straybor, countered out and hold on. They just nuked through Straybor. He did not last up more than a few seconds in his LB. Spin from Hattori, but she's so low. Gets big damage down, but not enough for any kills. Kiwi extremely low, but the rest of Sakura is just out of gas. And that focus fire onto Straybor was ridiculous. I mean, he just popped a sound barrier and died in 2 seconds.
Yeah, FrostTails is really on it there. Yeah, almost took a lot of damage. We're actually going to see Zoro swap over to that Torb, like you said. A lot of damage being pumped into this Hazard now. China actually swaps over to the Torb, and Zoro back on the Ashe here as well. So Sakura, 4 minutes they have to hold there on this defense, Jake. They're really looking for some kind of momentum.
Yeah, they're going to full commit to a very defensive posture here. But actually, I agree with this, right? You've got to make the full hold. I think going for constant aggressive plays is really difficult. Pac is going to also mirror the Torb, though. Put that same level of spam pressure back and forth. And this is a scary spot. 3:40 on the clock. A lot of opportunities. Orbital Ray rips. A bit of an awkward placement. Oh, and he walked to the spike wall and moved on the map. Oh, my God. Goodbye, Torb. Pac, we saw that on cam. I'm so sorry, brother. And that should just be fight pretty much over. That was your orbital ray, Johnny.
Oh my God.
Nothing.
That was a huge tool. That was exactly what FrostTails needed, and it didn't work out.
Going too deep. Bullied and body blocked there. Crocs, the outplay on the tank, trades it right back. Spam pressure is strong from the defenders, but without your tank, yeah, the cart's gonna start rolling.
Cart's gonna start rolling. Keo has this overclock to really open up these angles here. Pops it, looks for Straybor. Nice biotic grenade from Proda, pushing them back.
Kyo still playing with a lot of confidence though. Nano on Hattori, mostly defensive, but able to put some damage pressure out as well. And with Crocs falling, trying to dive that backline, so difficult for these Hazards. I mean, there's a really immense amount of damage coming through, especially for Crocs, right? Who always is at risk of getting slept, getting naded when you go in for a commitment. I almost would rather see the attackers get off the Hazard here and play more of a committed poke style.
Hattori.
So far, it is going to be the Mirror. Big ultimate tempo coming up for Sakura, but Kyo just drops to the spam. I mean, this is so hard to walk up. You've got tons of pressure on you. Even as a Sojourn, there's not really an easy position to take. Crocs getting bullied off the high ground, won't really be able to stay there for long.
Yeah, it was actually another beautiful biotic grenade from Proda. Hits both Pac and Kyo, and then they capitalize on that biotic grenade. So this Ana really working out for Sakura so far.
Yeah, I mean, you have no protection against Ana on this walk-up. It really is just trying to dodge the skills, which is so difficult to do in this spot. Early Bob, kind of aggressive here, kind of a forced engage there from Sakura. I think they probably could have played that one a little bit more slowly and reactively.
Yeah.
FrostTails going to be pretty happy, I think, to take the stabilization. Crocs went in for that one shot, almost got it. Now, Kiwi ripping the orbital ray, commitment coming in, downpour, tries to catch somebody. The damage is overwhelming though onto Straybor, who just cannot survive through anything there. Proto though with a Nano, good look to turn. It is going to be Nano onto China, who pushes the rest of the team back. Frosttails without their Lucio. It's all on Kiwi to support them through this. Sakura just looking to get those respawns up, happy to delay things out.
Happy to delay things out. Could be the Molten Core. Another great biotic grenade from Prota, again pushing Frosttails back. Molten Core is going to come out, but there's a lot of area here. It's not really quite effective for Frosttails. Need to find a pick, and Crocs does find a pick onto China though. What goes down to Prota?
Turret's still up though. Torb still dropping value, still with that nice, that's a kind of a tricky turret spot there up on the high ground right. Super difficult to clear that. Crocs is gonna go over to the Queen here. Not feeling it on the hazard. This hold has been just unbreakable. Sakura with the late game swaps. Really finding their footing late in the round. Keo, I think this is the moment, right? I think it's kind of do or die. I don't think the game gets any easier from here. We need to see this overclock pay huge dividends. And we see the flank pressure being taken. Frost is like the way they're setting this up, ready to assassinate that backline. But there's always the threat of Hitori jumping in behind you, slamming the door on you. You got to be so cautious here. Backline is rotated away as well. Keo not really finding much of anything. Has to run past that enemy hazard, turn deep. Need to deal with the turret for now, but no connections from the OC. That's painful spot to be as Zoro. He has this Bob online at just 2%.
Bob's going online. Also have the Nano as well to invest onto Hitori there. Another beautiful biotic grenade. It's just always pushing Frosttails back. These biotic grenades from Prota. The Ana pick has been beautiful. And Frosttails, they have an orbital ray. That's about it. They need to get the pick going here.
They need to find something. They're setting up here in the flank, trying to get deep. But yeah, even Queen has to fall off from that. Nano onto Hitori, able to put a lot of pressure down on the front line. Orbital Ray, keeping players alive, keeping them healthy. Bob from Zoro puts down damage, is cleaned up. 4 versus 4 here on the board. Crocs, though, the hero his team needs, finds one, and Tori trades it right back. Now just China, Moncore on point, and it's only the Ana to make the hold. Crocs surely is strong enough to just tank through the lava, dives on top of the cart. No one left to touch. Zoro 1v2, pulled in once again by the knife. Rico comes out. Spawners, though, could make a huge difference. Remember, there's no Kiri in the game. You can't get that instant TP out of spawn. Straybor
downpour
needs to get this beat online. So incredibly close, can't get it. And there's no damage follow-up for the downpour. Crocs, the hero of this point, puts that Queen on the cart. Great piloting of the Queen in this final fight, and it's gonna get it over the line for Frosttails.
Oh my god. What a King's Row. Wow. That was so back and forth in the end there. For a moment you thought that Sakura Esports, they had the hold going on defense, but that orbital ray and then Crocs popping off on the Jungle Queen when they needed the most. I'm gonna be honest, I was a bit dubious of the Jungle Queen there. You're playing this double speed comp with Lucio, Juno, and then the Jungle Queen, and you're kind of praying for some kind of opening, but Crocs made it happen there as well. And Frosttails get the win on King's Row. That was just an insane map overall.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from both teams. I was worried for Sakura, like pretty heavily for the first half of that defense they were running. They were able to make a great hold, as you mentioned, off the back of some beautiful Ana play out of Prota. I think that's something they could look for more in this series. However, now going on, that Kiri will be available, which really does, I think, mitigate some of the effectiveness of that Ana. It really puts a little bit more emphasis on the Hazard's ability, where with the Anas in the game, you know, it's like you just get slept, you just get naded. It's not so much you can do about that. Big to see China on the Torb, though. Also something that, you know, will not be banned out for the rest of the series. So we're curious to see as we get deeper into the map pool, get a lot of these bans expended, what kind of the final forms of these teams are.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of different preferences when it comes to this style now. And I think as this series has progressed, we got to this point now where we can easily see that Keo is just having a fantastic game playing the Sojourn. Crocs initiating heavy with the Hazard, and Hitori prefers this Orisa gameplay style. This was Sakura. Oh, hack. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. This was Sakura Esports map pick. So it's a pretty big turning point in the series here. Now, like you said as well, the bans came in pivotal there, even though you do have the map pick. So obviously that's going to dictate what compositions you see in the first place. But that was a big win for Frosttails in this series. Down 1-0, now up 2-1. After pretty dominant showings on Route 66 and clutching out in overtime on King's Row.
Yeah, very close map. Sakura gonna have another map pick here, but facing elimination. Remember, this is one of our OWCS teams from this stage. We could see one of them eliminated, which would guarantee some new blood in the next stage of OWCS. So it's an exciting moment for Frosttails. They got to keep their wits about them, though. I mean, still a very losable series for you. You got to win one more map, but Sakura could easily run this back. I mean, all they got to do is win 2 here. It's going to be the Rutasapi pick for them. I believe they are vulnerable to the Orisa ban here, though, so still something, unless we see like a protective tank ban out of Sakura. Really curious to see the ban pick on Runasapi, a much more wide open map than really any we've seen so far in the series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we're already forward speculating about the Orisa ban, because maybe you're thinking, well, you can kind of replicate that kind of play with the Ramatra, but then you lose the power javelin, for example, which is, you know, going to be really critical for shutting down like the Hazard, like the Junker Queen, right? So it plays slightly differently there as well. You know, Sakura Esports, this is a huge. They're actually going to protect ban because they banned the Ramatra, right? So they can still play the Orisa. It's a pretty smart move by Sakura.
Interesting that we see the Tracer ban come out from Frosttails. I mean, I think that if anything, they've been the team that wants to play a little bit more Tracer. China probably going to be feeling pretty happy, actually. Curious to see what this was, like an unexpected ban for Frosttails. I'm not surprised to see the Ram ban for Sakura, but very curious what Frosttails are going to end up running. Why they don't want to see the Tracer. Maybe we'll get a little bit more info on that as we see the picks come out.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura Esports, China is a really good Tracer player, but at the same token, I feel like we've kind of seen Pac have like a pretty good game on that Tracer overall. Finds picks with those pulse bombs. But overall, pretty superior in that Tracer duel, I'd say. So if I was Frosttails, I'd kind of echo what you're questioning now, in that, you know, you felt like you maybe had the edge in the Tracer duel, so maybe no need to get rid of it. But obviously, they have a thinking behind this. So I'm curious to see what goes through the minds of Frosttails there as we move on to Runasapi. What do you think is in the store? We're gonna see some Genji action instead here now?
Could see Genji. I think it's not really the best Genji map. Is like just a little bit too long range, but it's not unplayable by any means. And we could even see like teams more heavily commit to like a poking or a rushing style. I mean, without Tracer,
like
that does feel pretty hard to dive. Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see a Torb on this map. You know, China could go for the Pharah. Not an incredible Pharah map either.
It is kind of like the different flex DPS heroes we have seen throughout Runasapi. We're like thinking back to, you know, last year as well. We had that meta in stage 4, remember, where it was like Sauna played like Pharah, SSG, they were playing like Mei. And so you had different variations, but Genji seemed like one of the more predominant picks here on Runasapi. It's going to be Pac locking in that Genji while China swaps over to the Pharah.
I do think Tracer has a particularly strong DPS matchup into Junker Queen because you just never get caught by her. So maybe they felt like, you know, just a little bit stronger playing this frontline mirror. Maybe they just really believe in the Queen on this map. Curious to see Crocs, what he can get done against an Orisa. I mean, this is going to be a challenging matchup. A lot of pressure on Pac as well. Genji, Queen end up kind of being the heart and soul of the comp. Tori already finds Go-Go. And Sakura's playing the greedier comp, so really I think Frosttails still has to go. They still have to force some kind of a dive. Kyo does find a kill on the Zoro, and a second one on the Streamer. Hold on. Snatching victory here potentially from the jaws of defeat, and Kyo kiting away, still gets it done, and Tori just can't get any kind of deeper connection into the fight after that first Lucio kill. That's a great sign for Frosttails that they're able to clutch a fight out without their Lucio. Tori going to be dying late here. Just needs to go down quick here. No hope for the Orisa in this engagement. Being stalled just a little bit there on cart, and Frosttails, that's a dream start. I mean, the fact that you can win a fight without your Lucio as an opening pick is just a fantastic sign for the future here on Runasapi.
Yeah. Oh, Crocs goes down early to China. That's quite important. That Sakura looks to regain some ground here. Yeah. That's going to be an amazing pick, actually, to call themselves back and get some positioning here. By crucial seconds.
That's a big mistake. I want to see them, you know, roll that card up, take the high ground position. China playing it careful. Knows there's always a threat of that. You know, speed boost on the Sojourn can be a huge problem for you. Just going to take the Sky now. And once again, Sakura find themselves in a pretty comfortable position. They're in control of the objective. They're spamming on the walk-up. Crocs has to navigate through all of this withering spam pressure to connect to a squishy backliner. But Hitori is being that bodyguard, initiating on the Orisa, so difficult for the Queen comp.
Yeah, you're really asking Frosttails here to try to find some ground, try to find one pick, but how many times can you ask Kyo to find picks, right? Now Hitori under quite a bit of pressure. Terra Surge comes out, Susie used, Kyo drops low, Go-Go goes down, and that Terra Surge again, Jake, it's really paid off for Hitori in this series.
Yeah, and the downside of Juno is that you really don't have anything for these big ultimate values, right? Like whether it's the overclock or the barrage, the Terra Surge, you don't have that cleanse to get people out of those instant bursts of damage. You do have a pretty powerful ultimate, though, which we will see in this fight more than likely. Kyo, he's been great on the Sojourn so far, has won a couple of these duels against Zoro, giving him a significant edge in the overclock fight. Looks like the lead is going to be taken by Sakura. Doesn't mean the most just yet in the game. Kitsune open from Sakura, a responsive orbital ray. Kyo shuts that down, and I mean, that ult was got nothing done, man. Just absolutely outvalued in the front line. The damage amp to OC in the orbital ray is pretty ridiculous.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, Jake. Yeah, Sakura Esports, they dropped the Kitsune Rush there, maybe thinking that they had a pretty decent positioning with China, you know, raining from above, getting those rockets in, but that healing combined with the added damage, of course, with Kyo's overclock, that's going to be enough to let Frosttails find those picks. Now, their chance to try and cap this checkpoint. A couple of ultimates they're getting close to, but not quite available just yet. Here's the Rampage, actually, onto Proto, onto Itori. They're going to find the pick onto China and Proto here. This is going to be a great fight for Frosttails.
Yeah, Pack getting a nice, easy cleanup there. Getting the card stoppage as well. Capping that checkpoint, able to roll it forward. And Sakura have no ultimates to really come back into this next fight. They will have the beat up soon. Zoro, I guess the OC is going to be online, but I mean, Beat Blade could easily crush this Zoro OC. And it looks like Frosttails not wasting any kind of time here. They can smell victory in this match. Sakura facing elimination.
Nice rotate.
The map. They're going to go for the big flank. Lucio in trouble on the cart. Needs to get out of trouble there. Can't quite make it. Can't live long enough to pop the beat. But the shutdown from Crocs now. Fighting it out with the blade on point. Straber pops beat, but they're just staying alive with that. Crocs still in this fight. Still potentially looking to win out the engagement. Frosttail's pretty happy with the ultimate trade as it's happened so far. Hitori though slips in on the Orisa. Such a difference maker. Such a threat there on the Orisa. And it's going to be a full cleanup here. Sakura just sending Frosttails packing, who are kind of just desperately looking for trade kills at this point.
Yeah, it's a beautiful rotate coming out from Sakura Esports, actually, because like you said, you have Frosttails Esports who have really shown this series that they're so comfortable playing aggressive. They want to get busy with that Dragon Blade, with the sound barrier as well, but Sakura, because of that rotate, really make it difficult for Frosttails to, you know, play their positioning. So ultimately, Zoro's going to find those opening picks with the overclock, and now Sakura Esports, they get a chance for the checkpoint here, Jake. Again, 5 minutes remaining here, and this is Sakura Esports fighting for elimination.
Beat deployed. Hitori out of skills there. Fortify's going to run low. Kitsune Rush stabilizing people for now. China's extremely low. Needs to get bailed out. Needs the support from the rest of the squad. Proto also dropping low in the chaos. Crocs close to that ultimate on the Queen, but isn't going to get it. Potentially under so much pressure, but the heal's coming through. Not enough. China shuts it down. It's a nice trade by Kiwi, though. Limits some of the offensive pressure here available for Sakura, but the fight just barely goes their way. Frosttails so close on a couple crucial ultimates in that fight, but aren't able to bridge the gap. Sakura down one, but really still putting a lot of pressure on this checkpoint. I don't think Frosttails are going to give up that advantage easily, though. Yeah, they are going to be back. Sakura going to fall back a little bit, wait for Zoro to take this full 5-on-5.
Yeah, they have to be patient here because they don't have those ultimates available, and they are playing the poke composition. Hitori drops low, though, perhaps a bit over-eager on the positioning, and Kyo finding that pick. This is now going to set back Sakura once more on these push maps, and they can be so punishing. These push maps, China is also in the back, and I think they know that China is behind them. China should be able to get around using that flank side, but Frosttails, they're gonna look for this Pharah pick.
Tough kill to get, though. You know, you can come over this high ground. Barrage available. Hold on. Do they know where the position?
Zoro
already finds Zoro. And that's punishing. That's probably going to lead to things kind of falling apart here. Tori, spot. Don't know how she got there. And the lead is going to expand now for Frosttails Esports. It's going to be a while before Sakura can meaningfully contest this cart. Lucio and Pharah stuck on the flank. They're trying to cut this off, trying to chase this down, but I actually like this from Lucio Pharah. Not regrouping with the team, just trying to stay alive. They are isolated, unable to retreat. However, it's going to be kind of awkward to get back in.
Overclock.
Pharah looking for the commit. Hold on. Potentially with Barrage. Comes in over the top. Finds just one kill. Shut down by Pack. Hitori with that Terra Surge has to outlast the OC for now. Is a little bit low. I mean, the whole time this cart is rolling. Kind of playing with the house money here are Frosttails. Crocs low. Has put that wound on the Orisa, though. The anti-heal followed up by Pack. Sliding into the Queen. Very risky move. Crocs getting a ton of heal off this axe. Now Blade cutting through this Lucio. Coming to assist the Queen, who was in trouble there for a moment.
This might be a full cap.
Yeah, this is game, maybe, Johnny. 3 minutes on the clock, but Sakura sent back to spawn in a desperate attempt to reset onto the Queen. They're just respawning now. Zoro needs to be the hero for his squad.
Swaps over to Moira. Zoro does find a crucial pick onto Kiwi with that overclock. Kyo, though, Keo just wants to end it now.
Crocs, Keo combining together, and they are going to eliminate Sakura Esports from contention there. Frosttails do it in 3. Beautiful queen play there from Crocs, and the Orisa just fell flat. I felt like there were some moments there where Sakura could have won, it could have gotten the advantage, but their coordination just wasn't on the same level. Frosttails with some very clean fight wins, able to win some fights with just one ultimate, set themselves up to be in that advantage position. I'm thinking back to that mid fight where you find the opening pick on the Lucio. It's the dream scenario against the queen, and then they just strike back 2 Sojourn picks back to back, unable to close out that team fight, and you're going to be kicking yourself for that one. Sakura are out of contention, are going to have to go back, grind their way up to have another shot in the next stage, but it's Frosttails who are going to go on, and with just one more series win, they could be the next team in OWCS.
Yeah, it comes down to very few matches here, and that is Sakura, like you said, being eliminated here. In the upper bracket, of course, if you aren't aware, we got Team Vision and Quick Esports who will be going head-to-head next year, fighting for that spot in OWCS Stage 2. But Frosttails, with this win now, they will take on the loser between that upper bracket match, like you said, for a chance at competing in OWCS Stage 2. So this is a massive win for Frosttails now. 1 series away from qualifying. That is what you have to look forward to. Really a kind of a back and forth series, I felt like. But like you said, I think going back to that last map on Runasapi, I think you said it perfectly. Like, you gotta be kicking yourself a little bit because the execution just wasn't there for Sakura Esports. They played this poke composition, Hitori got caught, and then you have this messy mid-fight situation where China is caught on the far on the other side of the map, right? And it just kind of like falls to pieces, which ultimately leads to Frosttails capping out the map. So Sakura Esports, they showed some good signs today, but ultimately showed that maybe the execution wasn't just there for them today.
Yeah, I really feel like this Frosttail squad, it just did so much better under pressure, right? I'm thinking about like the overtime fight on King's Row. You know, when it mattered the most, they brought it together. And the fact that, you know, up facing elimination here in this match, they were still able to keep the executions clean, that Crocs was able to really put his vision of the match into work, right? Playing the Queen, playing the Hazard, having a lot of success on these heroes that we know him for. You know, I think this bodes well for their future, that they have their own unique style as a team and they're playing to it, they're making it work here. And that's the power of the ban phase, right? It allows you to really shape the game to your will. And I think the teams that have the commitment, that have the execution competence in those comfort comps are going to have an advantage here. The Orisa wasn't it today. I think it could have worked on another day, maybe with a different level of play, a different execution. But in the end, the proactiveness won out from Frosttails.
Yeah, I do think that Hitori had some good moments on that Orisa. You could really see the vision at times, but at the end of the day, it's going to be really hard to win that tank matchup as well if the damage players on the other side is just outperforming. And I think Keo on Frosttails Esports was one of those individuals who was stand out through this entire series, and that earned them player of the match. I think this was a fantastic performance on this Sojourn, Jake. I think you saw it map after map, really. Keo finding those opening picks and guaranteeing value with the overclock.
Yeah, just refusing to lose, right? In some of these, you know, difficult clutch scenarios, they're able to come back, able to find these critical picks, you know, keeping it contention. Even some of the losing fights. I mean, Keo is like never going down without a fight, always taking 1 or 2 players with him. And this is what you want from your Sojourn, a player who's willing to take plays, to call for the extra resource, you know, thinking about that King's Row, taking the long, wide flank. I mean, that's an expensive flank in terms of like how much time it takes you to get where you're going, but he produced, right? He didn't disappoint even under all that pressure with, you know, everybody watching. Essentially, he's still able to get it done in the end. So Keo gonna need to keep playing, firing on all cylinders to get the win in the next series and qualify for OWCS, but it's starting to look doable for him. They got to feel confident after that first match.
Yep, just 2 matches remain here in the promotion relegation tournament in EMEA. Quick Esports and Vision Esports, they'll be fighting head-to-head in our next series for a spot in Stage 2. And the loser of that Quick Esports versus Vision match, they will take on Frosttails in the lower bracket for another chance at qualifying for Stage 2. We got a long day ahead of us here, Jake, because not only do we have EMEA today, of course, we're waiting for NA to take place in the afternoon for us later on as well. So we got 5 more matches, Jake. That was 1 done. We got 5 more matches coming our way here today. But before we head into our second match of the day, let's go to a quick break, and we'll see you right after this.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! You see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion Relegation Tournament. I'm Reinforce, and with me, the second best Brigitte in our Houston Outlaws history. I messed that up. The point was, Jake, I can't stop thinking about your Brigitte play now. You really, you just
it's
took
really
me
memorable.
that place, yeah.
I have not thought about it in like 2 years, Johnny. So it makes one of us still thinking about that.
You know, someone's gotta be nostalgic about it. Someone's gotta
Yeah,
think back
not
about the
me.
good old times.
Not me.
I'll
We
think about
survived.
it.
We survived goats.
We survived goats. And now we're playing Hazard comps, which is very different. But we're still waiting to see more of that in our upcoming second match of the day. But before then, if you're curious about all the action going on, you can compete yourself, of course, in our new OWCS circuit, starting with the divisions in FACEIT, Open, Advanced, Expert, all the way up to Masters as well. And if you do want to compete and check that out, head over to faceit.com/OWCS, and you can sign up for Season 5 of the FACEIT League. Now, Jake, we had a rough start in Season 4. We did. The Placha team, it didn't really
We
work
barely
out.
had a start. Let's be
Will
real.
you commit to Season 5 with me? Will you run it back with me?
Yeah, I mean,
You weren't even there, so...
I had to think about it. Look, all right. Our story is a cautionary tale, all right? Our story is a cautionary tale to you, that you should have some subs. You should have some subs and set the team's expectations properly.
It was tough. It was tough. Look, it was a rough go for us, but Season 5 could be our season if we put it together, if we bash our heads together and iron out the plan, iron out the roster. We'll think about it. We'll think about it.
We can have some fun. We can have some
Maybe it'll be more straightforward to the audience, to the viewers, to the chatters out there. So again, make sure you head over to faceit.com/OWCS for all the information you need to sign up for Season 5 of FACEIT, of course. But now, we're concluding kind of Season 4 here. With, of course, there's going to be this promotion relegation tournament. 2 teams from this EMEA bracket will qualify for OWCS Stage 2. And in this upper bracket round, we got Vision Esports taking on Quick Esports. And this one's for all the marbles, Jake. If you win this series, you qualify for OWCS Stage 2. This is what both of these teams have been dreaming of course. So, going into this matchup, Jake, massively important.
Yeah, both teams coming out of that earlier match today with 3-1 victories over their respective opponents. So I'm curious to see, who comes out on top here. Quick Esports has been that up-and-comer, but Vision Esports, we know they're strong. We know they're competitive. They played in OWCS. They even got a win in OWCS last stage, right? And they ran some teams very, very close to the wire. Slowdive and Taejong here on the DPS lineup. Simple on tank, and AOI and 1 on that support lineup.
Simple on tank. Simple's on tank.
Simple, the GOAT.
GOAT.
Yeah, this guy's nasty with the op, so I think they're...
I think Simple has earned the flex role on Liquipedia now. No longer just a support. Simple's played enough tank here in OWCS to really warrant the flex role. So maybe Ted Adamants, get on that. Taking a look at Quick Esports roster. These are your FACEIT Masters Season 4 champions. They edged out Frosttails Esports in last weekend's matches as well. And there were a few standouts. Willis, we can talk about the Hazard gameplay from Willis. It looked real clean, but Dip. really happy for the social media manager for OWC Esports because they got the opportunity to put out a lot of Dip clips, whether it was the Genji or the Torbjorn. Dip was a phenomenal player on this roster. Who kind of like gets you excited here on this quick esports roster, Jake?
You know what got me excited is that Willis 07 was probably born in 2007. How's that make you feel, Johnny?
Is that true?
I mean, why would you put 07 in your name if you weren't? It kind of makes sense, no?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're actually born in 2007. You're right. November 1st, 2007. So Willis is 17 years old. Yeah, there you go. Look, I'm pretty happy being on. You're talking to the wrong person, Jake, about being concerned about our old age, our unk status. Yeah, before this day I was talking about my gardening. I'm very satisfied. I'm happy. So Will is 17 years old. Go on, son, or whatever they say in Britain before the Premier League matches. Go on, son. Kick it out of the park.
I'm jealous of you being into gardening, though, Johnny. I kind of want to get into little landscape design myself.
I'll tell you later.
I find it fascinating.
I get all the pro tips for California weather, but that's for after the show. We gotta talk about the OWCS here.
All right. Well, we'll talk about Vision in quick. We gotta see this match play out. Gonna be a big one. Curious to see our opening maps. Bans, what are these team styles? What do they want to go for in the current meta? We didn't see any Mauga in the last series. I was a little surprised about that. I think Mauga could be a potentially strong matchup.
Even with the nerfs?
Some of these hazards. I mean, I think dealing with the hazard, maybe. But maybe you're right. Maybe the nerfs are just too much. I don't think it's going to be like a meta pick. But I do think, historically, there's since Mauga came out, there's always been like a little bit of a spot for Mauga. The cage fight is pretty ridiculously powerful.
When you kind of expect Mauga to be out of the rotation, out of the meta, you breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. And then all of a sudden, Mauga just out of nowhere, a team says, we can't win, we have no chance of winning on dive or poke or whatever, let's just play Mauga. And Mauga just reappears. So maybe
justice for Mauga, man. Everyone's saying Mauga's
justice
like
for Mauga. Who are you?
Yeah. Justice for Mauga. Everyone claims Mauga as like a low skill hero. It's actually quite hard to execute at this level of play. There's a lot of team synergy coordination, like hitting the crit stomps is super important and not easy to do against good players.
Look, I have nothing against Mauga, the character, but I'm coming from a standpoint of like, we saw plenty of Mauga in Stockholm and we saw plenty of Mauga last year. So let's get a little variety. Yeah, that's my standpoint. Right. That's my standpoint. So maybe Mauga 2026 or something, but not 2025. I think I could do without it.
Yeah, Vision. They're gonna take us here to Ilios. Gonna ban the Pharah. Responsive Ana ban from the other side. I mean, Ana pretty powerful on Lighthouse. I guess decent on Ruins.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see the Ana being here, though. I don't think it's like necessarily the most dominant choice on this map. It does make it harder to run like an Ana break dive style, at least. Maybe puts a little bit more pressure on a team to play a Lucio-oriented comp.
Yeah, we're keenly awaiting our second match of the day, but both of these teams, they just need a few more moments to prepare accordingly. Obviously, massive stakes here on the line. So we're going to give those teams a little bit of extra time. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our second match of the day.
the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion Relegation Tournament. I'm Reinforced and I'm here with our very own Crusher 99. It's Jake.
It's good to be here, Johnny. Excited to see what happens here in this next series, of course, with the stakes being so high, right? With the opportunity to compete in the OWCS, Vision and Quick Esports, they want this spot, they want this win. Yes, you could lose this match and you still have one more shot against Frostales, but that's a scary spot to be, right? You're gonna have to take an L at this phase. You know, both teams want to just lock in that qualification and start prepping for their matches against some of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, like we talked about before we headed to the break, this match is of, the utmost importance here, because if you do win this very next series, you do qualify for OWCS Stage 2, and it's what all these 4 teams are fighting for, of course. Now, going into this match, first of all, we apologize for a bit of an extended break there. Now, we do have a bit of a scenario here where the graphics will fly for you, and it will show that one of these teams will be up 1-0 in this map. That is because Vision Esports did not ready up in time for this match. Both teams, they have 10 minutes to ready up for the match start. Vision Esports did not do so, and so Quick Esports, they were ruled a map win for our very first map win. Now, the way this format works is we're going to act as if control went in the favor of Quick Esports. So Vision Esports, for the second map, they will get the map pick, and control will be unavailable until we get to map 5, a potential map 5 in this series. So Vision Esports off to a rough start here, Jake, and now we'll have to go to loser's pick and select their second map for the series.
Look, Johnny, you snooze, you lose. You know, I played professionally. I'm no stranger to the esports players taking extended bathroom breaks. So you know what, we gotta set some kind of rules here. We gotta enforce them as they're written, and that's just like part of the competition. So Vision Esports gonna give a gift to their opponents. I mean, it's on them, right? Like you wanna compete, you wanna play in the big leagues. You gotta show up on time. Like no one's gonna be sitting around waiting for you when you gotta play OWCS matches. You gotta catch a plane, go to land. You know, you're not gonna be. The plane doesn't wait for you. Neither do we. So it is going to be Vision Esports taking us to Suravasa, banning Lucio, Quick, going to ban out Hazard. Interesting choices here. The Lucio ban, super impactful on Suravasa, really does turn the game on its head.
Yeah, Vision Esports as well, as we should mention, they have been playing. They did play quite a bit of double flex support in Stage 1. That was kind of like a strategy they were known for. Obviously not as potent on Suravasa because it is close cornered map, but it's something we could look out for towards the end of this series, of course. Now, they also don't have a kind of natural tank player on their team, should I say, and so Simple is going to man the tank role for this series here as well. So maybe with this Lucio ban, force a bit of Juno Brig. We'll see what Simple's comfort is in this tank role. But yeah, getting the Hazard off the board as well for Quick Esports, that definitely tells you as well that we might be going to some Orisa, some Ramatra. We've seen Brawl tanks quite popular on this Suravasa map, Jake.
I think Winston is also a very real possibility here. With Hazard being so strong at like mitigating the Winston, shotgunning and pushing him away, and just like outplaying him in the dive trade, and with Lucio banned, might be a little bit awkward to play rush comp. As you mentioned, though, it's a great point. Like Juno Brig, Kiri Juno, there's options here for both teams, but banning Lucio on a flashpoint, I think, is just always interesting, because I think you probably could play double flex support on this map, especially on the first round. That midpoint is actually pretty wide open, like doable for sure, especially without Hazard and Lucio, two of the very powerful options for diving and punishing those squishy backlines.
Yeah, a lot of different directions you could go here. We've seen so many teams go in different directions. It's kind of one of those points where you have to roll out with something that is pretty versatile, because you're never quite sure what tank matchup, what team matchup you will get. And so you need something that just doesn't get rolled over, right? Depending on what you eventually face. So when you take that into account, what's usually like your go-to composition for this first point here, Jake, just to make sure that you get at least a decent matchup?
Yeah, I think with Hazard ban, we could see something like the Queen maybe with like a Juno Brig. We could see Ramatra being played with like more of a pokey style. I think this is an interesting map. You could go for something like Torb off the mid fight. I think Torb is actually pretty good on this mid. It's like the wide open poke phase. But there's also something to be said for going with like a Sojourn Genji, something very stable and consistent that you can start farming those perks up. You can like get them online a little bit earlier. So we see when we'll jump into this map, we'll have to see what the teams stack up with. As you mentioned, that mid-fight, always a bit chaotic, always a bit of a gamble, selecting your comp without knowing what the opponent's going to do.
Yeah. In the past as well, we've seen some Echo, and you know, I'm not sure we'll see the Echo, but it's worth mentioning that Echo recently got that buff as well, right? That gives you 75 shield, so that provides some extra sustain for that Echo. Now, just taking a look at the early compositions, Simple is not going to roll out on the Roadhog. I promise you that.
How do you know, bro? How do you know? Maybe he's going to roll on the Hog.
I'm willing to take a gamble here. I am. Winston.
I gotta say,
a little bit
I
more
mean,
like
they could play Winston, but this comp Quick is lining up with is like a nasty anti-Winston comp. Like, good luck playing Winston into this. There's immense amount of shotgun pressure. Fan the hammer from Cassidy. Boom,
oh
boom,
no,
this
Simple. Oh boy.
This could be rough. You know, I think it's really all on the nade from one, but you got the Diva, you got even Brig and stuff. Like, this is a really tough comp to play Winston into. See what Taejon can get done. I mean, Quick Esports seem like they've really read them like a bedtime story off the ban phase.
This is kind of what I talked about, Jake, where you pick the Winston
move from Torb,
and then you're under a lot of pressure here. Simple's going to have a tough time. Slow dive on this Sojourn, though, had some really nice moments in stage 1. So if Slow dive can get going on this Sojourn, could find an opening pick that could help them out here.
Beta to try and chase Tor, but he's got that E online, is going to bully through the front line. Winston goes down. Now Cassidy chasing out some of these late frags. And yeah, I mean, there's just not really much of an opportunity for Vision Esports. I really need to see them make a quick comp swap here. But what they go to is not immediately obvious to me. Oh no, they're keeping it, Johnny. Okay, Genji. Genji helps. I mean, Tracer is also really rough into this, so Genji should be a little bit stronger. There's also something to be said for like this first point being particularly hard for Winston in this matchup, and maybe some of the other points, even if you lose this point with perks, you know, you could think like, you know what, we're just gonna farm our perks. Like, even if we lose this, we'll try to get ourselves into a good ultimate position. And hey, they almost have the Nano, so the Nano does allow you to kind of break the rules and change things up. Though. Quick high noon, deflect force, still walking, still a lot of charge here on this Deadeye. Winston taking a huge nuke, is gonna pop. Cassidy dodges the rail, headshot on the slow dive, gets the cleanup, and once again, it's gonna be a quick team wipe here. Vision Esports sent packing, and they're even gonna delay this Ana.
This is getting quite scary. I hear you, Jake, with getting those perks going for the rest of this map, but again,
that's actually some crazy copium for me, Johnny. This is a terrible play. They're getting hard stomped. Like, and I don't know if the other points are probably less bad, but I don't think this matchup is good ever.
It's tough. Yeah, we've seen a lot of different teams swap over,
3, 2, 1,
but
dead.
Yeah, Simple goes down.
Super shocking. He died in 1 second. Not really.
Do you go like something like the Zarya here, perhaps? I mean, we've seen plenty of tanks go over to the Zarya, but then again, it's Simple, right? We don't know what's in Simple's hero pool necessarily for his tank role. So
I think Zarya is like, come on now, it's Zarya. Like
yeah,
but click.
You know, but Stola can do it. I know it's a Stola, but
just like Zarya's like a DPS. It's like if you can play Winston, you can play Zarya. Winston is like so much harder.
Oh yeah, you mean like that? Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah. But Simple's going to stick with it. You have the Primal, you have a Nano, Jake. Maybe they can cook here.
Nade on the flankers. Natsuki 1 HP. And Nade sets up for the big Primal. Willis, though, trades it back into the enemy Brig. Trying to clutch this out. Yoham now under pressure from the Winston. Is cleaning up. It's Simple. 3K Primal. I'd say the first two are really more of you got to give the kill credit to Ana with that big Nade on the flankers. And Quick Esports doing a little too much there. I think splitting away on the flank into an Ana is not a good play. But they go for it. They get punished. And that's a very nice cap for Vision Esports. The fact that they're able to win that with only the Primal is actually fantastic. I mean, that's way better than expectations. Now you have the Nano Blade. Now you have OC. And I mean, with the ult cycling, the Winston comp does get quite a bit more consistent. The key is really going to be this Nano Blade execution. They're setting up for it.
Here goes.
Go in. Struggling to find a target. He's going to go for the Torb. He needs to find more up this, though. Brig should be going down here. And Dip found 2 somehow on Torb, just ran it down and killed the enemy backline. So there's still a bit of a fight to be had here, but Zydra now in the sights, getting cleaned up. Willis finds 1. Zydra trades on a Simple. Hold on. Wait, this is a miracle comeback in this fight. Dip somehow killing both supports with just some godlike Torb aim. And Willis should be fine. Should be slipping out of here. Getting some support.
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy that Willis kept the mech there as well. For a moment, I was like, oh, Willis gonna get staggered. It's gonna be brutal. But Willis stays alive. Sidor gets the pick there as well. You have the Deadeye if you want to go aggressive here as well. Vision Esports slow dive has the overclock though. This needs to come in clutch.
He's gonna rip it early. Taking some peeks, putting some damage down. Dip, is there any follow-up on this Torb? There it comes. Winston bubble helps. Zydra, though, does take down Simple for his trouble. Rally's being traded. Nade now expiring. Quick Esports Seems like they've outlasted that nade. Willis trying to get healed up on this D.Va. Once he gets his armor online, it's an opportunity to get aggressive. Here he goes right onto that brig, extremely low, getting pumped full of heals. Willis also taking the trade with the helpful pressure of Zidra's Cassidy, keeping the rest of the team at bay. Natsuki gets that cleanup onto AOI. Willis finishes the Genji and gets out of trouble, gets that shield perk as well in the crucial moment in the fight. Natsuki's overstepped just a little bit, but still 2 players down for Vision. They're gonna have a little bit of a power play coming back in with that late break pick. But Yoham does have that ultimate to mitigate the lack of a second support.
Huge orbital array here. And Vision Esports doesn't have anything. Maybe a Balearic grenade from one could come in clutch here, but you have to navigate the defense matrix. Here goes.
Yeah, Nade and Simple just getting worked over. Nano on him. That's not going to be enough. Yeah, he's going to die to this.
Wow.
Just overwhelming damage pressure. Nano came just a moment too late. Couldn't get him back into that armor threshold. And this Cassidy Torb, just the counter dives have been immaculate. Honestly, Dip is the hero of that previous fight, right? Like, the fact that there's a Genji nano blading him, hitting in the back, and he's just no cares, killing both of your supports with Torb left clicks is actually, it's actually such a Torb moment. He's just like, yeah, you know what, I might die, but I'm taking you with me. Dump some big Cheetos in the domes of those supports, and they're just gone. Quick Esports right back in control of this map.
Yep, and they still have 3 ultimates to go here. Molten Core could come in clutch. Our Vision Esports building towards this Dragon Blade. The Overclock, they're trying to take this high ground control to maybe set up one of their damaged players, but Simple's going to go in, has the Primal Rage for some extra sustainability. Deadeye, Molten Core is going to buy some time for now. It's going to be a re-engage from Vision Esports coming in pretty soon.
Turning now, focusing Simple, who does have the Primal, but doesn't necessarily want to be forced to. And hold on, the cap just comes in for free for Quick Esports. Primal onto Zidra, but getting peeled by the Brig. Willis now is dropping low. This Primal is getting absolutely nothing. He's dying for his trouble. Slow Dive has the OC on, looking for something, finds a Torb Turb, but that's nothing to write home about here. And a bit of damage coming in from the snipes, but they just can't finish these kills. The Quick Esports team comp is so good at defending one another, such a natural defensive style, and they're really playing it immaculately. Simple is going to switch over to the Orisa, but another potentially tough matchup into the D.Va, far from a free win. Taejong with this Nano Blade needs to be lights out, needs to find the clutch win.
Yeah, this needs to be a huge Dragon Blade here to get some momentum going, because this is potentially last fight here on the 3rd round. This could be Quick Esports winning the map. Nano Blade comes out, pops the blade, but there's a Deadeye waiting for him.
Go. Yeah, I can't go. The threat of the rally into the Deadeye is just too much. And that's a great trade because Rally still on, still lasting, still putting down value on the field. Taejong got absolutely nothing out of that Nano Blade. Willis, tanky, on point, full armor. Nade used by one, being dove now by the D.Va. Beautiful punish by Willis. Trade up Briggs, AOI with the Rally though. Maybe enough, and that poop into the wall, and Cassidy, nice kill. Yoham rips the orbital ray. They're going to be all in committing for this on Quick Esports. Stun on a dip. He's extremely low. Finished off by Taejong, who looks back now to the point. Yoham finding that kill on Brig. Yeah, Willis is going to rip the bomb. Has that extra HP on the Baby D.Va. Living for the moment. One is coming back in very soon here on this Juno. Should be helping the team stabilize. Quick Esports, though, they're not giving up just yet. Dip is going to be coming back.
Touch?
No touch! No way! Oh, they're tilted, Johnny. They're so tilted. If they're not mental boomed, they're the GOATs, actually. After like, you're too late, you don't show up to your first map, you take a free map loss, and then you just get giga smoked by Torb Cass. Bro, that's mental boom. Like Quick has this series in the bag, man. Vision Esports is reeling.
Dude, they beat Frosttails 3-1 in the previous round this morning. And
Transitive
then
property is cringe, Johnny. Transitive property is not real. We all come on. We
yeah, but at least you know, they probably felt great coming off that first round win. But this series has just not been a good start for Vision Esports at all.
I want to see Dip just straight WM1ing on the supports while the Nano Blade kills him, and he still kills too.
I mean,
that's such a nasty. Look at this. Watch, just like, don't watch the Genji. The Torb is killing you, both of your backliners in that moment. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, if you haven't paid attention to FACEIT Masters, I mean, Quick Esports, they're really showing that. They're making a great campaign for themselves, why they should be in OWCS Stage 2 here.
Yeah.
Some great play from all members. Willis, on this D.Va, shutting down Simple, but making some space as well for Dip. Dip had so many highlights last weekend, and Sidra, this aggressive Cassidy play, it's really working out for Sidra as well. Plenty of moments, I think we saw last week, where the Deadeye came in quite clutch for Quick Esports. And even on this round, in particular, just using the Deadeye to shut down the Nano Blade with that rally. This is a really well-rounded team. that is now in a prime position to qualify for stage 2, just one map win away here against Vision Esports to secure that slot going to stage 2.
Yeah, and I mean, all signs point to them continuing to roll. I mean, the fact that they not only comp gap, but the execution was incredibly clean on Suravasa. That was the map pick for Vision. Where do they take us next? I mean, if they want to play the Winston, it's not really a great pool for Winston, right? With Gibraltar and Dorado out of the pool, it's kind of a tough Winston pool. Those are like the 2 best Winston maps in the game. And if that is what you want to play, I mean, Suravasa is not terrible for it. But then again, I mean, after this map, I feel like you might want to stay away from the Winston. That Torb cast Diva, maybe ban Torb, maybe that's enough.
Maybe ban Torb. You saw a dip on that Torb. It's like, no. I
mean, he was nice with it. I'm not gonna lie, he was nice with it on the Torb.
Yeah, we're not doing it. Now, Quick did expend the Hazard ban, so maybe you're thinking, well, simple, maybe you'll have an easier time playing the Hazard. You could do so.
You could go to like a Root. Root would be the Hazard map here if you want to play it.
Exactly, yeah.
If you want to play double flex support, there's also NQS, right? To play like an on-a-zen ball. I don't know if, well, ball, if you're not a tank player and you play ball, you're different on that one, actually. It kind of needs a ball. I don't know if that comp is that viable without.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because even though you free up the Hazard potentially for the rest of the series, I think we saw last weekend in the FACEIT Masters bracket that Willis is quite good on the Hazard themselves, and so it's not going to be any easier going into this next map. But we'll see what map we'll see from Vision Esports there. It's actually quite crucial that there is no like Havana in the pool, because I think that going back to stage 1, Havana was like one of the default picks for Vision Esports because they felt so good playing that double flex support. But now instead you got Circuit Real in there, and you got Junkertown in there as well. Root's going to be the pick, actually.
Okay, so they're going to take most likely the Hazard Mirror here.
Yeah.
Let's see how the pick ban plays out, what they want to get rid of. Maybe the Torb is the ban here. I mean, I think they probably should if they want to play the Hazard Mirror. Dip's nice on the Torb. It's really powerful in this matchup. I mean, you could also leave it in and take that mirror with Taejong. See if if he's got those, he's gonna run those hands on Torb, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into this matchup. Again, just to reiterate, one map win away from qualifying for OWCS Stage 2. That is Quick Esports. Again, Vision Esports going into this map here, Jake. The pressure is on you. Maybe you're feeling a little bit tilted after the way that second map ended, where you did step off the point.
This is the most tilting series I've ever seen, chat.
You've ever seen? Oh, God.
This is like the most, dude, they forfeited map 1, and then they got comp gapped and stomped on map 2 from like the Torb that kept killing them. That's such a frustrating comp to play into, that just like keeps trading you and keeps being durable and like just so tanky and so hard to kill. It's gonna be a ban on the Zen. That is an interesting ban. I guess Zen can be played on this map. Just like could be decent, like a Zen Brig look or something. And the responsive ban on the Soj.
Yeah,
maybe this allows you to think like maybe Cassie, because normally Soj would almost always be picked on hit scan here, but maybe Zidra a little bit more comfortable on like the Cassidy, the Ashe, the conventional hit scans. So that allows them, I think, to have a little bit more of a comfortable spot.
Yeah, maybe you're thinking that it'd be really hard for Vision Esports to kind of shut down some kind of Zen play, given that Simple is your tank player and you want to get into the backline or something like that. But it could even be something like a protect ban to ensure you can still play the Brig Juno or something like that. We'll see. We'll see going into this third map with match point for Quick Esports. In spawn now, just selecting the Widowmaker Hanzo.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to go for some Sonic and Widow picks. Yep. Yeah, this is just a little cheese out of spawn. We'll have to see what they really want to play as they come out. There is a map where it's extremely normal to have a couple weird heroes in the spawn.
Don't get picked here. Don't get picked
here. We just cancel.
Don't get picked
here.
Cancel
the series. Congrats, Quick. You're playing an OWCS.
Oh my God.
He peeked.
Oh, the Brig Shield.
They're gonna take a D.Va into this matchup. I think this is definitely winnable for D.Va. Okay, never mind. He's going back to spawn. He's thinking, okay, taking the mirror.
Yeah, they're happy with the mirror.
He wants these hands. He wants that smoke. Ready to take the mirror trade. Cassidy battle is gonna be pretty big here. Dip, Taejong on the Genjis as well. It's gonna be a full mirror match here for all the marbles for Quick Esports. Simple already bullied, already pressured on the flank. He's being targeted, punished so aggressively, using his skills super defensively here. Willis pouring the pressure on top. Oh, wait, moved off. Hold on, Willis, can he mantle back up? Oh my God.
There's no way.
He just walked into the spike
no
ball.
way.
He just walked.
It looked so good for them as well.
It was so good. Bro just the spike wall got a little tricky with him, you know? It could happen. It could happen.
Yeah, it could happen. It can happen. That's the second time we've seen the
Vision, they would mental boom. But if it happened quick, is like has a little bit more mental fortitude left in the series here.
Yeah.
The mental fortitude meter is a little bit stronger for them right now.
Yeah. Vision Esports,
They
though.
can tank some unlucky boobs.
They shave 1 minute of the timer here, and they reset positioning after falling behind a little bit in the momentum kind of battle there. Now, this time, Simple takes a lot of damage again, actually. This is going to be some time for Quick Esports to push up here.
Quick Esports is really punishing this tank from Vision. They're struggling. Immediate swing on the corner, put some damage on Simple, roll back. High Noon available early. Pretty defensive posturing, though, from it. Not getting much channel time. Vision Esports so far content to back out, take the reset. Not the worst one, but hold on. Dip punishes Taejong in that moment. So the High Noon creates that spacing, creates that opportunity. Willis is low, getting bailed by the support. Now Dip pops Blade into the back line. Getting turned and focus fired on, but Zidra still capitalizing on that damage. Simple also low. Support's desperately trying to keep that Hazard alive.
Orbital Ray.
A full commit here. Orbital Ray on the high ground. Very difficult to kill Hazard through this, but he's getting pressure, focus, damaged. Zidra finds another onto the support, and this Cassidy has been massive. Zidra getting as well. The heal support, he's so low. Downpour comes in, hits. Oh, doesn't quite hit, actually. Didn't even quite get off from Simple.
They're just investing
here on the slow fight. A beautiful jagged wall. Willis read that play, read the bash out, and that's going to be a first point gap for Quick Esports. No hope of a recontest here.
Yeah.
Unless Willis makes a huge mistake, but I think he's fine.
He should be fine. Surely.
Yeah, he's going to kill Simple. Oh, Simple.
That's the cap as well.
Okay, Simple didn't die. I count that as a win.
They're just going to keep pushing.
He's in the flank. Yeah, this team is so aggressive. They're so confident here, playing off the space. Dip, maybe going a little bit too far, though.
Still, though, Downpour comes out. They need to find Willis here, though.
I mean, he's tanky.
Simple.
He's tanky. And Oi, doing enough there on the support. The overwhelming pressure from Quick Esports starting to become maybe a little bit predictable there. They felt that coming in. You know, Simple just played that really passively, really nice, just holding down a corner, tanking through the ulti. Quick Esports gonna have to maybe slow things down, maybe check the pace a little bit. It's worked out for them well in this series. This is a chance we just see them double down. They do have that High Noon. Here it comes out with the speed rim. Walking in, getting some early channel. Very awkward here for Vision Esports to try and get their pre-engage.
Slow dive with the re-engage. Deadeye themselves, deflect comes out, can't use it. Orbital Ray was used by Yoam, actually. That's a huge tool. That's kind of like been expended there with no value from Quick Esports. So Vision Esports, Taejong pops the Dragon Blade. Some momentum going for Vision here, and they're going to find a pick on the side run.
Yeah, they get the clean up. Taejong dashes up to the high ground, grabs the pack from Oi. Now Simple cleaning this up even without the ult. Nice burst onto Yoham. Dip trades on the slow dive, but just doesn't have the HP to clutch this one out. And nice patience there from Vision Esports. Kiting back Yoham, I think, a little bit too trigger happy perhaps with the Orbital Ray. High Noon getting that counter value, and these High Noons are just charging so quick. Both of these Cassidy's pumping huge damage into the respective hazards.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Quick Esports they navigate this fight, because we saw in the previous series how difficult it can be when you have no positioning to get something going for you here. Now though, 2 damage ultimates if you want to. Simple under pressure, but it's going to be the Deadeye used by Sidra, but Vision Esports can always re-engage with their own ultimates.
High Noon, Downpour. Catches the break out in the open. She does have the shield to block, but the follow-up from behind is too much. Dip even pops the blade, but with the pressure of the rally on him, can't quite get the kill, can't quite burst down that Cassidy. And Willis now getting body block, should be going down here. It is going to be clean up. An opportunity to transition into a spawn camp. I'm not sure if Vision Esports are that confident in this position. Maybe not quite ready for that push-up after the kill on Willis.
Do you wanna see them go for a bit of a flank here with maybe your Brig Cass while you work main as well? I feel like
I just want to see them wrap left and take high ground. But I mean, honestly, I think it's just a very difficult spot. I think the defenders have a pretty massive advantage here. Even just walking through these choke points is really awkward for the attackers.
Against the wall as well, right? It's so scary.
Spike's well used though. That's how you can rotate now. Yeah. That's like the main tool you have to punish rotates. So I do think this is going to get people through it. Slow dive, overstep the mark there. Now immediately turning, focusing down these tanks. Instantly bursting through the back line, and that was one just wasted the Orbital Ray there. Thought they could turn, thought they could clutch, but the turn and focus fire was way too quick from Quick Esports.
Yeah, and Sutter did exactly what you said. Wrapped it on left, got an opening pick there onto Taejong, and that really just set back Vision Esports. Now, having used that Orbital Ray, actually a huge ultimate there that would have been so beneficial for working out the cave here, especially against this jagged wall, but now it's going to be Quick Esports. They have the positioning, they have a Deadeye as well, and an Orbital Ray coming up for this crucial fight here to potentially cap point 2.
Yeah, Noon is really powerful here. Zidra overwatching with that High Noon. Does pop the draw early, maybe broke the Brig shield there. Puts a little bit of pressure on the high ground. Orbital Ray, though, overwhelming pressure on the car, and Dip gets a kill elsewhere. So impactful from the Genji. Now Cassidy standing here on the car. Big damage amp from the rest of the squad. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're going to be capping this second point with a lot of confidence. Vision Esports, no ultimates to work with really in that fight. It was a very difficult retake for them, and I think a lot in this matchup seems to rest on who has a better positioning. Like without the Sojourn, it's much more difficult to quickly rotate and take these aggressive positions. Cassidy is both a massive damage dealer and a liability and a very vulnerable target.
Yeah, and we've also seen execution need to be there for these crucial big support ultimates. And so far, just using that orbital ray a bit early in the previous fight sets up Quick Esports for a cap there. Now, though, downpour available for Simple. Dragon Blade as well. You have this high ground for the Ashe. A lot of poke damage coming from Esports
rolling, Johnny. They
is.
stop this cart. Like, they need to move into
They're waiting for a great moment to engage here, but they're taking their time.
I think they need to play on a little bit defensively. I like that they're just marking these flankers holding point. Spike wall, though, is going to cover the retreat there by Willis. Good quick thinking there. This downpour from Simple, though, is a huge threat, especially for somebody like a Cassidy, man. You get locked down, you are just done and dusted. And Dip with the Blade, I mean, it's an ultimate, but good luck popping Blade offensively here. Really, really difficult into this comp. So much counter pressure can come in on the Genji.
He goes.
He's gonna go for it, he's gonna rip it. But, okay, Brig isolated, hold on. This is actually a very vulnerable, big mistake from Brig to be caught alone there. Would have been super hard for the Genji to commit into a larger group. Dip takes a big headshot, no deflector. Oh, super scary.
One goes down as well.
Goes down to Willis in the moment.
This is actually a huge kind of turning point. It's sort of a Quick because they have support ultimates coming up. Bob comes out from slow dive. It's going to set the Quick Esports back a little bit. Oh, Willis goes down actually. That's quite big there, and that's going to force Quick Esports to get back just when they had both support ultimates coming online to potentially close out the map. Vision Esports holds firm with 15 seconds to go.
It's High Noon versus Blade, both teams with double support ult. Could be a difference maker that Willis has that downpour online. Vision Esports looks like they want to get aggressive there with the Blade, threatening something. Willis gonna mitigate the possibility of that with the jagged wall. And Zidra, the High Noon, critical for zoning out the Blade here, needs to get covered by the supports. Orbital Ray ripped from Yoham, and one doesn't quite have the same ultimate online to match just yet. Rally now popped by both teams, defending. Taejon holding the Blade, wanting to have the last lap in this team fight. Zoning from Zidra, the High Noon. Oh! High Noon, yeah, too deep. Into the defensive High Noon position. Risky play, Natsuki very low. Outlasting, though, the Orbital Ray. Simple does finish off that kill, so it's down to the scrappy fight. Vision Esports happy to trade this close to their spawn, but the trades aren't going their way, Johnny. Clean up now onto Simple, who is caught by the flash. Tries to jump out, tries to go grab that Mega, is going to eat it, but still no armor. Taejon out on the venture. Desperation stall. Simple staying alive, but he's so low. It's so difficult to actually get back in and win the fight. You have to make some kind of kill happen. You have to take some kind of a risk. Simple tries to get the downpour off, but dies while popping it. No connection from that. And now just clean up. Genji lighting it up on card. Tracer stalling the inevitable. And a full cap on Route 66 is fantastic on offense.
Yeah, it's so powerful. Rarely do you see the third point capped out like that on Route 66. It's so easy to hold on that third point. So Quick Esports now with a great opportunity to close out this series and secure their spot in stage 2 there. Yeah, that Dragon Blade from Taejong diving into a Brig while the Deadeye is going. That slight overextension might have put the nail in the coffin for Vision Esports there, but really Quick Esports just want to hit home how impressive they've been when it comes to playing the momentum game, the fundamentals, comes to the ultimate usage and following up on each other's play. They've really looked like a proper OWCS team, if you want to put it like that, Jake.
This is very clearly a team that is ready to compete in OWCS, and they're kind of working over Vision, right? Like, this has not been a super competitive series. I mean, we can chalk some of that up to the tilt. We can think, you know what, maybe Vision aren't playing at their best. But Quick Esports, the comps have been immaculate. I've really liked the ban decisions. I feel like the flexibility has been on point. I mean, the way they team play on each other, like these High Noons from Zidra are like very patient. The rest of the team is using the High Noon to cover him. And it's like, he's playing for the team play. He's not playing for a hero play, a massive High Noon, you know, flank kill everyone. Like, he's doing exactly what he should be doing, which is like mitigating the enemy ultimates, really understanding the matchup to perfection. And Taejong got caught lacking there, frankly, in that last fight. There was no way you were getting a kill dashing into a rally break into the High Noon.
Yeah, I feel like just simple mistakes like that, and I don't mean simple to tank, but there's been a few miscommunications, a few too trigger happy moments for Vision Esports, and that's really cost them throughout this series. I feel like haven't perhaps have the cleanest of execution. And that gets punished by a team like Quick Esports, who now on the defense, going to play the hazard composition still. Slow dive on the Ash, while Sidra is on the Cassidy. Maybe look for some poke.
Ash poke is very threatening in this position. Willis is going to take that off angle now, coming to pressure the cart. Now Genji follows it up, helping to hold down that position, pushing the Ash off the high ground, trying to help their backline not have to deal with that critical angle. Simple matching the pressure. Now they're going to turn, focus on the tank. That's been a successful strategy for them for much of the series. Simple's extremely low, needs to potentially grab a Mega, is going to grab that lower Mega coming from the flank. But Zidra in the meantime, this Cassidy, the moment the tank stops pressuring him, he gets in, he gets a kill, trading with what should be a better poke advantage hero. But Zidra is just so nice on the Cassidy. There's a reason they are using that ban to protect him on this hero. Simple finds 2 in the chaos, and it's to both supports for Quick Esports. They're gonna have to be very careful about any kind of forward aggression, any kind of forward fighting. But Brig and Juno also have a pretty quick rollout, should be able to get back to the fight very comfortably and make another shot at this defense. Vision Esports back to the drawing board. Simple's got the lead on the ultimate charge with that downpour. Maybe it's something they can work with.
Sidra has this Deadeye. You want to pop it. Here it goes.
Oh. Wow. Read him there. Read the dash out. Perfect timing, actually. I think he was like just canceled the deflect and immediately dashed out. That was like really risky from Zidra. If he was wrong about that, he could have just died into the deflect. So really nice clean play. Big downpour potentially, but roll dodged by Cassidy. Not so lucky. Yoham on the high ground. Willis on the point. Simple finding the big connection. We talked about him being a flex player. I mean, he's honestly having a pretty sick game here so far on the hazard.
Dip finds 2 though. Dip finds 2. And that could enable Quick Esports to get back pretty comfortably in this fight though. Vision Esports, you know, they're going to an easier time getting back, but there's no Juno speed to help these spawners get back quite quickly. So Quick Esports, they have an Orbital Ray, they have a Dragon Blade. They're still very much in this for the first point contest.
Could be an awkward touch though. Hazard wall is a big threat. Bob in the choke point, also a problem. They're gonna bob into the back wall. Orbital Ray makes it awkward. Zidra punishes Taejong in that moment. And the bob is annoying, putting some pressure down, but it's ultimately just ignored by Quick Esports. We're trading out. Simple is low. Oi, the rally tries to clutch this one out. Doesn't quite block the spikes. Looked up on the wrong timing. Huge mistake. I mean, it's a challenging one potentially to get in that moment in the chaos. But with Oi locked down, the rally thrown after a losing fight there. Simple as well, extremely low. He's gonna live on like 10 HP.
Oh my god. They actually find the picks to get back into this fight now.
Yeah, Quick Esports kind of tossed it away. They thought for sure they could kill Simple, but they just couldn't get it over the line, and that's gonna cost them first point. That was so good for them. Maybe they're feeling a little bit overconfident, tasting that victory on the tip of their tongue, but now Vision are gonna have one more chance, and Simple, we talked about him being a less experienced tank player, but he hasn't shown it here in this match. He's looked very solid, finding a lot of big picks on the hazard.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you can just sense how much pressure Quick Esports is putting on Simple as well. Maybe they're identifying that, you know, Hazard is someone we want to target and shoot a lot, make it difficult for Simple and try to force some mistakes, but an overcommitting there allows Vision Esports to cap.
Oh, Simple, that's a bad place to be.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in here. Deadeye used by Sidra.
Yeah, peeking in the open is tough. He gets swarmed, surrounded, deflect forced out by the High Noon. Clean up onto slow dive. Oi, going down as well. Opportunity for the spawn camp for the defenders. We'll see it quick. Have the read on it. Looks like, oh my god, these headshots are nasty from Zidra.
It's going crazy.
He's a scary man. And they're taking the high ground. I love this position here. Casting the high ground. Downpour rip, no roll for Cassidy. He is caught. Trying to get the spike wall. The formation around him. Beautiful team play from Quick Esports. Simple finds one, Dip trades it right back though. Cassidy's on the floor. Juno low, trying to just skate around these corners, trying to dip dodge, duck and dive away from the hazard, getting a pack for the Brig, but is it too little too late? Simple on the case, chases it down, Dip trades another. Should eventually be favoring here the attackers, but it's been so scrappy, so messy. In the end, you feel pretty all right about this for Quick Esports. You didn't deploy any ultimates. You wasted quite a bit of time in that spawn camp. But now the retake has to come to fruition, both teams with big ults.
Yeah, and you get the opportunity with a lot of time here to really set up this retake as well. However you wish, you can wrap around, pick up perhaps a few different angles here. You don't want to get caught by this jagged wall, of course, but a lot of ultimates on the side of Quick Esports here. They don't have the Orbital Ray, but maybe the Deadeye, the rally could be enough for them to get them going. Oh, it's actually going to be an aggressive push from one in the Orbital Ray.
I love this, actually. I think the rally High Noon would have been too much outside, but in the small rooms, it's too difficult. Brig extremely low, is getting chased down. Now elsewhere in the fight, Dip trying to clutch out. They've got to stop the cart, though. It's been pressured this entire time. Yoham trades onto one. It does go down for his trouble. Downpour onto the tank, but Dip is just too low to follow up on that. And Oi still fighting on cards, still brawling. Genji, Hazard, Brig, a nasty triplet of heroes. And that confidence to make the aggressive call to push into the spawn with the orbital ray really pays off. Zidra does take down Taejong, but in the end, they get onto third point. 2:30 on the clock, very winnable position.
Yeah, great engage. Great engage. Now, quick, with the wraparound. We've seen these flanks so often, and Johan with the orbital ray did so much damage onto Simple. And now they're just going to reclaim all the momentum Vision Esports have and take this position away from them.
Dibs back on the Torb. He's nasty with it. Another opportunity for a spawn camp. This one is a little bit more tenuous, but yeah, with Zidra taking that left side position, they're going to go for it. And with the cart not making any progress at all, it's very hard for the counter map load to come in. Vision need to fight the high ground. They pop a rally just to make the rotate. This is an extremely passive rally. Very weak play, actually, forced out of Oi. And he's so low. High Noon pop from both teams. Rally Shield advantaging a little bit, but no channeling from Slowdive. No threat from that High Noon. Full card control here for Quick and Vision. I mean, 2 ults with nothing to show for it.
How do you contest here? Simple going in, but Quick has the wraparound. They have such great positioning here. Taejong dashes up, but it's a Torb. It's tough, and Slowdive is going to go down here. The positioning is so good for Quick. Going to clean up here.
Losing my feed here.
Yeah, a lot of great picks from Quick Esports there. And they're going to set up on this high ground. Again, Sidra taking very far away positioning here. Taking some poke damage, but looks okay for now. Vision Esports, a minute left to go here. No ultimates available just yet, but you can see how they're trying to contest this roof. Speed ring gets dropped. Sidra buying some time here with the Deadeye while Natsuki goes down, so this is looking like Quick Esports perhaps being taken apart here by Vision Esports on this attack, but still a lot of time spent by Vision Esports here just to reclaim this payload. And now, with 45 seconds remaining, we're coming up on that orbital ray. Taejong coming up on that Dragon Blade. You get the opportunity to push up here a little bit. Make it difficult for Quick Esports to get set up properly. Taking a look at the Quick Esports ultimates here as well. Got Molten Core coming up for Dip here. Double support ultimate is going to be a huge timing, but one's got a better available ultimate right now. Orbital Ray dropped. Slowdive going to capitalize. Takes out Johan here as well. Dash onto Sidra here as well. And this is Vision Esports. With 19 seconds remaining, we're going to head into overtime and the opportunity to really cap out this map. Slowdive with the Deadeye is going to make it more difficult for Quick Esports to get back into this fight. Taejong with the Dragon Blade here as well. This is a great opportunity for Vision Esports. Quick Esports coming up on these support ultimates, but don't have them quite yet. Willis leaps up, deals damage onto Taejong. Spends a lot of Genji's ultimates there, forced to back out. Slowdive pops the Deadeye, doesn't quite get anything, but here comes the re-engage. Downpour, Molten Core, Sound Barrier used by Quick Esports. But Slowdive just picking them apart. Dragon Blade popped by Taejong as well. So even though the Orbital Ray is out, this is looking like man advantage for Vision Esports. And they're actually going to close out Route 66 as well in this crucial third map with Vision Esports live on the line. They're going to hang on and force overtime onto Route 66. Woo!
I'm back now, Johnny. What a carry from you.
That was sweaty, Jake.
I think my browser just updated during that.
You missed some great Overwatch.
Well, they got it over the line and a double full cap on route. It's kind of wild. Rarely seen, actually. Rarely see the overtime rounds anymore. Back in the day, before they they decreased the clock timer, we saw this a little bit more. But interesting to see here who comes out on top with 1 minute on the clock. A lot of pressure. I wonder if either team will kind of go for like a Torb defense here. I think the Genji pretty powerful in the ult cycle, but you might not get to that point. Of course, with only 1 minute on the clock. Seems like both teams are liking their odds on the Genji matchup.
Yeah, liking this matchup so far. Willis, maybe just selecting a few perks here. You know, it is overtime, so maybe just selecting a few perks in advance here while they can in spawn. They're just swapping all over the place. I can imagine that's what they're doing.
They're probably gonna
Life Weaver, Johan.
They're probably gonna play Life Weaver here, Johnny. I think this is, this is pretty real. Yep.
Get the perks into the Life Weaver.
Probably a Life Weaver here.
You never know. You never know.
All right. Low key though, I kind of do want to see a Torb actually out of Quick. I think it could be kind of nasty. Yeah, it's probably a Moira Soldier Cassidy. That looks like my pubs, so pretty real.
Look, I'm just saying, you never know when you're gonna have to swap to Moira in spawn to get a little further ahead.
Oh, because they're using all the perks. They were doing like a conk into Pharah because they have like the free Pharah perks in overtime.
I love the
They're all setting their perks in case they need to go back. That's actually big brain. You set your perks in case you need to reswap. You don't see that many overtimes, but they're ready to go Soldier to run back with the speed perk instantly.
They're ready for it.
Genius plays out of Quick Esports. That's what we need to see from an OWCS team as they look to qualify here on Route 66. A map win here would do it for them. First fight, maybe the last fight here. Clock already running down. Looks like both teams content to play in overtime.
Speedring's out. Fair of timing. Torpedoes comes out just to sustain Vision Esports for now. Adro takes a lot of damage actually.
Slow dive.
Quick Esports has some momentum here.
Yeah, they use a lot of skills to put that damage down. Now Willis trying to work his way into the flank. The enemy hazard pushed away. He uses spike wall defensively in position. Taejong though wins the 1v1 with Dib. And now Quick Esports down 1 in overtime. Not much opportunity to back out of this. Cassidy targeted. Zindra was looking for something there. Got punished. Face full of shurikens now. Willis found slow dive in the chaos. There are 2 supports alive, but now they're turned on. They're focused. Vision Esports very healthy. Genji happy to make the cleanup. And it's a decent push, but not much to write home about. It's gonna be kind of all for this first corner fight. Vision Esports, they got enough space that they have a little bit of flexibility holding that quarter, but not much, Johnny.
Yeah, it's very winnable here for Vision Esports. You just need the one fight. Curious to see what Quick Esports pick their heroes here to work around that. I mean, the Cassidy really worked for Sidra. I feel like it's been Sidra's go-to hero these last couple of weekends here, and had some great highlights on that hero. But yeah, it's going to come down to the very small details, Jake. Like one good jagged wall, and that could be the big difference here that earns you this map win. And if you're Vision Esports, like that's it. If you lose this map, you're looking forward to FACEIT Masters Season 5.
I do kind of like Quick Esports odds here in the defense. I mean, in the end with 1 minute, unless you get picked off, like it's going to be that no ult fight, and the defenders should have a nice bit of a positional advantage. But Vision Esports is sensing that they may be in for like a long drawn out overtime fight, may think about deploying some other characters, right? There's always the option of getting full perks. You know, you could come out on the D.Va, the Zarya, the Torb, you know, there's like a lot more options. I wouldn't mind to see like a Torb overload turret perk here on the corner, pretty nasty. But it seems like both teams honor duel to the end here on the hazard. Maybe just feeling you don't want to get too crazy, too cheeky with the potential win on the line. You're both playing with a lot of confidence in this comp.
Yeah, you don't want that regret, right? You don't want the regret of like, oh, we're trying something last minute, when you just need one good fight and you're very confident in your play already. Poke taking place. I doubt we're gonna see a lot of overextensions here. You don't want to make that crucial mistake to lose the map.
Yeah, if you go for it super early, it could work. You know, you're going to come off the respawn, but being in the ultimate disadvantage is really difficult, really painful. Willis for now holding on the cart. Dip helping mark that flank. Now Genji takes a bit of pressure, forced into the D flank, but gets bailed out by the Brig. Whip shot to the face. Soul dive though, wins the 1v1 with Sidra.
That's huge.
Esports, they need to find a quick counter kill, or this map is all over for them. Vision Esports looking to stay alive in the series. Natsuki does find Oi. Willis is low. They need to clutch out and splitting the pressure admirably well. Yoham pumping out tons and tons of heals. Now turning back is Willis. Shuts down slow dive too deep on the flank. Willis, the hero his team needed on the
10 seconds.
Simple is low as well. Does get out back to the cart. And it's going to be a desperate stagger overtime fight. Genji battle on cart. So impactful. Dip force a deflect early. Taejong close as well. Ultimates, nothing coming up just yet. Both teams brawling, trying not to make any mistakes. Looks like they're going to be getting back at full power with the Lucios. One is super low. Getting cut down. Willis finds the kill. Yoham is extremely low on the other side as well. Somebody's got to get on the cart, though. Overtime ticking. Okay, Simple is there, but there's no heals left. Natsuki trying to put out as much heals as he can. Does shut down Simple before dying. Dip trades. Genji's low, and it's going to be Quick Esports. Your first qualifier to the OWCS in Europe. Congrats to our winners. Well deserved. They brawl it out after losing that first pick in the fight. It looked so difficult, but they had the chutzpah to double down, to believe, to make something happen, to split the pressure across their entire team. Everybody stepping in to tank a bit of damage, and they get it over the line, able to bring that fight back. Miraculous stuff.
Wow. Great hazard play from Willis there to get into the back line and find those crucial picks to win that last overtime fight. Simple kind of tried to trade the aggression, but couldn't quite get there. You know, have to leap up onto the roof, and then you have to try to find a pick there. It's quite difficult to navigate that position, but instead it's Willis on that hazard, makes the crucial play for his team. And yeah, Quick Esports, Quick 3-0. They lived up to the name indeed, and they secure that first slot for OWCS Stage 2. Congratulations for them. Completing the FACEIT Masters to OWCS pipeline journey, right? It's been a grueling path there, considering how many matches they played. Like, this is probably like 20 matches they've played in FACEIT Masters, and now here in the promotion relegation tournament to get to this point. So big congratulations to Quick Esports, taking out Vision Esports 3-0.
it's clear to me that long journey has made them stronger, right? They came out here as a team. They played a lot of really nice compositional matchups on Suravasa. I love what they rolled out with. I felt that they had the compositional mismatch, and they knew it. They played for it. They also played with a ton of confidence into some really difficult fights, right? Like when they're down in ultis massively, they're still making plays. They're still looking for these highlight opportunities. Vision didn't make it easy, right? Vision's a real threat. However, in the end, it was just like better comps, better management. Simple did great on the tank, I gotta say, like overall for the series. You know, really staking his name here as a flex player. But I felt like the team play, the ability to bail each other out of trouble was really what brought it over the line for Quick Esports. They're so nice on the team plays, on the coordination.
That coordination, when they protected their Cassidy, who was downpoured, that was just sick.
That was sick to see them.
Everyone came in, the jagged wall was there, the brig shield was there, just to protect Sidra. And that kind of coordination when you play these hazard compositions, that is what's going to make the difference. So yeah, really a fantastic team effort from Quick Esports. And then you have the individuals, Dip charging into the backline with Torb. That's going to be an image like I remember for a long time. It's just Dip overloading and just running in there, getting a couple of picks. Yeah, the individual skill is there. But as you saw in this series as well, the coordination is on top for Quick Esports.
Well, congrats to them, our first qualifier. Happy to see some fresh blood in European OWCS. And for the next match we watch in Europe, there's the opportunity here for Frosttails to do what maybe would be unlikely or difficult, to come back after losing to Vision Esports in that first series of the day that we didn't see on broadcast. But we could see two new teams in OWCS Europe. Team Vision, they don't want to let that happen. And I do think they're not going to go down easy. I mean, especially on Route 66, they show that they do have a lot of fight in them. But nonetheless, you got to be worried, like, is there tilt factor coming into play now? You got 3-0'd, you wanted the qual right there. You know, a professional team, a team that, you know, is ready to compete in OWCS could shake that off. But honestly, if you can't do that, and if you kind of like get in your head after the way this first match went, maybe that's a sign that it is really Frosttails who should be in OWCS. So Vision still got to fight for their spot, still got to play one last match for all the marbles.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs for Vision Esports this fine Sunday in their journey so far. We're going to give them a minute's rest here before our third series, and just give a shout out to Willis, the tank player for Quick Esports. That's our player of the match here. Born in 2007, Jake, and putting on performances like this. A bright future ahead for Willis, Jake.
The young gun, Johnny. He's doing it better than we ever did. On top, and honestly, deservedly. Like, the guy showed incredible prep play on the, not only like the Diva, but also the Hazard. I mean, for me, those heroes are actually quite opposed in terms of the way they were played. Diva can be super aggro, but for the most part in the comp she was played in this match on Suravasa, very defensive, very team play minded, very much like, you know, eating the nades, blocking the dives, marking the flankers, not so much solo kills, but he still found the opportunities to do those as well. And then to go to the Hazard and to just like flip the switch, super aggro, setting up dives, being the leader, the tip of the spear in these dives. Pretty impressive to see that level of versatility on just 2 maps from Willis. So this is a player I'm just excited to see more of in OWCS, to see how they compete with, you know, some of the strongest teams in the world.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have to mention it, Jake. But Willis is Swedish, and so I'm very proud. I am naturally, I'm a big fan of Willis. There you go. I just had to drop it. The future is bright for Sweden. You know, if there's gonna be another World Cup, we'll have to see there. All right, let's take a look at our bracket. I believe we have our bracket ready here, which we'll see Quick Esports qualifying for stage 2, and Vision Esports now forced down into the lower bracket to rematch against Frosttail Esports, who they beat actually in that very first round. So yes, Vision Esports, they had a rough go at it here in the upper bracket, but they did take down the Frosttails earlier in the day.
I gotta say, Simple was kind of nice on the Hazard, like in Root. They may have lost Root, but Simple was putting in work, was making it, you know, very chaotic, very difficult. So I don't think this is gonna be easy for Frosttails. I mean, in the end, as much as we can say, oh, maybe they're tilted, it's like, look, you just beat this team 3-1, run it back. You know, Frosttails has the opportunity to change things up, but they don't have the opportunity to really workshop those changes. It's kind of like, if you're gonna try things, you're kind of gambling. You're taking a new approach, you're hoping for the best, but in the end, you did just lose this team 3-1. So for them, mentally, they got to dig themselves out of that hole and really believe that they can get this win, and really believe that they deserve to be in OWCS. And I think this is going to be the most interesting match potentially of Europe entirely, because this is where both teams have had the opportunity to get battered a little bit, to like get tested, and now they have to go again and see really who is the better team, who in the end, the match that actually counts, deserves this spot.
Yeah, I mean, still though, I feel like Frosttails in this potential matchup here, you have to feel good about the fact that you get to do a rematch. Because it's easy to lose one of those series against Team Vision, and then you're like, oh my god, like, first match of the day, we didn't feel good about our play, we're not proud of that performance, you get down a little bit. But then you quickly have the opportunity here to kind of like regroup, just like, what were the mistakes we're making? And usually, like, Jake, you can VOD review and stuff, but like you can usually quickly have a sense of like what you did wrong in a series and just quickly work to fix that. Where it's like, hey, our communication was bad, we didn't dive together, like, hey, Hazard, maybe don't overextend so much. You can quickly kind of like make those notes and improve upon that, right? So if you're Frosttails, yes, you lost 3-1, but I would still kind of feel good about the potential rematch here, because Vision, they are the ones now mentally who are like, we just lost. It was tough there. So we'll have to see in our matchup, but before then, let's have an opportunity here, Jake, to talk to our player of the match. It's, of course, Willis from Quick Esports, who just qualified for OWCS Stage 2. Willis, first of all, congratulations for qualifying. How does it feel?
It feels nice to win. I mean, since I just turned 17, I really wanted to qual for OWCS this time, missing it out in the first stage. But, I mean, I think we played pretty well now, so I'm pretty happy.
You guys put up a great performance, and to qual 3-0 is a big achievement. How do you feel about, like, in the next stage going up against potentially some of the best teams in the world and competing in OWCS Europe? Is that something you're even thinking about yet, or are you still kind of basking in this victory?
I mean, I've thought about it. I'm hoping we can do well. I mean, so far we seem to be kind of a pop-off in the moment team. If we can keep it up, I'm sure we can do pretty well against the OWCS teams.
Before we leave you to celebrate this, incredible achievement qualifying for Stage 2, I just want to hear from you, Willis, as well. Just like, what is it about Quick Esports, like playing with this roster, playing with this team? What does it feel like on a day-to-day basis to scrim and practice together? It really just seems like a great group that is really coordinated, and you enjoy playing with each other.
It's a very nice, like, in my opinion, like, we probably have one of the best, like, team atmospheres, like, in terms of, like, scrim or when we play. Like, I always feel like we aren't, like, tilted, or we won't, like lose because of a one map loss. Like, we'll probably still keep our mental up. It's really, really nice to play with these guys. Very, very nice.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Well, once again, congratulations, Willis. We do look forward to seeing you plenty in Stage 2 of OWCS. So, tack så mycket. Ha en trevlig kväll. And yeah, thank you very much, Willis. And we'll see you in Stage 2. Take some time to rest and practice, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. That was Willis, our player of the match from our upper bracket series here. And Quick Esports qualify for Stage 2 of OWCS. But the action is far from over here in EMEA. We got one more match to see whether Frosttail Esports or Vision Esports can qualify for OWCS Stage 2. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with our last match from EMEA.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back to OWCS Stage 1 Promotion Relegation Tournament. We got one more day here, one more match rather, here in EMEA to see who's going to qualify for Stage 2. I am Reinforced, and with me, I got none other than the Cyberpower PC 2017 Extreme Gaming Series Spring Invitational Champion. It's Jake!
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You won with Luminosity Gaming Evil. You beat CLG in a 3-1 series.
Easy clapper.
Yeah, that was you, Super, Avast, Vol, Train. That was a powerful roster back in 2017.
Don't forget Rob.
Well,
Big Dog Rob.
Rob, sorry, Rob, I didn't mean to.
No Rob Deb erasure in this chat.
My bad. All right. Well, we got one more series of the day here in EMEA, Jake. Of course, we're waiting for NA to kick off. We'll have 3 more NA matches taking place after this one, but this last one in EMEA, it's crucial. It's going to be between Frosttails and Vision Esports to see who can qualify for OWCS Stage 2. But before we get to that match, of course, there is an amazing bundle available in Overwatch right now with Champions Clash around the corner. Make sure that you pick up the Ember Juno bundle today, with all purchases contributing directly to the Champions Clash prize pool. And look, no pun intended here, Jake, but this is a fire skin.
That skin is fire, Johnny. Very hot.
It's so clean. It's so clean. I feel like Juno is
unique on Juno too.
Yeah.
The orange and the purple.
Juno has a lot of great skins there, but this one might take the cake. And, you know, if you're playing the game, whether it's quick play or competitive, 5v5, 6v6, whatever, you can show off and you can be like, yeah, that's me. I contributed to Overwatch Esports prize pools by purchasing this bundle, so make sure you do just that. You got like another week or so make sure you catch it. All right, let's head into our final series here in EMEA, Jake. It's Vision Esports against Frosty Esports. These two teams, they have played each other previously today. That time was Vision Esports claiming a 3-1 victory. But Frostales, they look quite solid in the lower bracket, Jake.
Yeah, they're a very solid team. You know, I think, though, if I'm Vision Esports coming into this match, I'm going to be playing a little bit angry, right? Like a little bit motivated to disprove and to change things up, right? You were late to your last match. Like, you took a forfeit on the first map. Then you got 2-0'd, map 1, a little bit of comp gap. And the second map was like, yeah, well, it was close, but in the end, you lost. I think you go back to basics. You play this hazard comp. You take it toe-to-toe. Taejong, Slow Dive, and Simple were all big performers on the hazard comp. And that was something that Frostales also ran a lot of. So I think we could see a lot of like toe-to-toe mirror matching here in this qualifying match.
Yeah, let's take a look at Frostales Esports roster here as well. Kyo earned Player of the Match honors against Sakura Esports earlier today. Just an amazing Sojourn performance. Pack as well looked solid on the Tracer, but Crocs, it's really, I don't want to say the, I'd say the player to watch in this series, because we saw a lot of different tank heroes from Crocs, where it was the Junker Queen, the Ramatra there as well. So, you know, depending on what Crocs plays in this series, could alter how this series plays out a little bit. What do you want to see from Crocs in this matchup?
I mean, I think this series is likely going to come down to a lot of hazard mirror. I mean, based on what we saw, I do think that might open the door, though, for a bit of Junker Queen to come out for Crocs. I think the Junker Queen is like winnable in that matchup, depending on the map. And the Queen was like a particular hotspot for Crocs in the series we saw at the start of the day, a hero that he played particularly well on. And so I wouldn't hate seeing a little bit of Queen come out. I think in the end, you know, on certain maps with more verticality, you won't be able to bring it out necessarily. But I think it'll be a great tool in the toolkit there for Frostales to get a bit of an advantage on some of the maps that maybe are a little bit flatter.
Yeah, and especially if you can get that Kiriko banned, right? Because with no Suso available, that Rampage becomes so much more potent, right? So it's definitely something that Frostales Esports can consider if they want to ban out the Kiriko. But yeah, as we head towards this first series, I don't know if we can take a look at the map pool perhaps, or we'll just have the series card right here. So Oasis is going to get picked by Queen. Vision Esports, and they're banning Queen. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, this is, you know, I think Control in general is a pretty solid mode for Queen. Oasis is like a relatively flat map. This does expend the Queen ban for the series, but maybe you feel like this is the time to deploy it. The responsive Juno ban suggests to me that we'll likely see a lot, you know, probably like a Lucio carry look, maybe for both teams if they want to play a rush style. Could see like a Brigana as well. Interesting to see what the team's choices are, though. Oasis is a map where you can really play a lot of different styles. Like it's pretty wide open. You're not full committed really one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see this Juno ban, because even last weekend we saw Frostale Esports. They like playing this Lucio Kiriko. They're very comfortable with this backline, and so if they can force the opponent off something like a Juno Brig composition, they just want to take that support matchup, if you will. So both teams going to look at Hazard and the Lucio carry for now. Let's see what the damage players go with, but
it's gonna be Genji Sojourn. There's not much to think about here. Surely, maybe a Torb, I guess, could come out, but Taejong's gonna be on Tracer. I think that's a little bit non-standard here, but maybe without the Juno Brig, feels like he's gonna have a bit more space to work on the Tracer and find some opportunities. Jagged Walls come out, traded. Crocs already super low, getting bullied out of this fight. Now point position firmly taken by Vision. That's gonna send Frostales out to this high ground.
Yeah, a lot of poking going on right now. Crocs really feeling the pain here. Drops so low, but it's going to be Simple. Drops down first here, and Vision Esports looks to build from that tank pick.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of over-eager aggression there. Boop comes in, but Kyo navigates that masterfully. Finds the pick onto one. And now Oi trying to wall right out of here. Maybe just stall the point on his way to the death pit. Frostales, maybe the patience pays off there. Able to shut down Simple deep in the dive. Crocs gets a nice burst on a slow dive. This map is starting off great, and I think Hazard might be in a bit of trouble here. Has to bump that leap to get out, but yeah,
dude,
Crocs is there to help clean up. They're gonna stagger into the spawn here. Yeah, these are a lot more kills that are gonna go the way of the Frostales. And Vision, I mean, this is early in the series, but this is looking a little tilty, Johnny.
We can just sit on the Kyo cam. I mean, Kyo is just doing phenomenal work on that Sojourn, capitalizing on the room that Crocs is creating, the pressure Crocs is putting on. Just the damage is just unbelievable here. Jagged Walls traded out. Crocs drops low though. Susie used. Here's the Kitsune rush, Jake.
Yeah, early Kitsune, and he's right on the back of Simple, who's caught in, no chances to get out of that. Looks like this is going to be a fight win off just one ultimate. Pretty ideal. Croc's a little bit low, has to slow down, get a little bit of heal from the Curie. And in the end, it's only going to kill the Hazard, so it's a nice back out from the rest of Vision. They're able to keep a bit of map control. They're going to be able to get back into the fight very quickly. And in the end, you know, you were never going to win that fight into the Kitsune Rush without any ultimates of your own. Now you get the opportunity to potentially double down. Still potential tempo advantage for Frosttails Esports.
Wow.
They're going to rip the aggressive beat and the downpour. Crazy stuff. It is going to kill Simple. And maybe they can find more, but they're kind of dumping the whole bank here, Johnny. It is getting them very close to 99. So I think this is probably not a terrible play in general. It probably is worth it. But
I feel like this is just their play style. Like, we have to expect this from Frosttails Esports. They're so confident going aggressive. It's going to be overclock from Slowdive. Purchases some space for Vision Esports. Goes for the flank. TP away from the Kiriko, but they're all so low, Jake. Just look at the health bar from Frosttails Esports. It just can't stand up to it. Keo finds the trade, though.
Oh, one pops ulti there. Interesting. I guess they felt worried. They needed it for the cleanup here. And Keo is just going to try to go die as fast as he can. I think one dropping that Kitsune Rush is bit of a mistake there. I think they had already capped. They probably were going to close out that fight regardless. Something you would have loved to have here. Now Frosttails on the retake with the double DPS ultimates. But Oi does have that sound barrier, so should be able to respond in kind. Taejong has the blade as well. It's kind of awkward. Maybe Keo with the OC likely going to be the opener.
Yeah, I'm always looking at Keo. Overclock used.
Pressured.
The dive is here, though.
I mean, that's the dream dive here, right? Beat Blade, immediately shut down the Sojourn ulti. Par for the course here. Everyone executing really as they should. Frosttails shouldn't be too worried about this. 2 for 1 is decent here. Eventually, you're going to get the economy to get back into the round. It's interesting, though, with the 85% cap is like, you might have a chance for a retake, even if you lose the point on Vision Esports.
Yeah. Only have the downpour to work with here. It's going to be a tough fight for Vision Esports. You're up against the Dragon Blade and a Kitsune Rush. Thinking maybe you want to be proactive in this fight. You're not even close to building an ultimate, right? So, Vision Esports back against the wall here. See what they come up with.
Yeah, the Kitsune could be big here, but a nice high ground position from Vision makes them hard to kill, but Simple just gets hard focused. And this is this dead to right Sojourn here, caught by the blade, pulled from Pac, not going to finish off this Lucio as well, looking for one more, anyone stalling the point. But there's no targets left because Vision are dead. And we talked about the retake potential here. Taejong going to go for the Tracer to ensure that they get a touch, but these spawns are really long from One and Oi. 90% already. Tracer has to touch and live and get back into the fight. Taejong's already low, getting fully pressured. I don't think he's gonna make it. Crocs dies, but is there a touch here? It's super close. Okay.
Whoa, there is.
Very nice. They get the touch. Simple. That should be a fight win for them. And so Frosttails kind of went all in on denying that touch, on making sure it couldn't come through. But in the end, it cost him his life, and Simple's able to just walk it down mid and get the touch. So Frosttails, I think, maybe just a little bit too aggressive with the amount of time that Vision had to work with there.
Yeah, and this is an interesting fight now. Comes down to this final fight. Slowdive has the overclock, one building towards that Kitsune Rush, and really only a sound barrier available for Frosttails Esports. Could help with the aggression, but it's going to be a lot of offensive tools for Vision Esports to give them the advantage in this fight.
Taejong being annoying on the flank, harassing, looking to finish charging that pulse bomb, sliding in though to the sound barrier, potentially scary. Hazard now goes back to the high ground. Crocs is low, can't get the ultimate off, dies, bursted. Sojourn in trouble from that pulse bomb, does take a bit of damage, followed up by Taejong, cleans it up himself, and now just Genji stalling the inevitable Vision Esports. Bit of a rocky start on this round, but they finish it in style.
Yeah, proper back and forth, wow. Really felt like Frosttails there for a moment. They were favored to cap out the round there, but couldn't quite hold Vision Esports back. Vision Esports get the touch and then have the ultimates to close out the round. Truly a back and forth. I can't wait to see what this series will have for us, Jake. It's going to be a lot of Hazard back and forth, and already both teams delivering.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see how the Tracer versus Genji battle continues to play out. It's a tough decision. I think this map, though, is a little bit more constricted. The high-low tends to favor Genji as well. So Taejong is going to take that Genji duel. And I think Frosttails, you know, it's interesting to see that first fight. I felt Vision were just like really aggressive, like really trying to end hard. But I think now that they're able to clutch that round out, that might be an opportunity for them to kind of calm down a little bit. And they go with the sim to be, they're going to be on high ground first. So Frosttails, yeah, they really can't get to high ground if they're not going to TP like this. And they're going to take a ton of poke on the Hazard. Vision want to capitalize on that. Maybe getting pulled in a little bit here. Hard to keep going from this position. And Frosttails maybe happy to just take the point position.
Yeah, Keo has this rail. Could provide an opening, all damage. poking for now. Point's gonna get unlocked, but both teams contesting. Simple really goes in with his Jagged Wall for his duel.
And battling it out with Crocs, who gets traded, pushed away, tried to peel out the back line. Crocs is super low. Now point position for Vision Esports. Holding it down, trying to put some cap pressure on. Sojourn, though, on the back of the Hazard, should have a chance. Yeah, is going to get that rail finisher onto Simple. And although Vision cap, not much of a victory to write home about. Frosttail's fully healed, looking to get aggressive now, looking to immediately reflip this point. Crocs wants to find some kills, but Vision Esports wisely back out. They know without the Hazard, they're just trying to stay alive on the high ground. It's risky to do, though. Can you actually stay alive on the high ground? I don't think so. And although everyone turns onto Gogo, the Lucio ends up pulling all the attention onto himself, and the backup is immediately there.
This is a huge stagger.
This is
interesting.
Yeah, not the place to be here. For Vision Esports, they're going to be back to their spawn, taking a full reset. Crocs, hold on. Okay, no, the climb is enough to get him out.
No, they're fine there. And Kitsune Rush built here for Kiwi as well. So if Frosttails really wanted to, they could go aggressive here. A bit of a timing, what one is going to contest with his own Kitsune Rush. But there goes the timing. Here they go.
Matching it, though, is the enemy Kitsune. One beautiful cleanse there, keeps the Sojourn alive. Both teams may be happy here to take this trade out. Another aggressive beat out of Gogo. Wild plays. And Oi immediately responding. Now, once again, dancing back. The dance back and forth never stops here. Both these teams so aggressive, but Crocs, with the earlier beat, just doesn't have the sustain to stay alive in that fight. And Sojourn isolated, can't really get into this engagement at all. Being focused fire down, and now Simple here, cleaning up all these flankers, ensuring there's no funny buzzes, no picks come traded back in. And in the end, the double down aggression with the beat is kind of a wild play when the enemy has sound barrier. Generally not good to be beating into the enemy sound barrier aggressively, but they're just hoping they can catch a timing, hope they can catch Vision Esports lacking, and in a comp that plays at this pace, Johnny, it's very possible.
Yeah, they're already back at it. Keo overclocked this time. Now, finally the picks required for Frosttails Esports here. Oi goes down, and more damage being pumped out. Simple goes down as well. 5 versus 3. It should be Frosttails Esports reclaiming the point and starting to build towards last fight territory here.
Yeah, the downpour connection with Overclock is just a match made in heaven. And now it's just the blades. Genji's preparing to cross swords. Gotta see who finds the opening first. Using deflect is a key skill to watch out for at this moment. Really opens up the enemy Genji to come punish you. Deal with your blade pack. Ripping it first. Deflects that first Sojourn shot. Looking for more behind the Jagged Wall. Sojourn jukes a little bit, but it's not enough. Taejong has also pulled the blade, taking a Lucio out. But it's Pack who's getting the lion's share of this feast. And Simple sent packing back to the spawn. Once again, Vision Esports in a position for a little bit of a desperate recontest. But Taejong's going to step over to the Tracer, ensure that they get that touch.
They have the Kitsune Rush as well. Where are they going to put this? The Kitsune Rush. Keo goes down.
Well, they might not need it, Johnny. Great start finding an opening pick. Keo over aggressive. Cleanse force onto Crocs. Kiwi low as well. Has a swift step out, but is caught, is punished. And this is exactly what Vision needed in a position of a potentially difficult recontest. They just get 2 picks. They don't have to use an ulti. Dream scenario. However, Frosttail's still 99%. Just one more fight to win this round.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Frosttails, they have some really good moments, but then slightly over-aggressive, and they stumble upon themselves. Now push back. Kitsune Rush from 1 here. Going to poke, but maybe Vision Esports decide to back out. Couldn't quite find the pick required there. And now Frosttails Esports double support ultimate here, Jake. Pretty good spot to close things out.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Which will they pull first? Most likely Kitsune. Sojourn super low. Cleanse already forced. Jagged Wall blocks them in the small room, but the beat is there from Gogo, just barely saving both of the supports in time. They need to heal each other up, but Slowdive still follows up, still damages through the beat. Now, though, it's Crocs, full HP, tries to catch that Sojourn, does get her in the downpour. Now just Taejong in the Tracer, Pulse Bomb goes wide. No chance, he's running low on skills and chopped in half by Crocs on the Hazard. And it's a 1-1 map still here on Oasis.
Yeah, it kind of came down to that aggressive play by Vision Esports. Invested a crucial ultimate, but couldn't quite get the pick required. You have to give both of these teams, I feel like, you have to be a little bit forgiving in terms of like whether they get value on the push or not, because this is really how the composition is being played, Jake. You're going to see this back and forth momentum. You try to be aggressive at times with this Hazard, and sometimes it's going to work out, sometimes it's not. But most of the time it is the right thing to do, to be the aggressor, to try to find picks, to try to get some isolation with the Jagged Wall. Just didn't work out for Vision Esports there.
Yeah, that's very true. The wanton aggression is really what Hazard was designed for as a character, and these teams are really playing it to a T. Both teams gonna TP out now. Taejon back to the Tracer. I like it on this map, actually. I think this is a really strong Tracer map. A lot of low ground mobility where you can come eat those packs and like stay in the engagement and be super annoying. However, Pack should have the edge in the ultimate economy fight, so Taejon got to be annoying, got to pull a lot of attention on himself without getting caught.
Yeah, just some poking for now. Frosttails with this high ground, but Taejon working those angles. Like you said, could come in clutch here if you put some pressure on the backline. Simple drops quite low here, and that is going to give FACEIT Esports some positioning on the point.
Yeah, and they get a lot of cap time, so Vision really can't afford to get off at all. Frosttails, though, are the ones who are forced back with their tail between their legs.
Nice
Keo, though, finds slow dive, and without the Sojourn, you're going to be lacking damage on Vision Esports. They need to get a quick kill to turn this around. Crocs, wait and get healed up, and when he does, he's almost certainly going to pull the trigger, get aggressive. Simple, now the one feeling the pressure, too low to continue that engagement. Taejon forced low, unable to really fight into this engagement. Lucio Tracer just stalling point, dying. Nothing more they can do. Keo with the opener onto the Sojourn, dream pickoff.
Again, Keo has been so potent today in these crucial matches, and now already Frosttails doing some early poking, putting pressure onto Vision Esports. Going to see the wraparound from Simple here as well. Early Kitsune Rush, who would have thought?
Yeah, I don't think this is getting anything, though. This is a little bit over-aggressive there. Like, they're back into the spawn door, and they're perfectly happy to wait this one out. Now one is going to have
Do you think that's a waste, Jake? The fact you put the Kitsune Rush
that's a bad place, the Kitsune Rush. They really shouldn't be doing it that close to the enemy spawn door. It's like the fact they could get to the spawn door is a problem. But, you know, hey, it does cost them, and let's see if you can punish. Crocs super low, getting really bullied, even without the ult pop. And the flip comes in before the ultis even have to come down. Vision Esports super low on the front line, so the ulti is allowing them to get healed up a little bit more quickly. Pulse bomb there onto Crocs, put some damage on him, see if there's enough follow-up as the spawn door also close now for Frosttails. We really are going end-to-end on this map with the incredible mobility the composition offers. Now Slow Dive's turn. Overclock versus Overclock. But Gogo has that beat, could give the edge. At the same time, with the Yuga caught in the downpour, we've seen the sound barrier is not enough to keep you alive sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like they want to let them in for now. Overclock comes out here from Slow Dive on the high ground. Crocs is committed, gets the sound barrier just in time, but now goes Keo as well.
And even the downpour, not enough to burst through Soj in this case, and two from Keo, quick headshot onto Taejon, just claps that Tracer out of the fight. Oi does boom Crocs, get for the kill, but in the end, just clean up. Carry takes a long walk off a short period there on the side of the map.
Yeah, crucial sound barrier there on the Crocs to keep your tank alive, and then Keo comes in clutch with a couple of picks there. This series really has been back and forth so far in our first map here. Sound barrier available for Oi here. Meanwhile, Pack Kiwi coming up on crucial Kitsune Rush and Dragon Blade timings. Should be favored in this matchup. Finds an early pick on the Slow Dive as well. This should be Vision Esports, maybe taking their time to reset and gathering up their forces here.
Yeah, and the threat from the Genji is really extreme. There's so many different heroes who could dive that Sojourn. On retake, it's such a difficult task to be able to walk up without getting punished, getting poked, committed on. And another kill right in front of the spawn door from Keo. Can he get one more? Oh, the rail just barely goes wide on a Simple. And now with major ultimate advantage, Frosttails have everything really in their tally here as they look to potentially win map one. Big downpour onto everyone. Cleanse comes in, but it's a little bit too early, I think, to stop the lockdown. Gogo is focused down in the chaos. Pack touching the spawn door with the blade, but he's still getting the kills. He's still getting the connection and just barely slips away. There's no damage follow-up on him. Wasting a little bit of time, just stalling. That's all he can do here. Deflect, he has dash in one. He might, oh no, the right click from Simple is too much.
Though. Taejong is touching, I believe, on a Tracer.
He's low. He's struggling to stay alive. Simple, very low as well, struggling to walk in. Frosttails, even without their Genji, they're still strong with the other four players. And Keo is close to that overclock. We've seen what a difference maker he can be before.
There's a Kitsune Rush though, Jake.
He's got to pop it here. For sure is necessary to guarantee this flip. And that's going to push Keo back off the point. Should secure the flip. However, I think the pressure is going to come right back the other way. Overclock, very close to available. Tracer's fighting on the flanks now. Taejon with the pulse bomb could be the difference maker. Could shut things down here for Frosttails. Keo gets the overclock, and he's very far from the Tracer. Hard to shut this down. Putting damage on the back line. Now pressuring the flip. Once again, Frosttails grab it. Slow dive though. Trace Pack in the moment, and only 5 players left. Now only 3 for Frosttails. I think it'll be an easy cleanup here for Slow Dive's overclock.
Vision Esports, they stay alive crucially here on Oasis. Now Frosttail Esports, they did have the cap though. So Vision Esports, they still have to build 40% here for Frosttail Esports. They have the opportunity to re-engage. Should be able to build both of these support ultimates to give them a good chance going into this final fight here. Taejong, though, with the pulse. Kiriko on the board. Has Suzu available for Taejong, so it's going to be a difficult stick. See what Vision Esports can do here to kind of close out this map.
There's no obvious stick target here, and I wonder if they're going to go aggressive with this beat. They do have to worry about Simple's downpour. There's something to be said here for just playing the poking game, but we're coming down to a final fight. No one wants to make the mistake here with the first map in the balance. Slowdive has that full rail, looking around on the left side. Taejong takes a shot of his own, has to fall back just a little bit. Both teams content to let this one go a little bit deeper into overtime.
Support ultimates here.
Kitsune Rush ripped, Kiwi pushing down in the front line. The rest of Frosttails just assaulting, attacking into this main group. One is incredibly low. Slowdive is cut down. Simple now under overwhelming pressure on the point. The support ultimate is just too much value. And Taejong, the map is done. No chance to throw the pulse bomb. Kitsune Rush force and can't even get it down. Frosttails are going to clutch up, and despite losing that earlier series in the day 3-1, they're opening up with a 1-0 advantage. And this is where we got to start thinking about the mental game for Vision Esports.
Yeah, especially the way you lost that match against Quick Esports in the previous match here. Frosttails now off to a hot start. And I mean, if this map, Jake, any indication that this might be a pretty contested series going back and forth, went the full distance here on Control. That was quite sweaty. At the end, though, having the support ultimates in that final fight, it was a very difficult fight for Vision Esports. You know, we saw the Tracer as well trying to find the time to drop the pulse bomb, but if the Kiriko just holds the Suzu, then like, what do? You're just blinking around and just waiting, really. No opportunity to have an impact in that fight. So double support ultimate is going to be the big difference there for Frosttails in the final fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Suzu is one thing, but man, just even landing a pulse bomb in this comp is not easy. I mean, there's such mobile characters. You know, Hazard can kind of tank the pulse bomb pretty confidently, so you don't really want to pulse bomb him. But just everyone's so mobile, it's just a very difficult ultimate to get much value out of. You really are playing Tracer for the mid-round brawling, for the ability to contest point. And I think for those factors, Taejong was contributing well to the squad. In the end, though, Frosttails really happy to be coming out with that map 1 win. And this is the moment where we really need to see that mental fortitude from Vision Esports, like to just slow down, relax, play your game. The trouble is, this is not a comp where you can really slow down. Like, it's all about pace, it's all about tempo and team coordination, hitting the same target at the same time.
Yeah, I think we saw, though, that Frosttails, they like to be the aggressor so often, you know, pushing out with those Kitsune rushes. And it was honestly something that Vision Esports did well, kiting around those, making sure those Kitsune rushes were wasted. But when I kind of reflect on this first map, Jake, I kind of feel like Vision Esports, they arguably should have gotten away with this map win, considering the wasted Kitsune rushes we saw from Frosttails. But instead, despite those mistakes, arguably, by the Kiriko on Frosttails, Vision Esports, they're still not able to clutch up. It's just felt like they were under so much pressure from the aggression from Frosttails all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, although maybe some of the ultis could have been deployed for a little bit more value, in the end, the play style is still correct from Frosttails. Like, I want to emphasize that like, they are still just like always on the attack, putting their Sojourn in the advantage position, not trying to like protect their backline, but trying to deny the enemy so that they can't put pressure on yours. To like steal the tempo is everything in this Hazard matchup. You know, in the end, just trying to sit back and protect your Sojourn, it's not going to work. Like, that's not a winning play. You got to just like let the Sojourn take her risks, go for plays, and when she's got rail, you make something happen, you go for it. And yeah, maybe that, you know, Kitsune Rush a little too deep in the spawn, like, but overall, like 9 times out of 10, the pushes are pretty solid, regardless of the ultimates, regardless of what they have to bring to bear. They're just executing well as a group, and it's clear that the focus fire, the coordination is on point. However, this is just Control, so you know, as we move off Control, we move off the, you know, such a deathmatch centric game mode into something that is a little bit more emphasizing your setups, your preparation. This could be a moment for Vision to catch a breath of air.
Yeah, and the previous maps they picked were, of course, Suravasa and Route 66. We'll see what maps they go to this time around. Hopefully we don't see Simple on the Winston again. Don't have time there.
All right, low-key, Winston is not that bad, but in that matchup, the Cassidy Torp Diva, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
It was not great. We're heading to Esperanca, Jake. We're heading to Esperanca. But I see Esperanca, and unless the bans greatly affect these compositions, I'm expecting more of the same.
Yeah, Hazard, I think pretty strong here. You know, there's a lot of verticality, but also a decent horizontal mobility. The wall clamber is pretty powerful on this map in particular. There's a lot of places you can, you know, get to high ground even without using your skills. And jagged wall can always be nice in getting those like last little, you know, getting the bot over the line, getting the checkpoint, zoning the enemy away. That being said, I think there's also a map that's quite open if you wanted to play, you know, completely different styles. There's kind of anything goes on Esperanca. I'm trying to, there's not, I mean, maybe you don't want to play like a Reinhardt, but other than that, you know, you could probably make a lot work. Yeah, that was special for you, Johnny.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we've, I remember watching some OWCS China the other week, and they were playing like Sojourn Pharah stuff, and I'm like, okay, they're just taking a Pharah duel on Esperanca.
I mean, Pharah's great on this map actually. Like a lot of the rooftops you can like slide on and surf over and then land a barrage right on people's head and they don't hear you coming. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, so we'll have to see here. Any Torb? Any what do you see on the weather forecast here? Any Torb?
I would like to see a little Torb Soch here, or Torb Cast. You know, I think Torb is sleeper really good in this matchup. On control, I don't think it's that good. I think the retakes in the end, you want that incredible tempo on control, where Torb just doesn't offer that. But Esperanca, I don't mind a little bit more of like a passive game style. We could even see teams wanted to play like things like Ana's, you know, take a little bit more risk and play for like an Ana break back line. But then again, maybe Lucio Curie is the more standard pick, or Brig Juno. I do think Brig Juno is the best backline if those heroes are not banned. So
yeah, that's kind of what I expect from Vision Esports here, right? Like, considering that the Juno ban is now out of the way, you can go back to Juno Brig. And like I said earlier, I think Frost Tales is more like, we want to play Lucio Curie. So, yeah, we'll have to see, Jake. We're still waiting on the bans here for our second map in this series. For now, though, we're going to catch our breath as we prepare for map 2. So stay tuned, grab a glass of water, look at the sun for a little bit, or not directly at the sun, but kind of
don't look directly at the sun.
No, don't look directly at the sun, but just get some sunlight or something. Touch grass or something. We'll be right back.
match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
on.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memory. Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment. I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Welcome back, everybody. This is OWCS Promotion Relegation Europe. Our final match of Europe is going to be Vision Esports taking on Frosttails. And now Frosttails are up 1-0. We're going to Esperanca. We had a bit of some internet issues, hiccups, but we've got, I believe, all the players back in the lobby ready to rock and roll. Vision opening ban with the Kiriko, protecting that support backline. Responsive Genji ban. So it might get the Brig Juno, but you won't get the Genji for Frosttails. I'm curious to see how this composition matchup shakes up. Those are two of the most prominent heroes from map 1 now banned out. Teams forced to bring out something new here on Esperanca.
Yeah, and we actually saw these two teams face off against each other earlier today. You would have to tune into one of our co-streamers for that. But there was a map where both the Kiriko and the Genji was banned, and that was Ilios actually, so not Esperanca that time around. But both of these teams, they are familiar with each other when it comes to these hero bans, and maybe they'll get a read on each other. We'll see what the compositions are here. Obviously, we've talked about it, Frosttails Esports, they like playing that Lucio Kiriko, but with no Kiriko in the mix, looking like a Juno Lucio composition here. Double speed from Frosttails Esports.
Crocs, a lot of pressure on him. He's got double speed. He should be able to connect across pretty much any distance. But Oi on the Brig could be the one to shut that down. Two teams, very different visions of how to play. Much more slow and cautious here with the Brig Juno, where the Lucio Juno, I think, is really going to be looking to amp things up, get incredibly aggressive. Crocs throwing out some speculative knives here. Would love to find that early connection, but we might see an extended poke phase.
Yeah, and Croc's signature hero these past couple of weeks has been this Jungle Queen. Not often played in OWCS or FACEIT Masters, but Croc's played a lot recently. Keo finds the first pick, like so often today, Jake.
Yeah, and Crocs just battles it out in the front line. Taking some rail pressure, though, is going to get traded by Oi, but it doesn't really matter in the end. The cleanup frags should be coming through. Even slow dive cleaned by Keo off the map. And with the double speed, the taxi is pretty incredible from Crocs, even with his own shout. Should be able to get back to this fight with plenty of time to spare. Vision Esports bringing their own squad back. Still be waiting for that Sojourn for now. It is just simple walking out, stalling the cart with that big health pool.
Yeah, they're going to have to give up this high ground, though. It gives Vision Esports an opportunity here to dislocate Frosttails Esports a little bit. Crocs back into the battle now. Jagged Wall used. Just doing a bit of trading back and forth. Keo looking for a pick. Couldn't quite find it. Still quite far away from any ultimates here, but Vision Esports, they won't contest this high ground.
Axe on the Brig, everything connected. Nuked down by Croc. Big headshot for the finish. Now back to the cart. Frosttails could pour on the pressure here with no Brig. It's very hard to deal with this. Crocs maybe waiting for that shout. Critical cooldown to signal the aggression. Flank as well. Downpour now comes in. I don't think I find any connection there. Slipped through a simple. Did find Gogo in the chaos. Crocs need to find yet one more. Both teams 4-on-4. But the extra support for Vision Esports gives them a bit more staying power. It is Crocs without the shout. Unable to escape. Slow dive gets that cleanup kill. And Simple is very durable here on the hazard. They're not able to get rid of him, not able to deal with impact though. Slips out. And the ultimates are starting to bank up here for Frosttails.
Starting to bank up indeed. Keo has that overclock, drawing ever closer to the sound barrier as well as the orbital ray there. But Vision Esports, yeah, playing this Juno Brig with a hazard. Definitely going to be a bit more defensively oriented here. Pulse bomb stuck onto slow dive. Huge pick from Pack.
Massive, and there's no saves for the Pulse in this comp, so connection almost always going to be leading to a kill. Pretty nice stuff here. Now, Simple just trying to stay alive. Keo chops Taejong's head off. He's been so sharp in the Soldier, and it is going to cost him his life.
Orbital Ray?
And they're going to pop Orbital Ray. They're going all in. Brig is anti-healed. If there's some follow-up on this Brig, she should be going down. Yes, in the Orbital Ray. Decent trade here for Crocs. Happy to even just get one off of that. Simple looking for some trade frags, but now pulled back in by the Jagged Knife. No escape for him. And Frosttails going to potentially be able to get this cap.
Yeah, these are really powerful ultimates here. You get the high ground now with the OC as well. It's going to be lethal. Slow dive won't have quite the same effective angles with their own overclock here. Kiwi as well with the orbital ray. This could be a crucial checkpoint capped for Frosttails if they're able to capitalize with these ultimates.
Checkpoint trying to come in. Simple gets in for the stall just in time. But the orbital ray from over the top. Kiwi now. The rest of the team flipping the map, and Simple cannot escape. He came into contest the car, both of them into Keo. 300 health, but it's not enough. Just gets chopped down. Now slow dive. Uncontested OC here, looking for more, looking to her connection. That's one shot onto the Juno. She's very low around that corner, and he knows where his target is. Gonna assassinate her right onto the Tracer as well with just 1 HP. And although you get the cap, the fight is going to be going towards Vision Esports. They stabilize here on the map, but the forward spawn for Frosttails means they're going to be able to get right back into the action.
Yeah, and the double speed going for them as well. Didn't commit the overclock crucially, actually, so quite a good ultimate there. Simple has the downpour available, but tough to catch anyone with all this speed going on as well as the slides. Let's see how Vision Esports...
Another stick from Pack!
That's so huge.
Yeah, downpour comes in, catches Keo, but where's the follow-up? Okay, a little bit of damage comes in from Simple, but it's not quite enough to get Keo just yet. And the fact that he's able to stay alive through that is crucial. They've already gotten the checkpoint, so now it's just time to make more progress for Frosttails. And so far, the Queen is, you know, going blow for blow, but really paying dividends. The ulti matchup is super strong, and Croc's 80% to that next Rampage. Huge problem for the comp of Vision Esports. Without Rally, you really have no way of stopping that ulti.
This is really where Frosttails could gain a lot of momentum on this push map. They still have the overclock to go. They're building towards that Rampage, like you just said. They have the high ground as well. Vision Esports, no ultimates on their side. Crocs looking for picks with his Jagged Blade. Can he get someone pulled in? They could capitalize on. Not quite yet. They are pushing a little bit here, but Vision Esports looking prodding.
Scary there for Gogo. Just barely gets out of trouble. Ultimate up. Crocs hits 3. Both DPS and the tank here. Taejong just didn't have the recall. 1 HP on the Tracer. Can't really get into the fight at all. And Simple struggling to just escape. Brig seems like a matter of time for her. She's caught in such a compromised position. But helping with Tracer. Hold on. Turning it around. Keo, though, trades that right back. Had the damage. Had the wherewithal to fight it out. And Simple dying to the Queen. Her sustain in the 1v1s is so powerful. Tracer now bleeding out. And even Keo's going to stay alive. Crocs, the clutch king here on the Junker Queen, showing what he can do on his signature character once again. It's going to be a little bit of a slow push for Frosttails, but ultimately they find the confidence. I mean, Vision have to stop the progress here. I mean, this is already a massive push for Frosttails.
Yeah, I mean, 100 meters on push. That should realistically be enough to be in a very comfortable lead. That could mean a victory here for you. One has the orbital ray, going to pop it actually on the point here. Frosttails trying to disengage. Gogo gets picked out though. It's going to be Frosttails withdrawing from this fight, retreating, backing out. But an expensive orbital ray there from Vision Esports to try and get back into this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you got to do. You got to stop the bleeding somehow. Now, though, they're snowballing that momentum, killing Keo. Simple, though, has to be careful. Losing the tank here would really stall things out. Backs off just enough to get the support of the team, and the rest of the squad is there. Downpour goes a bit wide. Lucio, a little bit too slippery and slidey with that mobility. I love this, though, from Pack. Dying, delaying the car, really mitigating the cost of some of those other staggers. Tracer, of course, so fast off the respawn. Kind of very happy to be the last one coming up, the last one coming back to the team fight, because the other 4 could probably get this fight started. It means Vision aren't going to cap without a fight.
Yeah, it has to be said here, Jake. Frosttails Esports, they have double support ultimate coming up here, another Rampage, of course. But at this point in the push map, 3 minutes, 30 to go. Taejong with a pulse, looking for a pick. Vision Esports, they really need something to flip the outcome of this match. They need a huge moment from Slowdive. They need a huge mistake from Frosttails Esports. And right now, you know, they're getting another fight win here, but they got a long way to go if they want to retake this lead.
Yeah, it still is a good start. I mean, this is what you needed, right? A fight win without ultimates committed. Pretty massive. And if you had overclocked for this, you would have been, you know, out in the woods for the next team fight. So I think Frosttails know that they have such a big tactical lead here. It's actually great patience for them to not deploy ultimates in questionable fights. You know, that's how they really throw away their advantage. I do think this should likely be a capture. Wonder if Frosttails are going to be able to get here in time to stop Car. Seems like the answer is no.
No positioning here.
Yeah, you got to just, play this choke fight. And that's where, to be fair, it's going to be a lot harder for Slowdive to move in with the overclock. Like, up in this high ground, he's nice and safe, but he's going to have to walk past the choke if he wants to force anything. Unless Frosttail's bringing the fight to him, I think that's what he's hoping for here.
Yeah. Drop the speed ring. Looking for some kind of engage, but not going to be the moment for Frosttails. They have the ultimates, they're just looking for the right time. Pack goes for another pulse, nearly gets it, but avoided this time.
Oh, and also dodges the rail. That would have been death there for Slowdive. Both teams willing to play this slow. OC comes out. Go, though, counters with the beat. Miss slide. Only one more slide now for Slowdive if he gets caught in trouble. Caught with the bleed. Sound Barrier going to keep people up for now. Orbital Ray from Kiwi now, keeping the fight on the card 3-on-3. Probably should favor Frosttails. I think have a little bit more sustain with the Queen. Better in the low numbers engagements. Pack looking to mark that flanker as they come back. Deny that forward spawn from Vision Esports. But both teams probably looking to lick their wounds and reset.
Yeah, they're just pushing this bot even further away as well. So annoying for Vision Esports. They are going to reclaim it though. Crocs has to be kind of careful, but actually it's going to be Frosttail Esports who gets 2 picks here.
Well, he's caught in though. He strayed back into that downpour. Got a kill and thought he could get a bit more, but that ulti shut him down. Now Keo needs to find some key kills. Pack though starts it off. 1 onto Slowdive. Simple, caught, surrounded, hit from all sides. Just a matter of time here.
Just an outperformer this map so far, and a minute to go, and Frosttails, they're really shining in these Jungle Queen kind of skirmishes, back and forth, secures those picks. Really gets messy in Vision Esports with no real opportunity to reclaim the bot, set up for some good ultimate fights here. It's going to be Frosttails now with the high ground and the OC.
This is Keo's game to lose, right? OC so dominant in this position. No ultimate to really stop him. You just have to outplay, kill him, dodge him. But you don't really have those powerful tools you're hoping for. Taejong though with the pulse bomb. Could be the one to do it. Could be the hero his team needs. Looking for something here. Puts a melee down, but the rest of the team is just already dead. I mean, Taejong has no time to work with. Just a desperation pulse bomb there. Kind of a hopeless one, and they're gonna leave him behind. They're not even gonna kill this guy. He thought he was standing still. He was down to die. He was down to reset. They're like, we're just gonna let you live. And that
Oi's gonna go down as well.
Dividends. They kill Oi.
Yeah.
Frosttail's cruising to a 2-0. Keo still has that OC. Looking for something. Great timing on that axe from Crocs. Building up to this Junker Queen ultimate. It could also be a nail in the coffin here. Vision Esports very far from those key ultis. Keo looking to end it now. Oh, he looked like he lagged out there, but he's back. He's back in the engagement and not missing a beat. Insane stuff that he's able to still get some damage down. And now, Vision down 1. Have to stall this out, have to delay. They are close to their spawn. Keo's super low. They need to follow up on this, but the heals are there too quick by Kiwi, who's incredibly close to that orbital ray. Crux finds 1. And this is going to be Frosttails Esport taking a 2-0 lead. Beat for safety from Go. Simple forced to stay on the cart and endure, but he can't last long. Queen'll just a close distance on the overclock. Taejong stalling it out, trying to make something happen. Crocs wisely playing the off angle there, but it's too much for Taejong. 1v4 on the card, no shot in the orbital ray. And Frosttails, they went down 3-1 to this team earlier this morning, Johnny. Vision Esports are reeling. They got to be mental boom now, Johnny. This is rough. This is your map pick.
They've lost 5 maps in a row now. It's tough. One of them was, a bit of an error in scheduling there. It's really looking really bad for Vision Esports there. But this time, Keo found the picks on the Soldier and stuff like that, but Pack on the Tracer was phenomenal. I think Pack hit 3 pulse bombs in that one push map. No Kirik on the map. That's really going to be so valuable for Frosttails Esports. So now, up 2-0, you're just 1 map away from qualifying for OWCS Stage 2. This would be such a huge moment for them after the way they've been battling in FACEIT Masters, 19 series or something like that running, and now you're just 1 map away, Jake.
Yeah, and this pick on Esperanca looks like a mistake right now, right? Like Crocs was super happy to be playing the Queen on this map, piloting it incredibly well throughout. The rest of the team as well, I feel like Pack with the pulse bombs was so big.
Insane.
Like these 2 kills on the enemy Sojourn is just like the dream scenario. Production really across the squad. I felt Kiwi and Go were also so quick to like deliver that support, deliver the heals as soon as their teammates needed it. Pretty massive.
Yeah, I think you saw the coordination with these fights broke down, right? Even if it's like a 3v4 scenario or something like that. Crocs, that one time pops the rampage, Go drops the sound barrier. They very much have the coordination and the confidence to take these, skirmishes across the series, and it paid dividends here on Esperanca. So very much in control from start to finish, I felt like, from the very first fight win there. So Great Esperanca by Frostales Esports, and now again just one map away.
Yeah, and for Vision to be going on a 5-map drought here today is painful. I mean, and this is the highest pressure moment of the whole season. Like, you were in OWCS, you were the better of the 2 teams, right? Who had to face it off in the promotion relegation matches today. But Frostales suggesting there might be 2 fresh new teams in European OWCS for that next stage. I think that's particularly exciting. However, it's not over just yet, right? There's always that possibility, you know, maybe Vision can get their wits about them. But honestly, it just feels like emotionally that things are starting to slip away from them, that the pressure has gotten too great for them. Meanwhile, Frostales look better than ever.
Okay, Jake, you got some experience coaching. It's a reverse sweep scenario to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. How are you kind of rallying the troops here? What are you thinking for like Vision Esports here? Should they... It obviously feels like they kind of need to stick with the compositions they're playing. You can't make some big sweep there because this is, you know, the meta. What should Vision Esports do here facing a O2 scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could take it to the hazard mirror on 66. It depends. Maybe you could, you know, gamble at all on like your Widowmaker on circuit, but that's always a very chaotic type of a move. It's going to be Kings, which I think does make sense. I think this is like generally not a very good Queen map. Like second point is okay for Queen, but first and third are pretty rough. So this also like keeps away Crox's Queen. You probably don't need to ban it. Well, you can't ban it, but you probably don't need to worry too much about banning its supports and like the key enablers. You might think that, okay, it's going to be a hazard mirror. But a hazard mirror is far from a sure thing, right? We saw Frostales battle it out and win on control. Right now, this is a really rough spot for Vision to be. It's like nothing you've tried has worked. Like you know, the real question for them is to go deeper into their strat book through their scrims. Like, what kind of comps are they feeling the most comfortable on? Where's their best look? I think even though map 1 went against you, that probably is your best chance at winning, is still playing that style. Because, okay, in the end, map 1 was like all 3 rounds going to the wire, incredibly close and competitive. Like, you can't lose hope in the hazard comp after a map like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. It really feels like this is kind of how the meta has played out, where this hazard comp is the best one. They probably practiced this the most going into this series, and again, suboptimal kind of scenario here where Simple is playing the tank for Vision Esports, who, you know, I don't know what Simple would say in this current moment, but historically speaking, Simple is not your tank player. And so forced to swap over to this hazard. Bans have come in here, Jake. It's going to be a Torbjorn ban from Vision Esports and a Brig ban.
Yeah, so they're preventing the Brig Juno, which I think is not what Frostales want. I think the Torb ban also in a way makes sense because it you know, blocks out the one of the better DPS in dealing with the hazard. But I'm also a little bit worried because although hazard is good on this map, it actually does a little bit open the door to Queen. Like, maybe it's too crazy to play first point defense on Queen, but in general, I do like Queen attacking into hazard if the defenders do commit to it. So Frostales might get kind of the best of both worlds here. They won't be able to deploy the Torb, but they don't have to deal with the Brig.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Vision pulls out here. Just to reiterate, one more map for Frostales Esports and they qualify for OWCS Stage 2.
Bro, playing Winston here is that's a move. That's like full confidence on the Winston.
Wow.
I think this is...
Let's go. Yeah, and we'll have to see what Vision Esports got in store for us. Let's go to a quick little listening to see what the teams are planning.
That worked. I need
Tracer and can nade when you rotate, by the way. They will look to stuff cook every time.
Maybe I go Tracer, no?
Go Kiri,
Tracer.
go Kiri, if they have enough.
You can't talk.
Oh. T'as vu mon charme qui est sur mon arme?
Left monkey.
Monkey. We can play reprint.
I go Tracer, right. I go Tracer.
Yes. I take fight.
Take right.
Wait, I will.
You
go right.
They will nade, Guard the nade.
Monkey no bubble,
Monkey jump, no bubble.
Monkey. Nice.
Harry left. I'm stuck. Help go, peel. Living
No retreat.
Forcing point, guys.
Très low, nice.
Oh, kill.
Roland.
Help Crocs. Yeah, I'm with you.
Play one.
Kilo, no TP. Which is out.
Out.
All right, Frosttails in position on the point. Simple. Using those cooldowns, not very much effect. And yeah, even with the jump there, he's going to get punished now. They're trapping him with the spike wall. He's deployed the bubble, but he's forced out completely. The Winston is falling flat on this map. And frankly, this is a pretty rough spot to be playing Winston, especially with no Brig, right? Like, you don't really have anyone who can serve as that front line. Carrying on our heroes who get kind of pushed around by the Hazard.
Yeah, I suppose they feel like they have to change something up. The Hazard has been going Croc's way. Butterfly comes out onto Croc's, but going to be cleansed by the Suzu from Kiwi here now. Going in close to that Kitsune rush for Oi, but in general, like you said, so much pressure on the simple player. Commits with the leap, and immediately Crocs looks to punish it.
Slams the door on him. Winston low. Closed off by that jagged wall. Couldn't escape. Caught in the high ground with the help of his teammates, and that's Simple going down again. 55 Primal. These are two very bad lives of Winston. And this game is really falling apart here. The cracks are beginning to show for Vision, and Frosttails sticking a chisel right into it, splitting them apart here with this Hazard.
It's going to be one more recontest coming here with the Nonoboost, with the Kitsune rush, but I mean, Frosttails are just unrelenting. Simple is quite committed here, waiting for the supports to get back, so taking a lot of poke.
Oh,
Leap committed, shield as well. They're just going here, just push the Winston.
He's in such a rough spot, and Crocs with a quick 3-piece. Gonna block, and it should be just fine here in the Kitsune rush, getting healed up. And I mean, Frosttails, they didn't expect it to be this easy. They're starting to feel really confident. Simple 71% to that Primal. It's desperation time for them. You've got all the tools you could really want for the defense, except Primal. Jeez, you're kind of far from a Primal. That is painful. No way, no way. No way, he doesn't have Swift Step? Oh my God, it is... The cracks have more than begun to show, Johnny. The cracks are the Grand Canyon right now.
No, onto Taejo. No blade available, though.
The moves. Wait, the moves? Okay, not that one.
Well,
okay, you know what? He was dead anyway. He had to do some moves. He distracted the whole Genji blade, or the Grand Canyon.
Okay, yeah. All right, an opportunity for Vision Esports to stabilize.
We need to get on this Primal cam. Just letting the observers know. We have to watch this Primal. It's the most important Primal I've ever seen. Simple, chasing redemption, getting absolutely smoked the last 3 fights. This is his moment to do something. One would love to get a connection here. Forced out, passive jump here with the Kitsune. Oh, and they're full kiting the Kitsune rush. He's not getting anything. Does block the downpour with the bubble. Is gonna slip out. So it does bait out Crocs to use that ulti. And Simple patience, you know, despite potentially a tough map, showing a lot of patience here on the Winston. Not ripping the Primal too early with Crocs dead. It's an opportunity to reset. Force recall on Pack, who might be in trouble. It's Keo, though, who goes down to the spam pressure.
Yep, Vision Esports, they're showing here. They have the Ana. They want to play around it, make it difficult for Frosttails to get in there, of course. And now Overclock, Dragon Blade available for Vision Esports here. As Frosttails look to regain some of that momentum. They have the Kitsune Rush Sunbury themselves. You are just building up this primal range so bad, Jay.
I am fearless.
Come on.
Fearless. You got to be fearless right now, Simple. This is your moment. Bubbling, primaling. Okay, he's hitting it's not doing anything. No value. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. The rush is too much.
Oh, come on, Jay.
Out. One's in trouble. One died. He doing some fight. Wait, that guy, he got a kill. Let's go, Simple. He got his one. And now Frosttails. 4 players alive. Starting to roll the card up. Please switch off Winston, bro. It ain't it. Oh no.
He's staying with it.
Okay,
He's staying with it.
In fairness,
they almost have Nano Blade. Just make some space. It's space creation time.
It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. I wish he would go Hazard, but you know what? Okay, one. Put some damage down on Pack with the help of Taejong. They do get that follow-up. And you know what? 3rd point, in fairness, is probably the best point for Winston.
Yeah, I mean, you can get to control the high ground, put some pressure on the backline if you wish. Taejong this time. I mean, they're slowly dwindling away this time, Jake. It's slowly but surely. It wasn't awful first and second point.
And they've been holding the ultimates, like they haven't mental boomed, you know?
There you go.
They haven't been over-ulting, which would put themselves in sort of that position of inevitably losing slowly. They still have powerful tools. It's awkward for Frosttails to walk up. Frosttails hasn't been able to build any kind of a bank.
Confidence slowly being restored here, Jake. As they look
little by little.
Pulled here by the 3rd point.
Oh, the second wall blocks the slide out. So sick from Crocs. Pack over to the Reaper as well. Double nano pop. Taejong with the nano blade. Into the backline, looking for the Lucio. No, just got moved on. 0 damage blade, 0 damage blade. We saw it. Oh, that's so sad. Go, dancing. Healing, amping.
The Reaper pick here. So let's go to pop the Overclock. Bad time for the Reaper.
Legend moving. Oh, it's not enough. Okay, slow dive here. Slam that defense home. Deny the progress from Frosttails.
One more fight win. Simple. Let's go.
It's like 3 more fight wins, Johnny, but I like your confidence. They're out of ultis now, though. This is the challenge. This is the moment.
I'll root for any Winston player, Jake. Anyone who braves the Winston life, I'll root
This
for
is
them.
you got to be brave to be playing Winston in this. Into the Reaper Hazard. That's a lot of damage.
They got this. Powder grenade used, cleansed. Kitsune rush for level 4 Kiwi.
This could be a big downpour.
Quick disengage.
Onto the back line. Catches Genji. Honda's got two behind the wall. He doesn't know. He's going to back off. Okay, takes the reset into the Kitsune. Still nice, simple with the Primal. Looking to make the hold. Over to Ray pop, but they can't quite get into the support's too scared to walk up with that Ray. Pack TPing in place is going to get killed. And now Simple potentially on this Sojourn, on the Curie for sure. She tries to dance over his head, but he's wise to it. He's fearless, grabs the Mega. Keo kiting away, should be dead to rights here. One more right click. Oh, he's 1 HP. Okay, he doesn't want to overcommit to that. The Lucio, new target. Not going to dive the spawn though. Smarter man than me, I would have died for that kill. And they make the hold, Johnny. The Winston is coming to fruition here. It took them a while, but they found the answers. So far, at least. Now Keo with the OC always has the chance here to win this game outright. A couple big picks will be disastrous for the defense.
Yeah, crucially as well, the sound bear available here. When Keo pops his overclock, that extra health is going to be pivotal. Early bubble here, and now there's so much room for Keo to fire.
He can't get any connections though. Everyone's hiding from him. One though takes a critical rail though. Stuck in a tough spot on the Ana. Is going to die to the spam. Now Crocs gets the cleanup. Dealt with the Winston. Ana's already down. Now chasing forward, pushing the Sojourn into the spawn. OC pop from Soldive, but he can't quite get into this. Jagged Wall up in a second. Just not going to get out on the map at all on the Sojourn. And a cap comes through from Frosttails. They finally get it over the line. The blistering pace set on first and second finally pays its dividends on third.
Yeah, and then you should be very happy about that, finishing with time here on King's Row. But at the same token though, Vision Esports, it really looked over there once the second point cap came through. And they rallied. I'm
gonna be real with you, Johnny. It ain't looking good for them right now. You got cap with 43 on the clock. It's pretty rough.
It's
on
not
KR.
over until it's over, Jake.
It is not over. You're right. It's very winnable.
I've seen crazier
If they play
things.
Winston on attack, I'm gonna lose it though. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. They need to not play Winston. Attack Winston is way harder on this map.
I can't wait. It's going to be glorious.
I think they're gonna play Hazard. I think. If you play attack,
They're just waiting
attack
in spawn.
Winston is like, I think is like bad. Like even if you're like really good at Winston, I don't think it's good. In this matchup, I think it's really hard.
You might be right, Jake.
Oh God, they're gonna do it, Johnny.
Let's go! No! Simple. Come on, do it for the Winston family.
He's wild. He's mad. He's mad with power. You know what? I do respect this. I do respect this. Lock in. Lock in.
God.
Winston Overwatch, baby. Winston Overwatch.
Winston is life.
He's thinking, no, he might swap. He might swap. Yeah, he's swapping. Okay. This is correct. This is correct.
This is more reasonable. I enjoy those 20 seconds.
Bro's playing with the default crosshair on Hazard. That goes kind of crazy.
I like it. I like it. All right. Hazard mirror for you here, Jake. Tatum's going to be on Genji, though.
Where'd his head go, though? He's got his head chopped off.
I mean, Keo
like the French Revolution out here.
Keo has been, my standout player so far today. Just amazing on this Sojourn.
Yeah, he's
really wants to secure this spot for stage 2.
Oh, they're feeling themselves. Frosttail's feeling themselves. They're diving the spawn. Crouch is like in deep, bro. I don't even know if he's gonna get out. Okay, he's out. He jumped over the wall. He's tricky with it. He's nice with the movement. Simple on the walk up. Aggression though being taken to this backline. It's Juno versus Kiri here. Slow dive finds Gogo.
Here we go.
It's a big opener without the Lucio. Hard to maneuver here for Crocs. Less heals available. Hazard into the backline. Slow dive finds a second. Now Slow dive taking the reins on Sojourn with the third, looking for more. Onto this Hazard. Hazard wants to back out, wants to disengage this. No chance, says Slow dive. Gets it done himself there. That's what I like to see from the Sojourn. Little pop off, little put the team on your back, put the wind in your sails. Start feeling yourself. I like it.
Slowly but surely, Jake. If Frosttails is going to overcommit, if they're going to play aggressive, then,
hold on, the retake.
Punish some of their mistakes and slow dive instead.
They're fighting it out. Croc's not giving up just yet. They still have something to say in this fight. Crocs finds one. That's a huge hit to the healing throughput. Now Keo senses vulnerability in the backline, pushing under the Sojourn. Someone's got a touch point, though. It's extremely low. Puck dies for it. Someone else got to get in. Now it's the Sojourn, putting her body on the line. Now Crocs, low HP as well. Needs to get healed up, needs to stay alive. The clutch is coming in from Frosttails Esports. Back-breaking for Vision. That pick onto the Juno.
God. 99.4%.
Not even close, Johnny. That's my hit scan right there, Keo. Oh, and the big trap in the wall. Oh, just barely gets over it. Downpour committed. I don't think it caught anybody. It does force, though, Simple deep into the flank. Caught all alone here. Should be getting cleaned up. And it does go down. 2 minutes on the clock. Only one tick to go, though. real opportunity for Vision. They should be able to close this out. They're coming up on 5 ultimates, but
Mental
Frost
reset.
Heals.
Mental
there's no
reset
mental
here,
reset.
Jake.
We're way past that point, Johnny.
We got 5 ultimates on the board. This is an easy
way
cap.
past the point of a mental reset. They're going into the spawn, Johnny. They're
Oh, my
crazy. They're
lord.
feeding in. They're wild men. They're active. Go does die for it, but the trades could come in here. Slow dive low, gets a pack, stays alive. Crocs finds 1, but 2 kills, favoring these attackers.
That
the
should be
fearless
it.
aggression, yeah, should be enough. Should be enough.
That should be enough, and Vision Esports are going to cap the first point there. Frost Heals Esports, I mean, they recognize they're facing 5 ultimates. They had to try a little something, and aggression has been working for them this series. The fact they're up 2-0. That time, though, not going to be quite enough, and Vision Esports capped the first point there. But some signs of life from Slowdive. Showing some really good Sojourn gameplay here on the offense pack. Yeah, still getting busy in the backline here. Waiting for
He always gets busy in the backline. He lives in the backline. This is his home.
3 ultimates for Vision Esports here. Got Orbital Ray, ready to go.
Pack's nice. Look at him dragging all these players around, dancing with them, toying with them. Now the boys come in. The squad comes in. Look at that jagged
Nice
wall. Huge pick off there. Croc setting that up. Keel finishing it. Now OC being popped. They're going to the doors, Johnny. I'll tell you what, they're not stopping at this choke point. They would never. They would never. Frost Heals Esports, they don't stop at the choke point. They go through the choke point.
Walk out.
Look, he's coming. They're already through. He's waiting to let the boys go first. Let the tank get in there and, you know, get some action. Save a little bit. Save the frags for the boys here. Crocs goes in even more. Slide pop from Keo, though. He's got to be a little bit cautious, but he's throwing caution to the wind, standing out in the open, confident positioning. Soul dive, assaulted, attack from all sides, can't escape. And Frost Heals Esports, they can sense this victory. They can sense the chance to qualify for the OWCS, giving us 2 new teams potentially to compete in Europe in the next stage.
This is a great spot, I tell you, if you want to drop a Kitsune Rush right there and push through.
They might. They love it. They love. I don't think it's a good play, but they might do it, and I kind of want them to.
No carry up here. There's a pulse bomb. Can you find the pick again, Pack?
Oh, Pack. He's lived it. He's sticky with it. Taejong though with the blade.
Ooh, Taejong though.
Cuts down 1. Deflect protects him for now. In the orbital ray, he's just too powerful. Croc still trades onto 1. That's nice, but nothing to write home about in the end. Vision gonna get that card rolling, gonna start making some serious progress here on second point. But man, the mental advantage that Frost Heals Esports are building up, they're so confident, they're so aggressive. And the teams are deciding, you've been losing with Juno, I'm gonna play Juno. You've been winning with Kiri, I'm gonna play Kiri. They just roll swap across the teams. They're both believing in the other one's comp. Love that for them.
You can't succumb to the madness, Jake. Frost Heals Esports pulling through with the aggression, but Vision Esports are taking it nice and slow here. OC pushes forward, trying to punish Crocs here. Pulse bomb comes
OC
in.
and downpour. But it's back in the back line. I mean, he's giving his team the confidence to play so passive there because he's holding the cart. That's beautiful team play from Frost Heals. Just what we need to see from what looks like our next qualifying OWCS team. They can taste it too, Johnny. I guarantee the comms are getting crazy. People are saying, go, dive the spawn. Someone's like, why would we do that? I don't know, but just go. That's how it happens in these games, Johnny.
I'd love to listen in about now.
Crazy.
I tell you. I would love to see that. Keo, though, coming up on the OC here. This could be another moment where we see another highlight reel from Keo on the Sojourn.
On the flank. Gotta get this beat, pops it early. Go goes down, not gonna get the counter beat. Keo shuts him down too early. Keo trades it back onto the enemy Sojourn. Now it's mad dash to the cart, trying to stall, trying to make trades. Crocs finds 1. Hold on, this might be clutchable. Crocs finds another. Incredible, despite losing the first pick, he's still diving deep.
How are they in this?
He doesn't care, he doesn't back down. This team never gives up. They never surrender. He's typing in the chat. So, turn the match chat on. What is he saying? The people want to know. The people want to know. I've never seen a more obvious he's typing in match chat moment.
Oh my God.
He's typing easy. He's typing, I don't know what he's actually saying, but I'm gonna say he's typing some nasty BM.
30 seconds, Jake.
Down
We're
4.
getting very close.
Crocs finds 1. His opener. That's all he needs. But he's
double support available.
Tear it down. Simple. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Crocs, though, finally is going to go down.
It's fine. They're going to recontest. Double speed, double support ultimate. They're all good. Vision Esports.
Pack needs a little board. He's a car. Okay, yeah, he wisely goes back to the car. I think running away would have been very risky there.
Great spot here for Frost Heals to secure their stage 2 spot here.
Yeah, this is a fight for all the marbles, but I will say that the Kitsune Rush blade on cart is pretty monstrous. Even in the face of something like a sound barrier, sometimes you can just power through with that rush on the cart. Pack with the pulse bomb, though. He's been a difference maker. He's been a factor. Hold on, Taejong's so low, we can't even really pump the blade from this position. Under so much pressure, Crocs what's her pack with 3? What the hell was that, Johnny? How did he get 3?
Oh my God!
This comp. Frosttails. What
was that?
No, all right, we need to. How does a Tracer get a 3K pulse bomb in this comp? How could that happen?
What?
How can that happen? That is illegal. That is illegal.
I can't believe it. Where did that come from? Just.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
All right. You know what? I just want to say a quick prayer. You know, rest in peace, Division Esports mental. I have never seen a boomage worse and more painful. And I'm sorry that you know, that your pain is our laughter and enjoyment, but we thank you for your sacrifice, Vision Esports. The Schadenfreude is getting good here. And Frosttails are going to qualify. They're going to be our next competitor in OWCS next stage. Out with the old, in with the new. The two teams from FACEIT Masters League are going on to OWCS.
Wow. Wow, what an incredible achievement for both of those FACEIT Masters teams there. Beating out Sakura and Vision Esports, our 7th and 8th place team from OWCS Stage 1. And so much fun aggression coming out from Frosttails Esports here. They are so much fun to follow. Stand-up performances by Keo on this Sojourn all day. Pack came in clutch with the Tracer here in our second series. Just immaculate play across the board here. Crocs on the Jungle Queen as well. This is going to be one of my favorite teams going to Stage 2 here, Jake. If they're just gonna run it down, like, I'm all for it. Let's go.
I'm so here for a team that just runs it down. I mean, they were clearly feeling the confidence here, just taking it to Vision. And exactly the opposite for Vision. Vision were just victims. You know, pretty much this whole, I mean, think about this. They won 3-1 against this team off broadcast. Realistically, they should have been coming to this team so advantaged, so confident. But instead it was Frosttails who found their footing, who found that trust and confidence in each other to believe that they could change that result with no prep time, no opportunity to really change strat, just confidence. The willingness to fight it out no matter what, to never give up, even in these incredibly contested team fights where, I mean, oftentimes the picks were going against them and they're just refusing to back down. Everyone's just standing next to the Sojourn, bro. The Sojourn even stood still. Slowdive stood still. He did what he had to do there. But where was the cleanse? Where everyone was like...
Do you think the Kiri tried to TP in Suzu, or... I mean...
I don't even think you can do that with a pulse bomb. Like,
no.
It takes too long. So if I think he was just standing there. That's so painful. We talked about how hard it is to pulse bomb in that comp, and Pac just drops a triple. I mean, Pac's like psyched to get the Sojourn there. It's like, honestly, him killing the Sojourn probably wins them the map. Like, it's probably enough, and then he hits 3 and it's just over.
I can't believe it ended with a 3K pulse bomb.
Yeah, that
was an unbelievable moment to close things out and qualify for Stage 2. Well,
we got to shed a tear for Vision Esports, though. My God.
Yeah, a lot of candidates here for player of the match, Jake, but we're going to give it to Crocs. I could have seen it go a lot of different directions. I'd say best highlight of the match was Pac's 3K pulse bomb. But best player of the match goes over to Crocs, actually, for some amazing Hazard gameplay. Also the Junker Queen as well. Another fun player to follow, maybe, if the Junker Queen comes through.
Yeah, I want to see, like this guy could be sick. You know, the fact that he's so good at Queen and Hazard is like a great sign, because mechanically those are, like, I would say the two hardest tanks, maybe, other than like Winston Primal. But like the raw aim mechanics are so critical on Hazard and Queen. To be really rock solid on those is like a great way to kind of start off competing at the highest level, because it shows that you can hang when it comes to mechanics. Like, and you can always learn a new hero. I mean, but the ability to aim and like execute under pressure and clutch these fights out, that's not really something you can teach or really learn as a player. It's something that kind of comes naturally. And to see that Crocs has that, well, that's why he's MVP here. That's why a huge part of why Frosttails are going to be qualifying and going on to the OWCS.
Yeah, another amazing comeback victory here for Frosttails. After first losing to Vision, they go through the lower bracket, they get 2 wins under the belt, and ultimately they're going to qualify for Stage 2 here. Crocs, player of the match, and also, I believe we have an interview. Crocs, can you hear me?
Hello!
There they are! Congratulations, Crocs! How does it feel?
Easy. As usual, easy. Part of the plan to lose, and we learn, and we win.
Crocs, what were you typing in match chat when you were near the Mega on second?
Every time.
I saw you standing still. Yeah, but what were you saying? What were you saying? You were quick with it. I saw you stand still, and I was like, he's typing in match chat. I've never seen it more obvious type in match chat.
Okay, I type he-he-he-ha for the Clash of Clash Royale.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, there's no mercy for Vision Esports, man. Their mentals must be so boomed right now, but you guys got to be on top of the world. How does it feel qualifying to play in OWCS in the next stage?
I mean, we take back our place. That's where we belong, kinda. Like now we have new people to slap on the butt, and like we straightforward for it. We're all happy about it.
How did you come back? What happened in the first series? Because you did lose division. We didn't see that match on broadcast, but then you just go on this insane lower bracket run. You play just unrelenting aggression. What was the big difference from the first start of the day to now just dominating 3-0 against Vision?
Okay, basically we didn't sing our song against Vision on the first part. We put Shakira on the second one. We win everything. So we put Shakira again. We sing again. We win everything. Easy.
So
we just need
Shakira
to
is
sing
a
before
secret.
match. Yeah, exactly.
I love that. I gotta see that.
Waka Waka, really important.
Okay. Waka Waka, lock in. Pro tips from the OWCS team. Fresh minted.
Exactly.
I can't wait. Can you promise me that going into stage 2, you just keep up with the aggression, just pushing through chokes and just run it down mid? It was such a treat to just watch you guys play today.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind do it better. We screamed them recently, and they cannot destroy us on doing that on us. So I can feel enemy team right now, frustration, but we will try our best, and we're gonna go first again. No problem.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time to practice there, so I can't wait to see it. Big congratulations to you and the team Crocs for qualifying for stage 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Love everybody, and shout out to the Imperial with the best. Frostales, sorry, Frostales. Hello, Frostales.
Shout out to Frostales. Love to see it. All right, thank you so much, Crocs. There we go. We have our 2 teams qualifying for OWCS Stage 2. It's going to be Quick Esports and Frosttail Esports, our 2 FACEIT Masters team. Jake, like you said, running it all the way through FACEIT Season 4. They get to participate here in the promotion relegation stage, and they take out the 2 teams relegated from OWCS Stage 1.
You got to give them credit, you know, for taking the long, hard road, for qualifying, for climbing their way to the top of FACEIT Masters, qualifying here for the OWCS. Honestly, I'm excited. I'd rather see fresh blood in OWCS, see some new players getting their chance on the big stage, playing against the world's best. And I think Quick and Frosttails are both teams that are going to be really exciting to watch in that next stage. We'll see if they can shake up the standings at all. There's definitely always that room for anyone to become champion.
Yeah, I've been talking about this recently, but it's so funny because last year we had this like very open format, Jake, where, you know, every stage was like 16 teams participating in the groups. And so you're familiarizing yourself with all these players, all these teams. You're like, wow, there's so much talent in all these regions. And now going into 2025, because we only have 8 teams participating in each stage, you know, half of those 16 teams from last year, they're battling it out in FACEIT Masters, trying to qualify, doing their best. So, you know, a return from some of those names we saw last year in OWCS. Now, you know, names like Crocs, for example, who was in OWCS last year, they get to reclaim their spot, like he said in that interview right there. So, thrill for Frosttails Esports, Quick Esports as well. But that was just half the day, Jake. That was just half of the matches we have coming up for you today on this lovely Sunday with promotion and relegation. EMEA has concluded. Congratulations to Quick Esports and Frosttails Esports. We will be right back after this lunch break with the North American region. So go microwave some fish and we'll see you after this break.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, back
Oh,
ult.
no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Did you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! Ha-ha! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Ah, memories.
Free your mind.
Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment. I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls and Sugar-Free just carving them asunder. Whoa.
Oh my god!
Merit again.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib! Even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg again? Another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what? How sick? What? Excuse me? What
are so back. It's time for the North America portion of today's OWCS Stage 1 promotion and relegation games. We are determining what 2 teams will join us for Stage 2 in OWCS. We have 4 teams in North America competing for the 2 spots. I am Reinforce, and I'm joined by the man responsible for one of the best staggers of all time in Overwatch Esports history. It's Jake.
I'm staggering. I actually did. I did stagger.
On Hanamura.
I made that happen. We coached that. We trained for that moment. What a good meta. What a good,
I was telling the truth. I'm not memeing.
What a healthy meta for the game where you stall an enemy diva for over a minute.
Oh, Hanamura.
Good old 2CP. Everyone's like, we missed 2CP. I'm like, nah.
It's pretty. It's a beautiful map.
It is pretty.
But,
it is pretty. I'm a Hano.
We're not here to talk about. We're not here to talk about 2CP. We're here to talk about promotion and relegation. If you haven't been with us previously today, we of course determined the 2 winners in EMEA. And this is part of the larger format we got going in 2025. Here you can see, of course, we had the open qualifiers leading into Stage 1. And we got the Champions Clash waiting for us in just a few days. Next week, in fact. But before we finalize, before we conclude Stage 1, we of course have to determine which 2 teams from FACEIT Masters, or, some of the bottom teams in OWCS Stage 1, will be joining us for Stage 2. 2 teams from FACEIT Masters, of course. They have the opportunity here today to face the bottom 2 teams in OWCS Stage 1 for each region and sort of vie for those spots. Like, hey, you didn't really play well in Stage 1, so we were taking this opportunity to challenge you. Challenge to the battle to the death, Jake, really. Not quite that. Literally, but kind of.
The game is real. If you die in the game,
is real.
You die in real
Stakes. Very important, Jake. But yes, 4 teams will be vying for 2 spots here today. So we can take a look at the standings and what really led us to this point over in North America. Now, in North America, Jake, there was the big 4, if I may. The Space Station Gaming, Nightmare, Timeless, Team Liquid, they were just dominant. But then at the lower half of the table, Shikigami couldn't really get anything going. They did beat Amplify, but that was just about it. Then they got 3-0'd all the way. Amplify, they were happy to be there. They upset Supernova.
A proud tradition established by the Shanghai Dragons, all right? We should applaud them. They're traditionalists.
Honestly, the upset against Supernova in the previous qualifier to qualify for OWCS, that was a great achievement by them, and they got the opportunity to compete against some of the best teams in the region. But now, in this promotion relegation tournament, they once again have to prove themselves, and they're off to a rough start. Supernova got the revenge, indeed, from that Stage 1 qualifier. Beat down 3-0 Amplify already, and just a few moments ago of broadcast. And Shikigami as well, with a 3-2 map 5 win against Dildox. They've earned themselves a slot in the upper final, facing off against Supernova for a spot in Stage 2. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That's our second match of the day. The first match of the day is going to be Dildox and Amplify, the losers of that first round, trying to avoid elimination, trying to earn themselves an opportunity to qualify for Stage 2. But first, you gotta win this matchup. You gotta win this matchup if you're going to get that opportunity to qualify once more, Jake. So here we are, settled once again. Now, if you're looking at this bracket, if you're looking at this standing, and you're thinking, how can I get involved? Jake, how do you get involved?
You get involved, you play in FACEIT, you qualify, top of the FACEIT pyramid, the FACEIT Master League, you grind your way up, and then you two, if you're the top 2 teams in FACEIT Master League, you'll get a shot at promotion relegation. It's a long climb from the bottom, Johnny, where you're at, but eventually you get to where I'm at, which is still a little bit more of a long climb to OWCS. But look, there's not much. It's lonely at the top. You got to be some of the best players in the world to hang with the best. And that's why, Champions Clash, think about that. Like the skill level, that's one level up from where we are right now. It just shows like how incredibly competitive it starts to get, even in promotion relegation.
It's about the opportunity, Jake. It's about the opportunity. You yourself, if you feel like you're good enough, if your team is good enough, you can sign up using the link faceit.com/OWCS. You can sign up and qualify for OWCS. Long gone are the days of, like I did really well in the Philadelphia Fusion tryouts, and I think I'm going to get a shot. Long gone are those days. Now, if you're actually good enough at the game, you do have the opportunity to qualify for OWCS. So take part in FACEIT League Season 5. Head over to faceit.com/OWCS and get your journey started. Now, first match of the day of 3 matches we have in the North American region, Jake. It's going to be Amplify and Dildox taking on each other to avoid elimination on this promotion relegation day.
And there's a lot of pressure on these squads. I guess Dilducks probably feel a little bit better playing such a close match against Shikigami, but there's also the factor of that being a little bit more mentally taxing, of you know, playing a longer series. Amplify just got battered 3-0 though, so we'll have to see if they're able to make that mental comeback here in this match.
Who on this Amplify roster do you really look towards? Because I think that even despite the fact that Amplify, they went 0-7 in stage 1, quite a few personalities and impressions made from this roster.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, who's able to come out on top. I think this team, like, I mean, I guess they didn't really make much of an impression, frankly, in the last stage. You know, the fact that they made that big upset win over Supernova was really their last major accomplishment. So now they're here in promotion relegation. They took a tough L today, so we'll see if this is another time for them to make that upset run. But their opponents, Dilducks, I think probably positioned to potentially be the more likely contender in the next level. I mean, we got Razor, Baz, you know, these are some names I'm a little bit more familiar with, frankly, in the ranked and competitive ladder.
Yeah, it was a tough FACEIT Masters tournament for Dilducks. They did qualify for that grand final, of course, which earned them the spot here into the promotion relegation day, but they did take a loss to Supernova in that grand final, like you're seeing just here. Still, though, some great moments from RSR on that Pharah, which might be a hero we'll see more of later today. PDK on the Cassidy.
I'm not
as
saying
well.
RZR, bro. We're calling this guy's name Razor now.
Okay,
if it's not, then you shouldn't have named yourself this.
You know, it's yeah. Well, we'll see. It's probably Razor. You know, I'm the Swedish person here. Okay,
yeah,
I'm afforded a little bit of leeway.
You can get away with it.
I can get away with it.
You got the ESL.
I'm just saying. We'll get to the bottom of this, but let's just not, you know, waste more time. Let's get into the first series of the day here for North America, Jake. It's going to be Amplify against Dilducks, and Cassidy banned first here from Amplify. Maybe Protect banning, or maybe just hating Cassidy apparently.
Yeah, maybe Protect's like something like the Pharah that is particularly impactful on this map that other teams might want to be banning out. Does also limit some of your options in dealing with the Pharah. So this says to me that Amplify likely want to play Pharah. That's like the most cogent reason I can think of as to why you would opening ban Cassidy. But with the Juno ban, one less main rush hero to deal with.
Yeah, I think you could go on a longer kind of like analytical rant here about like what are we going to see from Amplify, because it was a team that really loved to play the Mauga phone on the Sombra kind of composition, right? And that was their playstyle that earned them some map wins against some really good teams like SSG, like Timeless, for example. But now you find yourself in this situation where Mauga got nerfed, doesn't provide that damage reduction to the teammates anymore, and maybe it's a team that is struggling to find an identity here a little bit. Well, this is certainly an identity, Jake.
Jesus.
Sombra Venture in Spawn.
You sure about that, bro? I don't know about this. This is sus. This is very sus.
The phone loves the Sombra.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think Sombra is
we'll see it.
I think you can play Sombra, but I think it's like needs to be in that sort of like Tracer Sombra dive shell that's like super difficult to execute on. So Amplify, their work's going to be cut out for them. I think Sombra has a very bad matchup into Ramatra.
Yeah, it might be the Pharah instead. Racer did show that they had a really good Pharah, but no, it's actually going to be the Tracer.
All right. I mean, EMP is still a very powerful skill. They got Mega Control on the left side for Phone, so we'll see if we can get something done. Winter finds Red X. The assist there from the Sombra, able to help some damage down, and Sombra does poke quite a bit harder than Tracer. So without the Lucio, we'll see if the Dilducks can hold on to their position or if they're going to end up just giving up this first cap. Winter is low, though, on the flank, not getting healed up. Okay, does finally get the resource. So they're able to take point control, but Baz is back, and they're able to hold this down. They still have these Ram skills. Wait, Ram? Hello? Oh my god, he just died to spam.
Okay, crazy cat. Just sticking out.
Finds one, and that's Fortify used for Orisa. Now opportunity here for Dilducks to pull the trigger to get aggro. Sombra railed low. Can't escape with that invis broken. Winter finds one onto Razor, turns it around, but that's the Sojourn sliding in. Desperation move. Gap is extremely low as well on the Orisa. Yeah, is going to just come in, die on point, deny the stagger, and phone back over to the fire. Okay, this is a better pick.
Yeah. This is maybe more in line what we kind of expected going into this weekend here. Forfeiting a lot of space there to Dilducks, and so Baz, after taking some time to regenerate, get that Nemesis form up again, Baz pushed in, and they find picks on the back of that space. But now then, Phone, show us what you got. What can you bring on this Pharah? We've seen the Sombra plenty in stage 1. Let's see it on the Pharah instead, finding some opening picks.
They'll need to, but it's hard. I mean, Ram can tolerate the spam pressure pretty comfortably. Baz, though, is getting hit from multiple angles. Red X extremely low. Players getting harassed from all sides. Winter on the outside, really drawing a lot of attention to himself and also finding a kill. One in a second. sticks in, drops his life, but is able to get both supports. Job well done there from the Sojourn on the flank, and Phone cleans up Razor.
Yeah, it's a good start from Winter there. And when we were talking about the roster, Jake, I think Winter is one of the names you have to highlight. She was amazing on the Sojourn in Stage 1, and despite the fact that they went 0-7, it always felt like Winter was delivering with the Sojourn highlight reels, and whether you're in chat and typing away that's because Sojourn was OP, well, okay, well, maybe I'm blaming necessarily, but credit where credit is due. Winter was spectacular on the Sojourn. Now, Kitsune Rush is drop for both teams. PDK, Overclock going, but can't quite find the pick, Jake.
Yeah, just stuck on the outside, couldn't really get into the action, and the group up from Amplify is strong on the point. Now it's time, just Razor stalling it out on point. PDK taking a quick trip back to the spawn there. It's a nice retake from Amplify. This map can be sometimes challenging to retake, but they get it done with the rush and the spin. Now Phone has that barrage online, and this is a scary spot for Dildux, coming out through these chokes with the pressure that Farah provides, the opportunity to commit with that barrage. Still with that cleanse, you know, things can turn around against you in a heartbeat.
So hard to take space here, and Bass is already under pressure. Because you have the Farah spam, here comes the barrage!
Oh, he's in with the squad, and the rest of the team followed in behind him. That's the strength for Amplify. Finding one, but traded right back, 2 for 2. Redex a solo beat on the Lucio. That's not good. And Amplify still very healthy. That is sad. A beat thrown away for essentially nothing. Oh, the flip comes in. They were all looking. It was a distraction beat. That was the distraction beat. That's the first time I've ever seen a distraction beat, and it worked. He got them to flip. Razor stalling. He's gonna die for this. Oh, he's throwing a pulse bomb. Okay. Okay. No, the rest of the team is here, so they're gonna stall some more. But Winter pops the OC. Nice cleanup. Should just be picking these frags. Does enough damage for the rest of the squad to get that done. Now it's a bit of a stall here. Yeah, they're happy to delay some of these kills, and very scrappy game one, Johnny. Both teams willing to double down in difficult fights, and a solo beat. Oof.
Yeah, this is a messy one so far. Amplify though. Last fight territory here on Night Market. It could get this win. They have double support ultimate coming up here, so quite a good timing for them ultimates wise. Oh, and Razor goes down already as well. Sound barrier, why not?
That's a beat on 5, and his last fight, you know, go for it, double down, finish him off. Love that from Amplify. They sense opportunity, blood in the water. They get that cleanup. Baz not even gonna make the touch. Yeah, dead before she hits the floor on D.Va. And Amplify swapping off the Sombra, hitting some nice team plays, looking rock solid in this first round.
I'm all for Phone popping off on the Farah here as well. Setting up Winter for some nice railgun shots on the Sojourn there as well. So Amplify off to a hot start there, which is a good sign after all, because they did get dominated 3-0 by Supernova. And so you're like, you don't want to be stuck in the Vision Esports kind of spot where you're just losing maps left and right and you have nothing going for you. Here we go. Amplify playing this Farah composition. It's working out for them, Jake.
Have to see if they're able to keep it going into the second round. Amplify hovering the hazard for the moment, which I do kind of like. They also have TP for Phone, so Farah could look for a boop off here. Not much of a way to defend against that from Dildex other than being keenly aware of the threat.
Watch out for the boop. Oh, so successfully avoided it. That's nice. Still though, the rockets raining down from above. Bass drops low, fairly early here. Razor tries to go for the boop themselves, but doesn't quite hit it. So it's going to be a bit of a poke battle here, Jake, to get us started.
Yeah, we'll see Farah now getting a little bit of value here from the side. So far uncontested. And the position on the outside of the point should be pretty desirable. Nice rail into Razor. Limits some of the aggression from this Farah, but now the team Amplify split a little bit. Winter looking to get in on the flank, but wary of the possible counter engage. Disruptor shot zoning, booped off, no slide.
Oh, no slide!
She's done. Redex, nice play. Now comes back, able to bring the support into the main group just in time to save Baz. Ensure that you don't lose your tank in that moment. And the rest of the squad going down easy. Phone gets one exit frag, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. Frothy Philly going to get that taxi back from Redex. Should be the whole squad ready to make the defense. You see these DPS up in front, just putting that pressure down on the Amplify's walk up.
It's been a great day for boops, Jake. Boops all over the place. And EMEA especially, lots of boops going around. Now though, Amplify trying to retake here. Getting close to Kitsune Rush, but choosing to cross the bridge here. With the Ramatra on the other side, you're not worried about that jagged wall as much. And Bass under a lot of pressure early, but drops low, Jake.
In trouble, yeah. Crazy Cat pumping heals as fast as they can, but okay, it's barely gonna be enough with that Kitsune. Conk just making a little bit of space. The players are still so low. Razor 1 HP though, can't get the barrage. Grabs the pack, is gonna be able to get back into the fight, but Cap, Winter find their respective kills. Up 2 now for Amplify as they look to make the retake happen. PDK desperation. Razor ripped the barrage there too, got nothing out of it. Way too desperate in the 3v5. And Baz is gonna die late as well after the flip.
Kind of your average Pharah barrage there. You know, sometimes in pro play we see them get up 2k, 3k, but even for me, you know, I've been there.
That's what I'm saying. That's average barrage for you, dog. Don't be talking about my barrages like that.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, well, I'll gas you up on broadcast if you want, but can't deny the truth, Jake. All right, Amplify. Two damage ultimates. Overclock activated with the sound barrier. Let's go in, they say.
Yeah, they're in. Gap pushes Baz off the map with the beautifully placed jagged wall. PDK can't really cross. The sightline too threatening with that Pharah Sojourn. I mean, crossing the bridge is kind of a wild move into this comp. I think it's incredibly hard to cross bridge. Hazard,
yeah, no way.
Pharah, and even the Sojourn Disruptor shot. Lucio, I mean, there's just so many threats. I just think you can't ever cross this bridge. But Dildux, yeah, I think they've thought better of it. Gonna take the rotation. Also threatening with the amount of spam that can come in, but much less risk of those environmental eliminations. Especially with Phone now having that vacuum concussive perk. Could be powerful for the barrage though. Oh, the pull doesn't quite grab anyone important. Gap pulls Red X and the backline, but not quite so incredibly close for all. He really lives on 1 HP.
Razor with a 3k as well?
Yeah, massive. Not even the barrage, just rocket after rocket, pumping them in.
Oh, Winter's under the Widow. Oh, looking for a big grabs.
I like this. I like this. A little bit of, you know, denying some of the spawn camping pressure. And you didn't have both anyway. This is a crazy crosshair. The extra large dot, kind of like it.
Gap swaps over to the D.Va here.
I don't mind the D.Va here.
Yeah, it's still though. Yeah, especially against the Ana. Yeah, you're right. But there's going to be a lot of poke this direction, so you gotta manage the defense matrix.
Nice nade.
And if you get naded anyway, like now we're just buying time here for Dildux.
Yeah. And even with D.Va, I'm still not sure about the whole bridge crossing thing, but both teams are kind of just going head to head, YOLOing it across the bridge. You know what? Maybe it could work. Ram's dropping super low. Ana's distracted there. That's why though.
No, Barrage.
On to Razor. Nano Barrage finds one. Should be more. Should be just be a cleanup. Yeah, the rest of the team is going off the map.
That's a quick reset. Quick reset here, Jake.
And they're not resetting. Kiri, hey, wake up, bro. Jump off the map. Oh, that took way too long for Crazy Cat. Miscommunication from Amplify. And now, Phone and Winter, Tracer Sombra. The stall is so threatening here. And the boop on the D.Va. She can't even make it to the point. Tracer and Sombra gonna have to be the ones holding it down. Gonna have to be full committing on the point. But Sojourn's so confident here. And that's gonna be the round for Dildux.
What would Spilo say, Jake? Take angles. Where's the angles, buddy? They go for the bridge.
I would
they try to cross the bridge.
Don't try to retake over the bridge on Lijiang Tower. That's what I would say.
That's what I do when I play Overwatch. I just think about what would Spilo say? What would Spilo say to me right now? It wasn't the prettiest Guardian rounds for Amplify there. Still though, I feel like Amplify, they are a team that excels here when it comes to control center. At least back in the Mauga days, but maybe now even on the Orisa as well.
You'd think it's a good map for him.
I want to believe it. I want to believe it.
Interesting. I don't actually like TPing the Pharah on this map. I think the Pharah player should TP on this map so there's no conk threat. Razor's going to go to the Genji though, so Dildux going to look to up the tempo here on this map. Look to equalize some of those perks. Has a good matchup against the Orisa. Can make it awkward. Lucio going out, making a lot of space there on the flank is Red X. See if the rest of the team can get as much done though. Curie forced Ewan super low. Genji onto the Pharah. She's struggling to get to that pack. Zoned away. Could be going down here. Has to fall back to the rest of the squad. But already the pressure is felt. I mean, point control fully in favor of Dildux right now. Oh my god.
Phone stuck in the wall.
The poke.
That's tough. All right, 5 versus 4. Should be Dildux. Pretty cleanly pushing back Amplify, waiting for Phone to get back into the fight here. On a first point cap, we're Dildux.
It's exactly what you need here. And the pressure of the Genji on that off angle. In theory, the Pharah can, you know, out damage, can out spam over a long period of time, but realistically, you get marked on those off angles, you're much less effective than somebody like a Genji who can just be a lot more nimble, grabbing those packs, being annoying, hitting from the flank. And once again, I mean, Phone is like, would love to just be spamming a Ramatra on the side, but cannot get that angle. Dildux is so really aware of it.
Feels super effective. I mean, you're poking against a Genji and a Lucio here, now pushing up as well. Kitsune Rush activated for Crazy Cat. Phone just goes down. It's a 4v5 push, essentially.
Well, they're able to get the flip, but Frothy Philly is going to run it right back with a much later Kitsune rush. Gap holding it down, has Fortify, has the beat. Charge Javelin, doesn't connect this time. PDK is able to slip out, ripping the overclock as well. Orisa should be running low on cooldowns now, has the Terra Surge. A shot here, 2 misses. Oh, so painful. The spin is massive, though, in the backline from Dildux. They're staying alive, though. Baz with the Annihilation, maybe enough to get this over the line. Finds a connection. They're trying to stall, but of course, that does just extend this Ramatra ultimate. And now almost everyone in the crosshairs here for Baz as he gets those cleanup frags. And Razor winning these flank fights time and time again, sets his team up for success. Does get traded there at the start of the fight, but has kind of done their job. Phone, Winter coming up on those DPS ultimates. They'll have to find some kind of key connections here, especially from the Sojourn. I feel OC, a lot of pressure, but you have that potential for a beat counter engage, and Razor with the blade, there's no answer to that on the Amplify side.
Redix has to be crucial with the sound barrier here. Clinical. Can he get it out in time for this OC? Or potentially the barrage in time here. Amplify just poking for now, and here they go.
Late beat, and there comes in. Razor immediately puts it to use. Winter fully falling back. Punish potentially. Oh, and then damage does come in. The cleanse is a little bit too much for the Genji to get through, but he's done his job. He already found the opener in that fight. And now Dildux setting up again to hold the choke. Both teams sitting on a Kitsune rush. Phone has Barrage, but it's honestly hard to get in with the Barrage on this map. There's not really that many good angles, and even using the Barrage against Kiri, Ram, Genji, there's a lot of big threats when you actually go to commit the ultimate. Maybe I'd love to see Crazy Cat come in and combo that Suzu on him, but so far he hasn't been able to close the distance.
Yeah, you need to get some kind of value now. Kitsune rushes for both teams available here. Here comes the Barrage.
Yeah, there it goes. There she goes, Navara, flying through the air, getting chopped in half by the BDK laser. Razor finds another. That should be all she wrote on Lijiang Tower. Dildux, 5 alive, looking healthy. And it's going to be cleanup. Amplify going down 1-0 in the series.
Wow, pretty brutal start there for Amplify. The Pharah pick was just not it on Control Center. Started out okay, and like you're thinking Pharah on Night Market, you're like, oh great, you know, Pharah Night Market. Solid pick. But then it just didn't work at all on Garden and Control Center. Yeah,
I feel Dildux, they understood the response. It's like, in theory, Pharah does more spam pressure than Genji, and you can kind of play slow and force the other team to engage on you. But if you can't get an angle, you don't do any kind of spam pressure. And honestly, that Genji is very advantaged in that fight with the wall climb. It's like really awkward for Pharah to take that. Maybe an Echo pick or like a Mirror Genji or a Tracer could have like a little bit better purchase at winning that flank fight. But frankly, your spam pressure means nothing when you're not even able to get into an angle.
Yeah, really tough start for Amplify there, and now on a 4-map lose streak after losing 3-0 to Supernova. Need to find some kind of momentum going their way. Looks solid here. Winter, when he put Winter in a position to exceed on that Sojourn, you know, you can always count on the Sojourn performances to get something going your way, but wasn't quite enough here. Perhaps Phone need to find an alternate hero as we look for the rest of this series.
Nice boot from Redx.
Yeah, Redx with some nice performances so far this map.
Yeah, and Baz also on the tank role, I think able to endure a lot of this pressure super well, being that stable frontliner that his team really needed. Nice catch there.
Yeah,
on the Ramatra.
A little perk action.
Ravenous Vortex. Here we see the final fight, just clean up here. Really does. I mean, Razor's Genji impressed me. I think this is something that they could continue to look to deeper into the series. And on top of that, with the Cassidy ban used, you know, Amplify wanting to play things like Pharah and Sombra, could run into some trouble playing against Cassidy as the series progresses.
Yeah, now especially when you spent that ban as well, so that could be something that Deluxe want to rely on. As PDK especially, I think we saw that hero quite a bit from them in the FACEIT Masters bracket, of course, that took place. But we look towards the next map, and it's going to be Suravasa, Jake. It's been a map that I think Amplify has picked throughout Stage 1, and also one they picked against Supernova in their previous match just earlier, moments ago. So Amplify, they'll have to get something going here. I was looking a little bit at the bans that they distributed against Supernova. The first map ban for Amplify against Supernova was the Winston on Lijiang Tower, but then on Suravasa they also banned Genji here as well. So curious kind of see, you know, maybe with the Genji ban they're thinking that maybe we can protect the Sombra or something like that as well. So we'll have to see what Amplify are gonna cook up for us on Suravasa. But before we get the second map underway, we'll go to a short break. We'll be right back with more action from the North American Promotion Relegation Tournament.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back, everybody, to the OWCS Promotion Relegation. It's the first match of North America. Amplify taking on Ducks. Amplify, they lost that first map to Ducks, but they're taking us to Suravasa. They're going to ban out Razor's Genji. It was a real thorn in their side in that first map.
Yeah, a replay from what we saw against Supernova earlier today when they did in fact pick Suravasa and they banned the Genji. So they clearly have something planned for them here. Winter on the Symmetra going to teleport them all the way out in phone. On this signature Sombra, I feel like we gotta see some good Sombra action here, Jake, if Amplify want a shot to remain in this promotion relegation tournament.
Now, I want to see what PDK does, though, on the Cassidy, right? They had enough respect for the Cassidy to ban it out against him. And I think he really is the hero that his team needs to shut down not only the Sombra, but also some of these other potential threats in the backline. Already finding some nice connections, big damage in the backline, makes it scary to walk up, and the phone follow-up kill is there from Razor. Now he's gonna swing this off angle on PDK. Winter did strike back, so maybe you don't want to go too crazy, too aggressive. It's not a cleanup scenario. Trying to walk up these stairs, oh, he's caught in a really tight spot.
Yeah.
Lucio helps him slip away. Great team play there. Red X bails his Cassidy out of trouble.
Yeah, great play from Red X there. Both teams now fasting, brawling. Ducks, they did get the cap, so they're ticking, of course. Gaining control point here. Both teams are building towards the support ultimates. Gap drops quite low, and phone gets picked off again. This is just a nightmare scenario, Jake. The Sombra has not been off to a hot start here on Suravasa.
It's a nightmare scenario for Sombra 3v5. Yeah, this fight is over. It looks like it. I mean, maybe. Look at the legend moving though from PDK. No, eventually he gets shut down, but it doesn't really matter, right? The rest of the squad has this cleanup on lockdown. And I was gonna say, it's a nightmare scenario for Sombra players. This is a dream scenario for the Sombra haters like myself, who love to watch Sombra get mercilessly beat down on the flank by a proper hero like Tracer.
Just
goodbye. Goodbye.
Jake, behave. On the Overwatch Esports channel, okay?
Yeah, well, you know what?
Let's get ourselves together here.
You know what? Let's be real, chat. Let's be real, chat. Who's with me? Who's with me, chat?
Who's with me? All right. It's a cheap control point for Ducks. Coming up on 5 ultimates, dare I say, but Bass though drops low. There we go. Phone gets some action going. Virus out, shuts down Bass. Here we go. 26 seconds to go. Probably going to be enough time for Ducks to really get their stuff together again and re-engage with their ultimates.
Yeah, I think the kill is unfortunately a little bit too early to have too much impact there because the flip, as you mentioned, is not open. PDK on this walk up. Phone is so far from the EMP. Would love to have it in this fight, but likely will not be available. High Noon is a huge threat. They dive in onto Baz, but that's a tough kill. OC now from Winter. She's looking for some kind of connection, some kind of extra value. Frothy Philly. So far, the Kitsune is not enough, and the OC just too much damage, even for Baz to endure. And Amplify, off the back of some nice ultimate aggression there, are going to get something going. PDK wants to turn this around, but now the overwhelming pressure, the whole team turns to face the Cassidy on the flank, and without mobility, dead to rights there. Winter gets that extra kill. So the Sojourn, the OC, really powerful. And PDK saying, you know what? Okay, maybe I will play some Sojourn too. Sojourn is a very powerful hero in the game of Overwatch.
Yeah, build some railgun charge from the Hazard, of course. But I think you can see as well, Amplify, you know, they're playing this summer. They have the EMP available now, so maybe we'll see how Phone moves around the map. Gets this one sorted.
This EMP has to
sound barrier, though. Yeah. Early sound barrier.
Used down for, oh, the hack on it. Okay, no, Baz, though, with the Annihilation, baits in it.
Here goes.
Big EMP over the top. It's enough. Baz got punished. EMP connection there. No CDs in the background. EMP should be a powerful fight, but hold on. The clutch from Ducks. 4 players still alive. They couldn't get any more than Baz off the back of the EMP. Phone went down. Crazy Cat's gonna rip the ultimate here, going all in, gambling pretty much the game on this play. Pulse Bomb.
Oh, no.
Was a little bit wide because PDK already took Winter's head off. And now Ducks should be getting this cap in. Tracer very low, blinking around, trying to be tricky with it. Hazard is a real threat, though. Can't take that hero lightly. Always has that potential to just one-shot you on Tracer.
They invested like everything there as well. Both support ultimates, the EMP, everything worked in Amplify's direction, but then you find yourself in a 3 versus 4 scenario, and Ducks just claw themselves back into it. Now Amplify gonna have to wait for this next ultimate cycle, unless they can secure a pick from Phone or Winter coming up clutch with this overclock. But I think all eyes on Dildox for now because they have this Kitsune Rush in hand.
Yeah, I mean, OC can't always be that difference maker. Both Sojourns coming up on it in essentially the same time. PDK needs a bit of love, though, from the healers. Keeping him up. Ramantra holding the point. Kitsune over the top now. Very scary for Hazard, who's caught in with no violent lead for a few more seconds. Jagged Wall trying to get them out. OC pop from PDK. Does find the connection. Phone. Ooh, Sombra just barely slips away, but hold on. Lucio now in trouble. Sombra turning it around onto the Soj, who gets saved by the Kiri Cleanse, who came in just in time, but he didn't slip around the corner enough. Frothy Philly saved him for nothing. Winter with the cleanup.
This is Winter. Just making her presence felt here now. Trying to secure these picks to get this point. It's going to be last fight territory. Recall forced onto Razor here. Here comes the Kitsune Rush from Amplify. They're hitting those support ultimates again, and they have the momentum going for themselves too. How are the Dildogs going to get themselves back into this one?
Baz tries to touch, but oh, he didn't need a touch there. Tracer had that touch, and he's going to cost him his life. Razor needs to make something happen with the Pulse Bomb. It goes wide. Painful. But Frothy Philly elsewhere wins the 1v1 against Crazy Cat. PDK drops in the chaos. And that's truly what this fight is. Chaos. Winter finding her way through with another connection. It's a 3-on-3 on the Overwatch. Red X booped up.
Oh, the
late beat. Okay, E1 with a later beat. Keeping the team stabilized. Should be a bit of an advantage for Amplify to clean up, and no touch is found. Winter, many frags found in that fight. The clutch Sojourn that the team needed. And Phone's close to that next EMP.
Here we go. Here we go, Jake. This is when the series started. Not quite, but it feels like it. Amplify on the board. Securing a control point here now. And they do have that EMP. Gets revealed for just a second here. Okay, we'll settle back. 20 seconds to go. We're good. We're good. Don't worry about it. Phone, you just need one good EMP here. And you'll both see a flying start for this third point on Suravasa.
Yeah, Red X just checking the flank, making sure there's no funny business here from the Sombra. They know about this EMP threat. They're trying to split for it. Here the dive comes in right to the back line. Connection comes in, but Frothy Philly with a quick 2-tap on the phone still. The rest of the team overwhelms in the back of the EMP. Nice synergy on that dive. 1-0, one fight win. You take that. That's what you need to be doing on the Sombra. It needs to produce, and it does in this case.
Yeah, and if you can get value from the EMP, I mean, you feel so good about the rest of your ultimates, right? Because you can cycle those support ultimates. Winter with the overclock, we've seen how lethal that can be. So now, you know, despite the fact Dildogs, they have a Kitsune Rush, and an Annihilation ready to go. Amplify still feeling quite comfortable because of the value this period.
Downpour. There's cleanse available. They're not going to cleanse the Ram. He should be just fine. Putting his hands in front of his face. Makes him very powerful. Very powerful when he uses a special move. Baz capping the point, threatening it with the Annihilation form. You got to be worried about this. Gap is low, and the healer resources being spread thin here for Amplify. They're trying to get reset. There's Winter, though. Shuts down the Tracer. Denies a key source of some of that damage threat coming in. And now Crazy Cat has ulti. Is going to rip it across the point, but Baz and PDK respond in kind. And it's just Annihilation here on the point. Quick cleanup. Cost them 2 key ultimates. And Winter was still producing in that fight, but in the end, they keep control. Long walk back for Amplify. They're very far from an ultimate they can really use. I mean, E1 has that sound barrier, but beating aggressively, kind of a scary proposition in a Ram comp.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an awkward fight there. I mean, the Annihilation is so powerful on that point. You really saw Baz just cleaned up as soon as they stepped on the point here. But now 63% and counting, and you're building towards the sound barrier. You gotta be hoping for something here, Jake. And,
that's not what you're
it's
hoping
Winter
for.
going down.
It is something, but it's not what you wanted. And without Winter, who's really been a key source,
let's go.
This is a wild move. Baz, very tanky on the Ram. Really no one taking damage on Dildogs here. They're really happy with the fact that the sound barrier is expendable. Hold on, Gap.
Oh.
Does burst Red X. Razor just barely stays alive through the hack. Gets back to the squad. Baz needs to hold this front line down. He's throwing hands, running hands on this point.
Oh, those
Lucio, though, scary to kill with the rest of the pressure coming in. Razor finishes that frag onto Iwan, and the cap comes in. Dildogs up 2-1 here on Flashpoint. It should be cleaning up the rest of these frags.
Yeah, realistically needed another pick there on the back of that sound barrier. Went for the aggressive move, 5 versus 5, but Dildogs retreated, then re-engaged in turn, and they end up capping their second point there on Suravasa. Yeah, Kitsune Rush available for them here now. Phones coming up on this EMP. We talked about how crucial it is for this EMP to work out.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, well...
Dildogs setting up to close the map out here.
It's tough.
Big advantage on this first fight with Phone dead. That means no EMP to come in for a few seconds. Razor, wow, holds the recall on that. Hands of steel there. Not sure chokehold is really on the cards here, so Dildogs gonna have to survive through this EMP. Phone has a big opportunity. Whoa, what is Ramatru doing here? What the? Okay. Ram left out, hung out to dry. Dildux realized some miscommunication there. But hold on, PDK strikes right back and the full Chaos playstyle coming in. PDK senses a chance. Beat used. OC used as well. Winter and Gap responding with their own ultimates. So far a 2 for 2 in the fight, but the point is flipped. Amplify happy to take a long engagement there. Now they leave with that tank in the battle. It's such a huge advantage in Winter finding these cleanup kills.
Yeah, Baz,
what is she gonna
quite committed there.
It's like a Tracer. Oh my, okay.
Tracer.
I kind of like this for the EMP fight, but I am worried in the long run. I think this causes a bit of problem. Maybe they just feel like they're never getting through this Ram and they want to just try to go past him and dodge him. There's a certain logic to that I do like. However, a lot relies on the initial burst of this EMP fight. You really are never going to have the damage to get through Ramatra unless you're 1v5ing him. Oh my god! No! I'm so happy, Johnny. It's like Christmas for me. Dildux. They're happy to take that one too. They're like, what just happened, bro? All right, push. Baz going in, does have that ultimate. After this first form expires, almost certainly going to pop it. PDK trades it right back. Kiri now being tracked down. No cooldowns left to escape. PDK is going to find that. And the flip should be coming through momentarily. Lucio stalling a little bit more. Why use EMP? Oh, what? Oh my, this is so bad, bro. What are we watching? Phone.
No, we should have held it. We just needed the one fight win on the point. We could have regrouped. But instead, it's Dildux with now point control. They have a pulse bomb. They have an Annihilation. And the Annihilation is so good.
The Annihilation is so good in here.
The point down. Oh my goodness.
Razor.
This could be the match,
kill, though. That's something. Gap is so low, needs so much heals, but Baz senses opportunity, is going to charge forward, but getting flanked from both sides, yeah. Getting assaulted. Gap, though, about to die as well to the pulse bomb, so Tank's off the board. Now it's up to the damage players and the support players. Who's got the better deathmatch ability? Should favor the team that doesn't have a Sombra. PDK close to that OC. That should be the final nail in the coffin. Baz is going to come back quick on the Doomfist. May live to regret that Winter, though. Pulse bomb goes wide. Now trying to win that fight with the Lucio, but the Lucio is battling back, and Baz cleans up the Nemesis in the Sombra. Maybe he's just going to run it on the Doomfist today. He's feeling himself. Up 2-1. Gap solo here on the point. Lucio coming back to try and get some help, but such a difficult position, and just clean up here for Razor. Confident victory for Dildux. Sombra haters rejoice. We are being served a bountiful feast this day.
I'm not gonna say that or ask where it went wrong, Jake, because I think we kind of saw where it went wrong. It's not a good series.
That was bad. When he went off the map, it was bad. You don't want to go off the map when you play Overwatch and you're in a contested fight. Typically,
they felt like they were in a tough spot. They needed to try something. Get out of there. They were revealed, I'm pretty sure. They were like low HP, and they're like, well, this is my shot to escape the fight, Jake. And
I appreciate your copium, bro. I appreciate your I get like 150 health.
I just want to see people do their best and play at their absolute best, okay? So, you know, when it doesn't go
memes, and I don't like
people's way, then okay. Well, you made your stance clear, Jake. And, we appreciate
I'm an agent of chaos, Johnny. I think you should know that about me by now.
You are an agent of chaos. I would have said you're like lawful good.
Observers, hit him with the slow-mo.
I didn't take you for a chaotic evil, Jake. I thought you were lawful good.
Look, we're on match 4 of 6 today, Johnny. I'm nothing if not chaotic today.
All right, well, Amplify, they're down 2-0 in the series against Dildux here, fighting for their life here in the promotion relegation bracket, where we're crowning 2 teams that get to qualify for OWCS Stage 2 North America. So Amplify, you know, theoretically, they could reverse sweep here and then beat either Shigami or Supernova, and they would again qualify for OWCS Stage 2. And so it's not over until it's over. I've seen crazier things, Jake.
It would be pretty close to the craziest thing I've ever seen, though. Like, it would be like it's in like the same neighborhood.
The craziest thing you've ever seen.
Zip code.
What is the craziest thing you've ever seen, Jake? I mean, surely a team reverse sweeping and winning 2 Overwatch matches. A team winning 2 Overwatch matches is not the craziest thing you've seen. There's no way. You must have seen some crazier stuff. Okay, well,
I saw like a cat wearing like a little hat before. That was pretty crazy. Like a little, like, you know.
You saw a cat wearing a hat.
Yeah. Like a little. You know what I'm saying?
Like just roaming the streets, or did someone put the?
I think someone was like walking. It was like a cat with like a harness and like it was being walked.
Was it more like a top hat, or was it more like,
it was like a
I don't know, like
bowler? I'd say it was like a bowler hat, like a little, like an old timey. Can you put a cat into ski mask, Johnny? What are you saying?
Maybe their face is cold. You want to like give some warmth, like
That's ridiculous. A ski mask.
I don't know.
That would be cute though. Imagine it has like little holes for the ears, and there's like.
That would be the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Ears
like
are coming out of the ski mask. I like that, Johnny. I kind of see where your head's at.
Yeah. Anyway, Amplify reverse sweeping and winning another series. That would be on par.
That would be like roughly like similar to a cat wearing a ski mask. You know, like in the terms of like it's not the craziest thing I've ever seen. Fair.
Okay, I really say ski mask, but at the same time, like surely there's some kind of like protective garb for cats who live in the winters where it's really cold.
Is it toque? Is that how you say it? Am I right?
Dude, I don't freaking know. I'm Swedish. I have never heard of that word before.
Isn't that? Chat, back me up on this.
You might as well. You might as well just made that word up. I wouldn't have any clue. But you know, if you live in like Canada or something and it's really cold, like cats need protective gear, right, for the cold. So I'm just thinking
they're
maybe.
Furry, man. They're furry.
Yeah, but sometimes like that doesn't mean all cats are just geared.
Don't take your cat outside in a blizzard. Like, come on now.
Well, they need to get their steps in. I don't know.
Steps. They're a cat. They're a cat. They don't need.
Yeah, but like my dog needs walking to get some energy out.
Watch. I think my cat needs a pedometer.
All right. We got a subject. We need to get this show back on the road. And Phone has been subbed out for Chicken. What's your read on this thing?
I mean, look. Let's just go to brass tacks here. We got to shake things up. We got to give Chicken his shot.
I'm excited, Jake, because you know what this opportunity presents. Mm-hmm. This opportunity presents, or this presents the opportunity rather, that Chicken can officially go from a red name on Liquipedia to a blue name on Liquipedia. This is a big moment.
That's like my life's. That's like the most meaningful thing in my life is that I have a blue name on Liquipedia. I live for that. I think about that every day when I go to bed. I'm like, thank God.
People out there, they're thinking like, along the line here, you can qualify for over OWCS Stage 2. Well, you can also turn your red name to a blue name on Liquipedia. Chicken can do just that in this matchup. We're headed to Circuit Real, which I'm actually quite excited about because this now forces maybe a different kind of composition. We're not going to see Hazard, probably.
Johnny, we need a hero. We need a hero. This is way beyond strategy. This is way beyond tactics and hero, but we need a hero. We need somebody to step up and take this game. A savior. We need Winter. I think we need Winter to put up a nasty game on Widow right now. Like, I think we're past the point of like a tactical outplay, trading ultimate. We need to. I want some big headshots. I want headshot after headshot after headshot. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to Circuit. This is the Widow map. It's time to put up or shut up, baby. Amplify. If you deserve another shot in any OWCS, it's got to be right here, right now.
Okay. Ramatra ban comes through from Amplify and Vildox. They opt for the Pharah ban. All right. Did you expect the Pharah here on Circuit Real?
It's actually not that bad on this map. Like, low-key. Pharah's okay. You can play some like hard dive stuff or like play Pharah as like a spammer in a poke comp. I mean, they might want to play.
We've certainly seen it so far this tournament. Yeah, people like the.
Actually, I'm really curious to see the meta here on Circuit because it's been a long time since I've seen Circuit played. I've seen some dive potentially on third. Like, dive's actually really good on third.
Let me ask you this, Jake. In just a few days' time, we have the Champions Clash for a second time. It's the first Overwatch Esports major of the year. We don't know what the meta is going to be because there's been, balance changes here and there. Maybe you rely on Soup Cup, which took place this weekend, to get a read on the meta. Would you draw any kind of knowledge from this map right here going into Champions Clash? Do you think these two teams are going to put on?
Yeah, I think
the meta compositions we'll see as
about
Champions
as good as Crazy Raccoons. It's like like plus or minus 2%. It's really tight. So we got
Chicken is on the Junkrat. I know they're in spawn, but still,
this match is
would be amazing.
About the same as Crazy Raccoon Falcons in terms of like execution scale, margin of error.
If you're talking about
I'm sorry. Dude, Zen goes crazy here. I like the Zen pick though. I like the Juno Zen actually. This is like a YOLO.
And the Hanzo.
But if you get
here is Winter putting on their best soccer impression.
I will say Frothy Philly could just ruin them with a nade. Like a nade will just, this comp is gonna pop if they get naded.
Okay, well, Winter could ruin them with the Hanzo arrow.
That's true. That's true. They're gonna hold the corner though. Playing a long side lane against Zen. Maybe not a wise play. Gap is struggling a little bit in the poke trade. But both teams just content for the spamming. And honestly, once Iwan walks high ground, but he's not walking high ground, he's playing low ground. YOLO. Okay, it's kind of a risky move, but let the rest of the team play high ground. Nade threat is in. Oh, Genji dashes into the backline, gets a reset now onto the second, the third. Razor cutting them to pieces in the backline, and that's why you don't play Zen Juno. Come on now. You should have known this, Amplify. So vulnerable to the Genji and the Ana. I mean, I don't even think that was a nade dive. He just kind of got worked.
Okay,
Razor
May
says, you banned my Genji? You banned my Genji? To disrespect?
Oh, we got quite a lot of swaps there. Ewan swaps over to Lucio there as well.
Okay, I do think Lucio's better.
They're ready to get busy here with the double speed May.
Yeah, I mean, you could wall in the Sig, but you have your own Sig, so you're not like necessarily the best comp. Oh, Winter, though, finds PDK. Winter, we talked about a hero.
The hero we need.
She has been the hero many times before in this series, puts more pressure onto Redex, forces that deflect out of Razor, now forces a slide away, but Dildex aren't backing down. They're going to drop the Nano onto Razor, who's diving in. Already found Chicken, now looking for a reset. Low HP, even with the Nano. Could get pressured out. Deflect, though, comes off cooldown just the right moment. Double jump over the rock to get out. And that Nano and the kill is enough to stabilize things for the defenders. Baz significantly gapping up, though, on this Flux. And there's not really much of a defensive tool against this. If somebody like Winter gets caught, it's going to be lights out for the Sojourn.
They only use the Nano. They only use the Nano to win that fight like that. Now it's Amplified. Great Flux.
Nice rock.
Creature was used. This is a great timing for it.
They don't have beat for this. Sig in trouble. Yeah, is going to get popped. It's very close, actually. Almost got saved, but couldn't quite get the healing through quickly enough. And I don't know if Baz is going to be back for the touch here. Dildux, no, probably not anymore. Chicken coming in for the May. Razor going to stall for a moment. Lucio coming in as well. They're going to beat. They're going to Blade. They're going to rip everything going in. Lucio can't get his beat off. Doesn't even have it yet. Now Blade starting to cut apart everyone on card base. Already used the ice block and Genji. He's lighting it up under the stars of that beautiful orbital ray. And the B-Blade gets the job done. Baz is going to get on. This is going to be, and their whole team's going to die here. There's no way they live, right? Wow. Sig is solo. Wait, hold on. He does get out. He does live. Razor had the same read as me, and that read was wrong. They got out. They're chilling. OC
so Winter does have the OC here, though. They could push in. Gravitic Flux comes out. Got two in the back line.
Wow, he held the beat. That's crazy from Ewan. Actually YOLOing, not beating that, but it works out. They live, they greed, and they get ahead now in the Ultimate Economy game. Winter pumping damage. Now we beat. Even though the other team's mostly dead, but it's okay. We're gonna clutch out. We're gonna is expected value anyway. And now the first cap comes through, and Chicken has that Blizzard available on the May. See if they're able to catch and trap Baz in a tough spot. I think Redex on the Lucio is gonna make it a little more difficult to successfully trap a Sig, but May ult can be such a big factor in this duel.
Yeah, putting pressure early here. Great spot to kind of isolate with that May wall. We'll see. Sojourn slides out. Here goes the May wall. Doesn't really trap anyone successfully. Razor goes in. Baz used the kinetic grasp there, but probably don't have the momentum to drop the Blizzard. It's going to be PDK instead with the OC. Nice accretion! Whoa!
And a beautiful freeze as well onto the Sig. Razor cleans up May, but still, she got her job done. Got her one. Tank cleaned up and frozen. Ana in way too deep to possibly retreat. Is going to go die on the cart. Correct play in this spot. Razor, try to live. And PDK going to take the May mirror. Okay, and Chicken's off to the Genji. Kind of crazy to not be playing hit scan in this comp, but PDK is struggling on the Sojourn so far. Winter definitely getting the better of that head-to-head matchup. Razor needs to find something on the Blade, but there's such powerful ultimates. The orbital ray here. Gap gonna open first with the Flux. May has Icebox, should be just fine here, tanking through, but Baz is in much more trouble. Crazy Cat over the top of the orbital ray, and it's just too much value on the point. Amplify cruising through Circuit Royale.
Yeah, as soon as Baz used that accretion, Gap just said, okay, well, you used your accretion, you used your stun. I'm just gonna pop this Gravitic Flux right here. And then it was a Gravitic Flux into an orbital ray. That's enough to close out the second point there. Now, Baz. Winston gameplay, Jake. Here we go.
This is actually good. This is actually a good pick. Winston is legit good on third, especially against Sigma, who's now isolated potentially. Diving deeper into this is potentially hard. Nade got eaten as well. Wall climb dodges. Oh, my turn in that corner was a bridge too far. Winter starting to heat up. I talked about a hero And here she is, coming in, lighting it up on Winston, who's just gonna sack his life, try to trade for a kill, can't find anything. The rock into the sky, wow! Knocks PDK off the map. Okay, Amplify. They're coming alive here.
And they're pushing. They're pushing while this is going on. It's going to be last fight territory. Double support ult though. Or Dildux, oh, Frottifili barely stays alive. This should be Dildux holding here with these support ults.
Yeah, you would
Unless
think so.
something go awry.
But you need to not just hold, you need to get some strong kills. They're gonna nano, but it's a scary dive. Yeah, I think Baz knows.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too threatening. If they can clean up the Sigma, they would just be happy with
huge.
that. And they will get it done. Rail from behind on PDK. Now Genji, assaulted, needs all the support in the world to deal with this Winston, who isn't gonna push it any deeper than that without Razor, without the follow-up on that dive. But this is where, though, the Ana Winston gets pretty scary. I mean, Amplify, a lot of pressure on them to navigate this scenario perfectly. The enemy Ana throwing nades on you. I mean, there's a lot of rotations to do against a dive comp. It's a very long walk. And at any moment, there's always the opportunity for Sojourn and Genji to find an opportunity for Winston to split apart your rotate. This needs to be very clean from Amplify.
Yeah, Ewan could be clinical here with the sound barrier.
Big nade.
To really set anyone back. Yeah, she'll just stay alive for now. Ewan drops the sound barrier. Here goes Amplify.
Beat forced. Now, extreme trouble on the car is the Winston. Can't quite get that primal off. 97%. Ana in trouble though. Finds the nade and the sleep. Crazy Cat over the top with the orbital ray. Stabilizing things on point. But BDK finds Winter critically in the chaos. Now Chicken gonna rip the blade. Trying to win this. 4 players alive. Baz coming back off the spawn. Nice shots over in PDK. Wins the 1v1 with the Genji. And now from behind, putting some pressure on while the Winston holds the payload. And although it's only the Winston, I mean, Primal is very good for stalling here. This is actually a pretty threatening scenario. The rest of his team is going to spawn and hold the cart. He's going to go look for kills. Can't find any for the moment, but one is all he needs. Crazy Cat going down. Baz retreating back. And now, Dildux in a great spot to potentially make this hold. This is why dive is so powerful. The attacker spawns are so far away. Defenders have, just if they get 1 kill, 2 kills in the chaos, they're almost always going to clutch out with the respawn advantage. And Frothy Philly's very close to that next nano boost.
Yeah, Dildux saying we don't want to partake in this poke duel. We instead want to dive and get on top of the Sigma. You know, the Winston is great in that tank matchup, and it's been working wonders for them here. Getting close to this Nano Blade as well. Final fight territory here. We need a hero, Jake.
Here's a hero. His name is Winston Overwatch. He splits apart the team with the bubble. So many targets, 1 HP. The rest of his team getting those cleanups, doing what they need to do. OC pop from Winter. He's trying to clutch it out. Sees an opportunity. Does shut down Red X. But with the slide perk, I don't think you can jump up to that high ground. Yeah, and a little bit painful at this point on the map. Not being able to take that high ground easily. Gap is going to go over to the Wrecking Ball, so it's going to be a dive mirror. Winter, though, very scary spot to be up against the Blade. Almost certainly has her name written on it. Razor looking for the fight on car first. Comes down to the Lucio. Lucio solo. Follow-up is there for PDK. Blade able to be pulled now. Comes out, climbing up into the high ground. Sojourn in big trouble. Double dashes away to get out, but unable to participate in the fight because of those dash usages. Now Tracer on the cart trying to brawl with the Wrecking Ball, but Baz is full HP on the Winston, just bubbling it off. And it's the last dance for Amplify on the offense. This is as good of a push as they're gonna get. They got it through their final choke point. They got it to the last few meters of push, so this is a very winnable defense for them. But by the same token, Dildux have set a win condition for the series.
Yeah, I think you gotta be a little bit disappointed there for Amplify. It certainly felt like they had a lot of momentum going into third, but as soon as that Winston swap came in, you know, they worked the high ground. They tried to take some space. They did the right things, but they just really couldn't deal with the dives coming in from Dildux. And you gotta give credit to Dildux as well for executing well, not getting necessarily picked leading into those fights as well, but engaged under their conditions. So Dildux, some clinical dive play there. To shut down Amplify on their attack. And like you said, Jake, now Dildux in a great position to close out this series 3-0 with a good attack here on Circuit Real.
Definitely doable. I think the first point is a key bellwether. You got to run the clock down just a little bit on first, get a couple solid fights out, make sure the enemy doesn't snowball through second with too much ultimate economy. The comp selection is going to be very key here for the defenders. They're going to try to run this Zen Juno again. Not a huge fan of this, a very vulnerable backline, but if they can get away with it, it does do monster damage.
Dildux on the verge of closing out this series and staying alive here in our promotion relegation tournament. Let's take a bit of a listen in to see how Dildux are preparing in front of this beautiful little fire in spawn.
Force beat. That is our play with our Flux. If they do not have beat, we can win with Flux easily. By the way, we beat reactively off. Like our beat is our only thing off of the Flux, and I'm just going to play off our core and not get Flux and go play it after.
Zenyatta?
No, May.
May
Surge, May healed. Checking top room for glitcher. May here. Push carb, keep pushing carb.
Wall.
May one. You good, Jack? I can't get there.
I'm very good.
Social. Nice. I'm walking high. Give me time. Leave or I want to swing west. 3, 2, 1, swing wide. Your Lucio is coast. Or your Lucio is car. Just remember this. That means you gotta leave earlier. Okay.
No rock, no shit.
No rock. No shield too. That's not even go anywhere near PDK.
Really low. Sick really low.
It's only that guy. Okay, so kill the wall.
Yeah, I'm careful.
I just watched the... Fine. Has care. The ring.
Shield.
Walking PDK. Walking coast.
Live.
No wall.
No ring.
Reloading.
Really wide. I'm taking my.
I'm made. You guys ready?
I'm not able to get through him. We need to do something soon, actually. I can hit you.
6.
Say 1.
Take one.
I can't kill him. Hey, 3, 2, 1. I was already the rock.
Reloading.
Almost a nano ansoj. And they have no wall.
Nano sigil. Okay. Pressure sake.
Nobody left room.
Yeah, I have.
3, 2, 1, hit me. Amp you.
Take purple.
6.
I'll be everything.
Back up the room.
Hey, noise. Throw it to the back. Hey, noise on me, by the way.
Take one on point.
Take one, May one. No ice block in there. Nice. Just sick.
Holy fuck, I went so much. No, it's okay. You went through.
That's a nice cap out of Dildugs. Great shots from PDK. Confidence to take the nano on the Sojolt. Very well played in the engagement. And great confident comms from them. They really are feeling themselves in this match. They know that they have that win condition in front of them. Amplify gonna have the chance to clap back with a big ultimate tempo swing in their favor. But against the Ana, there's some big pressure because all the ultimates in the world aren't gonna save you from one simple biotic grenade. So it's the threat of this comp. Nade goes wide though. That's a big opening. Dildugs have to back out. Yeah, Baz kiting well. Speed amp getting them out.
Nice accretion as well, but does get caught by Winter. Pushing with the orbital raid, just too much damage. It should be Amplified getting some momentum back onto this defense and only expending the orbital raid. They still have 4 ultimates to go here, Jake. So Amplify 4 minutes on the board here. Could have a great point B defense here and perhaps buy themselves some time in surviving in this series.
Yeah, the walk-up's the hardest part against the Zenyatta comp, right? This is the moment where you can get those free picks. There we go. Chicken kills PDK with some spam. Flux early onto Baz.
Maybe a little bit early here.
Easy to get built up. This is a little bit deep to go into the room with him. Yeah, he's still full HP. He's still full resource. They're kind of getting turned around on Flux on the enemy Sigma. Crowd in forces that trance out of Ewan. And now Razor has the uncontested blade coming up next. It's got to be Winter with the overclock to stop this. She needs to find the big connections. Here it comes, already out instantly though, straight out of that Zen. Dash, bursted, follow up. Now the resets are starting to come through. Razor eating them alive on this Genji. 4 kills, 5 in the fight now. And only Frothy Philly the casualty. Redx gonna taxi that, no problem. And now Amplify coming back, gonna make this hop over to the Lucio themselves, play off this Blizzard, try to make the clutch hold on the end of second point, but Dildugs are really playing with a lot of pace right now.
I gotta say, Jake, you had a lot of ultimates there to really make that defense work, but an early Gabriel Flux puts you in a bad position. Now, Baz takes a lot of damage here, though. They have a Nano coming up. Blizzard comes out. I think they successfully dodged it, but yeah, Baz drops down, and that's just going to be the end of this push, so maybe a little bit far ahead. We did hear Redux in the comments, by the way, earlier. It was just like, hey, the Lucio's on the cart, so you don't have speed, and that felt like another moment where maybe Baz caught a little bit off guard in the front line.
Chicken coming in this team's time's need, and he's kind of looking dinky with it. Baz is going to go over to the Winston. Okay. I'm a little skeptical on second point, but you can definitely get this done, especially with the ultimate tempo you have. Maybe a Nano Winston dive here, maybe a Nano OC. Dealer's choice here for Dildugs. And the forward ult for Amplify is tentative at best. They don't really want to commit to this. They want to get ults out, but will you be able to successfully back out of this? It's a little bit scary. Here's PDK now, overclocked. Nano into the backline, putting down big body shots, big damage. Needs a little bit of follow-up, but he's going to do it himself with 2
picks.
And Baz cleans up the May on the cart, looking forward more. Killing this Sigma probably impossible with the help of a Juno behind. They're going to pressure the cart. Amplify. This is a very tight recontest, though. They're respawning just now. Sigma, I think, is going to have to touch, but
they should. There's no way.
Him off. This is a very difficult spot.
Ray.
Nade misses, only finds a Juno, and I don't think that's really a kill you're going to get, so the orbital ray is going to push Dildugs back. They need to stay alive. They need to retreat. Flux doesn't go for it immediately, though. Felt like he wouldn't get it on those backlines. Looking for something. That's a great catch, though, PDK. One is all you need. Now another onto Redx. The Sigma being a real threat there. Gap with the patience gets it done.
Yeah, tried to kite there, but Amplify again just re-engaging with his double speed composition, just hunting down Dildox when they round that corner. And now Dildox, a minute 20 to go here, so you're going to get roughly one more ultimate cycle. A lot of pressure here on either Razor or PDK to get value from this Nano. Maybe even Bass if you wanted to. Realistically,
needs that beat, man. Redx needs this beat really badly.
Yeah.
Winter with the OC is going to end them if they can't get that beat online to counter. But by the same token, Frothy Philly has a very quick next Nano. I wonder if Amplify are going to be reading this. Oh, what a headshot from PDK. Opens up that kill for Redx follow-up. Redx finds a second with a clean. Pops the beat, immediately knows that they have the lead. All they need to close it out. Frothy Philly dancing, making time, making space. That's all they have to do because PDK is back there, finishing off the fight. The rest of the team on the
Gaps
cart.
on the Reinhardt.
He is on the. That's crazy.
Okay,
that's crazy.
Back at the Sigma.
Maybe he's like gonna pin out and touch. Okay, he thinks better of it. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Still, the Winston only gets better on third point. I think Dildox have everything they need to potentially close out the series here. Amplify struggling, gasping for air. Winter and Chicken have been those heroes the team needed, but it hasn't been enough. Dildox just a full court press across the team. We hear in their comms.
Nano blade.
In.
Maybe. Oh, Frothy Philly gets caught though. So Razor goes with the blade. No Nano available here. Yuan drops the Sound Barrier. Just gonna wait this one out there. So Dildox, because Frothy Philly goes down and the Sound Barrier is matched from Yuan, going to set them back here a little bit, but it's all good. A minute 30. I like the Winston here, especially because, you're playing into like a double speed kind of composition, so it's less offensive tools you have to worry about. Easy for Bass to get in there, make some space. You can see here, Gab is just isolated based on this Winston play, but Winter still holds his high ground.
Baz Primal, Chicken with the blade, trying to cut down the enemy Genji. They will get the cleanup, and Baz Primal not really going to get any kind of connection here. The team able to turn around and peel one another. And although dive can be solid, I mean, the pressure from Amplify has been immaculate. They're taking it even a little bit past the choke into the spawn, attacking some of those walk-ups. Dildox only just south of 50 seconds to work with here, and only a Nano on the cards. Maybe PDK can do it again with that Nano OC. He's done it enough times, but it's a boost. Redx is getting in there. He's getting in the mix. But it surely is not enough in the orbital.
That's not what you need, Jake!
PDK though, hold on. OC, Baz, PDK cleaning it up in the back line. The Boostio was just a distraction, just a bait. They want to trade this Sojourn. They are going to get it. It's nice to deny the Sojourn like that forward aggressive position. And it all comes down to this, Johnny. One final fight, Amplify with the Flux, with the OC. They should have all the tools they need. Redx only has one beat.
Chicken on the Bastion.
Love the Bastion pick. It is a perfect time to go Bastion. So difficult to push in and deal with this Bastion. He's going to be so powerful threatening the cart.
Pushing in.
Redx has to be so perfect with his speed. Has to answer two tools with only one inherent advantage for Amplify. They're going in aggressive, diving straight to the back line. Bastion being focused potentially, but the heals are there. Flux.
They're not getting the picks, Jake.
Winter is one, but they found two. It's still winnable. 4v3, advantage of the attackers. E1 drops low.
Gap drops
low.
low.
Left Gap holding it solo, and it's all over, Johnny.
They're gonna close it out.
Wow. Dildox get it over the line. I thought that fight would be too difficult, too hard to answer both tools, but instead they just skip the line. They double up with the aggression, go all in, and the clutch kills do get connected there in the end. PDK, man, Razor, massive performers on this last map. Baz as well on the dives. And then you got to give it to them, like listening to the comms, man. Redx in the comms was very locked in. The team had like very clear understanding of how they're all going to play, what the win conditions are, where everybody else is. And that connection, that team chemistry is why they win this match 3-0.
Yeah, I love the aggressive Sound Barrier. Thinking like, yeah, either I can use the Sound Barrier to just like defensively protect from the Flux. But what's our win condition here, really? It is a dive, it is a aggression, so Sound Barrier to back them up as they went in, and they got the picks required, you made it very quickly, you made it a 4 versus 3, and then you isolated the gap as well on the Sigma and took them out, and you end up winning Real. So yeah, tough series for Amplify, Jake. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not the series they wanted at all. They ended this day 0-6 in maps, really, after losing 0-3 to Supernova. So one of our stage 1 teams already out of the mix here in our promotion relegation day, Jake.
I do feel a bit bad for Phone. Took the L. Sombra. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Goes this way today. But Dildox, I mean, they've been fighting all day too, man. A 3-2 knockdown drag-out series that they barely lose, and they're still coming into this series with this much confidence.
Wow.
Nasty rock, though, highlight from Gab, getting that cleanup on the PDK. both teams were throwing haymakers here on Circuit Royale. I feel like this was a really competitive map. The first two quite dominant for Dildux. Give them a lot of credit on those. But from here, man,
no!
Oh, it could happen. You know what? It could happen.
It could happen.
Stuff happens. I like that Red X is like, all right, I'll mix it up.
I gotta be honest, Jake. Listening into Dildux, that fired me up. I was like, I'm ready to go to battle. Yeah. I love that. I think it was Red X who was coming a lot on the Lucio or something like that.
The way he was talking about the Lucio, it seems like it was him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was just ready to go. I was like, let's play some Overwatch. Let's go.
Pushing, reloading, shooting. I'm amping.
Diving.
I'm crossfading. I'm crossfading.
I'm beating. All right. Great win from Dildux, 3-0 here in Amplified. They stay alive and they get the opportunity later on today to compete for a slot in OWCS Stage 2. But for now, player of the match, gotta give it to Razor, Jake, who I think had a spectacular kind of like performance throughout the series. Really impressed, actually.
Yeah, great play on whether it was the Genji in the first map, then swapping over to Tracer on Suravasa, and just honestly giving Phone that beatdown, giving Phone them hands. You know, just slapping him about on the Tracer. Being super dominant on Suravasa, forces the sub. Let's be honest, forces the sub. That's devious. And then comes in on map 3, closes it out with some big Genji plays. Thinking about those defenses, like massive dash reset fights he's able to get without even ultis in some cases. So great performance from Razor and from the rest of the squad. Clearly, this was a full court press team effort though from Dildux, and I was impressed with that team play.
Yeah. I was really delighted to see the Winston swap and them committing to the dive, and then it worked out for them. I thought it was a really nice strategic move, whereas most teams you see just partake in a poke duel there on Circuit Royale. All right, that's going to be Dildux advancing, like I said, to the lower final, which is going to be a matchup between the loser of Shikigami and Supernova in our upper bracket match against Dildux to qualify for Stage 2. So we have 2 matches remaining here in North America. Both matches will have you that opportunity to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. And our next match is going to be Supernova against Shikigami. I can't wait for this one. Supernova, they've been waiting a long time for this opportunity again after losing out in the Stage 1 qualifiers. We'll get a chance to preview that match. But before, let's hydrate. Let's go have a drink. We'll be right back with more OWCS Promotion Relegation Tournament action for you after this. Welcome back. It's the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion and Relegation Tournament. I am Reinforced, and I'm joined by the original Junkrat. It's Jake.
You should gotta start a TV game show, Johnny. You got a good voice for it.
Do I?
Yeah. That gave me game show vibes. You know.
The wheel.
Welcome.
Let's spin the wheel. Woo! Here we go. You can win a car or a trip to, I don't know, Vancouver. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it'll work out. Yeah, maybe. I'll VOD review this later on and I'll see what my voice sounds like, Jake. Yeah, I appreciate the recommendation. You got any Junkrat tips for us?
Be tricky, be sneaky.
Be tricky.
Yeah. Junkrat's an inherently tricky hero. So if you're not a tricky person, if you're like find yourself being too honest or too earnest, you just might want to stay away from Junkrat. It's for the tricky among us. And if you're tricky, you know that you're tricky, and so you'll understand what I'm saying. Johnny, you just might not, I hate to say this, but you might not be tricky.
I think Reinhardt players and Junkrat players, they both have a little bit of tricky going on, because let's be real, it's Reinhardt and Junkrat.
Reinhardt's of the tanks is I mean, it's not like a wrecking ball level of trickiness, but like...
I know what you're saying, though. It's, you know, the mine and, you know, from around the corner and jumping around on rooftops and other
it's like emoting in the bush and then standing up and killing people, you know, like that's the Junkrat way.
Yeah, look, it's been 9 years. We all know what Junkrat players are like. All right, make sure you pick up the Ember Juno bundle to contribute directly to the Champions Clash prize pool. You get this amazing Juno skin. It looks really good. It does. The hair is just magnificent. I love it. It's gorgeous, Jake.
Looks good, man. The orange and the purple colorway kind of goes crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, Juno is always meta, right? So Juno's always a good pick. So
it's actually true.
You can essentially just insta-lock Juno all the time and not feel bad about it. And you get to rock this amazing skin and contribute to the Champions Clash prize pool. All good stuff. Love to see it.
Not bad advice, actually. Juno, Loki, very good, very flexible. Works in many different styles, many different comps. Saw played in poke comp, rush, and dive just today.
Also really good if you're not tricky at all. Like if you're the least tricky person.
Juno's a little tricky though. I think like in the trickiness spectrum of supports, I feel like Juno is not like Lucio is probably the trickiest.
What? Wait, which hero would you say is least tricky? I'd say that Juno.
Zenyatta.
You know, you just cycle your abilities and you just sit there and wait.
Zenyatta is the least tricky. Zenyatta is like high integrity support. Like it's like
no, because you need the timing to like round the corner.
I will die. I will hit my headshots or I will die.
The producers are losing their mind because they just want to get this match going, and I understand it. All right, let's take a look at Supernova's roster. You might know some of these names. It's going to be Jutsu, Ryan, Astro, Graves, and Renko. The team that, you know, if you tuned into Overwatch Esports last year, they performed really well. You have to say in Stage 3, Stage 4, under the name of Fluffy Dreamland. But then it all went wrong in the Stage 1 qualifier, Jake, and they had to battle it out in FACEIT Masters to earn this opportunity to once again qualify for OWCS.
Johnny, if this team doesn't qual, will you go bald with me? Will you make that bet right now?
I literally cannot do that because of my life.
What do you mean you cannot do that, bro? It's called like a trimmer, bro. You take your hair off.
Look, I hear you, and I would be down, but I couldn't do it. Like my wife would feel so much shame.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't do it. I'm sorry.
I respect that.
I mean, I guess you just wear a hat, and like people won't know that you're bald.
Yeah. No one knows when you're just wearing a hat and you're bald. It's really convincing.
Yeah. Anyway, someone who's watching the stream is bald and is losing it at my idea of speculating what it's like to be bald. I don't know. I have no insight, so I can't comment on that. Shout out to all the bald people out there. All right, Shikigami's roster: Danny, Arise, Solo, Raheem, and Graveyard. On a podcast earlier this week, Jake, I proclaimed Shikigami to be the gatekeepers of North America. I feel like they're the ones separating the Tier 2 teams from the Tier 1 teams. And obviously, I don't mean that in the sense that, like, of course, they're Tier 1, they participate in OWCS, made like that. But you have your top teams as G, Timeless, Liquid, etc. And Shikigami are like the gatekeepers. If you're better than Shikigami, you're a good team. If you're worse than Shikigami, don't talk to me.
Yeah, for real. And then on top of that, you know, Supernova, though, I think, you know, I'm joking about going bald, but I think it's like 99% that they are going to qual. Whether it's this match or the next, they are a very strong team. You know, they got upset in the last qual, but I think they're a team with a real chip on their shoulder that considers themselves at the level of OWCS. They don't see themselves as a FACEIT Masters team. I don't see them that way either, frankly, as a contender trying to, you know, eke their way to the top. I think they are the strongest team in this qualifier.
All right, Jake. I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. Supernova.
And that's
the
what
caliber on their team.
Why are you
They
scared?
should be in OWCS because they certainly have the talent. But you know, they even lost in the FACEIT Masters upper bracket. So like any given Sunday, apparently this team can lose. And so you can't quite say that, you know, they've already made it. They're not automatically qualified because they've shown that they can't drop series to teams like they probably shouldn't. Anyway, Supernova, it's time to redeem yourselves. And this time, we're starting on Oasis.
Cassidy Echo, kind of a wild DPS comp here. Off angle's being taken. Nade onto Astro. Hold on. Overextended. Yeah. No counter coming in there. Astro way too deep on that. And the better poke offered from the Cass Echo ends up prevailing. Astro forced into an over-aggressive play and punished. Maybe I'm starting to get glad I didn't make that bet with you, Johnny. Well, we're only one fight in. We're one fight in.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Right there. Sleep. Right there. Fire grenade follow-up. Oh, quite.
I just think you saying you can't go bald. It's like, what does that mean, bro? Like, you can go. What? Your hair made of rocks? Like, what's going on? Like, you're like that. You're like that.
It's not like I
guy,
literally cannot go bald, but
that's well.
I value my marriage, and so.
Okay, fair.
Anyway, Jake, can you let this go?
Really not like it. So.
We're watching a very important match, Jake. This one's is for stage 2 qualification.
All right, Supernova on the retake here, pushing in. Orisa naded, Solo low, being flanked, pressure from the Orisa. Now Ryan hitting from the back, takes down Solo. Echo coming in to get the touch, but it's too little, too late. The pressure's overwhelming from Supernova. Jutsu stepping up onto the point, shuts down Danny. Echo is gone. Lucio coming in for the last second touch, burned by that shot from Ana, as well as Ryan hitting from the other angle. And now position in control for Supernova. You're like, I can just switch it on like that, Johnny.
If you can get the signature from my wife that I have the permission to go bald, then I am all for making bald bets. Anyway, Supernova. They got the cap time.
Let that go. I thought we were
Ryan has a pulse bomb available. Renko as well with the nano here. A lot of ultimates on the board here. It's going to be put onto Danny actually, and they're just going in.
Oh,
from Ryan.
Oh,
nice roll as well.
But Jutsu finds Danny in the chaos. OC Nano pushing it in. There's Solo naded, cut down. Nice nade from Renko. Big connection. Shikigami not able to get that fight over the line. It was expensive though from Supernova. 3 ults expended to just the nano from Shikigami. So from the economy perspective, they're in a decent spot. Atro setting up to get super aggro though. Holding in this corner, gonna go for a spin on these backliners. Regime only 90 to the beat. That won't be enough. Astro hitting the tempo. They don't see him on the Orisa. They don't see he's hiding. Yeah, they're gonna walk up. They're gonna fall right into this. Look at Astro.
Punish that?
Yeah, they don't know. They do not know. And Jutsu already kills Danny. Immediately on the Ana is gonna pull him down once he gets him low. Boom, there it goes. Get them all. Get them all.
Big cleanup from Astro with the Terra Surge as well as Jutsu, who we haven't really talked about, but if you're not familiar, Jutsu, bit of a new addition to the Supernova team. You know, if you're thinking about Fluffy Dreamland from last year, might be thinking about players like Haven, for example, but Jutsu had some really good performances in this lineup so far. Really good at finding first picks like we saw last week in the FACEIT Masters playoffs, of course. So really pulling their weight here on the Zodian as well. Astro drops low because of the Bio Grenade. Grapes has the Soundbarrier, decides to use it to re-engage here. Big Bio Grenade from Renko, but Soundbarrier from Raheem in turn, and this should be Shikigami now. Capping the point.
Supernova kites out of it though. They're also kiting this copy. Arise kills Ryan though in the chaos. That's just what they needed. They needed to find one kind of frag. And Ryan was left out to dry by his teammates, who of course had to back out, had to respect those other ultimates. Now, Lucio in trouble on the flank, should get burned down. Grapes though dancing away pretty nicely on the Lucio, kind of a Lucio playground here for the professionals. Regime, speaking of the playground, Boops, Jutsu down.
Oh.
Grapes has to just full kite out of this. Hold on, Echo, so much pressure. And Ryan gets the cleanup, so Shikigami, despite getting what looked like a solid open there, they get punished by the remaining players. Terra Surge almost certainly coming in. Aggressive nano used by Renko. Why didn't Solo run it? He didn't even have Terra Surge. He's just crazy like that. All right, respect. Arise as well, flanking, trying to clean up the backline. 2v1 though. The sports coming in. Lucio trying to mix it up with the Cassidy. You're crazy for this one, man. I mean, he's slinging bullets out here. He's slinging, he's not going down easy. Okay, Ryan does get the job done. Astro has the high HP, takes it to the point.
There's a wrecking ball on the battlefield. Big slam.
Ball here. Yeah, but he's gonna get pulled. He tries to get out. Yeah, there. Oh, and there it goes. 2 grabs, supports as well. Caught in for good measure. And with the OC still on, 150 charge, looking for a kill on one of these walk-up heroes. Maybe a 3 million from Danny for the overtime. No, it's not to be.
No. Wow, Solo just ran it down mid on the horse. That is crazy work right there. I mean, maybe felt like, oh, we got picked. There's a 4v5. We need to make something happen. But even then, I feel like could have fallen back quite a bit. You had the nano to use as well. Or the other team did at least. Yeah, Solo really went for it, Jake.
Dude, that was crazy. He was walking up, and I was like, in my head, I'm like, he has Terra Surge. Like, there's no way he does it. And then I look, and he's at 60. They just don't care. But they were, in fairness, they were nanning the Cassidy on the other angle. So it was like, you know what? You stay, I go kind of vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Big tank personality.
And man, honestly, Arise out there in the enemy spawn in no man's land, saving Private Ryan. Just out there slanging bullets on the enemy flankers. Gets one before he gets cleaning out. It's big impact there, but it's just not enough. Now
all right, look in, Jake. It's time for real.
Let's go.
Real Overwatch.
All right, we're getting serious.
It's Winston on a brig.
Oh,
Can you believe it?
This. We actually love to see this. This is pretty strong.
Hallelujah.
A lot of high ground. Jutsu. He's going to be on the Sojourn, though, giving a little bit better long-range poke. Arise, meanwhile, maybe a little bit better at pressuring out Winston's, at fighting in the close range. OC tends to be a bit more value when it comes to the economy fights.
Pushing up here for now. You got the coast, Solo. Taking quite a bit of damage. No shield. Has to leap back, actually, and now...
They're struggling to hold the point
Supernova.
Now.
Astro pushes in there. Nice butter grenade onto Solo, and that's going to be a first pick for Supernova.
Yeah, big nade from Renko. Found the moment from the high ground to pull the trigger. Great patience from those players on the high ground, right? Not rushing it too early. Bubble's going to be up when he wakes up. He should be just fine. Oh, no, he's going to get bursted, though. Brig inside the shield bash. And it's just going to be delay there for Danny, trying to hold it out. Solo could be back kind of soon, but don't think it's going to happen here. Tracer low on CDs. Should be cleaned up. Hold on. Wait a minute. Had a few more blinks in store than I realized. Nice survival. Oh, she has the triple blink perk, of course.
This is where Ryan really comes online in these Tracer duels. Certainly an OWCS caliber Tracer player. Now get the opportunity to shine here. Butter grenade from Renko on the Solo, but a bit too premature. Can't really capitalize on that. Ryan.
Oh, Ryan.
There you go. Payoff, baby.
Such a hero on this trade. Baits that flash out. Going to be calling that. The rest of the team could be looking for a dive on the cast. Use roll as well. No CDs left. Yeah, there he goes. Dropping down. Supernova walking forward even with the supports here. Looking to get aggressive. Looking to clean up into the spawn. Graveyard took a rail there. In trouble on this Ana. Being called out for targeting from the dives. But the bubble. Defensive. Maybe protecting him for the moment. Solo going to take that wide walk up on the left. But there's such a threat from the Jutsu overclock. He
Make
might
space
want
for
to pop it
Jutsu.
here outside. Tracer's going to be 1v1ing on point. Yeah, no, Danny goes right in for the stick on the brig. And that's great. Shut down. Renko drops the double nano. Jutsu is asleep, though. 1 HP on the Sojourn, but she's still alive. And Solo getting kills elsewhere. Astro, 2 for 2. Low numbers engagement now. Astro and Ryan. But Astro getting pressured, getting caught. Solo laser over the top of the bubble there. Able to weave it through, and Ryan Solo on the point, trying to hold this down. Got the 3 blink, but Arise was ready and waiting, camping that mega pack. And now High Noon, they could take it to the spawn door if they want to, Johnny.
Beautiful tank game from Solo there. Finishing off the little lightning burst. Beep. Beep, beep. Love to see it. Shikigami. With point control now, starting to build some ultimates out there on. They do have that Primal Rage. Primal Rage from both Winstons here. We're about to see some North American Primal Rage. This is about to be some incredible entertainment here. Danny goes down early from the right click of Astro. Maybe followed up on a nice little railgun shot there. Perhaps.
Astro.
Might be Astro pushing the momentum as well.
Nice sleep from Graveyard. Stabilizes for the moment. Difficult to burst that Winston. He's got that cast right click damage perk though. Able to pump a lot of damage. Oh, the Primal is forced. Astro delayed as long as he could, but can't wait any longer. The point threat.
That's a Deadeye.
Coming in. Deadeye. Not enough to draw blood there. Does put some damage down on Grapes and Renko, who are healing each other up. Surviving the dive for the moment, but Solo says no more. Still putting down big pressure. Regime and Solo trading the perks. Ryan with the pulse once again. Such a critical catch. Cassidy trying to fight it out with Winston, but that's a tough 1v1 to be in. Now the Tracer's sprawling on point, trying to help Grapes in the brig. Gets one last proc of that Inspire off. Pulse Bomb attempted, YOLO, but Danny even steals the pack away from Ryan. Nice moves, and through that whole chaotic deathmatch brawl, Shikigami held on to the point.
Yeah, they're still in control here. Danny, Solo cleaning up on the point there as well. And now an opportunity to close out this round here. Graveyard's going to build towards this Nano, as is Renko on the side of Supernova here. It's going to be a neutral battle with these Winston compositions. Nano's up and ready to go for Renko here. Goes for a bit of a rotate here. Might go ahead and look for a biotic grenade.
Ana securing this high ground puts her in a great position to dole out nades and sleeps as the fight progresses.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Nate just barely misses there onto Solo, just a little bit too slow. Astro waiting it out. Both teams know this is likely the final fight of the round. At least if Shikigami can win it. Bit more strategic depth though for Shikigami, having a little bit of point to give up, but they're happy to counter. Nano Sojo,
nice
Nano
whip.
Winston booped away. Nano Sojo looking for connection, but just trying to kill Nano Winston. Okay, they've got a target at least, but Graveyard and Regime find 2 kills of their own. The backline staying alive. Shikigami's so incredibly low on multiple players, but they're finally healing each other up. And despite the withering pressure from Supernova, those dives so aggressive, they're not enough to clean up the Shikigami backline. What a play out of Graveyard, living on 1 HP there. Insane.
Yeah, it was a beautiful little whip shot there. Get the Winston away from them as well, but it's going to be Shikigami tying things up here, 1 apiece. That was just some incredible Overwatch, Jake. I love it. Every chance we got an opportunity to watch some Winston Brigana gameplay, you gotta savor it, you know? You gotta savor it.
We do love to see it. Shikigami, though, gonna be the first team to blink. Not feeling it on this map. So it would seem. Jutsu gonna go over to the Cassidy. Interesting. The meta shifting a little bit in that regard. Not a huge believer, actually. I think the Sojourn might be better, but especially against this Orisa, I think the Cassidy is going to potentially struggle. So maybe Shikigami having the right read here to make the swap, getting a bit lucky with that. Danny, though, very vulnerable coming up here. He's going to get swung by Cassidy in a second. Oh, no, he just barely, maybe gets around the corner enough. Cassidy's too scared to make that kind of a walk.
Yeah, they want to establish the high ground here with this Orisa. And then Echo in a pretty decent position here above the point, can rain down some damage, get some stickies in as well. So this is Shikigami actually quite a nice spot. Grape's going to swap over to that Lucio, saying they want the speed instead.
Yeah, the Orisa is not that vulnerable to the Brig, but the speed kite, the more poke damage tends to be more valuable here. Solo really under a lot of pressure, running out of cooldowns now, gets naded. Really in trouble. Renko, though, also forced off the angle, unable to support into the tank, has to take a risk, has to peek here. And Astro needed that critical save from Renko, came in just at the right moment. Ryan finding the cleanup kill onto Danny. And now Solo being hunted, being chased down into hookah room. But the Fortify is not enough. Great swap by Grapes, actually. I really like this. I think this is the perfect read. I think they need the Lucio to kite the Orisa. They need a little bit more damage. I think Sound Barrier is more value. And Rally not that good against Orisa anyway. Retake can be difficult for this Orisa comp, especially with no speed.
Yeah, played below the point there. You know, contesting the point early there as well, forcing the drop down from Supernova, and then using that as kind of like an initiation tool to get a bit of a dive going there. Now Shikigami sticking to this Orisa for now. Big nade from Renko.
They might pull the trigger on that, but the defensive nade force ends up being good enough here. Renko takes a spear, I think, got super low there. Needs a bit of love from Graves. It's a nice long-range spear from Solo to take some of the pressure off his team on the walk-up. But Ryan with the pulse bomb, he's been immaculate. He knows exactly where they are. He's got them targeted in his sights. Ana in trouble. Has the nano to stay alive there, but it's still not enough. Arise taking that nano, turns it back around, trades the tanks 1-for-1. Could find something here with a connection, but he's so low. He's so separated from the rest of his team. They're trying to flank him. They don't want him to get to
Sleep on Ryan. Stays alive.
Ryan, he's got nano. He's back into it. Jutsu takes Danny out of the sky. And now Arise in the sights of Ryan, who's looking for more, who's looking for the cleanup. Ana doing her best to heal that up, but Arise is just in no man's land. There's no way back home there. Solo's back, but dude, you're 1v5. Ain't no shot here. Going in to try to trade something out in the last second. They do find Jutsu. Ana dies late as well, though, so not going to make too much of a difference getting that late kill.
Yeah, I mean, going for this wide swing, it's tough, right? Because Renko is just free farming on the Ana pretty much, and, you know, relying on these biotic grenades there as well. Get the nano off onto Ryan, who got slept by Graveyard, actually, but it's a beautifully timed nano from Renko. Keep Ryan alive. Now 80% in ticking. This is going to be Shikigami requiring to cap the point and win this fight here. Danny has to duplicate. Can get the touch in here. Solo over to the Diva. So trying something different. Wow. Nice beam from that to finish off Renko.
Should have an advantage in this duel. Yep, it is going to be a quick cleanup. It should be copy only for this fight. That's the dream retake for Shikigami. Supernova had 4 ultimates, but they just weren't expecting that echo flank. The burst came in way too quick. And I like that they actually don't throw their ults away there. I mean, like, there's a chance you clutch that fight out, dumping your 4 ultis after losing Ana, but it's so risky, and now you're in a great spot to win the round, win the map. Just, you have 4 ultimates, deploy them 1 by 1. However, I mean, Rally and Nano are the 2 dream ultimates when it comes to trading ultimates from a disadvantaged position. You know, like, if you go with an aggressive primal, can easily turn things around. Rally forces very early.
Graveyard's down.
Graveyard, that's the worst case scenario. Danny slept and just destroyed. And I think Shikigami just felt that they had to go crazy aggro here. They knew how many ultimates were against them. They took a big gamble. It doesn't pay off this time, but I don't hate the concept there. Playing to win, even when you know the odds are stacked against you, is something you need to do to compete at the top. But it's Supernova who take map 1.
One step closer, Jake. They're one step closer to qualifying for OWCS Stage 2. Just 2 map wins away now for Supernova. And I feel like they really just showed it to us why they deserve to be in Stage 2 there.
Yeah, showing you why you should have taken the bet, and we could be. You think about the level of excitement we'd have if we had bet a chance to go ball on this game. You know what I'm saying? Like we would be going off, and like I'm just saying.
I've outlined the my demands. It's a signature.
That's not gonna happen though, bro. Your wife's never gonna say yes.
Maybe. I mean, you haven't tried. You haven't asked.
That's true. That's true. I'm gonna hit her up. Be like,
I'd rather be safe than sorry. You know.
Yeah, that's true. You know what?
Sorry, I shaved off all my hair because Shikigami won an Overwatch game. It's
no, she's totally gonna get it. She's totally gonna understand.
All right. Well, I was really excited. Supernova, like I said, I think they really showed it to us that they deserve to be in OWCS here. And yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself because realistically, Shikigami, we shouldn't count them out just yet. They are an extremely formidable team here. But I think you saw throughout there just the way they worked around the Orisa composition from Shikigami, playing the off angles there as well, the way they adapted with the Lucio swap to the Orisa in the first place. And then, you know, Ryan getting highlights with these pulse bounds. Yeah.
Like Regima's shielding too is just like right over the top. Perfect timing. Really nice stuff on the Tracer.
Yeah, impressive start for Supernova, who are fighting with a vengeance here in the promotion relegation tournament we got going on this Sunday in April. It's a beautiful day outside, Jake.
It's sunny. It's sunny and beautiful.
This is my favorite time of year.
I'm gonna go for a hike maybe after we get off today, Johnny. It's a pretty. I'll go watch the sunset or something. Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. I love it.
I'm gonna stare directly into the sun like you told me to, Johnny.
Use sunglasses. Use sunglasses. That's what I'm saying about. Yeah, it's a lovely day for some beautiful Overwatch here as well. Here are the viewer preds. Well. Yeah, 85%, Jake. 85% are saying they'll shave their head if the Shikigami wins.
Shikigami is not, they're not a pushover team, but I do think 85-15 is about right. I do think Shikigami, very excited, you know, to see if it is the case that Supernova qualify here, how that rematch would go up against Still Ducks. But also Shikigami, I mean, they want to make this one interesting. They want to play with a lot of combos. I do think the Echo is something they could build on. I think the Echo had some good moments that series. Maybe difficult to deploy on every
Junkertown.
Ooh, we're getting tricky with it. I don't think we've seen Junkertown. It's been a long time since we've seen Junkertown, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe a little like Widow action here.
If you're surprised and you're a viewer, map pool has changed for promotion relegation, and it's the same map pool we're going to use for Champions Clash as well. I don't know if we can get the map pool graphic up actually, and we can just take a look at it. But Junkertown is one of the additions alongside with Circuit Real that we saw in the previous series here as well. So here we go. Yeah, beautiful. Oasis, of course, in the mix now. New Queen Street as well. In the escort column, it's going to be Circuit Real and Junkertown. And overall, really happy to see these changes. I miss Gibraltar. I will always love Gibraltar in the pool, but yeah, we do. But still, New Queen Street is low-key one of my favorite maps as well. Not because necessarily it provides the best Overwatch gameplay, but because it's beautiful and there's snow.
I'm just telling you, Junmin is gonna play Wrecking Ball on New Queen Street, and that is gonna be
Shades
so
of
good
Dallas,
to watch.
right?
Like I'm so down to be sitting with you watching Champions Class next week, Johnny. We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, bring the coffee. It's gonna be a great time.
No doubt.
No doubt. All right, Shikigami heading over to Junkertown here. Well, what do we really expect to see here on Junkertown, Jake? We see a Zenyatta ban, first of all, from Shikigami. They, of course, get the first ban here, but then Supernova banning the Diva in turn.
I think this is a Winston map. I could be wrong, but based on the meta we've seen so far, I think this is a Winston map. Especially with the Zen and Diva bans. Like if you're not gonna play Winston, you might need a Zen or a Diva. There's like a Wrecking Ball option too. I don't know how the teams feel about that, how comfortable they are.
Astro? Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Again,
it's going to be both teams.
Still got it.
Yeah, you do. Who would have thought that a top 100 damage player still got it? Apparently, how's the tank placements going these days, Jake?
I don't think I placed tank in like 5 seasons. Sometimes I play tank with my friends.
I feel like last year you were telling me all about like how you loved Winston and Primal Rage and all.
Yeah, that was like 5 seasons ago, bro. I was playing Winston.
Yeah, okay.
Then I stopped and I started playing DPS again.
Yeah, We all
Back to my
changed our
roots,
routines. Yeah. Back to your roots indeed.
Interesting that they're not playing Brig here. I think Brig is pretty good, but I guess Kiri has the vertical element, the opportunity to make plays, maybe a little bit. But Widow is so good on this map, and then Brig is just like such a better matchup against Widow than any other supports. Oh, it's always fun watching the X-ray. Nice dink.
7% ult charge, Jake. You love to see it. It's a little something.
It puts the fear of God into your opponents. More importantly,
gotta be ready for anything.
Whoa! Renko.
Talk about putting the fear of God into them, Jake. Danny goes crazy and one clips Renko.
Yeah, he just got caught slipping there. Scoped in, did not see that coming, did not hear the tracer. Nice hiding play from Danny. It's a good punish, shuts down any kind of momentum a Supernova might have found at the start of that offense. Now Supernova on the reset, walking up again. No more funny business this time. Danny setting up to get a little bit tricky on the flank, but they know where he is.
A little bit of a tracer duel. Oh, dodges the sleep dart from Renko there as well. Danny's still just kind of lingering here on this defense. Brian finally gonna push him away there. Graveyard has a bit of a different ult timing here on this Nano as well. That could come in crucial for this defense, but Arise goes down. Traded though with Renko.
And with double support, you should feel pretty good for Shikigami if they want to get a dive. They're still healthy. Grapes, meanwhile, dropping low. You have no second support to heal him up. Very difficult as Break to stay alive in that environment, especially with the threat of a Winston committing on you. Jutsu finds Regime, but that should be the only kill to fight. Regime can be taxied by the Tracer. Should be no problem. Jutsu thinking about a spawn swap, yeah? Maybe? Okay, it is going to be the cast. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with the Brig, right? Sticking with the Brig, the backline a little bit more. Work around here, take it slow.
I knew it could be nice here.
Like protection here from Shikigami, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna have to maybe take it wide here on the left, but so far the walk-up has looked really difficult. Shikigami really holding on to Junkertown. This is the reason they took us this map. They look super comfortable here, look really well drilled as a squad. Now Astro gonna make a big move, drop a bubble on the backline. That's mostly gonna be opening up the flank for a move. Astro force back naded as well after the pulse bomb, but they can't quite get the follow-up on him. Graveyard able to dodge that opposing pulse bomb. Both teams resetting, licking their wounds, but it's Shikigami who might look to double down aggressively here. Here's the Nano coming in onto Solo. Slept by Renko, but it won't last for long. Both teams now nanoing Winston's into backlines. It's Ryan who found one. Graves 1 HP, just barely stayed alive. Getting healed up, and Jutsu now helping bodyguard the backline. Solo trying to get it all done by himself with the Primal, but so difficult. Yeah, and it's just going to be a leap out. Doesn't want to die, but he is. He's no way he's out of this one. Nice focus fire from Supernova, denying that escape.
Yeah, formidable defense though from Shikigami. That pulse bomb really set Supernova back there and provided the opportunity for Shikigami to re-engage. No, just wasn't quite enough though. Renko, it's a nice sleep dart. And that's going to be the defense done and dusted for Shikigami here on that first point. Now though, love to see how Astro is going to navigate this second point. And how whoa! Hello! That's a kunai by Regine, yeah.
Okay, he's kind of nice on it. I mean, that's what you have to do to make the Kiri work in this comp. Like, Brig is generally going to out-heal and out-stat you, but Kiri can just make plays and, like, get picks, you know? And I think that that's the difference maker. It's sort of a gamble when teams go this direction. I think the Brig is a bit more stable, but if you believe in your Kiriko, sometimes you say, hey, let's go gambling. Winston now diving into the back line.
How's the Primal Rage here?
From Astro, yeah, he wants to pop it.
Yeah.
Rally had force from Grapes, though, so I think Supernova content to just push the car with the rest of the rally, get what they can done. Regime spots the backline. Winston dive in front of him. Could participate that if he wants to. Could go join the backline and help them out a little bit more. Solo backing, very low HP. Astro could pull the Primal here. With Danny down, there's really no one to mark the flanks. Arise, desperation, overclock here. Has to find something, but not really getting any targets. Graves, Solo, you kill my. Why is he in the open? He's just walking out. Okay, he's crazy, but he does go down for that Jutsu. Forces the nade, marks the flank, and Arise found 2 in the last moment there. Despite the opening pick going towards Supernova, it's Shikigami who clutch it out.
Yeah, and this is where this second point, got a bit of a pause coming in here.
Ooh,
this is where this second point really can be quite brutal to attack because you take quite a long while to set up accordingly. We saw Astro, jumping in there with a bubble, and then you have the Primal Rage, so at least you have that in terms of survivability, so you feel a bit more confident at least taking some space and contesting that high ground. Wasn't forced to use it there. The Kitsune Rush was used though from Shikigami, and I feel like that is a critical tool there to really guarantee a fight win. So now with that Kitsune Rush away for the moment at least, not available in the game. I think this next fight really provides Supernova a great opportunity to get a fight win here on the second point.
Yeah, I mean, this is an important one to win. I think for Shikigami, okay, we're going to go right back into it on the respawn. I think they've held Cart far enough back that they can afford to lose a fight, and Graveyard may have that nano online. Arise, though, may not be ready to stuff these choke points. That might be the more important factor. Without the disruptor shot, a little bit easier for these supports to walk up and make their plays on offense.
Renko has this nano. Going to be tough to get some immediate value here, so it's going to be Solo engaging instead and immediately finds Jutsu actually. Solo coming in clutch for Shikigami. He gets a 3k with this very nice nano.
Primal for nothing there for Astro. Can't get anything done. Ryan got a little bit of card push, but in the end, it's a beautiful nano from Shikigami crushing that attack in its tracks, and that's kind of bridged the gap for them. They got a couple more ultimates online. Now I think it's Danny's turn with the pulse bomb. Oh, and they don't see him. If they don't clear this corner, I don't think he can pulse bomb. Oh, it's so close.
Barely missed.
Oh, not quite. Danny goes for the play. I like the proactiveness. Nade connected, but the follow-up wasn't quite there in time.
Oh, uses the nano actually. They think they can maybe get Solo here? This is a big investment though.
Forces the Primal. Grapes is dying elsewhere though. Or is he? Hold on, the rest of the team is protecting Grapes, keeping him alive for the moment. He's so incredibly low. The heals cannot come through consistently enough from Renko. Cart rolling little by little here. Solo super low. He's gonna get cleaned up and traded, so hold on, this is still a fight. As long as Renko and Jutsu are in the battle, able to engage, they're gonna be able to roll Cart just little by little forward, and that's Arise going down.
Great pick on Arise, and then it goes down as well.
Nice trade by Daniel finding Renko. That should make the recontest pretty solid for Shikigami. The Ana has such a long walk back from spawn. Supernova might try to clutch this out with just 4 players. It's a sleep missed, yeah. Opportunity for the attackers.
I think they have about 3 members here, and they are coming very close to this nano as well, which could be a great tool. Just needs a little bit more healing. Deadeye, avoid this for the moment, and then he can re-engage. Shikigami should get a great contest going here.
Yeah, he's able to break the bubble. Nano comes out on the solos, just secure this. Astro's gonna go down, and Renko is like just now getting back into the fight. So in the end, this should be pretty much all the push you're gonna get for Supernova. I mean, the recontest here is like theoretically possible, but I don't think it's very realistic. With Danny just nipping at your heels, trying to get on top of that Ana, nade forced, Rally as well, being deployed on the high ground. Ryan's
gonna touch.
Is behind. Oh, but he dies on the touch. That's rough. I mean, he needed to stall for like 10 seconds there, so he kind of takes some big risks. Astro super low, trying to get that primal rage, few percentage away, but they just can't touch in time. And in the end, the fight is so difficult to win from here.
Wow. Dude, this second point can be tricky. It's tough. It's tough to cap that one out. It might sound crazy, but I really feel like it comes back to that Renko nano when they got to sleep onto Solo, because that nano can be such a potent offensive tool when you get past that initial high ground jump, right? That's when you can really start contesting, try to get picks on the defense. And because Renko, maybe felt like he was going to get picked by Solo, because he invested that nano, get no offensive value from it. And from there, it's a bit of an uphill battle to try to establish some positioning and then try to take down the defense.
Shikigami, they look really well drilled. I mean, taking us to Junkertown was a lot of confidence to go for another Winston map after, of course, losing map 1 and being the team that was a little bit more eager to switch off the Winston. But here, with Rajima on that on the Kiriko, making plays, the aggression, the clutch plays are really coming together there.
Yeah, it's looking good for them so far. Let's take a bit of a listen into Shikigami and see what the guy planned to win map 2.
Basically that. It's basically that.
You mean split screen?
Okay, lock in, guys.
Okay, locked in? Sir, yes, sir. Right, sir, yes, sir. We're locked in.
We are Chambo.
We are Chambo.
Okay, I think same thing. Just take it slow on the side fights. We'll always have the advantage because we have guns and they don't. Start break.
Yeah.
We're spawn camp.
Looking
at him.
Right.
I missed.
Carry
Fair one.
Can we walk at Monkey? I can bubble him off.
Bruh. It's okay.
오케이 좀 아니 캐 무시해 아니 못
This shit. They're on Curie loot now, by the way.
But they are. You should still break now.
Yeah, look at TP'd out of spawn already.
아 소주 원 oh shit
Source one.
It's good, Jet. I'm Curie.
Not TV.
Quick Lou. Oh, I'm on Lou.
We are playing so bad. So good. We are playing so good.
Curie one. Yeah, I'm going to bring into that.
Oh.
We're gonna live there. Hit karma. Okay.
We're direct silver.
Keep shooting.
All right, so they're thinking about a break swap, but in the end, these trades are going to get them out of the spawn. That's why Arise talking about trades so good here. Definitely happy to take the trades this close to their attacker spawn. And the Lucio Kiri, strong into the Ana Kiri, but the Brig could be a tougher test for a comp that has to get aggressive. Renko, though, with that Kitsune rush very, very early. I wonder if Shikigami are going to be ready for this. Definitely going to be a test for the Brig. Nice dive, though, onto the Kiri. She's super low, getting bullied around, getting chased. TP's though to a nice safe location, able to style it for the moment. And Astro, the heals come in just in the right moment to save him.
Gotta say, Jake, like this is also Supernova, you know, able to make some plays here on the defense. You got Ryan taking these flanks now as a pulse bomb available here as well. No Kiriko. Early Kitsune rush here. Super aggressive into spawn dive. The Nano's going to be used here, but this is Supernova pushing Shikigami to the spawn doors.
Rise finds two, tries to slip out over the flank. I think Astro is going to be all right, letting him leave and just taking the reset now. In the end, you force the Nano, though, which is one of those key aggressive tools for Shikigami's offense. The fact that they're not able to get value out of that means, I think, Shikigami's next most powerful tool is probably going to be that rally. But Danny goes down, taking risks, trying to make plays. The threat from Kiri is always so explosive. Astro, though, forced into a primal, getting a cleanup. But Supernova, I mean, one ult by one ult, they are wiping away these attackers, and now they're going to push in solo. He's got a primal if he wants to live, but just not worth it there. You need that tool for the offense. Nice little final catch by Astro, who's still landing on the top, like still pressuring the break. These could turn into more kills here.
Why
Very
stop,
defensive nade.
Why stop? Just keep going. Jutsu.
Yeah.
Got all the sidelines here on the Sojourn.
Solo primal, I mean, this is a terrible primal. There's like no way he gets anything, right?
Yeah.
It's just like fully staying alive. I think he would have died if he doesn't primal, but...
I need to take a second to breathe, Jake.
Yeah.
Got a quickly reset going here.
I mean, Supernova have stolen the tempo away with this comp swap.
Yeah, I mean, even despite the fact that Arise has this OC, like, it's going to be very tough to get value from this OC. Regime as well with the rally, but it's going to be tricky. OC from Jutsu. Goes for the aggressive flank push here, and Astro's going to clean up. Regime, Arise goes down. 5 versus 3 situation. Minute to go here for Shikigami. And what originally we thought was a very good opportunity to close out map 2 here. They're really struggling on offense, Jake.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to win 2 fights here for Shikigami. Supernova's comp is so quick. They're really fast on the retakes. Maybe they do have this Nano OC that should be overwhelming to Supernova. See how Supernova want to play this. Ryan with the pulse bomb. No real strong counters.
Here they go.
And there's Ana in real trouble. Graveyard. Nano forced onto the Winston, but Arise under a lot of pressure right now. Hit from all sides. Being swarmed. No connection there. Shikigami a little bit healthier there. They should be winning this cleanup fight. And they're rolling the card at the same time. But that late kill into Regime is so impactful. You really needed the Brig alive to stabilize for the next engagement. And crucially, Shikigami have stepped off the cart to try and get this cleanup. So even as they get these last kills, it is going to be a retake scenario for Supernova.
Yeah,
coming down to the final fight.
Arise has the OC here. Needs to come in clutch, activates it, pops it. OT we go. Can Arise find the pick? Supernova, they're hiding so well. And Astro's going to re-engage with their primal. Ryan goes down though. 5 versus 4 situation, Jake.
Yeah, great turn. Astro with the primal has to be the hero. You got to go for this on Supernova. This is too good of an opportunity to give up. Primal pop. He's going straight for the Brig. He knows no bash. Nice sleep. By Graveyard's going to slow down some of the tempo for this primal. Now they're focusing onto the cart. Graves has to stall that one out all alone. Graveyard finds Jutsu in the moment. Danny, nice one clip onto Renko. Very clean kill. Finds a second onto Graves. Maybe they've done enough here. That was looking very, very scary, but the clutch plays from Shikigami finally come through. Arise finding that kill onto Tracer was massive.
Wow. Yeah, that got hairy, Jake. That was sweaty. They buy themselves another 2 minute 30 to go here on Junkertown, point B. And they're already taking forward positioning here. This is going to be quite crucial. They have the Primal Rage as well, getting close to that rally. And Supernova not really with anything in their ultimate bank. So this is Shikigami. They could really capitalize on this forward positioning here. Going to back off slightly though. One of their supports on the cart. Opting the wiser choice here is to back off and retake that high ground. They have the ultimates though, Jake, to really make this push happen.
Nade comes in. Not much chance for an aggressive play off the back of that. I mean, the cart's rolling. We're coming down to a one-fight scenario. Supernova have elected to play this a little bit slow, but I wonder if they're going to be able to get to their ultimates in time. Graves still 10% away from that beat. Dive comes in now from Shikigami. Solo looking for something. Doesn't want to get forced into a really too defensive of a primal. Now he's going to walk out. Has the jump reset right on top of the Lucio. That's just where he wants to be. Put some damage down. Forces the Lucio out. Renko trying to mix it up in the backline. Trying to make some plays happen. But Primal now explosive here from Solo. Nano Rally on the cart. Solo primaling the rest of them. You can't fight this Brig. She is a god. A golden god on the payload. Maybe with the rush, that could be enough to get it over the line to make this possible for Supernova. And inside the rush, Jutsu finds Danny. Astro dropping those fast cooldown bubble cycles as well. And that's a big ultimate dump out of Shikigami. OC from Jutsu to clean this one up. Should get the job done, making sure there's no stragglers, no position left over. But a couple missed shots on the exit, and that's like Regine to make a trade. But in the end, doesn't mean too much. Renko should be back into this next fight. And I mean, that was your chance on Shikigami. Hold on, now the game's looking pretty scary. You should have won that fight, arguably, but the Nano onto Brig, it gets one kill, then it gets kited. This is the power of the Lucio Kiri, you know, dipping in and out of the engagement. Supernova have really stolen the initiative back with this comp swap, and it's looking good.
Yeah, now you're really looking towards Danny with the pulse bomb, but again, Renko's on this Kiri. Susu's going to come up clutch here. This is going to be last fight territory, and Arai's getting close to the OC, but this is Supernova. With their own ultimates, the pulse bomb, the primal rage, they have the opportunity to be aggressive here and really put Shikigami in a bit of a tough spot.
I love this play with Jutsu and Grapes. Taking the off angle, super annoying for them. Now Renko's primaling, catching the supports in the back line. Here on the Sojourn, looking for more. Catches her, she can't slide out of that one. And this is overtime. This is map over, Johnny. I mean, they're down 2, down 3 here in the fight. Regine goes back on the Lucio. Desperation mode, but who's gonna touch? It's Danny, but he has to die for it. Now Graveyard goes down as well, and Regine 1v5 on the Lucio. No, it's not gonna happen, Johnny. Not in this lifetime.
I almost
Supernova.
You almost had me.
Did I? When I raised the pitch of my voice as if... No, it wasn't gonna happen, guys. Let's
yeah, the Lucio 1v5, you know, I don't think we've actually ever seen that.
That would be the craziest thing I have ever seen. That would be the craziest thing I have ever seen. The Lucio 1v5s from that position.
Still though,
2-1.
Oh, Jake, I really felt like Shikigami was in that one. I really felt like that attack, they had a very good opportunity to capitalize and even up the map score here, but instead, now you find yourself in an 0-2 hole. And you have to reverse sweep against Supernova. I guess it deserves mentioning that if Shikigami loses series, they still have a second life. They go down to the lower bracket where they will compete again against Steel Dogs for that opportunity to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. But, you know, obviously you would have liked to get it done here in the upper bracket, but down in an 0-2 hole against Supernova, it's going to be a tough task for Shikigami to reverse sweep here.
I'm just saying, Johnny, I believe in Supernova. I was down to go bald.
Yeah, we know, Jake.
No surprises. No surprises here.
You've said so.
They clutch it up. They make I love the swap to the Lucio Kiri. You know, round 1 didn't really go your way. The Kiri Ana was outvaluing your Kiri Brig, or your Ana Brig rather. You weren't able to get the connection. And instead of backing off and taking the mirror, instead they have their own twist in the comp. Grapes looks great on the Lucio. I love the way they're sending Jutsu to these off angles with the help of the Lucio. Like really not like playing a conventional Lucio style. You just group up with the team and oraing as many people as possible, but being willing to like make plays, put the confidence in your Sojourn to just put her in those strong angles. And I felt Shikigami was kind of reeling as soon as they came out of the spawn. They were feeling confident, and then they see the comp matchup they're in, and they realize, wait, the tempo's kind of against us here. We're forced to make some adaptations. And in that chaos, in that moment of needing us to stop for a second and think, the plays really just start coming thick and fast. Supernova, they want that spot in OWCS. They know they deserve it.
Yeah, I feel like it really broke down for Shikigami there when they were reactionary in those fights, because you saw the aggression come in there from Supernova, and you know, they kept popping ultimates. They're saying like, oh, we're gonna turn these fights around. There's a Kitsune Rush here, but we're gonna pop the rally. We're gonna pop the Primal Rage. We're gonna try to get some momentum going in our favor, and it just didn't work. They didn't get any ultimate value whatsoever. All right, Shikigami, they're down in an 0-2 hole against Supernova here in a match to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. We'll give both of these teams a little bit of a quick break here before we head into our third match. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more promotion relegation action.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining FACEIT League. Gain competitive experience in weekly FACEIT League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome back. It's the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion Relegation Tournament here this lovely Sunday. We got Shikigami taking on Supernova, and Supernova in a 2-0 lead going into King's Row. Another loser's pick here for Shikigami. And we got some bans out. Shikigami going to go ahead and ban the Lucio, where Supernova, they're taking out Farah from the mix here. So, setting up a very important King's Row here with Shikigami backs against the wall. Keep in mind, they do have the opportunity in the losers bracket were they to lose this series to claim that spot for OWCS Stage 2, Jake. But realistically, both teams, you know, they want this over. They want to win this upper series, qualify with Stage 2, get out, get a meal, take a nap, move on with the day.
Just men after my own heart, Johnny. Let's see if they can do it here. Oh, I would love a nap. A nap would hit crazy right now.
It is cozy. It's comfy.
It's a nice little Sunday nap.
Yeah. Well, Jake, why don't you take like a 15-second dose up right there, and we'll head to the listening. Let's go.
I like that plan.
Tap and live. Yep.
All right.
First one push right. That's Kiri. I knew he was gonna do that, bro. Give me a minute.
I'm gonna go shut them in.
I
think monkey top right. Can you go angle him? Top right? Yeah, I'm looking. Slowly. Here, you're gonna pick you guys.
Here. What the fuck?
Okay, I don't mean all of you guys do.
No, I should go.
3, 2, 1. Getting monkey. 2 monkey main. I'm just going to do. 2 monkey. 3 to B.
I'm dead. Alright,
Here one. I'm getting mega.
Even
slowly. I'm getting mega. Walk, Rinka.
Yeah, I'm on trade now. Don't even trade.
I'm going bottom left in 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna ask. Peeking right. All turn to me. Push.
Yeah, we need to swing.
Get up. Okay. Auto the window. I'm gonna go on underneath. Going on.
No.
I'm gonna sleep. One. I need to all enemy.
Yeah, we're capping.
Get dick.
Come here.
All man.
You're really splitting. You're running for me. You're really running for me.
Bro, I'm going left.
Just show.
No.
Killing with him. I'm dead.
I don't want him.
Monkey now.
3, 2, 1.
Nice.
Monkey one.
Nice.
Cap point. I'm going point.
Supernova feeling a bit of the pressure there, but they get the job done. They're going to get the first point cap. A little too desperate to go for the retake here for Shikigami. Ajin, no. Clearly putting the pressure on his opponents with these carry plays, taking some risks. Getting punished, though, in that case, and the trades end up being enough for Supernova to cap first.
Yeah, finally enough after Astro calling Winston for pretty much like a minute straight there. They finally got the job done, and they do get the first cap there. Renko with this nano here. Astro's working the high ground, contesting Danny. Doesn't want to permit this still off angle. This high ground being utilized, and Astro finds a pick onto Arise actually. 5 versus 4. Regime is going to drop. The Kitsune Rush in turn. Suzu dropped. Respond to that by Hurricane Raid. Nano onto Astro here. Supernova really looks to push the momentum here, but Kitsune Rush just too strong, Jake.
Trades could come in here. Astro might want to go for the primal here. It's actually kind of a winnable scenario. But maybe they feel like they don't even need it. Yeah, just gonna win out in the long trades, playing close to the spawn. And Graves is gonna go over to the Curio. Okay, no, back to the brig. Thinking about it. He's listening to the devil on his shoulder here. Play a little Curio on the main support. Now, see the next fight. Primal's online for both teams. Should advantage the brig team a little bit better at controlling that primal. And Renko, that kill of Danny is so huge.
That's why he's the FACEIT champion, the FACEIT weekly champion in the Pro Pugs. That's what I'm talking about, Renko, popping off on the Ana. And now just working this attack here on second point. It's a nice bounce nade actually from Graveyard. No Kiri to really cleanse that. Arise, Dynamite gets the frag onto Gravesteer, but Shikigami going to respond in turn. Primal Rage on solo, not a boost. Trying to get a couple of frags here, but it's going to be all Supernova here as they look to cap out point B as well, Jake.
A little trickery from Solo, but it's only going to amount to a few moments of stall. The focus fire comes in. Jutsu winning that 1v1, killing out Arise early in the fight, I think was pretty huge decider. That the fact that Bob wasn't able to come down for the defenders. Grapes on Mystery Heroes, now he's on Juno. Might go back and swap again, actually. I think maybe just came back Juno to get back to the fight quick. Yeah, it is going to be Brig. Regime as well, though, starting to feel the pressure. The Brig outvaluing here pretty significantly on KR. These closer range engagements, a little bit less verticality to worry about. Solo, oh my god.
Solo.
Nuked
Careful,
by
bud.
Jutsu.
Yeah, and Ryan as well, working the Tracer duel, forces it to recall. Nice biotic grenades, gets a triple. Renko just pushing the momentum here on King's Row, and Ryan with the pulse bomb to finish up there as well. 4 minutes on the clock, Jake. Supernova are just rolling in this third map.
And Bob forced for essentially no value. Jutsu ready to close it out with his Bob.
Widowmaker?
Own quick Widow swap. Supernova should see this coming. They should know that a swap has been made, but Renko caught slipping. Now Supernova, tough call to make. Do they try to commit to this? They do have Bob if they want to go for it. Astro's low, though. It seems like it's not going to be a commitment. It's going to be a reset here for the attackers.
Well, it wasn't headshot after headshot, Jake, but it was the one headshot. And that was enough in this case.
All you need is one, man.
Yeah, well, I was reflecting on the Fleta moment.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
Yeah, we're making the same point. Anyway, I right sticks on the Widowmaker here. Got the mythic weapon in hand. I'm sure that provides a bit of a bonus to the accuracy. Not quite sure though.
It makes you better at Widowmaker. That's how it works.
There you go. All right. Jutsu still has this Bob available, and Renko with the Nano here as well. Ryan trying to work the off angle here. Astro helping out with the bubble. How do you navigate this Widowmaker now? Very lethal. Peeking from the high ground here. Grapes crosses with the Brick Shield. And here comes the Nano. Winston, can you survive the dive?
Sleep missed. Ana's in big trouble, yeah. Death is inevitable. Break goes next. Astro really disrupting that backline. Widow's unable to get into the fight at all. Danny and Solo are still alive in the backline, though, and still high HP, which feels good for them. Great mark, though, by Astro. Just reads that timing perfectly on the Widow's rotation. Punishes it completely. Solo's too low, not going to be able to get the Nano. Coming out a little too late here. Graveyard has to push, has to try in desperation, but there's no one to Nano. Everyone is already dead. That'll be the cap for Supernova. 2:30 on the clock.
Wow, pretty flawless there. 2 minute 30. And it's showing quite potent on this Winston composition. Looking.
They want to wrap this one up. They want to go to the team dinner.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
Wanna, you know, they're trying to take a nap. Trying to give me my nap. Shout out.
I mean, let's be real though. They're gonna queue ranked after this.
That's true. That's actually on God. That's true.
Yeah. Get some caffeine. What? It's 7:20 p.m. on the East Coast. Yeah, there's like 3 hours of ranked, and you're there before. Actually, I mean, these are kids. They're probably staying up until like 1 a.m. What do I know? 5 hours of ranked? Yeah, why not?
For that, bro. I woke up at 8. I woke up at 7:30 today. Usually I wake up at 8.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good schedule.
Do you think when we're like 60, we're gonna wake up at like 5 a.m., Johnny? Is that how it works?
Well, that's what Jaws already does. So
yeah, that's crazy.
60?
Dude, what happened when Jack is like an old man? He's gonna be waking up like he's gonna be like degen hours. Bro's gonna be like waking up at midnight. It's gonna be some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Shout out to all the hard workers out there. Waking up early, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I know some of you watching. You wake up that often on the regular. Massive respect. I'm not a morning person. I couldn't do it. It's tough. Godspeed. All right. Shikigami on the offense. Down 0-2 in the series, Jake. They got this King's Row mountain to climb if they want to stay competitive and have a chance to win this series. Danny doesn't find the pick here on the Widowmaker. Is going to swap over to the Genji there as well.
Little Genjineer here. Interesting choice.
Genjineer?
Little Genjineer. But I don't know that it's going to pay off because this is against Ana Brig. Wait, hold on. He's just YOLOing. He's just straight YOLOing in the back. It's working. It's working. He just chops his head off, man. All right. Respect. He's going to get another maybe. Jutsu's one. The Genji's just walked through the flank and killed the Ana. Like, that is crazy.
I mean, that's one way to get it done.
He's trying to get tricky with
Why doesn't Falcons do that all the time?
I think Proper does that sometimes, but
yeah, just
still that was I gotta give it to the Genji. That was pretty nice. I don't think Renko thought that was ever gonna. He was not thinking about that. That is a crazy play from the Genji. No Winston dive, just YOLOing it, but it works. Recontest, pretty scary here. I don't think you can really peek as a backline here. And Nate also misses, just used defensively.
Yeah.
Grapes though, hold on, kills Danny. Everyone's low. Somehow Astro was able to just hold the point for long enough, and that's the weakness of the Curie. Very weak at punishing the Winston in his bubble. Very poor shield breaker hero. To see, wow, that was, I mean, that recontest was like better than I even thought. And a nice survival by Grapes. Graveyard was a little bit tricky there, hiding in the corner. Grapes able to shield block all the follow-up shots after the nade. Stay alive.
That's tough. You get a feel after Shikigami. They get off to a great start there with Danny getting that pick on the window. You know the recontest is going to come through there. You know, most of the time it's going to come through there if you have the time to regroup, but still Shikigami now have to build towards this Nano and do it all over again to get a chance to cap the objective here. Ryan has still pulled spawn, but Rajim is battling with the coup. Nice. Has the Susa used actually, and Rajim goes down before the fight even kicks off. Trades with Astro, but
it's a good trade. I mean,
yeah,
should be favored here. Closer to their own spawn. They're gonna get
they're gonna push it.
The solo Graveyard super low, is dying to Jutsu at the same moment, but in his as a parting gift sends him a bio name that Danny cleans up, and eventually now Shikigami get it over the line, gonna grab this cap. Ryan should be all right here. Should be able to slip out back to the rest of his team, but there's some back spawns for Supernova, so I don't think they're really going to be interested in fighting this too early.
Not going to be too interested. Arjun with this Kitsune Rush and Danny with the Dragon Blade here as well. Just doing some poking for now. Quick regroup here. Ryan will be battling the off angles for sure. Already at it. You heard early on in the comms there on King's Row. Ryan doesn't like the Genji, so swaps over to the Tracer. That's the hero of his choice. All right, Deadeye popped by Arise here. Huge Bio Grenade by Renko as well, and the Nano activated on Astro. That Goomba Stomp is going to be enough. Shikigami's hopes dashed. Now they're set back on offense here again.
Yeah, and the Brig just allows you to be so aggressive and powerful fighting on the corners. Regime sticking with the carry as well with the Genji. I mean, they could be powerful and sometimes in the team fights, but Ryan is really able to make mincemeat of some of these flank fights.
Ooh,
sleep on Astro. I don't think that's going to change
really
much,
though. There's a primal as
and
well.
Using a nade too is kind of a wasted nade as well. There's no way you're going to pressure this guy.
Yeah.
Renko's super low, potentially dying in the backlines. I'm going to Rise.
There we go.
Renko. What? Okay. Astro.
Pops the primal, down 4v5 into the Kitsune Rush. Susa used, can you isolate the target? Oh, a lot of pressure on the Graveyard there. Evens out the fight. I believe we're in a 4v4 now. Primal Rage popped by Solo to stay alive in this fight. Rally comes out from Grapes. They want to fight in this one as well. Solo goes crazy with the hands, just trying to get more picks, but overstays is welcome. Ryan takes him down. Tiny trades out though. Get Jutsu. Shikigami, they're just trucking on this offense here. They're rolling the card forward. They got a Dragon Blade. Graveyard's going to come back with this Nano here as well. With the spawners from the attackers coming in here, maybe they can once again push the momentum here.
Yeah, I think defenders are going to get the reset they're hoping for. And they do have the High Noon to potentially threaten this Nano Blade. A lot of pressure on Danny. Get some big value out of this. Ryan with the pulse bomb.
Nano Blade, here you go, buddy.
High Noon has a big channel. Yeah, he's going to cut him in half, though. Still not quite enough. Dodges the sleep dart.
Turning into a bit of a Danny highlight reel here on King's Row attack. So far, so good. Arise finished it off Astro and Ryan as well. Picks them apart, and that's going to be point B cat for Shikigami. Still, though, you gotta complete the map with time. You feel like Supernova with a 2-minute 37 time bank here on King's Row. So hard to overcome that now. So Shikigami, they just gotta focus on them. They're gonna do the best they can. Solo controlling the high ground for now as Regime builds towards this Kitsune Rush. Rise has this Deadeye, but Renko patiently waiting to land another one of these biotic grenades. Jutsu goes down to Danny, actually. Trace out with Danny. 4v4 situation. Nano comes out onto Astro, dives into the backline. Nice sleep from Graveyard, actually. And they're going to hit the flashbang as well, preventing some of these mobility abilities used. Disengage from Astro, and now attackers go up once more to poke. Build some ultimates, and now Regime has that Kitsune Rush, Jake, so it's going to be Shikigami. Really got a bit of confidence showing their chest.
Yeah, it's an unconventional comp for them. It's really working out. Astro just got hard bursted. Thought for sure he was going to get that primal, but is not. And then Regime ripping the rush on cart. Helps them kill off Ryan. And Renko as well. Danny snowballing into some more frags. And it's going to be a recontest here for Supernova. However,
this will be such a good finish.
Maybe more winnable. Yeah, definitely winnable here for the attackers. Defenders got to get something. Ryan with the pulse bomb. Needs to be a difference maker. Oh, the snipes. Nade blocked by Grapes, well done. Helping this Widow get a bit of a purchase into the fight. And Astro follows up that body shot. Beautiful connection, synergy from the squad. Danny into the back window, cuts up 2. Does trade as well, one more. Oh, the Primal, hold on. The Primal 9, the Primal 9, the Primal 9.
That's what I'm talking about, buddy. Wow. Shikigami with a 2-minute time bank? I didn't think they had it in them, Jake, but they showed up big time on the attack there and closed things out. Danny gets a couple of picks. Primal Rage activated, get them out of here. They even died with the Nano. They didn't even need Graveyard's Nano, and they get the job done here on attack.
For real, man. I mean, that's a very unconventional comp with the Kiri, the Genji, the Cass. I mean, kind of like wild picks all around, but they're showing that comfort matters more than dominance in terms of the strategy. And I mean, Astro dying with 99 Primal is pretty freaking painful, man. Could have had a huge Primal, could have split up the back line, but instead, the rest of his team caught lacking, and on the retake, it's just too difficult. Shikigami winning that last fight comfortably, have the ultimates to close out.
And so we head into overtime here on King's Row. Both teams get the opportunity to pick their perks in overtime. Doesn't seem like that will change any strategic setup here for now. It makes sense. We've seen a lot of comfort from these teams playing this Winston, Brig, Juno. Composition so far, there goes Rajim. Rajim is getting the job done, and now Arise starts, and now Rajim goes to the Sen. They're all selecting the perks because you never know when the Sen is gonna come out on attack here on King's Row in OT. You might as well get it done.
I mean, you might as well, you came this far, you might as well just win. I mean, it's like, come on now, like, why would you even, you play the match, just win, bro. Just win, Forehead.
Yeah. With those Zenyatta perks, give you an edge up. All right. Danny. No one's peeking their head out like Violet for now.
Honestly, Danny's kind of go. Like, Danny somehow killed the Brig and the Widow, and then also traded the Tracer that fight. Like, I think if he misses any one of those kills, they don't win, so.
I'm all for the Danny.
Oh, they're waiting for him. Oh, they set a little trap for him. Graves just ready for that, blocking this angle. So Danny's got to play a different approach.
Goat wouldn't fall to that.
Pushes Regime. Now Astro taking this off angle, and without the Tracer, it's harder to clear these side angles. Regime gonna go over to the Brig to maybe help with that task just a little bit. God, this crosshair looks weird when he full charges. Now, taking the mirror match into enemy Winston. Bubble had to be deployed there, which gives a bit of a cooldown advantage here to Solo if he wants to get in this.
Yep, just poking for now.
Nice.
Big Biota Grade onto Renko and Jutsu, and they're going to clean up. Jutsu gets taken down. Danny follows it up. Beautiful nade there from Graveyard, setting up the push from Shikigami. Now, seems like this is a 3v3 situation still here, though. Trading back and forth. It looks like Shikigami has the upper hand still. Graves, Astro taken down. Haven't started capping here, though. They don't have any speed available. Graveyard.
You could get a retake for Supernova. It's
yeah, you get a triple. Yeah, you get a blink here from Ryan indoors.
Ryan has to get like a nice stall.
Yeah, they can
call out
it
and
for sure.
Still have a decent fight. Arise!
Arise!
Oh my goodness! Wow, that play.
That was crazy clean from Arise. All right, overtime, Jake. We got the 0.1 cap, and now we're rolling in overtime. This is where it starts to get a little bit anxiety-inducing. Now the pressure is on you. Yeah.
No mistakes, overtime spawns, huge threat here. Attackers can really get a crazy snowball going. Supernova, though, also have a big bank of ultimates to work with. And the fact that Danny and Regime are a little bit further from their ultimates, it doesn't seem like much, but it matters. Makes the world of difference, frankly, in this type of a situation. Early nano coming in on Danny, who already killed Graves. This guy's the GOAT, man. Surely the counter nano is enough. No dash reset. Can't quite slip out. Just gets around the corner and force that nano. I mean, he's done enough, Danny, surely. The GOAT, the hero that his team needs.
Wow. And the card just keeps rolling, Jake. The card just keeps rolling. And that is Renko having used the Nonobus there as well. Graveyard, of course, did it the same. Solo going aggressive now. Has the Primal Rage if he wants to stay alive. Danny pops the Dragon Blade. Goes in on the back of his Winston player. Renko finds a pick up to Graveyard across the map. And Brig pops the rally. Grapes, leave the payload. And
that's a Primal 9. That's a Primal 9.
Yeah,
it's a P9, 9. Not a C9.
Hey, it's been a long day, all right?
Very different.
I just, in my heart, I felt like there was going to be a touch here, but it might have been player forced.
All right, 2:34 on the clock. You got to cap a point and push 71 meters. Come on. You came this far. Just win for it.
Supernova. One overtime push away. Here on King's Row during this dramatic observer transition in a phone booth. In the middle of
inside the phone booth.
In
the call is coming from inside the house.
People in Los Angeles are watching this going like, what is that? Where are we? Never seen anything like it.
All right, Danny's, I'm starting to believe, bro. Danny's like making me a believer. Danny and Arise just making magic happen.
The GOAT?
Down 2-0 in the series. Like, Danny's a shooter, man. Arise, that kill onto Ryan, that was some, whew. He just swings the corner, says, hey, what's up, dog? 1-2. Nice to meet you.
Danny looking clean. We need an Ob Soldier and Danny Genji POV after this for sure.
No doubt, no doubt. There's some big highlight clips in this series. If they make the reverse sweep, we gotta put some love on Danny, but that's a long road ahead. Supernova want to close this one out here, and they've got quite a bit of time. Remember, I mean, it's been a while since that incredible offense that they had, but if they can just run that back, Genji on defense, very risky.
Yeah, Ryan's going to be fairly uncontested here, wrapping around, taking the high ground there as well, of course, and now contesting with Astro. What do you want to do on the offense, of course? Purchase some positioning here by trading in these duels. And now Ryan goes on this flank, while Danny hasn't really contributed a hell of a lot there. Biotic grenades traded into the Winston shields. Supernova looking for picks here. Starting to get
this
some...
is the weakness of the Genji.
Up here.
Can't touch point, really. Has to go for dives, has to force plays. Astro marking that, taking the counter dive. Does take a nade, but his counter.
Nice nade.
Regime goes down. Astro super low, getting zapped, needs a bunch of pocket. Can't quite get it, but Renko Jutsu getting the trades. And a rise. I mean, he's done a lot before. He does find that parting shot onto Ryan. But I don't know if that's going to be enough for the retake. Yeah, it looks like it'll just be a chokehold. And that's great for Supernova. It buys them a couple fights to work with. They don't have to face this payload in overtime.
Yeah. Do you think there's a couple of fights available here for Shikigami, though, if they go early? Before the overtime spawns kick in, if they wanted to, maybe.
It's true. It's very scary, though. You can't really go through the choke, and then...
Yeah.
I mean, once they get, like, with the push they got, it really is on the margin. If you die in the choke, you might be in a scenario where the recontest is just really bad.
Yeah, the window might already be gone, actually. And now, Shikigami. They're fighting in OT here on King's Row. Renko's got that Nano boost available. Danny hunting for Ryan here to try and get a pick. It's going to be Astro, Nano'd up into the backline. He goes, can't find the pick required. Shikigami wisely backs up there. And this will be Shikigami's time, Jake, to re-engage with the Nano boost up themselves.
Yeah, they play for the one fight. Now they have a bit of an ult advantage to do it. Solo in with his own nano. Would love to get this primal activated. Now both teams just full kiting each other's nanos. So it's a patient trade. Very even situation. Ryan, though, 80% of the pulse bomb. That's really the pick ultimate you need here. The dream scenario. Anybody gets pulsed, probably is going to cost him the game. So Ryan has the opportunity to win in his hands. One chance, one opportunity. But Astro slept, getting nuked again. Shades of the primal from earlier, but no, he's got the primal this time, and there's no sleep to mark him. High noon. Scary. Zoning, big damage comes in, and Jutsu, though, traded fully onto Solo, who died without primal. Maybe he got bursted there by a sleep. Jutsu kills Danny as well. You got the touch, you got to reset, but Jutsu is just lighting it up. He's not giving them any chance to reset, any chance to regroup. That is game, Johnny. Solo back with the primal. He's jumping. It's so far. He's 10 miles away from the point. He's not even close, Johnny. And Supernova are going to be your first team to qualify out of NA. You didn't believe, Johnny. You didn't believe.
I did. I did believe.
You did believe, but you didn't really believe. If you had really believed, like me, you would have made the go bald bet. I'm just saying.
Well, congratulations to you, Jake, for believing so very much in Supernova. And to all the 85% of the viewers out there who predicted Supernova in this winner bracket matchup, which, like you mentioned, Jake, earns Supernova a spot in OWCS Stage 2. Welcome back to OWCS. Has to be said for Supernova, a team that lost out in the Stage 1 qualifiers after being upset by Amplify in the qualifiers. Now they return, formerly Fluffy Dreamland, if you will. They return to OWCS 2025 with Supernova. Look, at the end of the day, Jake, it was a 3-0. It was a dominant showing. It's what we expected from this Supernova squad, because the player caliber on this team is insane and rightfully deserves to be in OWCS.
I mean, I think bringing Jutsu into the squad, he's looked fantastic on the hit scan. I think was a really key performer. Ryan on the Tracer is just an immaculate player hero combo. Something you frankly just need to compete with the best of the best in OWCS, right? If you don't have a top Tracer, you just can't hang like that. And Ryan, he's that guy for the squad. Got to give it to Grapes and Renko on the backline too. That like tempo switch on Junkertown to go to the Lucio Curie. Really well played. Rewards them with a comeback map win there. 6-0 on the day. Light work for Supernova as they qual to OWCS.
Light work, and on to some more, FACEIT pugs or whatever will have you for these gamers, these big gamers here. Yeah, I mean, Renko is one of those on us, right? That when I think about like playmaker on us in North America, like Renko comes to mind. Like Renko with those biotic grenades, hitting clutch sleep darts, really able to make a big difference for his teams, right? And now, set up his team for success here in the promotion relegation tournament. So congratulations to Supernova. For Shikigami though, Jake, They still have an opportunity in our last match of the day, actually, where they take on Dildogs in the lower bracket here in the last match of the promotion relegation tournament to secure a spot to OWCS Stage 2. Tricky spot to be in if you're Shikigami. Maybe you're... Well, how would you feel if you had to make an early predator between Shikigami and Dildogs? Who do you got? Do you think it's like a 50-50 matchup, or do you have a favorite going into that one?
Yeah, I mean, it went game 5 in that first match of the day, so you got to think these teams are relatively closely matched.
Yeah.
And as much as Shikigami did get 3-0'd, I felt like there were a lot of signs of life. There were a lot of things to be excited about for them, and a lot of, like, especially the DPS by the end of the series, like on Kings Row, Danny and Arise were really hot and heating up. And I think as long as they don't get in their own head about this, and you just say, you know what, yeah, Supernova probably the best team in the qualifier. We can join them. We can qual too. We just got to run it back on Dildogs, who, you know, it was close last time, but maybe you can do even better this time. Maybe we can make the series even more decisive for Shikigami. And I think them as a team, you know, I think those players should know that they've been popping off, right? Even though the game went against them overall, they should know that they've been making opportunities. They were taking it to Supernova. A couple of those maps were extremely close down to the wire. I mean, all 3 of them were pretty competitive, actually. So I think for Shikigami, unless as long as they don't get too in their own heads, they'll be just fine coming into that Dildogs match.
Yeah, we'll give Shikigami a moment's rest here while we crown the player of the match. And it's going to be Ryan, of course, popping off on that Tracer. Sadly, the voice comes that Genji sucks, it's not a good hero, and swapped over to the Tracer, and it was some light work, hitting pulse bombs from Oasis all the way to Kings Row.
Yeah, just doing the most on Tracer and like winning these flank fights, winning the 1v1s, creating little opportunities. And then, I mean, the big pulse bombs are like these huge flashy moments that we remember. And as much as I talk about all the other aspects of Tracer, in the end, sometimes you got to hit those big sticks and like just absolutely crack the game open, like win these ultimate economy trades. I mean, look at the synergy there from Renko and Ryan, just following up, hitting the backline so hard. Astro as well. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ryan was, of course, a player that we highlighted last year, I feel like, as, you know, an up-and-coming player in OWCS 2024. So again, it's going to be great to see Ryan come back here in OWCS 2025. That will be Stage 2, which will kick off in about a month's time. Am I cooking? It's been a long day. It's been a long day here, Jake, with 5 matches.
This sounds about right to me, man.
6. Yeah, it's something like that. But we'll give Supernova some time to practice, to scrim, and gear up for Stage 2, where they'll take on teams like SSG, Timeless, Team Liquid. But for now, Supernova, they can sit back, Jake. They can sit back and just watch the Champions clash, which I can't wait to get into next week. We're just like 3-4 days away, and we got the best of the best in Overwatch going, head on against each other. But that's still a few days away, Jake. So we can warm up, we can change our sleep schedule, and get into the right mood for Champions clash. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. One more match to go, Jake. It's going to be Dildogs against Shikigami, fighting for that last spot in North America Stage 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back with the last match of the day.
change your size. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow.
Welcome back. It's the OWCS Stage 1 Promotion Relegation Tournament here on this lovely Sunday. It is a lovely Sunday. I keep saying it's a lovely Sunday because it is, Jake. Because it is. We got one more match to go here. I'm Reinforce, and I'm joined alongside. You might remember him from one of the greatest Soldier 76 highlights against Team Germany in the 2017 World Cup qualifiers. It's Jake!
All these deep cuts, Johnny. Going, throwing it back. There's got players who were born in 2007 playing today. I'm feeling very old.
Look, we are Unk. We are Unk in the scene, indeed, and that is why
we're grandpa yet, though. Not going to the silver home.
I would say I'm grandpa, but you know.
You're grandpa. You think you're grandpa? All right. I feel like you're still Unk, bro. You're still Unk, bro. Chill. Okay. Like it's
up to the chat and the people in this community.
Can we get a Twitch poll going? Unk or grandpa for Johnny?
All right, there we go.
I feel like he's Unk. I feel like it's just like let's be honest. You know, we can be mean and call him a grandpa, but this is not true. He's Unk status, you know.
Well, whatever you say. All right, we got one more match left to go here, and it's not about the Unks anymore. It's about the young, promising talent fighting for their chance in OWCS Stage 2. One final match between Shikigami and Dildox to determine which team is going to advance from this promotion relegation tournament and advance to OWCS Stage 2, which takes place later on this spring. Let's get into it. Shikigami just got 3-0 loss to Supernova. Tough showing for them, but again, Supernova, one of the better teams we have around here, and Dildox coming away quite confident after a 3-0 win against Amplify, actually, here, Jake.
I mean, and they should have some confidence in them still. I think Dildox is a threatening team, and I don't think it will be necessarily easy for Shikigami, but in the end, they did win 3-2 previously. Maybe we'll have another 5-map banger. Maybe one of these teams will find their spirit broken earlier than that. It's been a long day of Overwatch for everybody here today, so definitely a test for these squads to see if they can really hang at the top in OWCS. You know, you're gonna need to have that stick-to-itiveness to be able to compete with the best in the world.
Yeah, so both of these teams, they have played each other already in the very first map, or very first round rather, and that time, like we mentioned a couple of times here, was a map 5 series, which Shikigami won 3-2 against Dildox. Taking a look at some of the map history here, in that series, Oasis was the map pick as well. Shikigami picked Oasis and banned out the Pharah, so no changes there. Dildox though, going with an Ana ban here, rather than an Orisa ban that they had in the initial showing.
All right, changing it up. Maybe not wanting to deal with the dive threat that they're worried about on this map. And I mean, that's the power of playing a team, you know, back to back in the day, is that you get to see exactly what they play. You can run it back on some of the same maps and take your approach maybe to a different level. See what Shikigami do to adapt to this. So pretty hard to play the Winston comp without the Ana.
Yeah, I feel like Dildox has a read here, so we'll just have to wait and see what compositions we are going to see from them. Now, I do have to mention quickly here, because it looks like we're buying some time for the teams here. Obviously, Shikigami, you know, they want all the time they can here to like get ready for this match. It's of crucial importance, and just coming up on map loss, you know, you want to get all the minutes you can to really ready up here and refuel. Dildox, look at that logo, Jake.
That looks good. That looks professional.
The text on the ducks, it really looks like a hockey jersey to me.
I
love it.
Like is.
Yeah, I just want to know the lore. Like, who made this?
I think it's like legit, like ripped from somewhere, maybe.
Yeah. And look, there's the Anaheim Ducks, but I don't know if it's the same font there. I just know them from the movie, which I can't remember what the hockey movie is called. But nevertheless, and anyway, I just wanted to point that out. If you know the lore behind the Dildox logo, the duck itself, and the little jersey they got, please do let me know on X, or just, you know, in the Twitch chat maybe. Up to your preference there. But yeah, waiting for this series here. Shikigami, they looked like they played a lot of Winston in that previous matchup, Jake. Do you think, because of the ban we see on Ana, that is something they want to avoid going into the series, thinking maybe we can't match that dive?
Yeah, I do think, you know, for Dildox, from we saw from them earlier, they probably want to stick to the hazard, you know, the you know, more brawly comps and a little bit less in the coordination heavy dive. I think Shikigami was also pretty strong in the dive, so playing the mirror is just a scary matchup to have to take, especially because Shikigami plays like a weird version of it with the Kiri, with the Genji, the Cassidy. Very non-standard, and for a team that maybe is less comfortable in the matchup than somebody like Supernova, it won't feel as easy to exploit those things. That they could end up being thorns in your side. You got, you know, Rajim like constantly looking for opportunities on the Kiri, picking off your backline, and it's just frustrating to answer. So I think probably we'll see them attack that type of a strategy with the bans throughout the series.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting for this matchup as well, let me remind you that we, of course, have have some bundles on sale. So if you want to support the Champions class, go check out the Juno bundle we got there going. But it seems like we're ready to head into the first map here. It's going to be Shikigami against Dildox here on Oasis. There you go! Sorry, I didn't mean... I know casters start the game, but just quickly wanted to highlight the Crimson Esports bundles. Thank you, production. Appreciate it. Now we can get into game. All right. Done and dusted. There we go. Oasis, ready to go, chat. Don't worry. I set you back like 5 seconds. Patience.
It's okay. They were just standing in the spawn, Johnny. All right.
Perfect.
Loading up the comps here. It's going to be the Brig Juno for Shikigami with the Orisa. Dildox going to go with that Ramatra. We saw Baz on that a lot previously. And they're going to take that right side rollout to point. A lower rollout from Shikigami. Wow, they're getting crazy with it. Wrapping under Arise. Trying to connect here. Razor aware of this flanking pressure. I mean, it's kind of a wild move to open up the map. I don't think I've seen this rollout before. Genji now under pressure. Needs the rest of the team to get in here and bail him out. Get into this brawl with the rest of the squad. Dildox so far kiting, playing slow, poking at the flanks. No one's fallen just yet. Both teams looking quite healthy. But now Dildox, they've got to break out of this hookah. They're being suffocated, collapsed on in that position. Baz steps onto the point, but it's a little bit too late. The cap already came in for Shikigami. They were happy now to play things a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, they're playing proactive here, Jake, and I think maybe you look back at the last series they played here, they sat on the high ground and waited for the right moment. This time, they just take it on. They just go aggressive, and they get the cap required, and now they finish off Dildox there as well. So, 20% and counting for Shikigami, playing the Orisa composition still here on Oasis, but playing it a little bit differently. Dildox, though, playing this brawl composition, so it is not going to be the supernova dive, like we talked about, going into to this series, so... The teams on brawl compositions here is going to be an interesting matchup. For now, Dildox taking the angles. Trying to find some room here. PDK has that rail charged up. Could maybe capitalize on this a little bit here. Flanking around. Danny drops slow, dashes away. And this is going to be Dildox now, pushing the momentum. Taking some precisioning here on the point, Jake.
More shots from PDK. Arise, though, managed to trade it onto Razor, and the pressure, I mean, shared among all members of Shikigami. Everybody's sticking up to take some damage. But in the end, it's only Regime who falls. Frothy feel he can trade one, but you're feeling great about that for Shikigami. Everybody's stepping up to the plate at the same moment. And, I mean, honestly, that's what makes this Brig Juno comp so ridiculous. The amount of healing throughput that these two heroes have, regardless of the ultimate status, is insane. Orisa's so incredibly tanky, and Cassidy and Genji, both relatively efficient heal users as well. So Dildox now on the retake. Finally have a couple ultimates to work with, but
it's going to be so hard.
With the Kitsune Rush, it's a challenge. You got like Orbital Ray, 92 for Regime, going to be up very soon. Nice headshot from PDK, the opener. Wonder if he wants to rip the overclock, double down on this. One kill on the Cassidy's nice, but it's not enough to get you the point flip just yet. Shikigami aren't giving up so easy.
They're investing still here. Danny with the Dragon Blade gets nothing for it though. Gets shot down by PDK. And now Shikigami, they're reeling with 3 members alive here. Juno, the kick is not going to be enough. PDK shuts you down with the overclock indeed. And it looks like Dildox, they're going to get on the board here on Oasis. Just investing the OC as well. That is noteworthy actually. Shikigami, they popped the blade, they popped the rally. Wasn't quite enough there to finish off this control round. And now Dildox, still though, facing an uphill battle. They have 4 ultimates to go. Bass going to have a bit of a delayed spawn here, so we're going to have to wait for the Ramatra to get back into the fight, and Danny is already working the little sneak here. Working around, identifying. Maybe someone he can't contest. A little ping onto the Razor there. Oh, dash in. PDK 1, Susu dropped, Soundbarrier comes in here, Dildox still alive. Here comes the Kitsune Rush from Frothy Philly. Razor pops the Dragon Blade as well, finishes off Danny, but Solo with a huge Terra Surge, and Regime closes down Redix there as well. Got a bit of a 3v3 fight here, but it looks like Bass back in time, Jake, and that is going to be enough for Dildox to stay in this fight after a bit of a concerning start.
Yeah, Solo needs to take a quick jump off the map, take the quick reset there, and Baz is able to hold on to the Annihilation for the next fight. Shikigami have 1 to 2 fights left, but that was their big attempt, right? That was the big deployment of ultimates, and Dildox had the answers they were able to deploy in response. Scary now. You got to be very cautious with the speed ring. It's kind of like your main tool for separating away from that Ramatra from the Annihilation, which could be a major problem for them on the retake. Trying to come out through this choke point, through that Ravenous Vortex. Very difficult thing to be doing here.
So scary. Yeah, the Ramatra is lethal here with that Annihilation as well. Takes quite a bit of damage here, alright. Piece is set out. Well, there's a Genji for you. Deflect, dash in. Here goes the Annihilation right into the backline. And there is so much damage. You just want to stay away from this Ramatra. Dildox going to capitalize on this, but Bass goes down actually. 3v3 situation here, and Shikigami trying to make the magic happen, but PDK finds a crucial pick up to Danny to kind of stave Shikigami off. And now they have to regroup, 86%.
Yeah, I wonder if Danny might go Tracer here, less time on the board. Maybe they feel confident. They do have the Orisa. They should be able to get this touch. And in fairness, some ultimates coming up very soon, Shikigami, and dumping their whole bank. They're coming up all on the same tempo here. PDK speared to the wall. It's going to force that amp out early. It's going to have to go for the OC. Going to need to find some connections here. Graveyard has that rally online. See when he looks to deploy it. There it comes. The Brig, the powerful move onto the high ground. PDK, though, is ready for that repush from Arise. Shuts it down before it even begins. And Graveyard isn't really able to get the most aggression at all out of this rally. Spin now attacking the Lucio. The Genji puts a bit of damage on that Lucio. Is quickly healed up. Frothy Philly, though. Once he gets this ultimate online, the Kitsune Rush almost certainly going to slam the door on this round. But hold on. Regime with the Orbital Ray over the top on the Orisa. Keeping the fight in contest. Frothy Philly went down in the chaos. Red X has to pop the beat. This is the final fight of the round. Razor so close to that Dragon Blade. Wants to find it. Finds Regime at first. Now just needs a little bit more damage to close the gap on that blade. Danny as well with a blade of his own. About to come out. Cross swords available. Razor pops that first blade. Looking to clutch here. First target on the break, but he's too low. Can't get to the point in time. Wow. Shikigami. That was a scary one, but they get it over the line.
Wow. Absolute brawl between both of these teams. That was just madness. That's what it's going to take, Jake, if you want to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. Just an absolute mud fight. It gets dirty.
This is going to be a knockdown drag-out, Johnny, for the last game of the day. Both teams, so much riding on this, right? Your whole season has come to this point. You've been grinding, you've been hustling, you've been working, and it all comes to this, right? If you win, you're going to be competing in the OWCS next stage. If you lose, it's back to where you began. Got to keep climbing, got to start it all over again. I mean, there's just so much riding on that for these squads. They both know how much this means to them.
Yeah, look. We kind of like talked about it a little bit here and there, but like FACEIT Masters is a tough place to be. Lots of really good teams. You have to battle for like 15, 20 matches, including the bracket, to even get the opportunity to compete here in the promotion and relegation tournament day. And now Dildox, they don't want that effort to be wasted. They want to secure a spot in OWCS here today. But now facing a 1-0 deficit here on Oasis. It's going to be Bass on the Suravasa, just working the point here for now. Solo's over to this Diva here now, though. Which is going to be quite defensive here, playing with the Juno and the Brig here on the point. PDK finds a crucial pick. This is really what Dildox need, Jake.
Yeah, good luck defending against that. You know, there's always the threat of the Sojourn Rail. Shikigami trying to fight it out without their Tracer. Brig now, onto the point, looking to mix it up. There's a lot of pressure on Baz and Ramatra. He can't turn around. PDK's, though, the one to find a second pick. Graveyard now went down, committing into that engagement, ended up being fruitless here. And they're able to kite around that Diva just long enough. And the lack of a break for Dildox means that this Diva should have some good opportunities in the round, but picks from PDK, you just can't count those out.
Can't count them out, indeed. Now just looking for these angles, looking for these crucial shots. Find another opening. Frothy Philly getting close to this Kitsune Rush, so if you wanted to capitalize on that timing early, there's certainly a window here for Dildox. Nice javelin off the PDK, going to force the slide backwards, and now maybe momentum not in your favor. Here comes the Kitsune Rush, though. That is going to trigger Shikigami with the retreat. They don't want anything to do with this Kitsune Rush. Instead, going to wisely wait this out, regather the troops, and Arise has this Deadeye if you perhaps want to push the momentum a little bit. Here they go.
Oh, Lucio, wall riding a little close, takes a big shot. Red X trying to stay alive, wall riding around, being tricky. Needs to get the last few percent for the sound barrier. PDK got stunned, but already put a lot of damage on Solo, who's forced to back off in the engagement. In the chaos, this Ramatra comp really coming out on top of the brawl. Orisa very low, can't get any support from the squad. Regime and Graveyard forced away, not able to get into the throws. And now, opportunity for Dildox to take the aggression, to attack this enemy spawn, to equalize this map at 1-1.
Yeah, and how do you really approach this fight here, Jake? You got Shikigami, who, okay, well, that's not a... Yeah, it's...
He get hit by a car?
I thought he dropped down. Look, it's been a long day.
Okay.
Maybe I hallucinated. Believe
me, I'm hallucinating too. So we're all in this together, Johnny.
All right, Shikigami.
Hour 9 of casting.
Double support ultimate here. Solo's got the Terra Surge. Danny with the Dragon Blade as well. Tough fight for Dildox here. They have some ultimates coming up, but we need some proactiveness, I feel like. It's going to be very difficult though. They're going to wait it out instead. Orbital Ray popped here. Fast response. Annihilation in hand. Danny gets punished actually.
Oasis.
And this could just be the round. This is the round, Jake.
They got lit up in this map, man. Wow, all the max AoE. I mean, in fairness, Ramatra ult plus Genji ult, just like clapping you as a group as you walk into the point is not a nice place to be. Nice execution from PDK, though. A lot of big picks from him, I think, put them in this position to have such a dominant ult fight to close out the map, the round, rather, of.
Absolutely. Really impressive play there by Dildox there to gain some momentum in this series, and this Ramatra has really worked wonders for them throughout the day here, something they can rely on. So going over to University here is another stage where these brawl compositions work out pretty well, playing these brawl compositions. So Baz on the Ramatra, is it going to be enough for Dildox here to get off to an early series lead against Shikigami? Danny will have the opportunity to play the Echo here, Jake. It's a hero we saw him on against Supernova earlier on today, and it proved quite potent. This time around, though, you're facing a Ramatra, so a bit of a different matchup here. How do you expect Danny to play this Echo here?
Ooh, I do like the Echo into the Genji here. I think this high ground control is going to be pretty critical, especially without the conventional hit scan. You see Dildox investing a lot in controlling the high ground for themselves. They know that if Echo gets that position, they're going to have some trouble deeper into the round. Contesting the points where things get interesting, though. So the point opens in a few more seconds. Baz already taken a lot of damage. Graveyard, Arise. Also feeling the pressure of that spam. They don't want to give a reset to Razor. They know what he could do with that opportunity. Fight for the high ground. Echo should be a bit advantage, but hold on, the trade is going the way of Dildox. Nice rotation with the rail. Bails Razor out, who was kind of winning that trade, despite the fact that the matchup is pretty Echo favored. Quick double slide from PDK to get him out of trouble, and Solo goes down. And this Echo comp is strong when it plays defensive and it just holds angles, but retake is not easy. Oh, Arise. Okay. Jesus.
I had no idea. I had no idea Arise was around that corner and immediately got punished with the flashbang. But Relics comes in clutch there, trades in, out. It's going to be a quick reset for Shikigami there. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful swing from PDK to really help out in that duel, and that is going to set up the first fight win for Dildox here instead. Getting close to this Kitsune rush, Jake. Could be another small little timing here for Dildox if they get it going.
Yeah, more than a little one. Danny getting marked on the flank, forced out, not able to find his way through on this Echo. And honestly, I mean, Dildox has done a fantastic job with sending Red X and PDK variously over to this flank to ensure that they're never losing that position. Danny has just struggled to really get much done on the Echo. The flip comes in as a response to the High Noon. Decent value from that ulti. Now OC plus the Kitsune rush. I mean, it's just a ridiculous amount of damage that could be pumped through here. Big headshots from PDK, forcing away the Juno, finishing her off as well. And PDK is locked in, looking to potentially open this series up with a map win for Dildox. Shikigami struggling, have the ultimates to get this retake, but man, they're a long way from winning this round.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jake, PDK taking this map into their own hands. We've been talking about in this promotion relegation tournament, you need a hero to step up and really make things happen, and PDK is doing just that for Dildox. Finding crucial frags. Now 65% and counting. Going to poke these teams. Shikigami with a lot of ultimates here. This needs to be a clean fight win for Shikigami to remain in this map.
Yeah, it needs to be. They've got some powerful ultimates, but they are more on the defensive side. Copy Genji. Oh, beat it, Ajax. Uh-oh, Danny, nice cut down there on the copied Genji. Does get taken out of the form, but with that beam, powerful. Oh, the support is there just in time for PDK, but that pulled a lot of resources away from the point where Shikigami are really starting to get dominant. Baz caught in the corner, no support for him. No one's able to get in here. And elsewhere on the map, Arise is just cutting players down piece by piece. Ridex trades him out, but in the end, Shikigami get the flip, and they're able to hold on to the rally, which is pretty powerful coming into the next fight. Danny over to the Venture, not finding success on the Echo. I don't mind this actually at all. A little bit of a lack of hard stuns and control on Dildox, so this Venture could be annoying, and there's a lot of tight corners on this map.
What's the AJ, the turning point? That is what we're going to have to reflect on.
Well, AJ on the beat. And Razor, I mean, this is such a tough spot to have Blade into Rally, and Terra Surge is like, it's so difficult to Blade here. I'll be impressed if Razor can get any kills with this. I mean, even just forcing a couple ultimates is probably good enough.
Yeah.
The Solo's taking the fight right to Raz, who needs a ton of help, needs a big support in the High Noon flank as well. They're being really assaulted from all angles.
Overclock. Ooh, hold on. Here. 4v3 situation, Jake. They could close it out here.
Where's the rally? Okay, Graveyard rallies, but he's 1v4. No shot, man. A little bit too late there. A little bit too greedy. Maybe it was just thinking he has to save it for the Genji Blade, but Dildox fight incredibly well without the Blade. Puts him in a tough spot, making a very hard decision about whether to rally or not, and in the end, they just get overwhelmed by PDK Sojourn.
Yeah, beautiful play by Dildox getting back into that series. right there. And, you know, thank goodness they saved Redix from those awful AJ nightmares on that very round there. But
we can safely forget about the Ajax.
We can safely forget about the AJ.
If you lost the map from there, you would never, ever for the rest of your life forget about the Ajax. But now, it's out of sight, out of mind.
I don't want that for anybody, Jake. I don't want anyone to stay up at night and just like, what if I didn't AJ? Because that happens. You make a crucial mistake in a series like this with lots of the line, you're going to have nightmares about that. But instead, Redix.
Been there.
Been there.
Might just slay claim with the win.
Yeah, you gotta play to win. You gotta make some plays. Redix tried to go for a play there, didn't work out in his favor, but they got the map win. So who cares? Let's forget about all that AJ even happened in the first place. Don't post it on Reddit. All right, the Elducks up 1-0 in the series here against Shikigami. And now Shikigami, this Orisa composition didn't work for them here, or it did work rather. And now they kind of have to regroup here and rethink what they're doing here. PDK, I have to say, this Sojourn play was spectacular, and it's going to be so crucial for the Elducks as they progress in this series. They need someone to step up, and PDK did just that on Soj.
Yeah, PDK is looking nice. I mean, in fairness, I thought this Genji was too far away to hit this dash. He like max ranged it for the Ajax, so that's just Danny on the Genji. On the Echo copied Genji in this case, but still just doing crazy things.
Yeah. Wow. That looks pretty dominant right there. 4.7 KD, favoring over Shikigami's 1.5, and the Elducks off to a very hot start here in our very first match against Shikigami. We'll have to see where they take us next year. Just reviewing some of the maps we've seen from Shikigami in the past here, of course, against Supernova. They did go to Junkertown, so we'll have to see if that is there's a map that we'll go to again there. Is it worth keeping in mind there as well when you review some of the bans, Jake? Maybe got out those bans early there, so maybe enables a bit of a different style to be played here going into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Ana ban has already been used, so you could ban a tank and like protect the Winston if you wanted to force that style on this map. I don't think that's completely crazy. And you know, I'm curious to see how Elducks would respond if they went that way. It is going to be the Junkertown, so let's see. The ban phase, I think, is pretty important. I think Shikigami really should ban a tank to protect their own Winston here, or else I would imagine Elducks would ban Winston. We'll have to see what the teams think. What if they think there's more important tools, more important options? The Kyrie is something you could think about banning for Regime, but I think the Winston is a little bit more integral to the strategy. And it is. I think Junkertown is a Winston map, so in fairness, maybe you do want to ban it if you don't want to take the mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, a Winston ban here would really just mess things up. Okay. It's going to be Shikigami.
So perfect.
Yeah, they're banning the Diva here, so there is a decent move there. Elducks banning the Widowmaker in turn there, actually. So that's quite an interesting ban. But
I guess there's not really any ban you can do here that matters that much, to be honest. Like, you could ban the Curie just because Regime like really likes playing the Curie in this matchup, but I don't know, maybe they want to play a rush comp and keep the Curie available for themselves. They played a lot of the Ram style. I'm just curious to see what Elducks are going to play. I think it's relatively obvious Shikigami are going to run it back from what nearly worked for them in their matchup against Supernova just a little bit ago.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if you're Elducks here, you know, you've looked so good on the Brawl, I feel like historically here. So maybe that is a style you wanted to lean on, you know, get the Widowmaker out of there. There's no one, you don't have to bother contesting a Widowmaker like that, right? And maybe frees you up a bit more to play a bit more of a, you know, closer, stacked up kind of composition or something like that. We'll have to see as we head into Junkertown here, but...
It's a good point. Yeah, Widow would be hugely annoying if you wanted to be like playing a very corner holding style and not want to get forced into aggressive dives. Then yeah, okay, the Widow's going to force you to do that.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting for the second map to get underway here in the very final series of the day. We're going to let these teams take a little bit of a break here. We're just dragging things out a little bit longer. We'll be right back with map 2 of the last series of the day right after this break. Did you miss us? We're back. It's time for map 2 between Shikigami and Dildox. We're heading into Junkertown with a Diva ban and a Widowmaker ban on the board here. This one's for all the marbles. If the marbles were qualifying for OWCS Stage 2, which will be coming your way later this spring. Shikigami then. They're in a 1-0 hole here, Jake. Have to claw themselves back into this series. Protect banning the Winston, perhaps we speculate here on the on Junkertown rather. To enable some more of that dive that looked so good for them previously today.
Looks like whoever's the blue team is playing on a Zen.
There you go. Oh, on a Zen. I'm here for it. Let's go.
That is interesting. I mean, I do think Anazen is quite potent here. Conventionally played a little bit more with the Wrecking Ball, but it's just a powerful map for double flex support, very long dive distances. So Baz is going to really be under a lot of pressure here to deliver and to be able to hit really strong, aggressive dives. But I mean, those flank fights could be scary. I think Frothy Philly as well in the Kiriko could be an X factor.
Yeah, Dildox in this one. Going to have a tough task ahead of them, I have to feel like, because of Shikigami's potency on this dive composition. See what they got up their sleeve. It looked good against a Sigma composition on Circuit Real, but now it's a different story here, Jake. You're facing a Zenyatta on a composition with Solo and mantling this Winston here. Let's see, Relic swaps over to the Lucio. It's going to Lucio Kiri, actually, recognizing that they want to go fast. They want to punish this double flex support lineup here, Jake.
Yeah, they're gonna need to bring a lot of pace here. Get on top of the Zen. You know, Regime creates that inevitability in the comp.
They're going for it.
There he goes. That's inevitable. He is dead. He is inevitably dead in the first 3 seconds of the fight. So that's like the way it goes wrong when you play the Zen comp.
We'll see. Swap to break. There you go. Feeling better, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely gives them more stability, more opportunity. But we've seen that the Lucio carry can be really strong on this map. Graveyard now under a lot of pressure. Note the XX support not with him. And now Regime falls in turn. Came a little bit too late to the party. Arise trying to get something, trying to find some kind of a pickoff, but so difficult here. He's got the odds really stacked against him. The rest of the squad turning for the focus fire. It's going to be a quick first cap for Dildox, who kind of hard charging through this map for now. Shikigami, they're... Cheeky strat has fallen flat. Dildox showing that, they can hang on the Winston comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Recognizing that Shikigami, they're going to play double flex support with Zenana. Maybe a little bit greedy. Dildox punishes it immediately. Now, Danny caught. Back on point A here. Recall 4, 71 health. That's not going to be enough. Redix takes him out immediately. And now, 5 versus 4. Yeah, use the pulse there as well. No value. And now Dildox get the opportunity to capitalize and try to contest this high ground here a little bit. Frothy Philly got this Kitsune Rush enabled as well if they want to drop it. Razor taking some high ground control here. Got the pulse bomb in hand here. No Suso available. Whiffs just barely there. And still Bass pushing forward on the Winston. Razor is going to survive here. Danny feeds his brains out, just trying to go for the pick onto Razor, but can't quite get it. And now instead Dildox, they're just going to keep running the payload here. Nado's going to get used on 2 Solo. Gets pushed back. Some momentum trying to be restored here for Shikigami, and Frothy Philly goes in, doesn't use the Kitsune Rush, but Bass finishes several picks up here. Primal Rage available as well for sustain if they want it. Razor takes out Graveyard, and Shikigami, this defense is not looking good at all. Danny, Solo, they're trying their best here to stay alive. Solo doesn't get Primal Rage in time here. And Danny forced to retreat here with no teammates left, and this is Dildox just steamrolling Junkertown so far.
The Dildox do be ducking right now. They're dominating dangerously on the server here.
They have 5 ults!
I mean, this is a blowout for now. Shikigami need to find some kind of a solid stoppage here. PDK has been a really impressive Sojourn player today. One we've got to keep our eyes on here as he's got the overclock, looking to take it out the high ground. Solo wants to stifle that before it begins, but it's Bass with the nice primal
rage, baby.
There's one, now bullying the Brig, potentially catching her. She cannot escape, especially not from PDK Solo. It's a tough call, you probably can't even primal here. Yeah, it's too little too late, the rest of your team's down. And Shikigami are down to a final hold. That was just a primal, Johnny.
Dude, what are you scared of? Dildox, Lucio, Kiriko, they have all the momentum right now. They got so much pace up their sleeve, and they got double support ultimate. They are ready to go. They want to cap out this Junkertown with more than 4 minutes remaining. Shikigami, Arise has the overclock. Can you find a pick? Danny, pulse bomb, but there's a Kiriko on the field. Susu's going to be great to shut down this pulse bomb here. Taking the Tracer duel. It's Danny now. Recall force from both Tracers. And here comes the Lucio. Sunbarrier used to avoid the pulse bomb as well. Keeps Dildox alive. Here comes the rally from the Dream. Tries to sustain here for Shikigami. Primal Rage used as well. PDK finds a big pick onto Arise with this overclock. And now Shikigami with the backs against the wall. Dildox still has his Kitsune Rush available. And they are just rolling this card. Solo, 1 HP. Oh, And he gets picked out. There's the Kitsune Rush. And this would just be it here. Arise. Pops the overclock. This is the last effort for Shikigami. He's dead. Indeed. Dildogs. Can they get the payload across the finish line? They will indeed. Wow. What a push from Dildogs, Jake.
That's
Absolute
ridiculous.
cinema.
353. That's like, this is like world record pace. Like, I actually don't know that I've ever seen a 353 on Junkertown. That's
7 seconds.
like heinous.
Wow.
That is actually up like it. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't think I've ever seen something faster than that. That's like top 10 finishes in competitive Overwatch of all time.
That's like one of those GOATs times, you know?
Yeah,
like when
even in
GOATs
GOATs, it's like it takes you a while to die, you know, even if you're just feeding. You like run to the cart and it takes a little bit longer than that.
I sometimes see like Vancouver Titans 2019, they finish a map and it's like, yeah, we got 430 in the time bank because we're the best GOATs team in the world. Had some ludicrous map pushes there, but yeah, in Overwatch 2, 4 minutes on the time bank, no way.
Bro, tilt check right now on Shikigami.
Didn't win a single fight, bro.
If I'm then, I'm so mental boomed right now. I mean, you just lost 3-0 to Supernova. You beat this team 3-1, but it really doesn't feel like that, right? It really does not feel like that today in this match.
Yeah, it was a back and forth series in the first round between Shikigami and Dildogs, and that time it was Shikigami winning 3-2 to earn that spot to play against Supernova in the upper bracket, but couldn't capitalize on that upper bracket series, and now they're stuck here against Dildogs with Bass, PDK, Razor, Frotherphilly, and Redix just taking it to them.
It's a massacre, Johnny. We're gonna take it to the mirror, match the tempo. I like this decision. I mean, you can't think about the time bank in this spot. You just gotta, build this fight by fight, pick by pick. We'll see a rise. Full charge rail. Would love to find an opener here.
Yeah.
This team needs a little bit of hope.
They need to get something going.
There we go.
Look, just something. Just get a couple of highlights. Because, they're fighting a 4-minute time bank.
Oh,
yeah,
they might lose this. They might lose this fight. Killing the Tracer is pretty huge. It's pretty hard for Arise to fight this one out and hold the flanks. And with that turn onto Danny, Razor still holding the recall, still strong in this flank position, covering a lot of ground here, keeping a lot of tension on himself and holding the card when he needs to.
Yeah, playing so confidently right now. I mean, they feel like they're on the top of the world, and no one can really take it to them here. There goes Bass over the rooftop. Contests someone, can't quite see who. Bass gets out in time, a lot of pressure being put on here. But Dildogs remain stout on the defense for now. Oh, actually a lot of damage coming through there. Susie used as well. Can they stay alive? PDK cannot. Solo takes him down. 5 versus 4 situation, and now this is Shikigami looking to capitalize on this pick here to try to close out the point A attack. Bass though trades out, gets a rise, and now it's just going to be a back and forth brawl here. Bass 1 HP, gets traded out as well. And this should be Shikigami claiming the first point here after a bit of a brawl.
Yeah, Razor, low HP, running for packs, trying to stay alive behind. Might be able to live, but it's scary. He's got.
If they got a pick here.
Tracer carry. I think he just live here. It's too hard to chase the Tracer. Yeah, and they'll give up on it. I think that's correct. Retouch comes in though from Baz into that Kitsune rush. Now cut match by Frotherphilly. Frotherphilly 1 HP, needs to stay alive, needs to get a bit of health. Rise. Couple kills here would seal the deal for his squad. Redx still far from that beat, doesn't have the response. That should be too much here. Shikigami primaling as well, securing that first point capture. 2 minutes off the clock on the stall. And in the end for Dildogs, like, it's not the best first defensive I've ever seen, but it's certainly not the worst, and that's kind of all you have to do, given the massive time make advantage you have. Like, win 1 fight per point, and you're going to run that clock down quite close to the wire here. This is Junkertown after all. It's pretty rare to see this map finished at all, much less with massive extra time.
They could arguably not contest the cart and still have more time in the time bank than Shikigami.
I think already that's true, but they don't want to stop here, right? Danny, though, shutting down Redx. I mean, these are the type of snowball kills you kind of need to hit that kind of a crazy time bank. But Razor just has, they're constantly aggressive. They're constantly trading. This is what we've seen from Dildogs in the other match, too, that they don't give up, even when they're down players. They have the confidence that they can win these clutch team fights. This is kind of a mark of some of the top teams in the game right now, is they just don't give up engagements, even when they look bad, even when they look questionable. Players down 1 still have the confidence to take the risks and try to clutch it out. And in this case, pays dividends. They win the fight.
Who is Bass? Bass is just mighty. Look at this Winston go.
He is Winston.
Dominating.
He's Winston Overwatch.
Winston Overwatch.
Solo's low. Solo's a bully. He might die here. Yeah, Winston has a immediately full jump out. That's a really passive play. Razor punishes that. Kills off Graveyard. Redex over here on the flank supporting PDK, ready to boop that, and PDK could take the flip here, could go take the opposite high ground if he wants it. Razor's in, finishing off the Winston. Man, the aggression is just unceasing here from Dildux. They say, hey, screw an overtime round, screw the time bank, we're just winning it out here. We're gonna stuff you into the spawn.
It's just crazy raccoons we're seeing right here. Dildux are just going absolutely crazy on this Jungle Town. They're looking clean. Oh, never mind.
Well, caster curse can happen. No ultis available for Shikigami though. I mean, once again, down one, but you're not out Dildux. They're still gonna look to clutch this. Razor still has the pulse bomb. You got the beat from Redex if you want to get tricky with it and make some plays. They are kind of forced into an awkward corner of the map though. They got to break out of this position before they can really get into a fight. Rise on the high ground with full CDs. It's gonna be Dove for now. Kitsune rush force, not the most value on this rush. Now counter beat and OC as well. PDK looking to get more, finds 2 quick connections on a Rise, shuts down his opposite number. Redex kills Graveyard, and Dildux up 2 in this fight, up 3. Just clean up now. Desperation for Solo and Danny, who don't last long. Dildux, beautiful plays for them, and they've maintained the ultimate advantage throughout this map, throughout these fights. He must have he typed something in the chat there. I'm calling that one out. I think I spotted that one.
Give us the old chat. I want to see what they're typing. They're obviously feeling confident here. Like you said, they just got like endless pockets of ultimates here. Razor throws one out because, you know, they'll build another
charity.
one.
A little charity for the poor, you know?
Why not?
Shikigami struggling. Arise, gets the cleanse, pops OC, forced OC. Everyone's kiting him, not finding any value from this Danny. Forced to reset as well. Dildux have to repush, and that last rail doesn't connect. Arise not really able to find any value out of that. Now rush onto the car from Frothy Philly. It's a full brawl on the engagement. This Lucio in the sights from the Kiriko. She wants that smoke, wants to take down an opposite support number, but it's Arise who finds PDK. Redex Baz trading it right back. Shikigami, do they want a primal? Do they want to double down commit this? It's a 3-on-3, very winnable. Baz low, needs to farm the last bit of this primal. 5%. It's not far from a sure thing that he'll be able to get it. He jumps back, he kites away. 99 primal, can't quite get it. Solo gets the kill in time.
Doesn't get it in time, and that's going to be Shikigami closing out this second point. 2 minute 30 to cap out Jungle Town and head into overtime here and stay alive on this very second map in the series. Regime has this soundbarrier available. Contesting for high ground early here is Shikigami now.
And what a brawl on this second map, Johnny. What a brawl.
Insane. Insane. Bass contests early here. Has the Primal Rage as well. Can't stay alive. There he goes.
And the rest of the team manages to get that beat. I'm actually kind of surprised about that. Regime was pushed into the corner, just barely got around the corner enough, but it's still a very passive, very defensive beat. Now they try to take the last second of it and get aggressive, attacking the Sojourn. Good target, forces her out of the engagement. High ground control, but Arise, despite the chaos, still managed to hit that one tap onto Razor, forces the enemy Sojourn to slide, gets that finish as well. PDK still getting stuck into this fight, still believing that the team could clutch this one out as they have many, many times before. Baz now feeling the pressure of the focus fire. Both teams gonna lick their wounds, take the reset. Shikigami now, for what feels like the first time in the map, have a pretty solid ultimate advantage, something they could close out with, but they're gonna have to get through PDK and Razor. And Redex and Frothy Philly aren't far behind on the support, but Danny, nice pulls on a Redex. That means no sound barrier in the fight. Graveyard forced into the rush. PDK shuts down, trying to dive into that, into the Winston pressure is just too much. Baz now targeted, finished by Danny.
Should get one more recontest here, and you're going to have the double support ultimate. It will be barely though. Razor is going to spawn in time, perhaps, to get a trickle bait, but like, Redex is going to have like sound barrier out here.
Yeah, he has to do this. No choice here. PDK touches the card. Primal now trying to isolate some of these targets. He's got a juggle there on PDK. That's one, but Redex trades on a Regime. Both supports low. Now Razor, Redex trading. Both teams 3v3. Razor with the pulse bomb could be the difference maker. Could turn this one around. Arise needs to find something, but can't. Damage came in, did enough on the Winston. Overwhelmed the healing throughput. Now Graveyard. Desperation trying to keep this one alive, but with the spawners this close, it's so hard to finish.
So hard to finish indeed. And Dildux hold on. It honestly looked a little scary there for a second, but Dildux stay alive here now and 30 seconds to go. Shikigami, one last effort. Arise has the overclock, but that is about it. No other ultimates available on the battlefield here. Dildux with the hazard. Trust me, they're gonna go in. They're gonna put the pressure on here. That's the way to play hazard. Already poking Solo here a little bit. Shikigami trying to get a little bit of positioning here. Arise, be careful.
I mean, Arise has OC. This is a good fight for the attackers. Popping the OC now, but immediately Inton on, pressured by Hazard, but Hazard doesn't have the tankiness to endure all that pressure. He's gonna
here.
Drop in, grab a Mega, buying a lot of space, needs a bailout here, needs some help. He's turning this fight around on his lonesome. Somehow kills 2 Baz, ridiculous still. Winston wants to finish one out, thinks they could clutch, but Graveyard is down. Baz, the hero, in the critical moment. Dilduk's going to be going up 2-0 in the series. Danny with the bomb somehow kills 2. Wait a minute, it's a one-on-one on the cart. And Razor's too low. Has to go back, has to grab the pack. You force just a cart in overtime for Danny. Spawners coming in, but they take so long in this overtime scenario. The stall, the trickery,
the
hiding on the point. Lucio is back though. Baz is coming up with that ult.
Danny! There's no way they finish it out. Somewhere goes in from a team as well.
They got two
They're
kills.
going to clutch it out. They're going to force OT.
One more round, Baz drops the downpour, but it's not enough to rush onto cart, and Danny with the clutch 2K pulse bomb somehow heroically brings that one back into capacity. But you gotta remember, Johnny, there's a mountain still to climb.
Jake, hardy theory though, right? Right?
No, 5 minutes, bro. You have more time. You got more time than you started with. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh
you got 450. I've never seen that. I've never seen 453. 453. Then go get a Mai Tai and then make the offense.
What?
Oh my God, the slide.
The slide.
Not the slide, bro. Oh, bro. Special delivery from PDK. You know what? He's been lighting it up all day. He's been hitting enough headshots. You get to have one of those. You get to have one of those.
Danny. There was a time about an hour ago where Danny was our GOAT.
I mean, Danny stays the GOAT, bro.
Just reminded us right then.
I mean, what's so soul crushing about this is like it's still so hard to win for this position. 453 is a lot.
You need a clean offense here, Jake.
You need like a crazy win a fight in overtime, stagger the enemy a bunch of times, and like somehow get it to the end of second. I think end of second is like winnable for you on defense. I think if you don't cap first, is just Jover.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you don't cap first, it's definitely Jover. You need to at least win a couple. Dare I say, I'd probably guess if you want a chance in this OT, you probably need at least like 4 team fight wins.
Yeah, I think like end of second point is like the 50-50 mark.
Yeah. All right, you got 1 minute to make it happen, Shikigami. Let's see it. Who's going to be the hero that can step up for Shikigami here for one of the all-time biggest comebacks on Junkertown? Looks so unlikely. Still looks so unlikely. But can anyone step up to the plate?
Nade connected. Frothy feeling gonna hold on to the cleanse, so it would seem. They don't feel too much pressure from that. Happy to play this choke fight. And the counter dive onto the Winston. He's caught. Jagged Wall pushing him in. This Winston's almost surely dead. Cleanse, though, came in just in the moment he needed it. Keeps the fight in contest now. Baz is with a nade of his own, gets cleansed off. Still taking it straight to the backline. And that's the weakness of that Kiriko. Unable to peel the backline, unable to save the fight. And this is going directly the way of Dildux. They don't want to lose any for the scrappy potential trade fight. And so Frothy Philly, PDK keeping their HP high. It's a touch from Danny. He's been a hero before, but surely this is too much to ask. Has to die for the touch. I don't think there's going to be another. And Dildux, 453 to cap this. All right, hear me out. Pirate chip?
Yeah.
Pirate chip?
What, for Dildux?
Yeah. Why not, bro? You got 5 minutes. You can afford to get silly. Play a little Bastion. Play a little Bastion Torb.
There's no chance in hell.
There's no shot.
Like, I'm borderline considering a bald bet here that we won't see Pirate.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that. I'll take a bald bet on that.
I'm borderline.
That's actually such a risky one. It's like, they could just pick it, bro. You don't know. Yeah. You don't know. That's crazy, actually. I'm not taking that one. I don't like that. I'm too scared about that one. Like, Bastion is low-key a good pick here. Like,
surely if you just get... You know, if you just play straight up, there is absolutely no way
you would think
you won't win a single fight.
But I mean, you just play straight up with a Bastion. That's what I would do. Play normal, and you just have a Bastion melting them, and it's like so annoying for them. Eventually, someone's gonna die to your Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really considering like attack
you gotta think about
spawns
the
as well.
mental domination. Like, twist the knife on your opponent. Make them suffer. Make them.
Oh
lose
yeah,
to
I know you,
Bastion
Jake. I know you, Jake. That's how you approach the game.
So it's all about winning the mental game, baby. That's professional gaming right there. The mental game is everything. Control the mental, control the universe.
You were the Michael Jordan of mental game in Overwatch. I took that personally, and you just decided to like, go ahead and
thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Didn't you get like teabagging banned or something?
No, bro, you can't prove it's teabagging, dog. You can't prove it's teabagging. I mean, I was crouching because I was scared of a Widowmaker. I don't know.
You got the chat banned in Overwatch. Yeah, I remember now.
That is true, actually.
Yeah. So you know everything about mental warfare. All right. Shikigami, good luck, buddies. 4 minutes 30 on the timer. You have to hold this card 30 meters.
You would love to win a couple fights here. Speaking of the mental game, just to like let Dildux know, like, hey, we still got it like that. But I feel like just, oh my god, this is a full court press from Dildux. There's no way how are you ever gonna hold with Kiriana? Like, that's never gonna happen. And I guess that you gotta just YOLO, take crazy risks. Cassidy 1 HP, not long for this world. Graveyard is healing up the cast, but no one else getting nothing. No love from the supports there. And Dildux capping.
Are they gonna finish with more time than you started?
More than 4 minutes in the bank as they win. More than. Keep the 401. Money phone, money phone.
Oh my god. Wow.
Okay,
that was
that's like world
one of the
record
drunken
on so many
back.
levels. That's crazy. That's a
That
wild
was
one.
disgusting.
And I mean, dude, mental boom. Mental boom. Shikigami, where you at, bro? Where you at? You got, I mean, all right, I will say they brought it back and they made a competitive offense. They hit the full cap. Danny is the greatest of all time. Got to stay full out for the way he clutched up in that final fight. But I mean, come on, like if Sojourn just doesn't slide, I think they probably lose that fight. like anything goes against you there, I think you probably lose that fight. It was on the edge of a freaking knife.
Oh wow, Shikigami, they got a reverse sweep now. Do you believe in cinema, Jake?
I believe in Dill Ducks, man. They be dilling the Ducks, and it do be Dylan.
They're a fun team. They really are. They've been giving us a treat, an absolute show here in the promotion relegation tournament.
I gotta say, I'll be sad to miss Danny though. I want to see Danny, man. This guy's the GOAT.
Yeah, Shikigami. They're. If you've been, wow, look at that slide. Not the slide you want to see from PTK. Yeah, I feel like Shikigami. They are one of the household names in North American Overwatch. And so Shikigami missing out on OWCS Stage 2, that would be a bit of a shame, yeah. I do agree, but hey, credit where credit is due. Dildux, they're proving our time is now. One map way.
I just want to see Dilduck's cute little logo in the OWCS, Yeah,
there you go.
He's just a little duck guy. Just a little guy.
They're just a little duck with a crown emoji. Yeah,
man.
Here we go. All right, Dildux. One map away. Where does Shikigami go next? If we take a look at some of the other series we've seen today, Shikigami, of course, in the third map, they picked King's Row against Supernova.
Here we go.
And we're going to King's Row. Yeah, there you go. Shikigami, they're going back to the good old King's Row, where Danny did pop off in the Genji.
They haven't lost confidence in the map picks and the fundamentals and the strategy. However, I wasn't sure Dildux would be confident enough to do this, to just like take him head to head in the Winston mirror. But the fact that you've done that and you've asserted your dominance like you just did on Junkertown puts you in such a great mental spot for the series, because now you feel like, hey, let's run it back. Let's play some Winston mirrors. Let's like, do you want these hands? And frankly, I'm not sure that Shikigami do want those hands. Ducks don't seem to have that many hands, but Dilducks do. So, explain that, Johnny.
I cannot. I can't explain that.
How do you think Winston dials his phone?
Yeah.
Do you think aren't his fingers like a little bit too big to dial the phone?
Well, it's a Winston phone.
Yeah, but
Winston phone. It has larger buttons for Winston thumbs.
Does it though?
Winston is the scientist. I mean, Winston could probably make his own phone.
Look at that phone, man. That phone's from like 1993. That phone's older than me. Why is Winston calling anybody on that thing?
Because he's into vintage. He's into the classics.
I don't think that tracks, bro.
Winston doesn't need social media.
Winston's like a computer science nerd.
Okay, but hear me out. There's so much more aura involved in the Winston phone than if my bro was just to throw up like.
I want Winston to have like those like really little phones, like the ones like I want Winston to hold that. No, like the really tiny ones. It's like a little like the classic like 9 dialer, but then like the mic is just like a little piece of plastic that like flips open. You know what I'm saying? And there's like a little antenna you pull out of it, and then I want Winston to hold that with like 2 fingers. You know what I'm saying? And like talk into it like this, and then listen to it like this. I feel like that's like what I want Winston to do. You know what I'm saying?
But then Winston wouldn't be able to use.
No, he would not be able to press the buttons. He would for sure need somebody else to dial people for him. But he's just got it like that. You know what I mean? He's just a rich guy. He like has staff on hand. He doesn't dial
Winston
phones.
Rich?
He doesn't dial phones. You bet Winston's rich. Come on.
Look
at where he lives, bro.
What, Gibraltar?
Yeah, dude. Come on, the bro has like a rocket ship, like a
Bro, have you been on Silo looking at Gibraltar property? Like, come on now.
I'm just telling you, Winston has got it like that. If you can't see that from the vibes of the game, it's like, come on now. We all know. We don't talk about it because he's humble. He's a humble king. But come on, Winston,
do you think
what's Winston's net
Overwatch-
worth, Johnny? I'm gonna say over $10 million. I think he's a very wealthy scientist.
No. I think Winston is an honorable, regular employee.
Yeah, he's like a normal.
Yeah. No, I don't think
scientist.
Winston's got the riches
He's like
now.
all the other gorilla scientists.
I was going to ask you, Jake. Do you think Overwatch provides employee benefits? Like, do you think like Winston gets healthcare from Overwatch?
Ooh, well, isn't it like sort of like they're on the down low? Like,
Do they have OT
like,
pay if a mission
they're
goes
not
wrong?
reporting their income on their tax returns. Like they're pretending Overwatch is like, because Overwatch is illegal, bro. They had to like bring it back on the DL to save humanity, but the world government was like not down with that. You know what I'm saying? So like, they ain't paying no taxes. They're saving the world. They're saving the world, Johnny.
Okay. Yeah, I don't quite know how Overwatch taxes would go down, but yeah, unanswerable questions here with Johnny and Jake. What do you know?
We're diving deep into the questions no one ever even thought to ask about the lore.
I guess if I was part of Overwatch, I'd be like, come on, I'm saving the world. Can I get some compensation?
Let me get like some healthcare, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, is that so much to ask, right?
Yeah, who makes the missions and who sets like the rewards and stuff? Like,
That's
is it
what I'm
just
saying.
like,
I feel like that's Winston. I feel like Winston's like running the show. He's like the big dog, you know what I mean? He's big man on campus.
do you feel like Overwatch just does it out of the good of their hearts? They're not like, yeah, we actually need, a bounty here if we're gonna come help you out. There's big robots in
right,
what country was that? Was that Paris or something? It was like a big robot.
Overwatch
And they're like,
heroes. Tracer's like a total goody two shoes. You know she's coming to help like for no money. She's a good person. She's honest, high integrity.
Yeah.
But I feel like Wrecking Ball. You think Wrecking Ball comes without a bag? I don't think so. I'm just like, he's doing his little things. You know what I'm saying? He's like is he like running on a wheel or something? Like,
yeah. I mean, it depends hero to hero, I guess, because Freya is literally like a bounty hunter, right? So Freya's
Freya's getting stacks.
Overwatch
Freya does
disbanded,
not-
and Freya's like, yo, what's the bounty? I'll be there. Yeah. Anyway, let's focus on what's important, Jake.
All right. Fill complete. Mission accomplished. Dilducks match point. Ready
Look at
to
that duck.
upset
Look at that duck
Shikigami.
staring at us with the match
Dude,
point
that goes
logo.
crazy.
Oh, anyway, why don't we have a bit of a listen in here, Jake, and see what's going on in the comms?
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Call WinCon, play forward.
Never
let's win this
ram.
game,
Yeah.
bro.
Darn ram.
Like, me, Ram, Juno, break, Sojourn. They have Sojourn.
Alright, let's lock in. We know how to play this first fight.
Ram Sojourn, I think Sojourn's on statue, by the way, currently. Let me get top right solo.
Sojourn main, Sojourn main, yeah.
I'm gonna jump top right. I'm gonna jump top right on their back line.
You can.
Okay, ready? I can go in 3, 2, 1.
Slowly. Don't kill it. Ram sleeping.
Yeah, we can. 3, 2, 1. Don't kill it. Can they?
Shoot ram.
Walk, I don't have yet. 2 seconds. Walk, 3, 2, 1. Ram purple, walk, Ram.
Ram. On Juno.
Soch, top rise.
3, 1.
Top rise.
Going Soj. Soj slid in. Care. What's up?
Nice guys.
All right, Shikigami keeping it calm now, on the brink of elimination, but they're not letting the pressure get to them. They're still focused up. They play that fight well, looking for the nade. Baz gonna go quickly over to the D.Va, feeling much better about the matchup against the Winston. And you gotta remember, Shikigami banned out the D.Va on Junkertown, something they're potentially a little worried about facing, especially with Regime on the Kiriko. I think typically we see the break come out to deal with the D.Va. Razor also gonna step over to the Pharah. See if that spam pressure ends up paying dividends here on the choke point. It's a difficult place to walk for Shikigami, especially with no Tracer.
Yeah, difficult indeed, and so much poke coming through here. If you're solo, I mean, you gotta dive into a Sojourn and a D.Va here as well. Just taking their time for now. They're going to build this Nano, which is going to provide them the sustain and the offensive capability to really get some space here. See now, Solo takes some space here. Nano available. Razor on a bit of a flank here. Could open things up here for Dilducks.
Yeah, has to draw a lot of attention to himself. So far, Baz has struggled. to continue to contest that card. Regime did go over to the brig a little bit earlier there after capping, so Nano Blade now from Danny over the top, takes the 1 kill onto Red X, doesn't overstep the mark though, doesn't force any kind of unnecessary risk there. Solo took a lot of damage in that fight, but that's going to be fed right back to Graveyard in the form of Nano Charge. And Razor's caught on the flank. I guess he's pretty all right to be in the spot. Big spam from behind onto this Cassidy, onto the brig, who just dies from spam across the map. Regime, oh no.
This is momentum favoring Dildox now. 5 versus 4 situation. You have an orbital ray and an overclock. You should easily just be able to win this fight here.
Nice.
Razor barely survives. Cassidy doesn't get him. Now instead, it's going to be Shikigami regrouping here. Solo actually pops the Primal Blade. Where is my guy, Primal?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you have Bomb on Diva,
here.
and
They
you're
have
getting back to the
self-destruct.
supports. He's all right with this, but
shit, this is a 2K.
So massive from Razor, able to come in and bail out the Baby Diva, allow Baz to get back into the suit confidently. And Primal Rage is a very powerful ultimate in this comp. It's one of your best chances to fight against that Diva. Rally, though, is another one. Dilducks, I think they're going to be pretty happy with the way the economy game is shifting in their favor. Building up these crucial double support ults, able to stabilize through a lot of aggression potentially.
It was a little hopeful from Solo to use the Primal Rage like that and see if you could isolate the Diva there, but the self-destruct came in clutch, and then Razor popped down with a barrage themselves and got a couple of picks here. Regime now with this rally, but it's going to be the orbital ray from Dildox here. They push around the corner. Graveyard under a lot of pressure as Dildox just pushes the momentum here. PDK gets a pick onto a rise. Rally popped from Redix here. They just want to finish up this fight, and Razor wraps things up, takes out Regime. Now just Solo and Graveyard remaining, and they are no more. Danny on the cart. Well, it's going to be a small little stagger there, and now Shikigami forced to reset here. Got out a lot of valuable ultimates here. Double support ultimate used for Dildox in this situation. PDK has the OC, but this could be Shikigami working the offense here. With the
I wonder if it'll be another YOLO Nano onto Danny. I mean, he's made
maybe
kind of miraculous work out of those in the past, so I wouldn't even hate it. Conceptually, though, it's a difficult decision. Solo might also want the Nano for himself on the Winston. Only one fight if they manage to win it. Big nade connection into the backline. PDK, oh, the shot's just not quite connecting for Arise. He jumps across the choke. Looks like he is going to be able to catch that regen. Now, looking on the flank, looking to get aggressive. Double Nano comes again. Ana takes big damage, though. Wonder if Baz looks to finish that one off. 95% to the bomb. Razor with the barrage over the top, trying to clutch. Arise on 1 HP, but he's still alive. He's going to grab this pills in a second. Baz forces the self-destruct. Razor struggling to stay alive. Diva is back in the suit. There's some kind of possibility here for a flank fight win. Cassidy happy to just retreat back through the high ground, take the reset. Baz could stall it here, but it's going to be such a difficult fight. So many players
Support's coming in now. Has a bit of little bit of sustain. Yeah.
He forgot he took the vacuum conk perk there, tried to blast himself away and pulled him in. I know because I've done that so many times on Pharah with the new perk. And Dildox, they managed to get the hold, but big ultimates coming down the pipe here. Primal and Blade, and really nothing for the defenders to work with here. This is a really tough spot to be.
Yeah, still though, you're forcing Shikigami to make a play here to win this fight. Solo already in there, pops the Primal Rage, and does find Redix there. Now, 5 versus 4, Danny's going to pop the Dragon Blade. The sides, they want to wrap things up here on point B and secure the cap that propels them forward onto the final checkpoint here on King's Row. Easy clean up there, but still, I like this composition from Dildox. You know, a lot of sustain, a lot of poke. Makes things really difficult for Shikigami, and they have to thread the needle here to really finish off this point.
Danny's
Double
gonna
hit scan here
so
for Shikigami.
Okay,
Wow.
this is not a good comp. What? This is a terrible pick. Double hit scan in Diva is kind of crazy. I guess he make Razor's life really hard, but oh, Danny. That's not looking good. Let's see if he can find something. This is really crazy. I mean, double hit scan is one of the things we just never see at the competitive level. But maybe it can make something happen here. Solo is nanoed into the backline. Solo's just getting it done. So he said, I don't need a flanker. I'll solo kill the backline. Baz, though, shuts down Danny. Danny's thinking about maybe swapping back to a flanker. Does cost Baz his life, though. And Shikigami are starting to stabilize, and they're continuing to work the cart forward little by little. Danny's coming back on the Soj. He doesn't care.
Yeah, didn't get ultimates out there from Dildox. That's still a lot of value. And Redix goes down actually with the rally in hand. Now, Frothy Philly is going to be forced to use his orbital ray eventually. Deadeye comes in. Barrage, no value from Razor. Here comes the orbital ray from Dildox, trying to stay alive here on the defense. But Frothy Philly goes down. And now Shikigami pushing momentum. Regime pops the rally as well. That's going to be a self-destruct from Baz. Finds a pick onto a rise here as well. But Shikigami still got a lot of momentum going their way. Diva, Brig, desperately trying to contest this card and prevent the cap from happening. But still, Shikigami, Danny is just firing away here. Finds a pick on the Frothy Philly as well. Is this going to be Shikigami to close things out here on King's Row?
All right, I think it will be. Yeah, they got full position on Car. Regime now brawling it out in the back room there. Venture stalling a little bit. Redix does find one. Hold on, the Curie respawn. The double heel is able to pump through the Venture. Does she have a dig? Nah, not quite.
That's enough.
Oh my goodness. What?
Yeah, just with time.
All right, the double hit. All right, this game is, we're getting silly, man. We're getting double hit scan. We're getting chaos. We saw this game is out of control, actually.
Hey, look, Shikigami, they're down 2-0 in the series there, and finishing with time, especially on King's Row. That's going to be something they can feel good about as they look to rally. This reverse sweep. I like the listenings there because they were communicating like, hey, we know how to attack this point. We've been practicing this. We know our game. And even though you're down 2-0 in this series, you still have to play your own game. The game you feel so confident about. And they executed on that offense, which now puts them in a position to get a map on the board here. They just have to shut down Dildox on their own offense.
Yeah, we'll see if it is enough to get them over the line on King's Row. Remember, this is their map pick. So if they do win this, they're going to have to face down Dildox getting 2 map picks in a row. Either one of which would be enough to finish the series in their favor. But Shikigami, they've caught fire before in desperate situations. They've made plays happen. Maybe they can do it again here. The Rise is going to lock in on the Ashe on the defense. I do like this pick as the opener.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as Dildox prepare for the offense. PDK swaps over to the Ashe. See if you could get a little dynamite going or something like that.
A little mirror match.
Out with it. Here we go.
A little hit scan mirror.
Yeah, I like the Ashe. See a lot of Cassidy, a lot of Sojourn these days. Here we go. Both teams looking for the Ashe on King's Row.
Especially with Genji in the mix, deflect can be so annoying and you're kind of vulnerable sometimes to the blade, but Ashe has a little bit more counterplay potential. Oh my, the hit scans are just going toe to toe, blow for blow. Baz does take a nade there for Dildox. He's gonna slip out through the lower. Solo taking that off angle position, putting a little bit of pressure on PDK, who's really looking at that Winston, putting out big damage. Razor opens on a Danny. That's just what Dildox needed to crack open this defense. Ashe goes down next. And now Baz looking for more blood. It's an instant sleep, canceling that landing damage out of Solo. Beautiful from Frothy Philly and Red X. And the Ashe dead to rights here. Gonna grab the pack and just delay the inevitable, but chopped to pieces in the Mega Room.
Yeah, the execution is there. Dildox immediately getting the cap here on the first point, and they're just gonna get rolling on the offense once again. Something they were so good at on Junkertown. Well, they're not going to wait around. They're not going to take their time. They just get the payload on the road, charging down here on King's Row. And if you're Shikigami here, like, you gotta be sweating. You're sweating, you're dreading another great offense from Dildox that would set you back so much. Going into this fight though, Graveyard, it's got the nano boost online. Could be a powerful tool here for Solo. Make some space for the rest of the team, get some momentum going. Butter Grenade to start things off from Graveyard. Now just edging up here. Who's going to pull the first trigger? It is a Nano onto Solo, deep into the backline. Nano onto the Brig in hand to keep the survivability going. That's going to deny Solo any pick potential whatsoever, but now you just traded things out. You traded Nanos. Positions are back to default here. Great nade on the PDK and Redix here. But Razor finds the pick on the Danny to get the first killing blow going.
Yeah, and Redix able to stay alive, farming that rally with a pretty significant rally advantage here. I wonder if Shikigami are going to read this. Opportunity here for Dildox to get aggressive. They got a rally and a Bob. Potentially a potent combo if you bubble that Bob off, block the sleep dart. Can be really threatening here. And the small ultimate advantage here means that Dildox could pull the trigger first here. There comes Bob, straight into the side. Slept, but he's going to stand up in just a second. Now this clears the way for Winston. The Primal Blade is out. Baz cuts one to pieces with his hands, rips them apart limb from limb as a gorilla does. Stacking up that cash as a very wealthy scientist. We'll have to see if the Bob on the retake is enough for a rise.
Bob here from Shikigami. Just contest the card for the moment. Going to buy them enough time here to get a proper recontest going. The Steel Dogs surround the point and the payload here. Redix with the rally. Both Genjis with the Dragon Blade available here to get some practice going. And it's going to be Danny shutting down Razor, and immediately that should just be it. That should be Shikigami on this defense, protecting the second point and getting things back in their favor.
Yeah, Solo able to hold the Primal, which is nice. We've got Nano Primal for the next team fight. Wouldn't mind the Nano going to Danny, given the Solo has that Primal. Wow, just a nice kill onto PDK, cleaning up the opening from Frothy Philly, or rather from Graveyard, from his Ana, not the enemy team's Ana. PDK has had enough of the Ashe, gonna go back to the Cassidy, put a little bit more pressure on Solo, a little bit more burn potential on the Primal Rages and shield break potential. That is gonna mean Arise gonna have a bit more space to work with on the Ashe, gonna have free reign to put that damage down the range. And here's the flanking nade, big into the backline, just what the team needed there. Nano Blade came out from Dildox, but it slept, it's finding absolutely nothing. No shot of the connection. Baz does trade on the Danny, but that fight is not happening. And the beautiful flank out of Graveyard really punishes Dildox. That's the Nano Blade fight going for nothing.
Yeah, that's a huge trade actually, and a bit of a important pivotal moment here in this defense for Shikigami. Graveyard able to find the flanking butter grenade, but then also the sleep dart onto Razor. Well, Dildox were going for the Nano Blade. Those are very expensive tools that you do require to cap out point B here. Now PDK searching on the off angle, looking for any flankers, but not to find this time around. Bit of a neutral trade going here, but Dildox now with no Nano Blade available. They're building these ultimates, and meanwhile Shikigami, they got a Primal Rage ready to go. They got a Nano ready to go, and Solo opts just to do that. Primal Rage comes online here. Graveyard harassing Dildox from above here, lands a beautiful Bio Grenade onto Redix, and Solo can't quite find the picks, but Arise follows up appropriately on Razor as well. And another pivotal point here where Dildox forced to back off, forced to regroup, get their Genji back into the play here, but Shikigami, they're not going to wait. They're going to continue to deal damage, build these ultimates, and set up for another fight here on their defense.
Yeah, fully evicting the attackers from any kind of forward position. Dildox are building up on a big 4 ultimate stack though. Frothy Philly has very quickly charged up that next Nano boost. Now Shikigami's turn to rip the ult to go very, very early, but it looks like it will be kited out pretty comfortably. Baz is low, but too difficult to chase past this choke. And Dildox now sense that they have a bit of an advantage. It's really just a rise with the Bob. Maybe he can hit some kind of a big flank very early.
No.
Bob. Ana's flanking once again.
On the flank.
But his position's been exposed. He's gonna get chased down. Now Baz with the Primal finds 1 second, goes back to the cart, back in, diving, cleaning up these kills. Winston buys a kill. That is how he made all his money, by killing. He's a bounty hunter by trade. Inaccurate lore takes continuing for me all day.
Winston build technical tools and stuff like that. All right,
no, he's a cold-blooded killer.
Yeah. Don't slander their reputation. You'll get sued or something. All right, Symmetra Teleporter out of spawn here. They really want to get this recontest here.
He's on Sim.
Oh, this is tough.
He's just on Sim. He's doing that Sim thing.
They're doing their thing.
Scary.
Rally.
Okay.
It's not going to be enough. There's a Bio Grenade creeping in there from Graveyard, but 5 versus 3 situation, and Arise wishes they didn't roll out on Symmetra now. They cannot take it back. That's going to be Dildox. Marching onward onto point 3 here, Jake, with an opportunity to cap with time, although it's going to be very close here. Anyway, it doesn't matter because Shikigami, 43 seconds in the time bank. If Dildox can just close out this map regardless, they're going to get the opportunity in overtime to close this series out.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, Shikigami, I mean, they've had a great defense so far. I see no reason why they can't make this full hold, can't close it out. For Dildox to clutch here would be massive. Wow, Solo took that nade. I think even Baz didn't believe that could come in at such a perfect moment. Had to fall off the position, felt the pressure, and Dildox healing up. I mean, they have another very quick nano if they want to take the tempo to their opposition. Solo is a very early Primalist Forest. The heals are coming on to Baz, but they can't quite save him. Saving for the Nano Blade. Razor finds 1. They might double down and recommit here with no Ana. Here it comes.
Nano Blade?
Nano Blade is popped. 1 connection, no second on the Brig.
And just getting the 1 there. Danny goes down as there as well. Regime.
Brig didn't feel like she could get out of that situation. Didn't want to take the risk. Just die on the point. Shikigami going to be coming out for a retake of their own. It's Danny with the Nano Blade, and all he has to do is deal with the high noon from PDK. Big nade immediately though onto Razor. That's going to really make things easier. Although PDK on the flank kills the Ana. I don't know how he gets that kill. Drops the high noon, zoning the cart. but Solo still pretty happy to hold it down. Under pressure on the Winston, no Primal, no Ana heals coming in either. Very scary position for him to be in. High Noon is over though, so Danny with the Nano Blade could be the one to close this one out. Should be able to secure the hold for Shikigami, but the players are low. It's far from easy here. Big Primal on the point from Baz, who's doing big damage. Booped away though are the backliners bashing, dodging, now stunning into the blade. Danny with the last slash is gonna put some damage on the Cassidy, but he doesn't have anything else, and Dildog's forcing the overtime. Baz with the Primal Blade cuts them to pieces. The real Nano Blade can't get the job done.
The aura from Baz on that Winston, creating so much space, harassing Shikigami throughout. Danny couldn't get anything going after a beautiful whiplash from the side of Dildox there, and oh my god, Shikigami, no time to breathe a sigh of relief here. Backs against the wall, down 2-0 in this series for a slot in OWCS Stage 2, and now they once again have to defend against Dildox's overtime push here.
This time at least Dildox don't have 5 minutes. All right, so that's good. I will say with this time bank, this is one of those weird time banks where you almost would rather have 1 minute, because it means that you're more likely to win a fight in overtime, trigger overtime spawns, and then get a bunch of free push, where Shikigami has like a more normal, like 2 fights. Like if they win 2 fights, they win the second fight, it's not going to be in overtime. Whereas if you win the second fight for Dildox, it's going to be in overtime, and it's going to put the defenders on the long spawn. So real opportunity for them to potentially put up a big offense. I mean, Kings Row is a crazy map in overtime. I've seen full caps in overtime, Johnny. It's not even that wild.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable. And I mean, with Dildox offenses throughout the day here, it's totally believable that they would once again deliver another amazing performance here on the offense. PDK is going to peek out with the Widow here. Did anyone get a deposit today? We'll see.
He's thinking about it. He's delaying the peek here, trying to bait somebody to take a risk, and
they had the opportunity.
Not going to stick around for too long though. You don't have that much time to work with here. Every second counts.
Every second counts indeed as Dildox work up here. Dynamite triggered. Baz can't follow up on it. Baz under a lot of pressure actually. Gets biotic grenade there and has to play around the mega pack just to sustain. Now though, going to put some pressure onto the point here, where Razor is working the off angle here. It's going to eventually contest the Rise. Dashes in actually, but Rise successfully avoids the pressure from the Genji. Cap is ongoing here. Razor gets picked by a Rise, and this is the fight, Jake. And your Genji is already down.
Hold on. You lost your Winston though at the same time. If Baz gets healed up, they're actually in a pretty good position on the offense. PDK on the high ground. Nade hits the Winston though. That's crucial. And Philly gets cut down by Danny, the hero in his team's moment of need. 3 for Danny. It's gonna be a 4. He's cutting them up, baby. That's Danny for you. Hold on, the deflect from Razor. No way, right? Surely?
No,
it's just impossible. Yeah, impossible situation. But they gotta tick, Johnny.
They gotta tick.
Hashtag winnable.
Shikigami now faces a situation where they need to gain more than 40% here if they want to stay alive in this series. They got 1 minute 39 to go. And also brilliant little move there by Danny to get the 4K. Clean 4K on the Genji as well, to keep things alive and going here. So like you said, Jake, 1 minute 39. You can get a couple of fights going here. You can do one push for the high ground. Doesn't work out realistically. You should have the time to reset and go again. Do you feel any kind of like desperation during those circumstances? Do you feel like, hey, we need to get one fight early going so we do get that second fight? Or are you more of a, let's just get one clean fight going? Let's prioritize the one clean fight over getting 2 consecutive ones.
I do think with 1:40 on the clock, ultimates are definitely going to start to come into play. Whereas with the 1 minute clock, you really are in a no ulti fight. You know, 9 times out of 10, maybe a Tracer can get a pulse bomb, but even that is not super likely. And so I think this does mean that you have the opportunity to complicate things, but you also want that first fight to be good, right? You want that, even if you do get wiped and take a reset, you want to take like one player with you, make your second attempt just a little bit stronger with a little bit more map control. But Shikigami, all comes down to this. No draw possible anymore on King's Row. Arise on the Hanzo. I wonder if he's going to actually play the Hanzo. I wouldn't mind it, but it looks like it'll just be a Sonic and swap.
Yeah.
Checking the hotel for any kind of cheeky flanker positions. Has been surprised by hiders before here.
All right, Shikigami. Here you are. 1 minute 30 to go to stay alive in this series and your hopes of qualifying for OWCS Stage 2. Solo contesting the high ground here early. It's going to help build that nano boost for his Ana. Rajin scouting out early, dashes back here. And now already 40 seconds off the time bank here, Jake, as we're building towards his first fight. Hurricane Raid onto Bass. Forces the Winston back here for now. Rise though.
He's naded, sniped as well. PDK super aggro, dropping down, punishing the Winston. And the follow-up is there. Arise is 1 HP again. This Cassidy hapless on the offense. Can't quite get into any kind of decent engagement. Danny is slept. And that's a smackdown of a first fight. It's not what you were hoping for. Graveyard has farmed a much quicker nano though, so that's really the dream here. I'm not gonna lie, I know you're supposed to give the standard to Winston, but like high key, put that thing on Danny. Just put that thing on Danny. Don't think too much here. Bro is locked in, lights out. Baz is very close to a primal though. That's also been a game-winning skill time and time again. Look, he knows it too. He's looking for that any chance to get aggressive, any chance to rip the primal. They might not expect it to be coming out so early. It's gonna be most likely a nano Winston. Graveyard is so low, bro. You gotta be careful. Okay, the double nano. But it's being guided. No connection, no real value from this. Creating a lot of space.
Rotherfield has built their own here now though. Primal Rage from Bass. Redex finds the pick onto Danny, and now this is a 4 versus 5 situation
Danny,
for Shikigami.
The hero is down. Not without Danny. Surely it's too much. Redex with the rally. Frothy Philly rips that nano.
It's
now
just
it's
too
into
much.
the back line. Baz is cutting them up. They're blasted with the dynamite as well. Solo with the primal to stall. The rally from Redex is keeping the fighting contest. Now every ult comes in one after the other. PDK with that bomb. It's explosive. Cuts them up. Now Brig rally comes in. Does take down Razor. PDK still looking to clutch this out. Bob, the hero in the moment. Holding that point down, denying Danny, and no one can kill with the bomb. Winston bubbling them, cutting them up, and it's gotta be Dildux qualifying to the OWCS. Wow. Oh my God, not when Danny died, low-key, I knew it was over. Dildux. Mad love to these guys that they're able to get that second qualifying spot. They lost earlier in the day to Shikigami, and then they said no more. They turned it around, they turned it up. How about that Junkertown offense, Johnny? That was one for the ages.
That was dominant. Dominant performance by Dildux. A 3-0 sweep against Shikigami to qualify for OWCS Stage 2. And what a bob. That's one of the better bobs I've seen in recent times, Jake. Contesting the point there, dealing so much damage, and wow, Dildux. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect them to close things out the way they did here with an amazing 5-minute push there onto Junker Tower. 5 minutes in the time bank, rather. Just a sensational performance by Dildux. We will be seeing the Duck in OWCS Stage 2, Jake.
Bless up, baby. We've been waiting for Mr. You think the Duck has a name? Like it's like Daryl the Duck or something?
I wanna talk to these people. I wanna find out what's going on.
I mean, dude,
what's
Danny though? Yo, low key, Danny should be MVP. I know they lost. I don't care.
No, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. This is Dildux time.
It's true.
GDK
It's true.
off.
But Danny was doing crazy things this game. I just want to give this man some love. He made out of quad, but bro was hitting everything. But in the end, it wasn't enough. The overwhelming team play and just firing on all cylinders. PDK and Baz, so impactful, so crucial. Even the backline, you know, really solid from Frothy Philly and Redex. A lot of these like big survival plays, big moments, great strategy selection across the course of the match. And the ability to clutch out in these really difficult scenarios. Something you need to see from teams that want to compete at the top, and Dildux is that team. They're gonna have the shot playing against the best in North America in the next stage of OWCS.
This is what it's all about, Jake. This is what the open circuits is all about.
It is.
Dildux qualifying for the promotion relegation tournament here on this Sunday.
Dude.
And
both EU
series
and
wins.
NA, 2 new teams.
Yeah.
FACEIT Master League, building the next generation of talent. They're here. They're ready to play. They're ready for their chance at the big leagues.
100%. Very well deserved for Dildux as they qualify for OWCS Stage 2 alongside Supernova, who also are back here in the OWCS circuit. An amazing performance all around by Dildux. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for player of the match. Who is it going to be from Dildux? You could count on a lot of names here. It's going to be Bass. I love it. Bass played so well on the Winston. I love it.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were gonna go toe to toe like that on the Winston comp with Shikigami, but honestly, Dildux, they came out looking like the way stronger Winston team, and a lot of that is from the Winston himself, from Baz with the money phone on Junkertown, just putting that work in the Primal Blade, chopping them up, chopping them into tiny little bits with his hands. It's kind of, I mean, that's why I say crazy. Winston's a stone cold killer, man. Bro just does it with his hands. He puts the gun away.
Indeed.
I mean, that's crazy.
Bass. Look, Bass played an amazing Winston. Like, really got busy in the backline there.
Busy in the backline.
Just really just jumped in. It got busy in the backline, put a lot of pressure on the enemy backline, of course. When no-node, got the results, put the work in, did their job. And so, yeah, big shout-outs, of course, to Bass there for the tank. Now, I believe we do have an interview with one of the winners from Dildox, and it's going to be PDK. PDK, are you there?
Hi.
Let's go, buddy. You just qualified for OWCS Stage 2. What does it feel like?
It feels great. Just being able to qualify with these people. We put a lot of time and work in, so it feels amazing.
Tell me about this squad. Like, how'd you guys come together? How long have you been playing together? And like, what was the journey like to this point?
So they've been a team for about a year and a half. I've joined maybe about 4 months ago. They like sent me like the bat signal, and I was like, I'll accept the call. And then since then, we've kind of just been playing through Masters. We don't really scrim very much. I think we scrimmed 4 times in the past 3 or 4 months. So yeah, we're like just a big group of friends. So yeah.
Did you say 4 scrims in like 3 months?
Look, they got the chemistry down. They don't need to practice.
Yeah, we scrimmed once this week, but I was in and out of the emergency room, so I have not been able to scrim at all this week.
Oh. Well, I hope everything's all right, PDK. Hopefully this makes you feel better. Of course,
this feels great.
Hey, this is an amazing achievement for you guys. I'm so happy. Now, I don't know if you can provide it, considering you got the bat signal and all. But what's the story behind the duck? Do you know?
Honestly, not really. I think they just, well, our namesake Dylan, who is a big member of the Overwatch community, so we kind of named the team after him, from what I've been told.
Yeah, all right. Shout out Dylan, yeah.
Shout out Dylan.
Shout out Dylan. All right, PDK, I will let you go celebrate with your team. Again, big congratulations. We can't wait to see you in OWCS Stage 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. And thank you for taking part in this interview as well. All right, here we go. Dildox. They end up taking down Shikigami in a 3-0 sweep there in our lower bracket round. And like we said, Jake, this is what it's all about. This is all about FACEIT Masters. 2 teams in each region coming through to qualify for Stage 2.
Crazy to have 2 new teams, but I think that's going to make it so much more exciting to have, new faces in OWCS in the next season, new teams getting their shot to play with the very best, and this will be our Stage 2 NA lineup.
The duck
going up against the horse. Crazy stuff.
I can't wait to see it. It's going to be an amazing stage.
The Dildox logo next to the Team Liquid logo. That was crazy. This is actually classic esports.
It's going to be a glorious stage. And also, I'm so happy to see Supernova back in the mix there as well. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in OWCS Stage 2, taking on some of those teams like, Rad and the other teams like that. So can't wait to see that. That's going to be our Stage 2 teams here in North America. Now, of course, this was just the first stage, promotion and relegation. There's going to be a full year of this. So we got Champions Clash coming up in a few days here. And it's going to be the very best teams in the world taking on each other live from China, of course, in Hangzhou. And I just can't wait. I can't wait for all the top tier action coming our way. Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, SSG, Virtus Pro. It's going to be absolutely glorious. Competition begins April 17th, so stay tuned for that. There might be a little, some viewer rewards there as well. Going to tease that. So don't forget to tune into the broadcast. There you go, of course. So make sure you tune into the Champions Clash. Well, Jake, it's been a long day, 6 matches.
It's now time for me, Johnny. It's now time for me. That's my. I gotta say, shout out to the teams who played, competed here, grinding their way up through the Master League, and for the fact that in both NA and EU, we're gonna have the 2 teams who came out of FACEIT Master League eliminating the competition who came down out of OWCS, showing that we're gonna have maybe some more competitive teams there at the bottom of those divisions, see if they can rise up even higher in the OWCS. So I'm just excited for these teams. It's gonna be great to see new faces competing against the best of the best. Always fun to see the rookies come out and really show their stuff so that they can hang.
I agree with everything you said, and also you learn something new every single day. Jake takes naps at 6 p.m. Very great.
I'm about to right now. It's a special case, bro.
Special case indeed. Well, reset that sleep schedule, Jake, and I'll see you in just a few days' time. But that's been it for now. That's been the first Stage 1 promotion relegation tournament. Thank you so much for joining us this Sunday. Shout out to all the teams qualifying, of course. And we'll see you in just a few days for the Champions Clash. Goodbye for now.